How real is a 100% immersive game? Earth, a computer lab at a university. Yue's first thought upon seeing the chat message wasn't the game itself, but blinding righteousness. Or to be more precise, the sight of his modded to the max Maiden Scrolls V and over 100 personally customized wives springing to life from saved game files. If we went into any more detail, he might lose his account. His chat nickname was Gets Up a Dozen Times a Night, but due to its length and lack of decorum, the group bros just called him Night 10. It's exactly as real as it sounds. Visual, auditory, olfactory, tactile, gustatory senses. All are as real as in the real world. The flow of time in the game world is 11 with the real world, with about a 12-hour time difference, and because the underlying technology interferes with dreams, playing the game is essentially equivalent to sleeping. The bro who tapped out these lines went by the simple and serious nickname Light. This earnest single-character nickname clashed with the group's name Cattle and Horses Club, so group mates occasionally called him Ultraman, Gaia, or even started referring to him with respect or as awesome. Level 8 Great Gale Manager. Is this some kind of fantasy setting? Laugh. Long Days Ahead Manager, and it sounds kind of dated, like something from early web novels about virtual reality games. White Horse Passing a Gap Group Owner. Haha, you mean like wearing a virtual reality headset. I used to love reading that stuff when I was at school. Gets Up a Dozen Times a Night Manager. Let's be real, that kind of setting doesn't make sense. Our operators not looking to make money, just wanting players to have a blast. If it's 100% real, how would you show off the prestige of R&B warriors? Everyone would be freeloading. Yue didn't read such novels, but he believed that his 9 years of compulsory education set him apart from others. He thought rationality should be sought after more than just thrill, so he preferred reading fantasy and supernatural stories instead. Long Days Ahead, bro, you're taking it too seriously. If we're talking about rationality, isn't it more logical to give the readers outside the novels a thrilling experience rather than making money for the fictional operators inside the novels? Level 8 Great Gale, no Matryoshka dolls allowed. The conversation quickly went off the rails. Even though the Cattle and Horses Club was a gaming group, they seldom discussed games seriously as they did today, especially a game that didn't exist at all, conjured up entirely from imagination. However, even as the topic drifted far away, Light, the guy who had started the topic, stubbornly steered the conversation back. Light, I mean, if such a game existed. Light, would you guys be willing to play it? Yue chuckled and shook his head as he looked at the chat. Is that even a question? Gets Up a Dozen Times a Night, of course, why not? A 100% real game, why wouldn't I give it a shot? You know what I'm saying. Funny emoticon. Level 8 Great Gale +1, but I still have some doubts about what you described. If game time is equivalent to sleep time, wouldn't this technology be more appropriate for work? White Horse Passing a Gap, holy shit, are you the devil? Long Days Ahead, then I'd rather just sleep honestly. Bitter smile. Quit smoking, you guys aren't sleeping this late at night, just daydreaming in the chat. LMAO, more and more people started bubbling up in the chat. Some didn't send messages, but were peeking at the screen with great interest. In a gaming group of 200 people, there are usually about 10 to 20 active members. Occasionally, a couple of new faces pop up, he knows you, but you don't know him, kind of people, and you find out they've been lurking for over 2 years. But Light, the guy in question, didn't take any of it into account and continued to immerse himself in his own world. The fact is, the company I recently joined is developing a fully immersive virtual reality online game. The boisterous chat went quiet for a moment, but soon, as if on cue, a flurry of messages popped up. Holy crap, for real? Bro, you're the man, I almost believed you. Funny emoticon. Yue thought this guy was really laying it on thick. A fully immersive virtual reality online game, 100% realistic. Bullshit. As Brother Gale said, if such a thing really existed, would it be used just for games? Of course, he disagreed with applying it directly to the office. In his mind, if such amazing technology really existed, it would definitely be used in the military first. Imagine how incredible it would be for training special forces. The fellow named Light didn't say anything else. He just threw over a website address. Yue casually clicked on it, only to find that it was actually a game's official website. The website's design was nothing impressive, seeming as if they couldn't afford to hire a designer. The empty page lacked any content with just 3 stark lines of text. 100% real-life virtual reality game Wasteland OL. Current number of pre-registrations, 0. Pre-register, yes, no. Yue laughed. Well, pal, after such a long build-up, it turns out this is an advertisement. Not sure if it's for gambling or online betting, but the pre-registration number is refreshingly honest. No made-up 8-digit online count. No claim that even the likes of minor celebrities are playing it. All right then, let's see what kind of beast you are. He clicked yes with the mouse. Surprisingly, instead of the expected registration page popping up, there was no change other than the number of pre-registrations going from 0 to 1. This crappy game doesn't even require an account to register. Yue was baffled by this sly maneuver, unable for a moment to decide whether this even counted as an advertisement. Could it be some kind of virus? That seemed unlikely. What age was this when antivirus software was nearly history, that a virus could be contracted just by clicking yes or no on a website? Not to mention this was on a school computer. Even using his own computer, he wasn't worried about this thing. Number of pre-registrations, 11. Wasteland residents of shelter number 404's main hall. Chu Guang, sitting in his cramped room, let out a sigh of relief and loosened the grip on his mouse as he watched the number change in the computer screen's backend. Is this enough? The response to his question appeared before his eyes in 2 lines of text. Mission complete. Reward, 1 set of carbon nanotube bulletproof vest plus 5 reward points. The wall on one side of the room vibrated faintly, and as the curved metal door slid open, a black vest lay on the platform behind the door. A conveyor belt rolled the vest out. The metal door closed again and the room returned to its previous calm. Chu Guang immediately got up from the computer, walked over and picked up the vest. It was very light and felt much like silk pajamas, smooth and soft to the touch, making it hard to believe it could withstand bullets. Name: carbon nanotube bulletproof vest. Description: capable of effectively absorbing bullet kinetic energy, dispersing impact force within the range of durability, resistant to a certain degree of piercing and cutting damage. Durability, 100. Rewards obtained from the shelter system would be recorded in the inventory, complete with product descriptions and instructions for use. Chu Guang immediately took off his shirt and put it on close to his body. It was chilly at first, but he quickly got used to it. At that moment, a cylindrical metal object in the corner of the room emitted a monotone electronic sound. Congratulations, Master. It seems you have completed your first task. Could you not just start talking out of the blue? Understood, Master. That trashcan-looking robot was called Zio Chi. As the assistant to the manager of shelter number 404, it technically didn't have a name, only the number 777. But Chu Guang, who couldn't be bothered, gave it a name anyway. Who Chu Guang really was, and why he was in shelter number 404, starts with a tale from a dark and stormy night. Chu Guang, male, nominal age 26, had divorced parents in his childhood and was raised by his grandfather. After getting into university, his grandfather passed away in his second year, leaving him completely alone. Luckily born in a peaceful era, he managed to finish his studies through part-time work and found a job in sales after graduating. Due to his outstanding performance, he quickly gained his boss's favor and was soon promoted from a newcomer to a supervisor. Just as Chu Guang optimistically thought he could finally enjoy a few days of peace, fate played a cruel joke on him. About 5 months ago, Chu Guang still remembered negotiating a $20 million contract with a client then, coinciding with his boss being in high spirits. He had drunk a little too much and had inadvertently passed out. When he regained consciousness, he found himself lying in the wilderness, and this was no ordinary wilderness. He had walked about 2 miles without seeing a single soul, nearly being devoured by a 2-headed dog. Chu Guang was drenched in cold sweat from fright, which sobered him up quickly, and he turned tail and ran. Perhaps because the 2 heads were too heavy, making it uncoordinated, the dog chased him for a while but couldn't catch up and eventually gave up with a couple of howls. Unable to see the beast anymore, Chu Guang didn't dare to go back, nor did he know which way to go. That's when he realized his wallet and mobile phone were gone. Even his clothes had been switched to a blue jacket picked up from who knows where. Finding a small puddle, he looked down in the moonlight, only to find not just his clothes but his face had been changed too. He wondered which deranged individual had knocked him out, changed his face, and dumped him in this godforsaken place. While Chu Guang aimlessly wandered the wilderness, a distant cooking fire caught his attention. Looking back now, Chu Guang still felt a chill. Back then, all he could think about was contacting the police, and he rushed desperately towards the smoke. Thinking about it later, he was lucky that he stumbled upon a legitimate survivor settlement. If it had been those brutal looter, or a cannibal tribe or mutant tribe, he might have already been stewing in a pot, and his leather shoes might have been cooked too. Only after interacting with the residents here did Chu Guang piece together from fragments of clues that this was no longer Hua Nation, or even the Earth he knew. In this parallel world, a war 200 years ago had destroyed the fruits of civilization, leaving behind a devastated wasteland and the survivors struggling on it. It was now the year 2340. Also, it was the 211th year after human civilization entered the wasteland era, starting from the year 2129, dumbfounded, shocked, indescribable fear. Fortunately, Chu Guang had a strong adaptability, survived the initial tough days, and gradually began to adapt to life here. Struggling to survive on the wasteland for 5 months, barely scraping by and constantly battling mutants and hostile looters. Just when Chu Guang pessimistically thought his life was going to be like this, a turn of events happened a few hours ago. he stumbled upon the entrance of a shelter called Shelter Number 404 in the ruins of an abandoned sanatorium. To be accurate, it wasn't Chu Guang who found it, but the facility called Shelter Number 404 that found him. A voice in his mind guided him here. It was only when Chu Guang approached the sanatorium that he realized it was the place where he had first woken up in this world. If he hadn't run around, or if it had been slightly brighter, he might have found this place back then. Regardless, the much-delayed cheat finally came through after 5 months. At the same time, a brand new job lay before him. This shelter seemed to be prepared just for him, waiting all this while. From the moment he stepped through the gates of the shelter, his identity transitioned from a scavenger to the sole resident and manager of Shelter Number 404. And he only had one task. That was to use the Internet of Earth to guide, or rather, deceive a group of creatures known as players to work for him in this world. Yes, this shelter's cutting-edge technology could not only connect to the Internet of parallel world Earth, but even had its own official website. Players who reserved the game would automatically receive a number and be registered in the administrator system's residence of the refuge directory. As the manager, Chu Guang could select specific numbers to distribute game qualifications. The system used a special method to deliver the game helmet to players' hands. Players only needed to don the helmet to connect with the cultivation chamber within the shelter and awaken as a clone, extremely humanized and incredibly convenient. Although there would be no penalties for striking, the rewards acquired from completing tasks were something Chu Guang could not refuse no matter what. Like that bulletproof vest. Having struggled to survive in the Wasteland for 5 months, he understood all too well how vital such life-saving items were. In addition to that, the reward points from tasks were also valuable. They could be redeemed for an item called a blind box on the administrator allowance page. Purchasing an intermediate blind box required 1 reward point, an advanced blind box 10 points, and a high-level blind box 100 points. Different blind box levels determined the guaranteed rewards. For instance, the lowest possible from an intermediate blind box could include food supplies, and an advanced blind box would at least yield medicine, while the high-level blind box could contain weapons. As for whether an intermediate blind box could contain an advanced blind box's items, the system's explanation didn't specify. However, if it did, the likelihood was probably very low. Just as Chu Guang was debating whether to spend all 5 of his points on intermediate blind boxes or save up 100 points to draw a weapon, the trash can squatting in the corner spoke again. Master, new tasks have been updated in your administrator's log. Please check them in time. Got it, Chu Guang replied impatiently. Damn, who's the master here anyway? Rolling his eyes at the corner, Chu Guang temporarily put aside the blind box matter and silently called up the administrator system in his mind. Soon, a pale blue holographic screen projected onto his retina. Administrator's log. Task activation conditions for Shelter Number 404 are met. The first batch of contents confirmed for delivery. Ensure that at least 1 player logs into the game. Type main. Reward active substance extractor. Task prepare a generator with a power output greater than 10 kW. Type subsidiary. Reward points plus 100. What 100 reward points? After reading the tasks updated in the administrator's log, Chu Guang's eyes widened, but what he cared more about was the reward for the main task, active substance extractor. What exactly does this thing do? Xiao Qi answered. Active substances are materials used for making clones. There should be a manual or something of that sort. As an AI assistant, Xiao Qi did not actually have access to much information. Chu Guang's current clearance only reached level B1 of the shelter. Access to other floors required unlocking through main tasks. By the way, should he forcibly breach the structural walls of the shelter trying to illegally enter other floors, it would disrupt the shelter's electrical and air exchange facilities. This was something the shelter system, loaded into his brain when he initially entered the shelter, had informed him. However, even without this reminder, Chu Guang felt he probably wouldn't do something as foolish as dismantling his home. Just kidding. If he dismantled this place, where would he live later? Moreover, a shelter designed to withstand strategic nuclear strikes with the epitome of pre-war technology was likely not so easy to dismantle. Forget about nuclear bombs, didn't even have a gun. Fine, I think I've got it. That is to say, active substances are similar to resurrection coins, resources that players need to consume to re-synthesize their clones. According to the system's one machine, one number setup, Chu Guang can now summon up to 100 players to come to this world in the form of clones. Of course, Chu Guang knew very well that things were not as simple as they seemed. Firstly, the official website of Wasteland OL has no traffic. For most people, the initial reaction to the advertisement about a 100 realistic immersive virtual reality game was either it's a lie or it's still a lie. After all, such technology didn't exist in reality. Not even something made up by social media could be so absurd. Furthermore, even if 11 players were hoodwinked into making a reservation, he couldn't be sure that all 11 would obey him. The right to enter and exit the game rested in the hands of the players themselves. His authority could only kick disruptive players out, ban their login privileges, or strip them of their gaming rights. He couldn't force them to wear the game helmet and work for him. Thus, the distribution of gaming rights, especially selecting the initial batch of beta test players, had to be handled with caution. Better less than uncontrollable. Otherwise, it would be nothing but trouble. Then, and most importantly, the conditions on the Wasteland also dictated that having more people wasn't necessarily better. One more person meant one more mouth to feed. Even if he had the means to activate all 100 cultivation chambers, it would just feed the mutants and the looters. Other than that, it was meaningless. Chu Guang returned to his computer and sat down again. After calmly pondering in front of the screen for a long time, his thoughts gradually became clear. He logged back into his Penguin account, opened the gaming group called Niubai Club, and pulled the group owner and 3 admins into a discussion group. Then in the group, he painstakingly typed, "Send me the number that refreshed on the official website page when you reserved the game. Beta test spots are limited to 4. The cream should not be skimmed by outsiders. I'll apply to the company and see if I can send you the beta test qualification and the game helmet directly." These were teammates he used to team up with often to play online games. Giving them special consideration didn't seem out of place. Most importantly, Chu Guang couldn't think of another acquaintance in reality to ask for help. He could only rely on these online friends whom he'd never met in real life but shared a certain bond. Relatives. Since his grandfather passed away, he hadn't been in touch for years, and if the police had not informed them, they might not even know he was gone. Landlord. He was probably hunting him down for rent at this moment. Classmates. He hadn't contacted them since graduation. Colleagues. It seemed they found him bad luck, for Chu Guang found that they had already deleted him. Moreover, even if they hadn't deleted him, Chu Guang wouldn't message them after all. He had collapsed at the dinner table. A dead man messaging a living one was creepy enough to contemplate. Compared to that, these goofy online friends were undoubtedly the best choice. They didn't know him in real life. Even if he hadn't logged in for 5 months, they wouldn't think too much of it. White horse passing a gap, boss, you're awesome. Level 8 Great Gale, awesome, truly awesome. Long days ahead, 666. Woken up countless times in one night, done. Bro, you're invincible. Waiting for your game helmet, funny. Chu Guang continued typing instructions. But there's something I need to clarify. The devices are just lent to you for use. Don't lose them or dismantle them, or else I can't explain it to the company. Also, the device will be bound to the user's identity information. In principle, one device can only register one account and can only be used by one person. Actually, calling these instructions was a stretch. Wasn't really worried about the players not complying. According to the system, the helmet would recognize the player's identity information, and no one else could use it. As for the device, he wasn't worried about that at all. Since the system managed to deliver the helmets to the players, it most surely had a way to handle after-sales service problems, which wasn't his concern. Long days ahead, will it cost anything? Chu Guang, there are no charges during the beta phase, but due to budget constraints, there are no salaries either. Long days ahead, 6666, I've sent you my number privately. Send me one. White horse passing a gap, Niubai, haha, set one up for me too. If it's really the full immersion virtual reality you mentioned, I'll livestream myself standing on my head, waking up several times a night, funny, JPG. Although these 4 guys clearly didn't believe what he said, nor did they believe that such a fully immersive virtual reality game existed, they still sent their numbers over in a spirit of playing along. It was just an official website-generated number, after all, not a bank card number and PIN. Plus, they were curious to see what exactly this guy was up to. After receiving the numbers, Chu Guang didn't hesitate and immediately called up the administrator system, found the residents of the refuge directory, and checked grant game qualification for the 4 numbers. The cultivation chamber took 3 days to synthesize a clone. During these 3 days, the system would deliver the game helmets to the players through special means, even without needing a delivery address. As for the specifics of how, whether it would attract the attention of modern society, or whether it involved any legal troubles like illegal operations, Chu Guang was even less inclined to worry. He actually hoped more people would notice his official website and that it could cause a sensation. That way, he'd have more choices. Master, didn't our official website already have 11 players registered? Why are you only issuing 4 slots? Xiao Qi, squatting in a corner of the next room where the cultivation chamber had been activated, expressed confusion. Because we don't need that many for now. He closed the residents of the refuge directory. Chu Guang then opened the administrator subsidy page in the system and put all 5 reward points into the intermediate blind box. Saving for an advanced blind box made no sense. The reward for task 2 was directly 100 points, and he didn't need these extra 5 points. The pale blue holographic screen flickered, and the wall on one side of the room vibrated slightly. With a soft click, the alloy door of the delivery port opened. Looking at the item resting on the platform, Chu Guang was slightly stunned. "Is this the blind box?" Zhao answered. "It seems so." Chu Guang steadied himself and said, "I thought at least it would come in a box." Zhao tried to offer an explanation. Maybe the blind box is just a concept, but what's the point of a blind box if you don't even unpack it? Why not just call it a lottery? Staring at the prize in front of the conveyor, Chu Guang fell silent for a while. "I get all that, but why did I clearly exchange for 5 and only 4 showed up?" All right, as it turned out, I had misunderstood. The blind box indeed had 5 rewards. However, the 5th reward from the blind box was overshadowed by the other 4. Now, laid out before Chu Guang were a vacuum-sealed 100g compressed biscuit and 325g lollipops apple, banana, and mango flavored, and a note. The packaging of the compressed biscuit was intact, showing no bulges, and though the expiration date and production date were a mystery, it likely wouldn't kill anyone. This thing was a good find. The nutritional label claimed it had 500 calories, which could fill a stomach whether eaten dry or cooked into a porridge. As for the lollipops, despite their not insignificant caloric content, they couldn't provide a sense of fullness. Nevertheless, to the nearly desperate Chu Guang, they were quite a treat. Speaking of which, this system was really stingy. Was it so worried he'd eat too much or what, that it just palmed off these few items to him? Standing next to the exit point, Chu Guang stuffed the food into his backpack, then picked up the note that had come through on the conveyor belt and unfolded it for a look. It was written in the language of this world. "Is there any creature better suited to be sheared than players?" Not only are they brimming with curiosity, but they are also endlessly enthusiastic, facing challenges head-on without succumbing to the dire straits they find themselves in. Of course, the key point is they even consider issues from the operator's perspective, helping the operator to shear them. Packaging this device as a game, I am simply a genius. Manager of shelter number 404, please place this note in the 5th basic blind box. It's an Easter egg for my successor, Chu Guang. Honestly, he felt not a hint of the surprise one might find from discovering an Easter egg, but rather he found it somewhat absurd. But what did it mean by device, Zhao? What is it, master? Do you know the first-generation manager? I do not recognize them. My main program was only activated when you entered shelter number 404. According to the data records in the shelter's database, the transition of operational rights from the last manager occurred over a century ago. Chu Guang continued to inquire. Which year specifically? Zhao answered. January 1, 2157. The war ended in 2129, and humanity entered the Wasteland era. 2157 marked its 28th year. From now, 183 years. Chu Guang had always been sensitive to numbers, especially such crucial details. Once he committed them to memory, he rarely forgot. So you mean to say that 183 years ago, the first-generation manager invented this device capable of projecting the consciousness from a parallel world into clones and packaged it as a game, but for some reasons it was never used, correct? Perhaps it was because of nuclear winter. Or maybe another reason that the shelter had failed to meet the activation conditions. In any case, those from 100 years ago were probably long dead. Zhao said, that seems likely. What was his name? The first-generation manager. Chu Guang suddenly became curious about his identity. The person who had come up with such a whimsical setup might not be a genius, but anyone who could invent such an incredible technology amidst the decline of civilization was beyond a mere descriptor of genius. Projecting the consciousness from a parallel world into this plane and into clone containers. Chu Guang couldn't even begin to understand how that was possible. Technology beyond comprehension was, to him, no different from magic. I also do not know. There is no detailed information about him in the available database. Maybe it was deleted. Forget it. Asking you is as good as asking no one. Chu Guang was slightly disappointed but not discouraged. Currently, only level B1 of the shelter had been unlocked. As he progressed with the missions, the secrets buried in this shelter would eventually be fully revealed before him. Stuffing the note carelessly into the computer desk's drawer, Chu Guang tightened the straps of his backpack. Noticing his actions, Zhao, who was squatting in the corner, asked, "Master, are you leaving?" That flat, somewhat pitiful voice. "Yes, players won't log in until 3 days from now, and there's no point in me just waiting here. Better to go back and get prepared." This place called a shelter lacked even basic sustenance. Chu Guang had only half a square biscuit and half a bottle of water left on him, as well as the newly acquired compressed biscuit and lollipops from the reward points. This supply wouldn't last until 3 days later. Nearby in the survivor settlement, he had a rudimentary shelter stocked with some supplies and useful tools. Chu Guang planned to go back, organize a bit, and bring over anything he could carry. This would be his new base from now on. By the way, Zhao, what is it, master? I need your help with something. After a pause, Chu Guang continued. Our official website is too basic. I need you to add a forum feature and a directory and bestiary. Can you do that? Simply put, he wanted players to understand this game better. Convincing people to join just with words was a bit tough. Some groundwork had to be laid. Of course, you have editing rights for the website. Aside from the game reservation page, you can add subpages or modify existing pages. Good, I'll leave it to you then. I've got it covered. Zio-Chi seemed pleased with the task assigned by his master, even raising his speaker volume by half a decibel. Of course, that might just be Chu Guang's misunderstanding. Master, when will you return? Chu Guang thought for a moment and said, 3 days at the latest. If everything goes well, maybe even before tomorrow night. Present day, Cow Horse Club group chat. That guy named Light in the group chat, after dropping a website link, had disappeared. It was unclear whether he had gone offline or was just lurking. Initially, the topic of fully immersive virtual reality game was nearly over, but a few minutes ago, this guy's flurry in the small group chat had jerked the topic back to attention in the main chat. Quit smoking, damn, is this guy serious? Quit Smoking was also an active member who often popped up in the group, though not a manager. White Horse passing a gap. Yeah, after you guys made the reservation, he created a small group and dragged us few group managers into it. Scratch his head. White Horse passing a gap was the group owner, naturally also in that small group. Upon hearing this, the group members instantly boiled over. Darn it, it's a conspiracy. Do you guys know the name of the company brother Guang joined? I'm gonna report him for P2P trading. Funny. Nonsense, a company. Last year a VR company went bust and it took the boss down with it. VR is not the trend anymore. Keep your voices down. Guang might be peeping at our screens. Funny. What's he really up to, just for a joke? Who knows, maybe he's directing you brothers to a gambling site, waiting to harvest you all when there's enough traffic. I knew this guy was no good, just kick him out. The conversation gradually lost its appeal. It even escalated into personal attacks. Yue watched, frowning. He was about to say something when he saw the group owner step in to put the brakes on. Group silenced. White Horse passing a gap, guys, let's not be like this. The new members might not know Guang, but he's a decent person, just lacking in marksmanship, a bit blind, a bit lacking skills, everything else is fine. Long days ahead indeed. I believe Guang isn't veering off onto the wrong path into gambling. We're just not sure if his account was hacked. If so, our manager team will handle it. I'm going to retract this message in a bit. Let's change the topic. Ha smile. Group silence lifted. With the owner and managers having spoken, everyone respectfully dropped the topic and quickly shifted to discussing the Euro Cup. Yue didn't watch soccer, at least not football. Glancing at the time on the lower right corner of the screen, it was already 1800, just in time for dinner. Having uploaded his unfinished major assignment to the cloud, Yue pushed back his chair, went downstairs, ordered a spicy chicken fried rice, and savored it deliciously. When he leisurely returned to his dorm, he saw a cardboard box on the table and suddenly froze. A delivery. Ah Wei, what did you buy? Such a big thing. His dorm mate approached and the other two also turned their attention this way. Everyone was decent people. Yue wasn't in the dorm earlier, so it wasn't right to touch his stuff. Now that he had returned, it didn't matter anymore. They were all curious about what he had bought. I didn't buy anything. Who sent this over? The three roommates looked at each other. I didn't notice. Me neither. I don't know, I just went to get takeout. Weird. Usually, deliveries were left at the delivery station downstairs at the dorm, but today it was delivered directly to their door. Even weirder, Yue pondered that he had never written in the delivery address which seat he was in. Are delivery guys this awesome now? Opening the cardboard box, inside lay a helmet. The design looked quite like a motorcycle helmet, painted black inside and out, nothing special to look at. If anything was special, it was that it had no front. Putting it on would cover the whole head and he could see absolutely nothing. At first glance, Yue thought it was a pot. What the heck is this? The guy at the next table played with the helmet a bit, put it on his head, then took it off again, confusedly handing it back to Yue. You're asking me, but who am I to ask? Could it really be a pot? Yue also tried it baffledly, putting it on his head. His vision was pitch black. However, just as he was about to take it off, a pale blue light suddenly pierced the darkness, into his retina. Waiting for game activation, 71 hours 19 minutes. Could it be that game helmet? Damn it, was it shipped this fast? Yue was completely dumbfounded. None of you saw it. He took off the helmet and looked at his roommate who had just worn the helmet. However, that roommate, just as baffled, looked back at him. Saw what? Yue hurriedly said that countdown. It said, waiting for game activation. What, can this thing even be a gaming console? Move aside, Brother Liu's eyesight is bad, let me have a look. Another roommate took the helmet, tried it on, but after a while, like the first, confusedly took it off. Nothing, let me try. Each of the three roommates tried it on in turn, and without exception, none saw anything. They looked at each other and collectively turned to Yue, expressions odd. Bro, Yue, what maybe? You should go see a doctor, get lost. Yue cursed and snatched back the helmet, wearing it again in disbelief. The pale blue text arrived as expected. Waiting for game activation, 71 hours, 17 minutes. The countdown had advanced by 2 minutes. Not just that. Right then, he suddenly discovered that no matter how he turned the helmet, that line of countdown always appeared right in the center of his field of vision, even if he closed his eyes. Yue took off the helmet, his face ghostly. Damn, had he really seen a ghost? 200 years ago, to be precise, in the year 2125, a war broke out on this prosperous planet. Both sides of the war were determined to completely annihilate the other, utilizing almost every means available. The war lasted only 3 years, but it only took 3 years to destroy everything on the face of the Earth. The long nuclear winter nearly extinguished the flames of civilization, and both sides succeeded in sending each other to hell, while also burying themselves. From then on, the Wasteland era, even more desolate than the Great Depression, began. Although 2 centuries had passed since that apocalyptic battle, and the nuclear winter had largely ended over a century ago, humankind had not returned to the top of the food chain. The proliferation of nuclear weapons, biological weapons, and even genetic weapons caused the entire planet's ecosystem to evolve in extreme directions. And those mutants known as variants posed the primary threat to the survivors struggling among the ruins. For example, when Chu Guang first arrived in this world, one of the things he encountered was a wolf dog with 2 heads of variant. However, even among variants, there are differences in strength. Creatures like the 2-headed hyena dog, a freak caused by gamma rays, generally have low combat power. With a few luck exceptions, some may even be weaker than before their mutation. In contrast, the eaters, crawlers, and other such variants, caused by biological weapons, and so mutated they can no longer be traced back to their ancestors, were truly born for slaughter. Their nervous systems were infected by mutant fungi during the day. They usually hid in ruins, sewers, or subway facilities away from light, and it was only at nightfall that they ventured out to hunt for food. The situation in the suburbs was a lot better than in the city, especially the distant suburbs. In the past 5 months, the most dangerous variant that Chu Guang had encountered was a mutant brown bear. Although that fellow had tremendous strength, its reactions were relatively slow. Chu Guang carefully avoided it before it noticed him. The early morning light broke through the damaged concrete walls, and together with the shadows of the steel rebar debris, fell onto the streets littered with automobile wreckage and broken stones. The current time was 8 in the morning. Here, the time differed by about 12 hours from the East 8 time zone over in the present world. Watching the 2 mutated hyenas wandering the streets, Chu Guang gripped the pointed iron pipe in his hand and cautiously made his way behind the ruins. Though he was confident he could take them down, there was no need to court unnecessary trouble. What's more, these creatures were clever and even knew to use their kind as bait. No one knew how many more might be lurking in the shadows of the nearby ruins. He made his way along the small path through the dilapidated blocks. Upon seeing the sign for the Bet Street Children's Park, Chu Guang finally let out a sigh of relief. Ahead was Bet Street, the larger survivor settlement in the area, home to over 100 survivor families. Before the war broke out, this had been a children's amusement park with a plethora of recreational facilities and a spacious lawn. After the war, the military designated it as a temporary refuge and accommodated a large number of citizens who fled from the downtown area of Clear Spring City. What became of those refugees is unknown, but after more than 2 centuries, today the area had evolved into a small town. Using discarded plastic boards, canopies, wood, and metal supports, people cobbled together makeshift shanties on the bare muddy ground. It was strikingly similar to those of the outlaw era. The amusement park's enclosing wall was a natural barrier, and after rough repairs, had been fortified with barbed wire and spiked wooden planks. At the center of the amusement park stood a 5-story classical castle, reminiscent of a fairy tale. The paint on its surface had long since peeled away, and the wall facing the city center had collapsed significantly, leaving only half of the northern side in a solitary, rickety tower. Even if it were a fairy tale, it would certainly be a dark one. Yet even in this broken state, it remained the most luxurious building on Bet Street, and it was also the home of the town mayor. Having lived here for 5 months, Chu Guang had not met the mayor. The personage was shrouded in mystery, rarely making public appearances. Yo, back so early. Watching Chu Guang come around the corner of the street, old Walter, dangling a pipe, squinted his eyes and exhaled a puff of murky white smoke from his nostrils. In his hand, he held a double-barreled shotgun. Despite its age, no one doubted its lethality. Chu Guang had witnessed firsthand how the old man had fired just 2 shots and taken down a mutant brown bear that had gone berserk and charged the gates of Bet Street. Since then, he had always desired to possess one himself. I was held up outside all night. Outside, the old man glanced at the spiked iron pipe Chu Guang carried on his back, raising an eyebrow in a hint of surprise. Nighttime was incredibly dangerous, and no one knew this better than him. Every night shift, he dared not let his index finger stray from the trigger, as any slight rustle or movement put his nerves on edge. Although the variants in the remote suburbs weren't as dangerous as those in the urban areas, there were a great many looters who eyed this place like tigers watching their prey. Falling into their hands wouldn't be much better than dying at the hands of a variant. Old Walter had his doubts that this guy could actually spend a night in the wasteland unharmed with just a steel pipe. There was a bit of an accident. Chu Guang didn't explain, merely giving Old Walter a tired look that said to draw his own conclusions, then walked through the gates of the survivor settlement. There was only one junk recycling station on Bet Street, and it was easy to find, located right next to the entrance gate of the survivor settlement. An old electronic scale that never gave accurate readings sat beneath the shutter door. Next to it stood a sign that professed fair prices, honesty to all. This store was the property of the town mayor, and the only place on Bet Street that bought scrap parts and mole hides. In order to monopolize the scavenging business, this despot even brazenly enacted a law. No one was to sell their hunted game or scavenged trash privately to the commercial teams that passed through. The reason given was to ensure that the goods from Bet Street fetched reasonable prices, instead of being shamelessly squeezed by sly merchants. The fact that such arrogant and unreasonable rules could be enacted was partly due to the ignorance of the local survivors. Moreover, most commercial teams wouldn't risk offending the despot by buying the pitiful amount of materials from the hands of scavengers. They only engaged in larger trades, and only did business with trusted individuals. Selling or buying, the shopkeeper was a 50-year-old man named Charlie, rumored to have been a resident of a shelter from another province before being captured as a slave, until the town's mayor bought him from a slave owner and entrusted him with interacting with the scavengers. Most residents here were wasteland-born with no education to speak of, and their math skills were poor to the extent that they might even miscalculate basic addition or subtraction within 100. But Charlie was different. He came from a shelter. Although none of the shelters in the wasteland were exactly alike, they did share one commonality. Those who lived there were invariably the elite of pre-war society. Their children not only inherited their parents' intelligence, but were provided with good education from a young age. If this world hadn't gone to hell, he probably would have ended up like his forebears, becoming an engineer, doctor, or scholar, instead of keeping accounts here, selling. Without further small talk, Chu Guang pulled out 6 scrap batteries and 5 tubes of adhesive from his backpack and tossed them onto the scales tray. He had scavenged these from the remnants of buildings nearby before he discovered shelter number 404. Old Charlie picked up the scrap batteries from the table, casually checked the type, and for any bulging or damage, then carelessly tossed them onto a scale next to him. One could be certain these were useless, but still the materials inside could be recycled. Decent quality given that the trash around here's been pretty picked over. Where did you find this good stuff? This could be considered good stuff, got lucky. Heh, was just asking. The batteries aren't bad, but the quality of the adhesive is so-so. The seals have been tampered with, and it's probably a mess inside. I can only give you half the rate for those. Altogether, it's 3 points in chips. Chu Guang didn't bother to haggle, and took the 3 white chips from Charlie's hand. These plastic coins with a metallic feel were the money issued by Giant Stone City, the largest survivor settlement in Qingquan City, and could be exchanged for food and supplies in most survivor settlements around Qingquan City. The chips had their denomination on the front and a special security code and unique holographic print on the back that shimmered under sunlight. These chips were heat-resistant, easy to store, highly recognizable, and most impossible to replicate with post-war technology. Places like Bet Street, with smaller populations and no industrial capabilities, mainly conducted business with the commercial teams from Giant Stone City, exchanging agricultural produce, hunted game, and scavenged trash for necessary living supplies and even weapons. Naturally, this currency started circulating in Bet Street as well. Of course, it wasn't always effective if the commercial teams didn't visit for a month. The settlement's prices would spiral out of control. The mayor had tried to introduce Bet Street's own currency, a sort of voucher system, but no one acknowledged it. Even the survivors of Bet Street knew well that such paper was more of a hassle than help, barely distinguishable from trash. Would you like to buy something? The store just received a new shipment from Giant Stone City. Just as Chu Guang was about to leave, he paused in his steps and turned back to ask, "Do you have any guns?" "No, none of that, and even if we did, you couldn't afford it." Old Charlie cracked a smile and continued as Chu Guang turned to leave. "However, there is some food and fuel available. If I were you, I'd definitely buy more before the price goes up." Weapons, even the cheapest kind, were hard to come by in places like Bet Street. Even if the occasional arms caravan passed through here, those weapons usually ended up in the mayor's own warehouse and were never laid out on the shelves for people to choose from. Moreover, as old Charlie had said, even if such things were available, scavengers like them could never afford them. Chu Guang understood why he said that. As a well-educated resident from the refuge, Charlie must have seen that all the survivors living on Bet Street whether scavengers or hunters, had been completely exploited by the mayor and his family. Even if the Lord Mayor had never personally reached into their pockets to take even a single chip, food and fuel are going up in price. Looking at the surprise on Chu Guang's face, Charlie said with a faint smile, "Haven't you noticed? It's getting colder lately and the variants outside are starting to get active." Chu Guang frowned in thought for a moment, then suddenly realized something and spoke. "Is winter coming? I remember you arrived here 5 months ago. Perhaps you haven't experienced it, but around this time in previous years, it would usually begin to get colder. This year, winter might come a bit earlier. It's possible that it'll start snowing in October." At this, Charlie paused for a moment, then said with profound meaning, "Winter is coming. Both people and variants need to start preparing in advance." When Chu Guang first came to Bet Street, he wore a blue jacket, and Charlie had subconsciously taken him for someone from the shelter, so he had been quite caring towards him. Although this care never reflected in the trading prices, this old man had indeed helped Chu Guang with some experience. Otherwise, he wouldn't have adapted to life on the wasteland so quickly. Chu Guang nodded seriously. "Don't mention it," Charlie said with a faint smile, "just don't die." It was already the beginning of September, and if it were really going to snow in October, Chu Guang had only a little over a month left to prepare. For the survivors living in this area, snowfall was definitely not something to rejoice over. It meant that besides food, they would also have to add fuel expenses. Most people here lived off of scavenging and hunting. Nearby farms only needed people during the busy seasons. In winter, the difficulty of scavenging would exponentially rise. No one could predict whether the parts buried in the snow were reusable junk or the fangs of mutated rats. And animals like deer and rabbits, which could provide meat, would reduce their activity times or even hide in their lairs to overwinter. Most fatal of all, once winter arrived, the caravans would no longer come here. Even if good items were scavenged, they could only be piled up at home, waiting to be sold when spring came the following year. Or take the risk of venturing to Giant Stone City, 10 kilometers away. That was the largest survivor settlement in the Clear Spring City area, and even in winter, its market would not close. However, it was located on the edge of Clear Spring City's 3rd Ring Road, right next to the North District of Clear Spring City, with countless dangers lurking along the way. For an ordinary person to think about walking there, especially when the lowest temperature could reach -10 degrees in winter, was tantamount to suicide. After leaving the recycling station, Chu Guang first went back to his place of residence. It was more of a makeshift shelter, barely able to keep out the rain, than a home, lacking even a proper window or door. Until yesterday, he had thought about saving up some cement, PVC boards, and other materials to seal the drafty walls before the arrival of winter. But now it seemed there was no need. Prying open a rusty aluminum box from a moldy sleeping bag, Chu Guang strained to open it and poured out the plastic coins clattering onto the wobbly wooden table. A total of 47 white chips with a face value of 1 point each, including the 3 on his person. That made exactly 50 points. This money had been saved up little by little, scrimping and saving, so that one day he could leave this hellhole and move to the better conditions in Giant Stone City. But now, well, he had a new plan for this fortune. Why rely on others when you can stand on your own? The ruins of the sanatorium above the shelter can be put to use, and the walls around the building are all concrete structures. If there were players to command, gathering some materials nearby, the difficulty of repairs shouldn't be too great. The wetland park is near the sanatorium, making it inconvenient to collect metal scrap, but the surrounding vegetation is still quite lush. There shouldn't be too much shortage of fuel for heating. Besides, wood can also be used for repairing buildings and making furniture. Axes. Right, I'll need to buy 4 axes. Leveling up by fighting monsters. Not possible. They said it was a 100 realistic hardcore game, and if it's a hardcore game, you naturally have to start with the most basic work. Tools like shovels and saws can't be neglected either. Even before the players logged in, Looter had already thought about how to arrange them. Of course, besides the tools for work, there's also the critical issue of food rations. Once activated, the cultivation chamber would immediately consume the pre-stored active substances within and synthesize a clone for the players to use. And these clones needed to eat. Although the clones could lie dormant in the cultivation chamber with a lower metabolism when the players weren't online, they couldn't always lie down. People needed to eat to live, and that was an eternal truth. At least I need to store enough food for 5 adults for a week. Assuming 2 meals a day, 1 flatbread per meal, that would be 70 pieces. Flatbread was the most common food on Bet Street. 1 plastic coin would buy 1 piece. This thing was usually as big as a palm, and it might have bark or other fibers mixed into it. It was tough and coarse to bite into, like earth mixed with sand, but it could fill the stomach and added a bit of salt. If you boiled it in a pot, you could make porridge. 70 pieces of bread would cost 70 plastic coins to buy, and even if you haggled, it wouldn't be less than 60 plastic coins. With such expenses, he wouldn't have enough budget. Looter's brow furrowed, but then it relaxed again. He had made things too complicated moments ago. There was no need to feed those players too well. If he replaced the flatbread with its raw material, it was green wheat, produced by the nearby farms. For just 3 plastic coins, you could get a whole kilogram. Stocking 5 kilograms would be enough for a few days, and if worse came to worst, you could mix in bark or plant roots like the survivors on Bet Street did. As for the rest, he would figure out something when the time came. Let's just prepare these things for now. He swept the allocated plastic coins into his backpack and slung it back onto his shoulder. Although he hadn't slept all night, he was now too excited, as if he had found a new purpose in life without the slightest hint of tiredness. When he opened the door and came outside, he saw the little girl from next door squatting at the entrance of the neighboring shack, curiously looking his way. Looter recognized her name, Yuzai Oyu, the youngest daughter of the Yu family. Most survivors in the Wasteland were thin and haggard, and Yuzai Oyu was no exception. Her arms and legs as thin as reeds made it hard to believe she was of marriageable age. Noticing Looter's gaze, she didn't act shy but walked out from her house. I heard noises from your place and came to see. Every morning at dawn, the men of Bet Street would go out to scavenge or hunt, while the elderly, women, and children usually stayed home to mind the house or do some work that could earn money. Although everyone was poor and lived hand to mouth, unable to save any money, and with nothing worth stealing at home, no one wanted strangers taking small advantages in their homes while they were out. This man named Looter was an outsider, usually leaving early and returning late, seldom interacting with the local community. She didn't know much about him, only noticing that he didn't look like the type to endure hardships. Initially, everyone was cautious of him, and her mother had told her to keep an eye on this foreigner. However, Yuzai thought he didn't seem like a bad person because he had once shared a bowl of soup with her when he was cooking at his door. It's nothing. I can watch your house when you're out, she blinked, happily adding, I'm free anyway. Poor child. If this were the other world, she would still be in school at her age. Not wanting to appear offensive, Looter hid the faint sympathy in his eyes, took a lollipop from his pocket without expression, and put it into the little girl's hand. Here, eat this. Don't tell anyone I gave it to you. Otherwise, you won't get any more. She had never seen this kind of food before. Yuzai first tried to bite the wrapper, realizing it was unchewable. Then she discovered she had to tear it open. Her big eyes fixed on the red fruit ball stuck on a plastic stick, she cautiously stuck out her tongue, giving it a light lick. What flavor is this? So sweet. But the man who gave her the candy had already walked away. Dog and Horse Management Discussion Group. This is a small group with only 4 people. The group owner is White Horse Passing a Gap, and the members are 3 dogs and horses from the adjacent group. In other words, Dog Management, Night 10, getting up countless times in one night, Level 8 Great Gale, long days ahead. Night 10, did you all receive the helmets? Old White, got it. It's pretty strange, dumped right at my doorstep. Fang Chang, I found mine at the garage entrance. Wild Wind, mine was on my office desk. I thought it belonged to a colleague. Night 10, none of yours is as bizarre as mine. The package was delivered straight to my dorm. All 3 of my roommates were there, and not one of them saw how it got in. And the creepiest part, I don't know if you guys noticed, but when you put on the helmet, you can see a countdown timer, but no one else can see anything. The group fell eerily silent for a bit. The first to break the silence was the group owner, White Horse Passing a Gap. Old White, now that you mention it, it does seem pretty strange. Fang Chang, what kind of gaming company has such vast powers, not only knowing our addresses but delivering the packages without anyone noticing? Wild Wind, yeah, that's what concerns me the most. The address is understandable. They could theoretically figure out our real-world location from the IP address when we clicked on the link. But the logistics. I can't wrap my head around it. I'm in Jinling, and if I remember correctly, Night 10 is studying in Jiang City. That's a difference of 500 kilometers, but we all found the helmets almost simultaneously. Night 10, right, and shortly after clicking the link. Old White, shit, should we call the police? Fang Chang, there's no property damage, so the police will probably have a hard time dealing with it. Plus, what are you going to tell them? The courier delivered it to the wrong address. There's an issue with the helmet. Others can't see anything when they wear it, except for the person using it. Wild Wind, yeah, that's the biggest issue. It's hard to explain to others what this thing is. I even tried to put my mobile phone inside the helmet while wearing it, but although I could clearly see something, the phone couldn't capture anything. Wild Wind, who is a teacher in reality and probably teaches science, speaks in an orderly manner, and this statement was unanimously agreed upon by Fang Chang and Old White. Night 10, should we take the helmet apart to have a look? Wild Wind, it's not impossible, but there's a risk. At least I haven't found a place where it can be disassembled. If we resort to force, it's unlikely we'll be able to put it back together. At this point, they decided not to risk it. Fang Chang, true, we can't screw over Ah Guang. The fact that the helmet had been left at the door of his garage by someone with such vast powers made him somewhat believe what that guy with the ID light had said. Could this company be a mysterious research organization supported by state agencies? Whatever it was, as it stood, they had not suffered any losses. Plus, he was quite interested in fully immersive VR games. The countdown had successfully piqued his interest. Wild Wind, I messaged Brother Guang privately on the Penguin platform, but he hasn't replied yet. That official website's URL doesn't look like it belongs to a domestic site. It even resembles a non-standard domain name, so I can't find any registration info. Night 10, the dark web. Wild Wind, not sure. Old White, let's just leave it at that. For now, discussing it is pointless. At the end of the day, in 3 days, we'll know what's the deal with the helmet. While the players discussed, Chu Guang in the Wasteland was busy making his final preparations. 5 kilograms of green wheat and some iron tools. Chu Guang had worked hard to move these items inconspicuously from Bet Street to Wetland Park, 3 kilometers away. Shelter number 404 was hidden underground in this park, with the entrance inside a nondescript sanatorium. The vegetation here was lush, and it was also near a lake, which theoretically meant that there should be plenty of wildlife in the area. Chu Guang was very careful after getting close, watching out for any potential dangers in the surroundings. Fortunately, no accidents occurred. He checked the marks he had made at the sanatorium entrance to ensure that no variants or looters had slipped in while he was away. Then he pushed open the door with the pointed end of a water pipe and cautiously stepped inside. The entrance to shelter number 404 was the elevator in the innermost part of the sanatorium lobby, the only one labeled with a level B1 floor. Chu Guang first went down to drop off the grains in the corridor between the elevator base and the airlock door outside the buffer room. This was an open space, roughly 40 to 50 meters below the ground level. To be honest, it wasn't the perfect place to store food, but it was still better than leaving it in the sanatorium to be targeted by passing rats or mutant cockroaches. Passed through the 2 airlock doors of the buffer room. Entering the hall, Chu Guang looked at Xiao Qi squatting in the corner and said, "Is the forum feature on the official website developed yet?" "It's already done." "What about the players? Have they received their helmets?" "They've received them, yes." "That fast?" Chu Guang was slightly surprised. He remembered leaving shelter number 404 at 6 in the morning, and it was only around 1 o'clock in the afternoon now, a mere 7 hours apart. Is the flow of time here in the Wasteland the same as in modern society, a 11 flow? Of course it is, but the time here corresponds to the Earth's Western Time Zone 4. Hua Nation in the current world is in Eastern Time Zone 8, with a time difference of about 12 hours with Western Time Zone 4, which means it's 1 o'clock in the morning in the eastern region of Hua Nation right now. Chu Guang sat in front of the computer and logged into the official website's backend. Xiao Qi had added a forum feature to the official website as per his instruction, but there was no traffic yet naturally, so there wasn't a single post. The same was true for the database and the illustrated handbook. How can I upload photos from here to this place? Chu Guang pointed at the image library on the screen. Just upload it directly. What I meant was, how do I take pictures? Or do you have something like a camera? It was absurd that such a huge shelter had nothing at all on level B1. Not to mention leaving some weapons for personal use. Shouldn't there be at least some basic survival tools prepared? Probably no camera, but my camera can take pictures for you. What kind do you want to take? Just here. Looking at the robot that resembled a waste paper basket in the corner of the wall, Chu Guang sighed and said, "Taking pictures here is pointless. Never mind, I'll figure something out myself." He couldn't possibly bring variants here. However, taking Xiao Qi outside was something to consider. Most variants weren't particularly interested in an inedible pile of metal with a bit of camouflage perched atop a building. It could be a divine artifact for watchkeeping. The more Chu Guang thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He logged onto Penguin number through the resident hall computer. Chu Guang found that 4 players had sent him private messages, inquiring which company he worked for, what exactly was meant by a fully immersive game, and what exactly the game helmet was all about. To be honest, Chu Guang didn't know how to answer their questions either, nor was it possible to tell them the real situation of this world. Only by making them believe this place was the game world could they descend as the 4th heaven disaster, fearless and tireless, becoming his strongest tools. "Master, what is it?" Looking at Chu Guang closing the computer and standing up from the chair, Xiao Qi curiously asked from his corner, "Aren't you going to reply to their messages?" "There's no need. The more explanations, the more loopholes, better to brush them off with corporate secrets or state secrets. As for the rest, let them guess on their own." What are brains for if not for making guesses? Aren't they for filling in the blanks? "I am an NPC." Facing the mirror, Chu Guang took a deep breath, straightened his collar, and tried to make himself look sufficiently authoritative and emotionless. 3 days had already passed since that day. In a few minutes, it would be time for the players to log into the game. As for this blue jacket he was wearing, it was the same one he had been wearing when he first arrived in this world long ago. Old Charlie on Bet Street had once told him that the residents coming out of the shelter seemed to all wear this. "I am an NPC." Chu Guang practiced again, using a mirror he had found outside. The nature of this new job was completely different from the sales job he used to Dosmal's. Like a breath of spring, and polite attitudes shouldn't appear on a manager's face at all. After all, this was the Wasteland, where the law of the jungle prevailed. To survive in this wasteland, his image didn't have to be that of a tough iron-blooded man, but at least it should give enough confidence and security. Touching the lines of his cheeks, Chu Guang pondered in his mind whether he should carve a scar on his forehead, or maybe just style his hair into a punk mohawk. After all, this was the wasteland, where the law of the jungle prevailed. Too handsome. It would affect the sense of immersion. Master. As Chu Guang, still playing with his look in the mirror, raised his chin expressionlessly. What is it? Xiao Qi whispered. According to the data I looked up, NPCs in the game usually don't refer to themselves as NPCs. Chu Guang's expression froze slightly, and he cleared his throat lightly, saying, "Of course I know." Facing the mirror, he muttered again. "I am the manager of shelter number 404. The appointed time should have almost arrived. 3 hours ago, the cultivation chamber had already completed the synthesis of the clone, and he had agreed on Penguin with 4 lucky players who got the beta testing opportunity that before 9 p.m. Beijing time, they would wear their helmets, find a comfortable position to lie flat or sideways, and log in on time at 9 p.m. As Chu Guang was thinking about how he should make his entrance in front of the players, suddenly, a ding sound echoed in his mind. Following that, a line of text appeared before him. Mission completed. Chu Guang's heart tightened slightly. Here it came. Holy, 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 holy. Incredible. In a nondescript room next to the resident hall's living area, 4 cultivation chambers unlocked simultaneously, opening their semi-transparent chamber doors. Sitting up from the open cultivation chambers, Yue looked around, dumbfounded, his face filled with surprise and even bewilderment. Is this the game world? Until a minute ago, he was still wondering if this could be a meticulously planned joke. However, just as he lay on the bed with his fully charged helmet about to fall asleep, a light pierced through the darkness toward him. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a strange room, covered in a damp mess, as if he had just been fished out of a pool. The air blowing from the vent above fell on his shoulders, and he could distinctly feel the liquid evaporating bit by bit, taking away his body warmth. There was also a faint odor accompanying it. Yue suddenly gasped, widening his eyes. Vision, smell, touch, taste, hearing, all 5 senses intact. Awesome. This immersive feeling filled his eyes with tears. He couldn't believe that in his lifetime he would truly witness fully immersive virtual reality technology. This was beyond incredible. It wasn't just him. The other 3 players who had sat up from the cultivation chambers also simultaneously showed shocked expressions. Holy, 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 holy. I actually thought it was a joke. Damn, it really is fully immersive. Has technology advanced this much already? Damn, why haven't I ever seen this in the news? Hiss. Even the sense of pain is damn real. A player pinched himself. Who the hell are you? An NPC. An NPC, my ass, I'm old white horse passing a gap. And who are you? What the fuck, boss? I'm Wild Wind, level 8 Great Gale. Why do you look like that? Ha 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 ha, you're killing me. Get lost. Call me boss again and I'll show you what rough means. Hey, this game is pretty interesting. Did it already set appearances? Wonder if we can edit characters in the public version. Old White pinched himself too. Despite wincing in pain, his face was filled with joy. Exciting, thrilling, unbelievable. Dreams turned into reality. Yue, who was on the neighboring bed, stared wide-eyed, unmoving, trying to digest the shock. Besides him, another guy sat unmoved, who seemed to be long days ahead from the group. He stared pensively between his legs, apparently deep in thought about something. Is the character setting defaulted to male? No character customization phase. I mean, can I create a female character? Damn, you're quite saucy, aren't you? You must be Night 10. I'm Fang Chang. What the fuck? Fang Chang. Good brother. You get what I mean, right? Beat it, I was just saying. This guy next to us is Night 10, right? You all came. As the 3 of them looked over, Yue finally snapped out of it. Realizing he was still naked, he quickly grabbed the uniform hanging beside the cultivation chamber and threw it over his head, casually responding. Yeah, just arrived. How do we play this game? Isn't there a tutorial for newbies? Don't know, we just got here too. As soon as he finished talking, the door to the room opened. A man in a blue jacket walked in. Behind him followed a trash bin-shaped robot, its tubular body looking somewhat comical, yet its streamlined shell and polished silver paint exuded a sci-fi vibe. All 4 players stared intensely. An NPC, just like a real person. Is this really the game world? It's too realistic. Quiet, Chu Guang halted the noisy chatter, glancing around at the 4 players in the room before slowly speaking. Welcome to shelter number 404. I am the manager here, code named on. An instantaneous silence filled the air. The 4 players, unexpectedly well-behaved, gazed at him holding their breath, afraid to miss any plot detail. It appeared his presence had successfully taken control of the scene. Chu Guang breathed a sigh of relief internally and continued according to the script he had prepared. Firstly, I have some good news. The war is over. But the bad news is, our world is unrecognizable. If you're hoping to grab your bags and go home to find mom, that's obviously not possible. It's the 200th year post-apocalypse, and fortunately, we've survived the toughest years. Standing here, you're luckier than 12 billion people. And now, I need you to quickly understand the current situation and fulfill your oath under the United Human Flag rebuild our homeland. Beside me is my assistant. Its name is Zio Chi. If you have any questions about the shelter or anything unclear, feel free to ask it. That was the opening speech. When the next batch of players came, Chu Guang would say it again. After all, it had been painstakingly crafted. And on Zio Chi's part, what could be disclosed and what couldn't had already been briefed by Chu Guang, so there wasn't much worry about slipping up. Even if something did slip up, it wouldn't matter. Any unanswerable questions could be dismissed with "it's just a game setting." These days, what setting is perfect? If someone insisted on nitpicking, even the national news broadcast could be found buggy. Seeing that Chu Guang had finally finished, the player whose registered nickname was Night 10 quickly asked, "Could you tell me where Brother Guang is? I mean the game planner who gave us the helmets." "I don't understand what you're saying," Chu Guang replied expressionlessly. "How do we log out of the game?" Old White followed up. "Go back and lie down in the cultivation chamber, and you can log out properly." There was another way to log out by fainting, sleeping, dying, or other abnormal states, but Chu Guang certainly didn't want them to experiment at will. Lying in the cultivation chamber was energy efficient, while handling bodies lying around would be problematic. What about the levels? Where's the player system interface? I can't seem to find it. Wild Wind had just voiced this question when Fang Chang immediately interjected. Where's the character customization system? Can't we change the character settings? And about the character's gender? Enough, those are questions you should ask the planner. Cough, it's not your turn to ask questions yet. With a face full of frustration, Chu Guang sternly interrupted their endless queries. He flung 4 booklets into their hands without explanation. "I will show you around here and tell you what you need to beware of, especially what is allowed and what you shouldn't even think about." Without rules, there can be no standards. Especially for players fond of stirring up trouble, it's important not to show mercy. Residents of the Refuge Handbook 1 edition. 1. The manager's orders are supreme, and all residents of the refuge must obey unconditionally. 2. For residents who violate the rules, the manager reserves the right to use forced dormancy or solitary confinement as the ultimate measures. Note: forced dormancy is equivalent to being kicked out of the game, while solitary confinement means banning login privileges. 3. The manager has the final interpretation right of all the above terms. Being kicked out for breaking rules had gone beyond the capabilities of ordinary NPCs. Reading the note after the second item in the Residents of the Refuge Handbook, players thoroughly understood that this NPC was not just an NPC, but also had some GM permissions to ban players who affected the gaming experience of others. Now there are few people, and the rules are just these 3 for the time being, but if more need to be added later, Chu Guang would consider releasing a 2 version or even a 20 version. For example, codifying the rules of contact between players and NPCs, and prohibited activities within the game, among other things. One of the reasons the alpha test was preceded by a closed beta test was also because of this. The space inside the refuge was not large, though it seemed there were plenty of rooms, about 20 in total. Each of them was actually very small, crowded full with 4 cultivation chambers. The previous manager seemed deeply afraid that he wouldn't work hard and would idly consume resources, so he had cleaned out level B1 entirely, leaving not a single useful item behind for him. Chu Guang did not stay in the refuge too long after finishing stating the rules. He took the 4 players and Zio Chi onto the elevator leading to the outside world. These 4 beta test players were quite obedient, giving him the manager due respect, though their curiosity was a bit too exuberant. From the moment their feet touched the ground, they were like Granny Liu entering the Grand View Gardens, touching this and looking at that all along the way, wanting to touch everything. Not a single cell in their bodies could stay still. The elevator came to a halt. Looking through the broken windows at the sunlight spilling in front of the elevator, all 4 players issued the astonished exclamations of those who'd never seen the world before. "Whoa, this light, these walls, this is way too awesome." Sunlight filtering through the cracks of the concrete ruins, shining on the grass emerging from the floor and the visible dust motes floating in the light. Every frame is a piece of art, every second is burning money. Brilliant, Brother Rai is so cultured. "Cut it out, call me Grandpa Fang brother." "Sure thing, Brother Rai." A bunch of rubes. Chu Guang found it somewhat amusing, but he understood them, so he pretended he hadn't heard anything and proceeded with his duty as an NPC, leading them outside of the sanatorium. Turning to face them as he looked at the tools placed on the ground, Chu Guang began, "As you can see before you, the nuclear war ended 200 years ago. Our current location is in the far northern outskirts of Qingquan City, quite far from the nuclear crater. Unless we encounter a luminous rain or visibly radioactive clouds, we needn't worry too much about excessive gamma values. The refuge cannot shelter us forever, nor can our civilization forever hide beneath the rubble. Remember, we are the vanguard returning to the surface behind us. Thousands await our good news, and there's no time for dallying. First task we need to do is to repair the sanatorium beneath our feet and establish a forward outpost on these ruins. It will become the bridgehead for our return to the surface. I am assigning you a task. Pick up the axes on the ground, go outside and chop some wood to bring back. Before winter arrives, we need to stockpile enough fuel and repair the broken walls surrounding us. Remember not to stray too far, and if you encounter any variants, do not act recklessly, retreat immediately. Move out. Chu Guang thought he'd have to spend more time speaking. To his surprise, these players were even more obedient than he had imagined, quickly picking up the axes and getting to work. The speed of their actions was as if they couldn't wait for him to finish, lest they waste time they could spend working. Master, are you sure these folks are all right? Zio Qi, following silently by his side, expressed its concern, always feeling that these clones didn't quite have their heads on straight. That's why I'd you come out too. Chu Guang glanced up at the sanatorium behind him, paused for a moment and continued. You go to the window on the north side of the third floor and keep an eye on them. If they run into trouble or stray too far, give me a shout. As for himself, he needed to check the rewards for completing tasks. The waste basket next to Chu Guang did not move. After a while, Zio Qi spoke softly. Master, what is it? Well, I don't have legs. The moving waste basket circled around Chu Guang's legs, demonstrating its means of movement. It wasn't until then that Chu Guang noticed the creature had always been gliding around on 4 sets of casters. All right then, I'll carry you up, he sighed. Chu Guang crouched down and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Boy, oh boy, it was quite heavy. Ka. Duang, a tree as thick as a thigh, slowly fell over, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. I don't think this looks like the Wasteland. Then what does it look like? It's more like a forest. I'm talking about the forest. I don't know if you've played it, but it's where you chop trees like this and build houses. A divine artifact for gaming, of course I've played, and not just played, I've built a house up in the heavens. But building there is much simpler, just a click of the mouse does it, not like here. Damn, this axe is heavy. Speaking of settings, I actually think this is quite realistic. I remember watching a documentary about returning to Chernobyl, 40 years without human disturbance, and it had evolved into a new ecosystem, buildings entangled with vines, trees growing taller than houses. The setting for this game is the Wasteland 200 years later. Right, it's not impossible. I even think the conditions in the city might be more exaggerated than here. Watching the mess behind them, Old White wiped off some sweat and clicked his tongue. If this were the real world, I'd probably end up in jail for a long time. He had been busy for about 2 hours. Although the efficiency wasn't high and the stumps looked like they'd been gnawed on by dogs, he had managed to chop down about a dozen pine trees, each as thick as a thigh, and countless smaller ones. However, the manager had not specified how much was needed, so no one was sure if they had enough. To be honest, this game is way too realistic. Whether it's the dull thunk of the axe hitting the tree or the flying wood chips and sunlight streaming through the leaves, it reminds me of. All right, cut the bull. Night 10 cut off Fang Chang's reminiscing, leaning on his axe, looking at the scattered branches and autumn leaves on the ground, and said, gasping for breath, since we can chop trees, building houses and farming shouldn't be a problem, right? The physical abilities within the game were much better than those in the real world. The real world Night 10 belonged to the group whose physical condition had been drained by 9 years of mandatory education, but in the Wasteland, he could at least muster a pair of biceps. Of course, the happiest was old Waitaka White Horse passing a gap. His character might not have looked great, with a beard worthy of a bristle pad, but roll up his sleeves and it was all muscle, a sign of strength. If we're going to farm, I suggest we set a fire. The ash from the burnt vegetation can be mixed into the soil. Once winter passes, by next spring, that'll be fertile ground. Of course, that presupposes that the game is indeed that realistic, otherwise it'd be a waste of effort. You know, I've always wondered why you look at Old White with muscles like he works out, while I struggle even to hold an axe. Wild Wind was panting heavily. His character was probably the closest to his real-world physicality, getting worn out after just a little exercise. Every character definitely has different attributes, although I don't know how those are determined, mused Fang Chang, rubbing the back of his head before adding, but I do have a guess. What's your guess? The 3 players were all interested in his discovery. Anyone who had spent time at the Cow Horse Club knew him to be an expert on several solo game walkthroughs, and the person with the most extensive Steam gameplay library in their group. Whether it was FPS, RPG, or SLG, there wasn't a genre he didn't play. You must have noticed that we woke up from a silvery canister. Considering the theme of the game, there are 2 possibilities for our backstory. 1, we came to the present from before a war through cryogenic dormancy technology. 2, we're all clones. Of course, personally, I think the latter would make things simpler. especially since it would easily explain how respawning works. Just recombine a new body from the DNA stored in the cultivation chamber. Fang Chang continued, seeing the players look at each other in confusion. I suspect they'll add an attribute panel and levels or something similar later, and our differences in physical abilities are likely a part of that setup. I'm also really looking forward to the developers coming up with a unique game mechanism. For instance, integrating DNA with an occupation system to differentiate between strength-oriented players and agility-oriented players, each with their distinctive attribute growth curves. This would not only ensure freedom but also enrich gameplay. It's a shame characters are assigned randomly. It would be great if we could decide our initial attributes. After a long talk, Fang Chang finally paused. Enough chit-chat. Once I log off, I'll have a chat with Brother Guang. He remembered Brother Guang saying he was a planner for the game. Talking directly to a planner about this stuff definitely beat their baseless discussions. Just then, Knight 10, who was staring into the distance, suddenly spoke. How big do you guys think this map really is? No idea. What if I just kept walking in one direction? Seeing the eager Knight 10, Wildwind, who was leaning on his axe, resting, hesitated before saying, most likely you'll hit an invisible wall or encounter a plot-driven kill. But I'd advise against trying either. Don't you remember? The manager asked us not to stray too far from the sanatorium. Damn it, he's just an NPC, do you listen to him? But he can log us off and might even revoke our beta test privileges, Wildwind reminded. Fang Chang also chimed in right, and I suspect that given the intelligence level of NPCs in this game, there might be hidden metrics like an affinity rating. Actually, if you noticed, it doesn't treat all players exactly the same, so there's definitely a hidden algorithm at work. Alright, I won't try it. Hearing this, even the restless Knight 10 calmed down. There was no choice. That argument was too compelling. Anyone with clear vision could perceive the immense value beneath the surface of this game. Fully immersive virtual reality. This technology, upon its release, would turn the entertainment methods and even the lifestyle soft the entire modern society upside down. Even if one disliked games, who wouldn't fancy having an extra 12 to 8 hours a day? According to Brother Rai from the group, time spent in the game world was equivalent to sleeping in the real world. That is to say, even if you spent the whole night here, it wouldn't affect work the next day. One could hardly imagine that such a world-shattering game would begin its closed beta in such a hasty and even quiet manner. Didn't that company need to make money? But no matter what, since this opportunity had landed in their hands, not a single one of them was willing to let it go easily. Just as Knight 10 abandoned his impulse to explore the map's boundaries and decided to dutifully chop trees again, a sudden strong sense of danger enveloped him. His limbs went cold. A cold sweat broke out on his back. He did not know where this sense of impending crisis came from, but it felt as if it foretold his gruesome demise. His legs gave way and Knight 10 stumbled backward. However, this very stumble saved him from the shadow plummeting from above. Rip, shavings flew everywhere. The tree trunk beside him now bore 3 half-foot-wide claw marks. Gah, a scream like that of a banshee. The diving bird missed its target and, leveraging the recoil from hitting the pine tree, flapped its wings to gain height again, disappearing into the treetops. Staring at the falling black feathers, Knight 10 sat paralyzed on the ground, dumbfounded, instinctively touching his head. What the hell? Active Substance Extractor User Manual 1. Active substances are the primary materials for producing synthetic clones, including but not limited to minerals required by the human body, 20 common amino acids, and 2 rare amino acids, etc. 2. The raw material for the active substance extractor is animal carcasses, with chordate mammalia primates being the most efficient, reaching an extraction efficiency of up to 90. The efficiency is lower for non-primates and lowest for invertebrates, under 10. 3. Extraction efficiency is also related to the degree of decomposition. With the completion of the player recruitment task, rewards in the manual were both credited to his account. Inside shelter number 404, Chu Guang was examining the iron lump that looked like a coffin next to the conveyor belt while reading the manual projected onto his retina by the system. According to the manual, this device was for producing the material to create synthetic clones, in other words, active substance. So was its function similar to corpse recycling, but it seemed from the manual's description that the bodies of variants were also within the scope of recycling. After briefly understanding how the device worked, Chu Guang used a handcart he had found outside to drag it to the elevator and then took it up to the surface. He certainly did not want dead bodies inside the shelter. As for electricity, there would always be a way. The elevator ascended slowly and came to a stop as its doors opened. Just as he was pulling the cart out of the elevator, Xiao Qi's voice nearly coincided with this moment from upstairs. Master, what's wrong? There seems to be something going on with your players. A huge black bird is attacking them. It's on the north side of the sanatorium, a black bird. Chu Guang initially paused in surprise, but his expression changed rapidly, and he immediately dropped the handcart and rushed toward the exterior of the sanatorium. Damn, Knight, you're amazing. That forward roll dodge just now was something. Buzz off, I was freaking scared. Stop standing there like an idiot, hurry and give me a hand. In the woods north of the sanatorium, a black bird perched on a tree limb 10 meters high, its piercing gaze locked onto the group of players below. The bird's legs bent slightly, and its kite-sized wings folded back, ready to spring into action at any moment. After hearing the commotion from Knight 10 and the others, 3 more players immediately put down their work and rushed over with axes in hand. Perhaps intimidated by the crowd below, the black bird didn't immediately dive into a second attack. Instead, it perched out of reach, biding its time. Wild Wind bent down to pick up a black feather from the ground and examined it closely. It looks a bit like a crow. Crows are this big. Glancing at the scratch marks on the nearby wood, Knight 11 backed away nervously as he spoke. This thing must be a variant, a mutant resulting from gamma rays or some other thing. I saw the setting on the official website, said Fang Chang, cautiously keeping his eyes on the bird without letting his guard down. Knight 10, the official website has a setting. Wasn't it just a pre-order page, Wild Wind, that was several days ago? The official site updated with new features yesterday, didn't you see? Let's stop the nonsense for now. What should we do, just stand here doing nothing? Knight 10 took another nervous step back. Now Wild Wind was the closest to the bird. The 4 men and 1 bird were at a standoff. At that moment, a whooshing sound soared over their heads and smashed straight toward the big bird. Caw, though the stone missed, it scared the bird enough to make it flutter away, jumping onto another branch. As it finally stabilized itself on the tree limb after flapping its wings, it saw the man below picking up another stone and hurling it. The big bird was now thoroughly enraged. It had never before encountered such insolence in this territory it considered its own. With a powerful spring from its bent legs, it launched itself from the branch like a cannonball aimed straight for Chu Guang. Its sharp talons reached forward like open hooks, yet ultimately the beast was just a beast. Even with an additional head, it could never understand the sneer at the corner of that man's mouth. Chu Guang, dropping the stone from his hand, skillfully grabbed the steel pipe planted in the ground and thrust its sharp end fiercely forward. In a flash, there was no time for the bird to avoid. Even though the bird was startled and flapped its wings trying to distance itself upon seeing Chu Guang pick up an unfamiliar object, it was nearly impossible to adjust in time due to its inertia. The steel pipe, like a javelin, pierced straight into its chest. Caw, a shrill cry echoed in the forest. Feathers streaked with blood scattered about. Watching the big bird struggle to fly away, Chu Guang silently moved forward and picked up the bloodied pipe from the ground. This is no crow. Its scientific name is falco, probably from around 200 years ago. The 4 players watched him, dumbstruck by the smooth sequence of actions, leaving them rooted to the spot. Damn, so strong. However, they didn't realize that, for the vast majority of survivors able to walk the wasteland alone, this level of skill was merely basic training. Over these past 5 months, Chu Guang hadn't learned much other than how to throw a javelin with lethal precision, ensuring his target was hit within 10 meters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to stand here showing off. Wild Wind, a hawk that big, Wild Wind exclaimed, his understanding of birds thoroughly upended. Fang Chang swallowed nervously. Because of gamma rays, not just gamma rays, viruses, bacteria, genetic weapons. A variety of factors contributed to everything we see today. Of course, the variants are merely one of the threats we face. In certain situations, humans can be more dangerous than them. Chu Guang looked up at the pine trees in front of the 4 players and continued. The hawk from before must have made its nest in this tree. No wonder it didn't leave despite so many of you being here. Generally speaking, birds rarely provoke land creatures that are larger than themselves, their diets mainly consisting of mutant cockroaches and rodents such as mice and squirrels. The beast may have flown away, but it couldn't have gone far. It was probably perched on a tree nearby waiting to die. These water pipes with a sharp end might not have strong penetration power, but their hollow insides were natural bleeding channels. Just one hole in the body was almost certainly fatal. Forget about birds. Even if a person were hit by one, it would be challenging to stitch up the wound properly. Knight 10 hung his head in shame. I'm sorry. I was preoccupied with chopping wood and didn't notice. No need to apologize, Chu Guang said, looking up. Bird eggs are quite the treat. There would be a delicacy to enjoy in a short while. Chu Guang's prediction was quickly confirmed. Beneath a crooked tree, he found the black bird that had breathed its last. After bleeding the bird with his dagger and plucking it clean, he tossed it into a pot and placed it on a makeshift stove formed from bricks. He stuffed dry branches and leaves beneath the pot and lit it with matches he had bought earlier. Smoke began to curl upward. Before the water boiled, Chu Guang fished the blanched bird out of the pot, skewered it on a rod, and roasted it directly over the fire. He also roasted the eggs that he'd found. There was no salt, no spices. But even so, it was far better than the undercooked grain mush they had been surviving on. Can we actually eat this thing? Knight 10 couldn't help but feel a natural aversion to the mutated creature roasting on the iron rack, but the fragrance relentlessly tantalized him, making him swallow his saliva despite himself. To be able to eat in the game was definitely an unexpected delight for a foodie, and it made all the hard work of the morning seem worthwhile. It's edible once it's cooked. I'll let you know about anything that's not safe to eat. Chu Guang slowly rotated the spit, ensuring every side of the food was thoroughly cooked. Opportunities to eat game meat were rare in the Wasteland. Even on the rare occasions when they could catch something edible like this, it would spoil quickly due to lack of preservation methods. Here, salt was a commodity scarcer than electricity. Especially for survivors living in inland cities like Kinquin City, using a large amount of salt to preserve food wasn't exactly practical. As for a fridge, he'd heard that the mayor's castle in town had one, but Chu Guang had only heard stories and never actually seen one. Of course, survivors weren't completely without options. For example, the survivor base next door, Mr. Brown's farm-produced tobacco leaves rich in tar and acetaldehyde. Even without salt, smoking them could extend the shelf life of food for a few months. Manager, may I ask what amount of wood do we actually need? Waiting for the food to cook was torture. To distract themselves from thinking about food, Fang Chang struck up a conversation of his own accord. Upon hearing this question, Chu Guang responded offhandedly, "Chop as much as you can." The players looked at each other, not particularly motivated. Chu Guang didn't pay much attention at first, but then a thought suddenly struck him. They were players outsiders. Unlike himself, who had made the crossover, they could leave at any time and didn't face the same urgency to survive. Even if he explained the importance of stockpiling wood, they would never truly understand what those words meant. The player's identity meant they approached problems from a different perspective than his own. Even if they didn't mind the grind, it was unlikely they would continue to exert themselves without reward. There had to be tasks, and naturally there had to be rewards. Let me think, Chu Guang pondered as he stroked his chin. Suddenly he had an idea. At 4 in the afternoon, we'll tally up today's achievements. A tree as thick as an arm will be worth 1 contribution point per meter. A tree as thick as a thigh will be worth 2 contribution points per meter. However, what Chu Guang didn't expect was that no sooner had the words left his mouth than 4 figures holding bowls shot up vigorously. Manager, I suddenly don't feel very hungry. Me neither. There's still some time before we eat. I'll go chop a couple more trees. I suddenly feel like cutting something else. Chu Guang. He hadn't even told them what the contribution points could be used for. The workload completed in the afternoon was almost 3 times that of the morning. There were a total of about 50 logs of various thicknesses, pulled over to the infirmary enclosure wall by the players using ropes and handcarts. To be honest, the performance of these players surprised Chu Guang. Each log was between 10 to 8 meters long, with some even reaching 20 meters, and more than half were as thick as a thigh. Chu Guang calculated the total, which amounted to 2,000 contribution points. Among them, Old White had achieved the most, single-handedly earning 800 points, while Wild Wind was probably the most pitiful. This guy's clone wasn't adept at physical activities, having just the physique of an ordinary person. He had busied himself all day and only earned 300 points. As for what this thing was useful for, Chu Guang hadn't figured that out yet. Shelter number 404 was poverty-stricken, and he only had 2 lollipops in his pocket. He had a compressed biscuit before, but he had already gnawed away. After much thought, he only told the players that besides waiting 3 days, resurrection also required resurrection coins, and resurrection coins needed to be bought with contribution points. Although the purchasing power of contribution points was weak, the players didn't seem to care too much. After all, it was the closed beta stage. It was understandable that there were fewer game contents. As long as there was no account wipe, hoarding money and finding a place to spend it after the server opened would always be possible. Moreover, contribution points had no physical form. They were just a number that could only be checked after logging out and visiting the official website. Although Chu Guang also wanted to emulate Giant Stone City and produce tangible coins, it was impossible. The conditions of the shelter were too harsh, and they couldn't even scrape together the materials for coinage. He certainly couldn't issue chips to the players. Although chips were the hard currency in the Kinquin City area, he himself had only a few left. Moreover, giving chips directly to them was useless. It was impossible for the players to trade at the survivor base themselves. He could communicate with the survivors because he had soul-traveled here, his brain loaded with the language of this world. Those clones used by the players were completely blank slates, lacking even basic intellect, let alone the concept of inherited memories. The language used by the survivors in Kinquin City and the surrounding area was the common language of the United Human. This language was completely different from any contemporary country or ethnic language, at most having some similarities in grammar and pronunciation to Chinese. In the future, Chu Guang would consider developing a translation tool to solve the communication problem between players and NPCs and would also redesign the distribution system and the economic system. But not now. After tallying the day's work results, it was also getting late. Chu Guang looked up at the slanting sunset and squinted slightly. It was almost evening. Manager, I've noticed our outpost base has no electricity. Fang Chang came up and said, why don't we try to get a generator? This was a good question. Unfortunately, it was as good as nonsense. We don't have a spare generator. Chu Guang looked at him. Any of you knowledgeable in this area, or have any electrician-related skills? The players looked at each other in bewilderment. Can't we just pull a line up from underground? Knight 10 asked a very foolish question. There's no cable long enough, and the shelter's energy is not limitless. Even if it could be used for a short time, long-term problems remain unsolvable and would create even greater hidden dangers. Saying this, Chu Guang paused for a moment. It's getting late, it's time to go back. Going back, for the players, naturally meant logging off. Though it wasn't completely dark yet, it was already 5 in the afternoon, and soon it would be dawn in Hua Nation of the parallel world. Unwittingly having stayed so long in the game world, the players who snapped back to reality all had looks of reluctance on their faces. It always felt like there was so much more in this world left to explore. But there was work during the day, and it wasn't possible to stay here all the time. Inside shelter number 404. Watching the players who returned and lay down in the cultivation chamber, Chu Guang pondered that maybe he should try recruiting some idle people who didn't work during the day, or players from other time zones. Otherwise, come evening, the vast outpost base would only have him left, which from a security standpoint wasn't quite right. I'll continue to sleep inside the shelter tonight. He really didn't want to return to the dog kennel on Bet Street unless necessary. Just as Chu Guang was contemplating what to do, Xiao Qi came up to him. Master, what is it? The clone's medical report has been updated. Would you like to take a look? Chu Guang hesitated for a moment. Medical report, yes. Each time a player logs out normally, the cultivation chamber scans the clone inside, records the physical function status of the clone, and extracts a certain amount of embryonic stem cells for backup, and records the gene sequence development progress. Hold on, what's a gene sequence? Hearing this unfamiliar keyword, Chu Guang felt like he was missing some critical information. To the manager's question, Xiao Qi casually replied, didn't you notice? Each clone used by the players is synthesized from different DNA. A gene sequence is simply a code for different DNA. Chu Guang immediately asked, and what is this development progress? Each sequence's DNA is carefully designed. Unfortunately, we have not mastered the mysteries of life to their fullest. Not all traits of genetic information have been fully expressed. It's like how an athlete's child is more likely to become an athlete, but isn't born an athlete. The so-called development progress refers to the degree of dominant expression of special fragments within the gene sequence, typically represented as a percentage. For example, reaching a 100 development progress means that the life form's overall performance is infinitely close to the limit designed by the genes, achieving the most perfect state. But this is nearly impossible. Currently, the development progress of the 4 activated gene sequences is between 0 and 1. Studies show that by continually stimulating survival instincts and exercising the body, this percentage can be improved. If one were to understand the gene sequence as a profession, then development progress could be likened to level. A gene sequence that focuses on strength enhancement is like the barbarian in DD rules, having stronger innate strength and a predisposition to enhance the strength attribute, like White Horse passing a gap. Other players seemed normal, but he was hairy and bulky, obviously not quite human. My goodness, these clonso know the players could actually level up. And there was also something like talent, such an awesome detail, and he was only learning about it now. Looking at the nonchalantly explaining Xiao Qi, Chu Guang couldn't help but say, why are you only telling me this important fact now? Xiao Qi replied with a wronged expression, didn't you ask me not to speak out of the blue? I was planning to tell you from the beginning. Chu Guang, this guy, deliberately so. Brothers, even if I died and got nailed into a coffin, I'd still use my decaying voice to shout out that this game is freaking epic. No more words needed if this game doesn't explode. I'll do a handstand while diarrhea hits. Early in the morning, the group leader White Horse passing a gap blew up in the Neuma Club, and this unexpected statement stirred up quite some activity. Quit smoking, damn, is the group leader alive? Grandpa, this guy's lifestyle is too intense, lol. Spare people under the knife, I haven't seen you few dog managers all night. I thought you guys got arrested for misbehaving. Funny. Who understands me? What game? Dumbfounded. JPG. After a while, Dog Manager Long Days Ahead also appeared. It's the virtual reality game that Brother Guang was recommending in the group the day before yesterday. Quit smoking, damn, you guys are already playing it. For real, you're not lying to me. Long Days Ahead, why would I lie to you? Otherwise, he would have posted a picture right away. quit smoking, then hurry and tell us what exactly is a completely immersive virtual reality game like, which VR can be used to play it. White Horse Passing a Gap VR. Haha, you think those screen-mounted headsets can compare to the game helmet of Wasteland OL? Laugh. Quit smoking, what do you mean you can play Wasteland OL without VR glasses? Long days ahead, you can tell you're clueless they use a game helmet. How should I explain? You've seen Sword Art Online, right? It's pretty much like that. Quit smoking, damn. Who understands me? A head-mounted microwave. Awesome. Grandpa, ow, who are you kidding? Sword Art Online, that kind of. Why haven't I ever heard about such awesome technology? Spare people under the knife, exactly. Most people didn't believe it. It sounded too fantastical. To be reasonable, when a groundbreaking technology debuts, there must be a phase from unfamiliarity to maturity. This foundational process can be short, but it has to exist. Fang Chang actually understood their feelings deep down. After all, he had also gone through what they were experiencing, feeling that the so-called immersive virtual reality game was just a joke made by some quirky group member. However, it was true. Quit smoking, good brother. Tell us quickly. Long days ahead, group leader, mute everyone else, I type slowly. White Horse Passing a Gap, all right. As someone who was once in the top 200 of PUBG Asia and had ascended to the top of the Legends League, Long Days Ahead's gaming talent was evident to everyone in the group. He also had the most say in gaming matters. This guy was like he didn't need to work at all, playing games every day. Not just multiplayer online games and many speedrun guide teams for single-player games, his name appeared as well. Some monumental titles, in fact. Many guys in the group had used guides he created. It could be said that he was indeed a gaming god. Hence, whether or not they believed in the fully immersible virtual online game concept, or whether they obtained the closed beta access or not, almost everyone eagerly waited for him to give details. Let's start with the game's background. The background isn't anything special, a standard post-apocalyptic setting plus a wasteland punk style. The story is set in a fictional world, where a nuclear war 200 years ago destroyed everything, and the players play as residents of fallout shelters returning to the surface. Currently, meaning the closed beta testers are acting as the vanguard going to the surface to build outposts. We haven't entered the main story yet. More clues will probably be unlocked in the internal beta or even public release, so I won't expand on that here. Now let's talk about the game's realism. Without exaggeration, this game's realism is the ceiling compared to all games I've ever seen, and foreseeably, even 50 years from now this ceiling will almost be impossible to surpass. As to why I say this, because this game is essentially Earth OL's Wasteland DLC. Whether it's lighting effects or five-sensory interaction, or even the grainy sensation of touching an object's surface, everything is designed to make you believe that this is the real world. This level of immersion is undoubtedly at 100% perfection. Yes, exactly 100%. I haven't found any noticeable bugs or flaws. Next up is freedom. As a sandbox game, you can interact with almost everything you touch in the game. This interaction isn't just simple volume collision. You can actually move items around based on your willpower, and within the bounds of physical laws, you can change their shape or state. I know what you're thinking, Minecraft or the forest, right? But it's completely different. It's a true sandbox, not just a block and texture stitching. Just on this point alone, sandbox players will absolutely find this game to be a steal. Now on to the most critical part. First, whether it's players or monsters, there are no HP bars or MP bars set, not even a visible attribute panel, at least during the beta phase. However, in the actual game, there are initial attribute differences between players. For example, some players have stronger strength, others have higher perception, agility, or other hidden attributes that have yet to be discovered. I speculate that by the closed beta, an occupation system and weapon system will be introduced, allowing players to develop their own gameplay based on their attribute talents. Next are the NPCs. During the current beta phase, there are only 2 NPCs in the game. One is the manager, codenamed Dawn. The other one is his assistant, a robot named Zio Chi. It's been confirmed that both NPCs have a high level of intelligence and can communicate and interact normally with players. I suspect there might be hidden affinity settings involved, but that's just my personal guess and it's not confirmed yet. Besides that, what really concerns me is the sense of pain. Though the game is 100% realistic, some aspects being too real isn't good, especially since I'm someone who really fears pain. However, the game's design is very humane. The sense of pain does exist along with touch, but there is a protective threshold. For instance, when I tried to cut my arm with a stone, I didn't feel pain, but pinching myself did hurt. I assume the game might have some sort of protective mechanism that prevents excessive pain from being captured by the brain's neural center. Of course, it could also be the body's natural protective mechanism. It's like how in dreams we feel pain, but it never exceeds our tolerance. Actually, I think the game officials could be more humane, like giving players the rights to adjust their pain settings themselves. Personally, I'm very satisfied with the current sensory immersion and pain masking, but there might be players who enjoy that kind of sensation. Laugh. As for the game's resurrection mechanism, I haven't tried it yet, but I've heard that each death deducts contribution points and the resurrection cooldown is as long as 3 days. Contribution points are okay since they can be earned by accomplishing tasks, but the punishment time is really too long. Anyway, I'm not keen on trying it, but any brave soul is welcome to give it a go. Maybe they'll unlock a different gameplay. Lastly, I want to complain, why are all the characters pure alpha males? Who the heck wants to see big burly men naked? I strongly call for the game officials to allow players to set their own gender. Long Days Ahead wrote a lengthy post of 1 to 2,000 words, attracting more and more onlookers in the group chat. Among them was the mastermind Light. Chu Guang was looking at medical reports from the cultivation chamber scans, hadn't noticed the group chat, and when he accessed the computer at the residence hall, he saw the lengthy post. However, to be fair, this Long Days Ahead guy summed it up pretty solidly, covering virtually everything he wanted to say, even considering aspects that hadn't been thought of. Group silence lifted. Group messages instantly flooded the screen. 6666. Niyubai, is this game really that awesome? I'd freaking buy 10 copies. I don't believe it. Don't believe +1, unless you give me a beta pass. While there are still many in the group who don't believe in such an awesome game, at least about a dozen people changed their minds. As for why Chu Guang knew, it's because he could see the backstage of the official website. In that little while when Long Days Ahead was talking, the number of pre-registrations jumped from 11 to 25. Light, I was working just now and didn't notice the group chat. What Long Days Ahead brother said was pretty much correct, just let me add a couple of points. Quit smoking, damn, brother Guang. Group silence activated. Light has been appointed as the group's manager. Turned into dog management. Chu Guang was slightly surprised but didn't pay much attention, continuing to type. Firstly, regarding player characters and attributes, just as Long Days Ahead brother said, there are indeed character attributes and level settings in the game, and each player's initial talent is different, which can be viewed at respawn points, the cultivation chamber where players wake up, or on the official website. The death penalty is not just a 3-day resurrection cooldown and deduction of contribution points, but also results in the loss of some progress before the save. The method of saving is to lie in the cultivation chamber to undergo scanning and somatic cell sampling, taking about 1 to 2 hours, which will automatically process when the player logs off. We plan to implement a quicker attribute inquiry system before the closed beta stage, allowing players to keep real-time track of their character's status, enhancing playability. As for customizing the appearance and gender of characters, I'm sorry that's not possible. Like being reborn, it's not something you can choose. The bodies in the game are determined by preloaded DNA, and if players are dissatisfied with their character's appearance, they may consider plastic surgery or even prosthetic modifications, which will be available later in the game. Also, from the Series A testing stage, players will be able to set their preferences for the 5 attribute test strength, agility, constitution, perception, intelligence through a questionnaire on the reservation level page. If you choose strength, for example, you are more likely to gain a strength-type talent, and your initial character will have higher strength. If you do not specify a preference, you may choose a balanced type. As for the gender, the character's gender matches the player's, and players cannot freely set this. This is mainly for safety reasons, as physiological differences can lead to coordination problems. Concurrently, the risks of gender dysphoria and related social criticism are something we are unwilling to take on. Actually, this wasn't set by Chu Guang, but rather it was a system's original setting. There seems to be very complex technical challenges involved, and Chu Guang doesn't understand the principles, only knowing that it is set this way. Long Days Ahead, damn. Come on, I'm an adult already. I can sign a risk awareness agreement. TT. Group manager Long Days Ahead has been muted for 10 minutes by the group owner. White horse passing a gap, don't interrupt. Level 8 Great Gale, exactly. Got up at night a dozen times, please just shut up for now. Chu Guang chuckled inwardly, yet he didn't interrupt, continuing to type diligently. That's all I've got from the meeting we just had. Moreover, in the next phase of testing, we will add an affinity system. Got up at night a dozen times affinity. What does that mean? Can we date NPCs? Group manager got up at night a dozen times has been muted for 10 minutes by the group owner. Good gosh, this old white is really impartial, muting without a second word. It did save him quite a bit of time. Chu Guang shamelessly continued to nitpick words with all seriousness. Stop always thinking about your object favorability means the NPC's evaluation of a player. The specific manifestation is that the player's behavior will affect the NPC's view of the player. Especially for some key NPCs, when the favorability is high enough, not only can players receive extra rewards, but they may also trigger hidden tasks and unlock hidden career paths. Hidden tasks, hidden careers. Seeing these simple 8 words, the 4 beta testers in front of the screen had their eyes wide open. Their hearts caught fire. Goodness, this is encouraging them to be bootlickers. Grandpa likes it. What's wrong with being a bootlicker? It's not like licking real people. They're licking NPCs, artificial intelligence, and besides, licking brings big benefits. Not embarrassing at all. Chu Guang thought about it, and it seemed there was nothing else to add. Currently, the shelter was too poor, and he, the naked commander, only had a bunch of free labor, and nothing else. He could only draw pies for the players with his identity as an online dog planner. Do you guys have any questions? Or any concerns? Chu Guang wanted to know if the players themselves had any better ideas. He was very open-minded. If conditions allowed, he could consider adopting their ideas. If not, he could still draw a pie, telling them that everything would be available in the future. Level 8 Great Gale said yes. What exactly are contribution points? Are they money, or something like experience, points? Sure enough, the question came up. Chu Guang thought about it and typed back. The game's economic system is still being designed. Our goal is to create a completely realistic economic system from production to circulation, allowing both life occupation players and combat occupation players to fully enjoy the game. As for the contribution points, you can think of them as a special currency for the beta phase, mainly to test the current task system. In addition to being used to purchase resurrection coins, our planning team is also considering introducing special rewards that can only be exchanged with contribution points as a return for beta testers. Anyway, it was just drawing pies. As for what rewards, Chu Guang hadn't decided yet. That would depend on what good stuff he could get from the system. However, this statement was completely different in the eyes of the players. Only exchangeable with contribution points, that is to say. Beta testing limited rewards. The 4 who had already obtained beta testing qualifications were overjoyed. Those who had reserved on the official website but had not yet received beta testing qualifications also felt itchy hearts. As for those group members who didn't believe in the full immersion virtual reality game from the start, naturally, they wouldn't change their minds because of his words. However, that was not important. As long as some people believed, that was enough. It's getting late. I've been adding work all night. I need to sleep for a while. By the way, Fang Chang, your strategy is well written. Why not post it on the official website? The forum system has been launched on the official website. You can register an account and post there, and good posts seen by the manager will be highlighted. This manager was naturally Chu Guang himself. Currently, he was the only person in the whole company. He played the role of NPCs, an online dog planer, and also moonlighted as the moderator of the official website's forum. Okay, I'm on it. Fang Chang, whose gag order was lifted, left this message and quickly crawled through chat records. The group owner lifted the gag order for the whole group. Messages flooded the group chat like a bursting dam. Chu Guang saw that quite a few people added him as a friend. Some wanted to inquire about beta testing qualifications from him, others wanted to dig for game information, and some even planned on teaching him how to make games. Unable to keep up with the replies, he simply didn't respond and logged off. Looking at the 4 medical reports on his computer, Chu Guang suddenly had a whimsical idea and asked, Zio Qi, what is it, master, do you think? Since players can use the cultivation chamber, can I also use a clone from the cultivation chamber to move around? I don't know. I have no idea what that is. Because I am only your assistant, the information I know is basically what you also know. There is no record of the cultivation chamber you used in my database, perhaps. The manager did not design a cultivation chamber for your use. Chu Guang was about to ask why, but then he fell silent again. Actually, the reason was not difficult to guess. If this shelter could withstand a strategic nuclear strike, there surely wouldn't be any means on the wasteland that could forcibly invade this shelter. Even if something unexpected happened to him, who was highly anticipated, it would merely mean another period of dormancy for the facility, waiting for the arrival of the next manager. Watching Chu Guang fall into silence, Zio Qi squeaked with concern. Master, it's nothing. Having regained his composure, Chu Guang continued to look at the physical examination report on the computer screen. Perhaps to help players understand, or perhaps due to the first-generation manager's peculiar sense of humor, over 120 complex physiological data points were already summarized and condensed into 5 succinct categories, namely strength, agility, constitution, perception, and intelligence. Strength referred to the strength of muscles, bones, and other body tissues, indicating the player's basic carrying capacity, melee damage, and throwing weapon distance. Agility corresponded to reflex nerves, relating to the player's reaction speed and physical coordination abilities, with the specific display being that players with higher agility were more adept in combat and more likely to actively dodge attacks. Constitution referred to the player's vitality and resilience, mainly reflected in health recovery and resistance to certain abnormal statuses and immunity, among others. Intelligence was not equivalent to IQ or logical thinking ability, mainly affecting the learning ability and mental condition recovery speed of the character. as well as the compatibility with neural access devices. Specifically, characters with high intelligence could operate more neural access devices simultaneously. Perception represented intuition and discernment abilities, with characters having higher perception being more sensitive to crises and more likely to discover hidden clues and traps. This was the most mystical attribute. All attributes started with a baseline value of 5, fluctuating within the range of 2 based on the gene sequence and physical condition. Although he did not have a cultivation chamber specifically for him, Chu Guang still found a spare physical examination device on level B1 of the shelter, just as he had guessed. He also possessed a special gene sequence, detectable by the physical examination device. Unfortunately, there was no information related to this gene sequence in the database. It seemed like an existence outside of the plan. To explain using a term from the game, this was a path not even considered by the game publisher. And this also meant that no one knew where this path would lead or what results might come from following it. Realizing this, there was a slight unease in Chu Guang's heart, but more than that, he was excited. Perhaps the word adventure was engraved deep in his bones. Rather than following a path thought out by others and proceeding step by step, he preferred to forge his own path. Based on the results of the physical examination and the attribute conversion formula left by the first-generation manager, Chu Guang created his own attribute panel and also made one for the 4 beta testers using it as a blueprint. ID Chu Guang. Gene Sequence Manager. Level LV5. Basic Attributes. Strength 8. Agility 6. Constitution 6. Perception 7. Intelligence 6. The 5-dimensional data are basically stronger than the players by 1 level. Does level LV5 mean the gene sequence has undergone 5 development? It seems that the past 5 months have not been entirely wasted. The development progress of the other 4 beta testers was 0, but not exactly 0. For instance, White Horse passing a gap. His gene sequence was strength type, and by frequently using brute force, namely chopping trees, his development progress had increased by 0.3 in a single day, while the other 3 beta testers had only increased by about 0.1. If he continued chopping trees for the next 2 days, Old White might become the first player to break through level 0 and advance to LV1. Thinking of this, Chu Guang made up his mind in his heart. Indeed, he had to take advantage of them more and make them work harder. This was also for their own good. A generator, what do you need that thing for? Present day, at the cafeteria of Jinling University. Watching Professor Yanfeng, who sat earnestly across the table asking this question, Professor Wang Heiyang put down his chopsticks. He didn't know much about Professor Yan, just that he was from the physics department and was about the same age as him, around 30. He couldn't remember when they had exchanged WeChat contacts, and they had never chatted before. Wang himself belonged to the engineering management department and didn't really interact with Yan in their professional work. But today, out of the blue, he received an invitation from Professor Yan for lunch in the cafeteria because Yan had something to consult him about. Honestly, when Wang saw the word consult, he thought it was about a research topic, but he certainly hadn't expected such a peculiar question. The conversation continued in a casual chat atmosphere. Professor Yanfeng explained, "I've been reading this novel recently. It's a post-apocalyptic theme. I want to know if such a scenario really happened. How would the survivors solve the electricity issue? Why take the stuff in the novel so seriously? Just see what the author writes." Professor Wang Heiyang chuckled. "But your question is quite interesting, post-apocalypse. It really depends on the type of apocalypse and how many days after the end of the world we are." He also liked to read novels, but he mostly read cultivation stories, not much into post-apocalyptic themes. Funny, he had never thought that one day he'd seriously discuss the contents of a novel with a colleague from university. The setting is 200 years after a nuclear war. 200 years, nuclear war. Professor Wang Heiyang paused, hesitating. That might be a bit tricky. Unprotected electronic devices would get damaged by the electromagnetic pulses produced by the nuclear explosion. The more sophisticated the equipment, the less likely it is to survive. Is there a solution? Asked Professor Yanfeng with furrowed brows. There are some, for example, you could find backup diesel generators in common residential properties or restaurants, which aren't very sophisticated. But 200 years, it's likely they've been scavenged already. And even if they haven't been, the parts would probably be degraded from lack of maintenance over a long time. Fuel would also be a problem. You can't expect to still find gasoline in petrol stations after 200 years. Professor Wang Heiyang stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and continued, but it's not completely hopeless. What could be done? Yanfeng asked immediately. Generally speaking, every car has a recyclable generator. As long as you get the rotor spinning, it can generate a stable 12V DC electricity. A minor repair should make it work. For small-scale electricity generation, such as lighting, 12V is enough. And if you could find an inverter, turning DC into 240 VAC isn't impossible. Do you really need to take notes on this? Watching Yanfeng seriously taking notes with his notepad, Wang Heiyang was baffled. Is it necessary to be so serious about a novel? Pushing up his glasses, Yanfeng replied nonchalantly, "Don't mind me, please continue." Wang Heiyang, he'd always heard people say that those in the physics department were oddballs, but he thought it was just a stereotype. Now he was starting to believe it. Wasteland, shelter number 404. Chu Guang slept on the floor in the residence hall until he woke up at 4 in the morning. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw a pop-up notification from the system. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. Novice instructor player logged in and stayed online continuously for over 8 hours on the first day. Reward plus 10 reward points. Piece of good news like this. He could draw from the blind box again after waking up. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Chu Guang opened the system and selected the manager's allowance subpage. Hesitating between the basic blind box valued at 1 reward point and the intermediate blind box worth 10 reward points, Chu Guang finally put all his chips on the intermediate blind box and silently prayed in his heart. Please let it not be freaking cough syrup. A pale blue light flickered. As Chu Guang watched tensely, the alloy door on the side of the resident hall's wall opened, and a plastic-wrapped injection appeared on the platform. Muscle cell enhancement injection. Small, permanent boost to muscle strength. Use interval 24 hours. Diminishing effects with multiple uses. Permanent boost to muscle strength. This is good stuff. Chu Guang didn't hesitate. He immediately tore open the package, removed the cap, but surprisingly there was no needle. How do you use this thing? Hesitating for a moment, Chu Guang pressed the tip of the syringe to his arm and pushed the button that looked like a switch at the tail. It felt like something had stung his arm, and then, that was it. That's it. Chu Guang was a bit confused, waved his fist, but didn't feel any significant change in his body. Maybe it's expired. After all, it was 200 years old. Being cautious, Chu Guang still performed a physical check on himself. When he got the results, the confusion in his heart was finally resolved. ID Chu Guang. Gene Sequence Manager. Level LV5. Basic Attributes. Strength 9. Agility 6. Constitution 7. Perception 7. Intelligence 6. The progress of gene development remains unchanged. Strength and constitution have each increased by 1 point. Wow, that's something. Normally, a 20-year-old adult male without any special training would typically have 5 points each in strength and constitution, where 5 is also the baseline value for all attributes. That is to say, this 1 point in strength and constitution is equivalent to 20 of a normal adult male's physical capacity. Chu Guang now only lacks 1 point in strength attribute to have twice the strength of a normal adult male. Looking at the updated attribute panel, Chu Guang contemplated whether to test his strength with a few push-ups, but just then he suddenly noticed that the administrator's log had updated with new tasks. When he opened it, Chu Guang was a bit stunned. Oh boy. Before going to bed yesterday, there was only one unfinished side task remaining, but today the number of incomplete tasks had jumped to 20 plus. The variety of tasks was also a mixed bag. From relatively easy tasks like hunt a variant, hoard 5 tons of wood, hoard 100 L of freshwater, to troublesome tasks at first glance like repair the external wall of the sanatorium, repair the second floor wall of the sanatorium. As for the rewards, they ranged from a minimum of 1 point to a maximum of 20 points. All these tasks had one common label: daily. What does daily mean? Will it refresh every day? Chu Guang couldn't help but complain. However, nobody minded him. The shelter system didn't talk, and Xiao Qi was on duty at the sanatorium outside, leaving Chu Guang alone in the entire shelter. Chu Guang silently calculated that if he could complete all 20 tasks, he could earn a total of 150 reward points. Of course, at least 3/4 of those reward points were not so easy to obtain, at least not something that could be handled in just 1 or 2 days. Chu Guang fell into thought. If he were to tackle these tasks by himself, he would definitely be exhausted. But if he left the tasks to the players, it seemed he would only need to spend a few contribution points. Thinking this, his thoughts suddenly cleared. In the drawer of his computer desk were marker pens. Taking a pen without another word, Chu Guang took the elevator to the surface. After searching through the sanatorium, he found a plastic board that the scavengers had not yet taken and burned. After dusting off the plastic board, Chu Guang used the marker to draw 2 lines, then erased them, nodding his head in satisfaction. Not bad, erasable and writable. This one's it. It took some time, but Chu Guang picked a few tasks from the administrator's log that he thought players could likely accomplish and wrote them on the plastic board. Collect wood requirement, can be used as building material, 1 point contribution per meter. Find water storage containers material, plastic metal, shape, barrel-like, jug-like. Requirement the bigger the better, 110 contribution points. Search for recyclable waste, 1 contribution points. Mission accomplished. Glancing at the time, it was now 4:30 in the morning, still an hour and a half before the scheduled online time. Chu Guang didn't idle around. He returned to the shelter, turned on the computer, logged into the official website backend, and noticed that the number of reservations had increased by 10 compared to last night. Now it was 35 people. It seemed that yesterday's discussion in the group had some effect in drawing people in, and 10 more fresh little leaks had raised their hands. However, Chu Guang pondered that the potential of Bulls and Horses Club users might also seem to have reached its limit. After all, it was just a gaming group of around 100 people, with only a handful of active users. Perhaps these 35 people were all the real people there. Should I consider changing the promotional method? Placing ads wasn't very realistic, as the Wasteland OL's official website was not registered in the country, and the server might not even be on Earth. There was another problem as well. Once they drew from a larger pool of traffic, it would inevitably usher in a wave of low-quality users, those who were troublemakers. These people might just be clicking yes for fun, or they might have clicked by accident. Bringing such players in would only cause trouble. We must raise the bar for reservations. Chu Guang pondered quietly, noting this action down for later. When he had time, he'd have Zio Chi modify the official website again, such as moving the reservation option from the first-level page to a second-level page, and requiring users to register an account as well as fill in their phone numbers and delivery addresses to make a reservation. Although the shelter system seemed not to need players to fill out delivery addresses, this approach could at least filter out some less determined players and invalid reservations. What if someone made multiple reservations using several devices, or were they simply bots plus virtual machines? But after a thought, Chu Guang discarded this problem. Since the system could deliver helmets accurately to users' hands, it should definitely have the means to identify the identity of those reserving. It was somewhat worrying over nothing. The new main task hasn't been triggered yet. Probably the conditions haven't been met. Let's put the daily tasks aside. For now, the important thing is the remaining side task needing a 10 kW power generator. Electricity was a big issue. The shelter couldn't be living in the future while the surface was still stuck in a primitive society. For Chu Guang, who came from modern society, having no electricity was practically no different from primitive society. Better think about how to handle this generator issue. He thought long and hard, but Chu Guang couldn't come up with a result. Although the principle of the generator is simple, something even middle schoolers knew essentially, the motion of a conductor cutting magnetic lines of force turning that concept into a 10 kW power generator was not so simple. Searching on Baidu only led him to purchase links. Heh, if I could buy online, would I really need you to tell me which one to buy? Absolutely useless. After much effort, Chu Guang finally found some reliable tutorials, but considering the current scarcity of resources, none of the information was truly useful. Time quickly reached 6 o'clock sharp. With the sound of the chamber doors opening, 4 players woke up. Let's research more later. Chu Guang took his legs off the table, tidied up his appearance in a scavenged mirror, and calmly went to the neighboring room. When he entered the room, the 4 players were checking their attributes on the cultivation chamber's display. As expected, my gene sequence is strength type, starting with 7 points of strength but only 3 in intelligence. I don't feel dumb though. That statement doesn't sound very smart. And how quickly has your beard grown? Old White's beard was indeed a bit exaggerated. It was just stubble yesterday, but today it was as long as a fingernail. I have no clue what's happening, but is there a razor here? Obviously not. Maybe try using an axe. Get lost. I can't believe I'm an agility type. I thought I was intelligence type. Fang Chang said, chin in hand as he fell into thought, seemingly pondering something. I'm intelligence, Wild Wind said with a bitter smile, raising his hand. Is 3 points in strength too low? 7 points of intelligence. I don't feel any smarter. I'm perception type, but what's the use of perception attributes? Can it predict the future? Knight 10 seemed a bit frustrated. Compared to such ambiguous attributes, he would have preferred excelling in strength or agility, or at least constitution to at least be a tank. It's probably an intuition for danger. Remember how you dodged that mutant's ambush yesterday? Fang Chang speculated. This attribute might be quite op if used well. It's wasted in your hands. Screw you. Ahem. Chu Guang, who had walked into the room, coughed to interrupt the players' conversation. Perhaps because he had chatted with them as a planner and discussed their affection points last night, the 4 players looked at him differently now. In order to maintain a sense of immersion for the players, Chu Guang decided to continue upholding his authoritative image and spoke sternly. Time is pressing, so I'll make it short. The work that needs to be done is piled up like a mountain, but we don't have much time left. In order not to affect subsequent plans, we need to complete our outpost on the surface before winter arrives. Food, drinking water, fuel. These all need to be stockpiled, along with building defensive fortifications and surface dwellings. The tasks to be completed are all organized on the plan sheet, which you can check on the notice board at the entrance to the sanatorium. The players' eyes lit up, their faces showing eager expressions. Has the task system been perfected? That's the basics. Any questions? If not, let's head out. Wait, hold on, manager, speak. Night 10, his face turning red, raised his hand. Please, where is the restroom? The restroom. Indeed, that was a problem. Level B1 of shelter number 404 was more like a reception area, although there were compartments with cultivation chambers. They lacked any living facilities. Chu Guang suddenly realized, observing the players who rushed out of the hospital after reaching the surface, that with the influx of players, not only food and drink were problems, but defecation would soon become a big issue as well. On Bet Street, there were public toilets, and the manure from humans and animals would be collected and reportedly sold to nearby Brown Farm. Since arriving at the hospital in Wetland Park, Chu Guang had always found a safe spot in the woods to relieve himself, never considering the logistics of 100 people relieving themselves. It seemed that some had upset stomachs because 4 players returned limping. No toilet is damn uncomfortable. No paper either. I ended up using leaves. Almost scraped myself bloody. +1, damn, why do I feel a burning sensation? Do you guys feel it? No, did you wipe your butt with nettle leaves or something? What are nettle leaves? Never mind, just endure it and it'll pass. Chu Guang listened from the side with a face full of embarrassment. He seemed to have forgot to tell these guys that they could use moss for toilet paper, a little tip he learned from the survivors at Bet Street, but they didn't seem to give him a chance to speak. Endure it. Everyone's been through it. Manager Sir, limping over to Chu Guang, Fang Chang spoke respectfully. I propose that we should build a toilet. Night 10, second that. Old White, I agree. And with a toilet, we can also dig a big pit to collect the excrement, mix it with wood ash and sawdust compost, and let aerobic bacteria and fungi decompose the organic matter to generate heat, which kills the pathogens in the waste to make fertilizer. Fang Zhang, exactly, and not just for producing fertilizer. We could also pack some manure and organic debris in a sealed environment and let anaerobic bacteria convert it into combustible methane. My hometown used to do this with biogas pits, which provided lighting and electricity. That's a good idea. We should consider it, Chu Guang said approvingly. Biogas. He had always been worried about survival issues and had forgotten about this. From what he remembered, although there was no biogas pit on Bet Street, the neighboring Brown Farm had won. Seeing the approving expression on the manager's face, the 4 players were even more energized, tossing ideas back and forth. Building a toilet and even a biogas pit wasn't too difficult. The only challenge was finding ceiling and gas storage materials. Fortunately, the Wasteland lacked many things, but there was no shortage of plastic, especially beverage bottles and trash bags. Since burning them would produce toxic gases, few survivors burned them. They were usually just used to start a fire. A careful search in the nearby suburbs would most likely turn up quite a few. Thus, the task board got a new mission to collect plastic bags and containers. Manager, about the engine, I have an idea. Wild Wind, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly said. Chu Guang looked at him. Let's hear it. Wild Wind proposed, most cars have onboard generators. I wonder if there are highways around here. Or a parking lot would also do. If we could find a car, the problem might be easily solved. Chu Guang responded, finding a car isn't hard. There's a parking lot near Wetland Park that I've checked out, but there wasn't anything worth salvaging. I want to try. Wild Wind persisted. If we find a working generator, we could get electricity at our outpost on the surface. You can go, but I can't let you go alone. Chu Guang looked at the players in front of him, his gaze settling on Night 10. You go with Wild Wind to the parking lot and check it out. Night 10 said eagerly. Yes, Night 10's gene sequence was of the perception type, which proved useful for intuitive crisis response. Before they set off, Chu Guang had them carry 2 short scythes meant for mowing, which came in handy when encountering variants and were more effective than the bulky axes. Moreover, Chu Guang repeatedly cautioned them that if they encountered variants, they should avoid conflict and run if possible. But if they were discovered and the other party showed clear hostility, under no circumstances should they turn their backs to the enemy. Doing so was tantamount to suicide. Holding the map of Wetland Park and a basic compass, Wild Wind left the sanatorium with Night 10. Old White and Fang Zhang, who remained, looked at Chu Guang and asked, Manager, do we continue chopping trees? Or, Chu Guang glanced around and counted the dozens of unprocessed logs on the ground. We're not chopping trees today. We need to solve the issue with the toilets first. Here, go get the shovels and axes, and I'll show you how to do it. The parking lot was on the southeast side of the sanatorium. 200 years had passed undisturbed. Nature had completely overtaken it. Tree roots had pierced the hard concrete floor, and bushes and wild grasses were knee-high. Vehicles speckled with rust were covered with vines, and through the broken windows one could even see moss that covered the seats and air conditioning vents. Seeing all this, Wild Wind finally understood what the manager meant. There truly was nothing worth salvaging here anymore. Night 10 also looked troubled. With things in such a state, finding a generator was a ghost's chance. Should we go back? Wild Wind was silent for a while, then headed forward, unwilling to give up. We're already here. Night 10 shrugged and followed. Having known him for many years, Wild Wind's most evident trait to him was stubbornness, though he couldn't say what he did in reality. Many of the cars in the parking lot had hoods rusted shut, unopenable. Wild Wind searched throughout the parking lot before he finally found one that could barely be opened. But upon opening the hood, he was stunned. This was an engine. What's wrong? Night 10 approached and asked. It looks like an electric engine. But it's not quite. Wild Wind frowned and said, do you know about cars? I haven't even got my driver's license. How would I know? Night 10 sweated. Haven't you been working for many years? Didn't buy a car. I live in the company dormitory, just have a bicycle. Unconvinced, Wild Wind continued rummaging around under the hood, even crawling behind the car to peer underneath, checking every possible area. But suddenly his hands stopped. Noticing his expression, Night 10 asked, what's wrong now? It's strange. I can't find the power source. Wiping the mud from his face, Wild Wind scrunched his eyebrows and pondered for a long time. I can roughly locate the engine, but I can't find the power source. Could it have been removed? Night 10 suggested a possibility. After all, it's been the Wasteland for 200 years. It's normal if there were survivors here, right? That's a possibility. Habitually closing the hood, Wild Wind looked over the parking lot full of derelict cars, his feelings mixed. There was actually another possibility. According to the game's background setting, the pre-war society was technologically advanced enough that it could have reached the stage of replacing fixed power sources with remote ones. But no matter which possibility it wasn't good news for him. Hoping to salvage an engine from a wrecked car now seemed unlikely. On the other side, there had been new progress in the construction of the toilet. Under Chu Guang's direction, Old White and Fang Chang first dug a pit 2 meters wide and 3 meters long, deep enough to fit a person, outside the sanatorium on the open space. They then inserted sawed-off logs into the sides of the pit as walls and lined the bottom with broken stones and leaves. Once the cesspit was completed, constructing the toilet became much simpler. Chu Guang directly asked the two to build 2 simple sheds by the cesspit and used a plastic tube detached from the sanatorium's exterior wall to connect it to the cesspit. Thus, a simple toilet was finally deemed completed. Fecal matter and urine need to be stored separately. Mixing them makes mud too easily. Plus, urine is sterile and can be used to water crops. But let's leave it at that for today. Chu Guang nodded approvingly, watching the morning's laborious efforts. Exhausted and leaning on their shovels, Old White and Fang Zhang exchanged helpless glances. Though it was a 100% realistic virtual reality game, did it need to be this realistic? Bathing is another issue. There's a water source within 1 kilometer, but there are many variants near it, so we must be extremely cautious when fetching water. Perhaps building a bathhouse later would be good. Otherwise, the smell would be the least of the problems, but getting sick would be a major issue. Manager, sir, Fang Zhang raised his hand. Chu Guang looked towards him. What is it? I think we should consider safety issues, Fang Zhang said. Given the variant we encountered yesterday, this wasteland is not safe. Nonsense. That was something he didn't need to be told. I know, but we can't ignore sanitary issues either. There isn't enough medical supply in the shelter, and an outbreak could have severe consequences. Safety issues, however, were not as pressing. Variants in Wetland Park were less active than those in the city areas, and there weren't many survivors around to worry about, so they could retreat back to the shelter if danger arose. Sanitation for over 100 people, however, was a major issue. In Bet Street, each household used iron barrels to store water and heated it on the rooftops for disinfection, body cleaning every 2 or 3 days. It wasn't about being particular, it's just that being too smelly would get them driven out. Zhang and Old White exchanged looks. This manager's AI setting didn't include being a germaphobe, did it? They would have to be mindful of that in the future. Speaking of which, there's something I've been wanting to ask. Why doesn't such a large shelter have any supplies? Old White interjected, and what about the other floors? We've only been on level B1 so far. The other floors are not open yet, but they will be opened eventually. Chu Guang didn't explain the reasons, merely stating the facts. The two players, curious but unable to get an answer, didn't persist and assumed it was just part of the setting. Meanwhile, Night 10 and Wild Wind, who had been out exploring, had returned. Seeing Wild Wind covered in mud, Chu Guang asked, how did it go? Did you find the engine? No, we didn't find it, but it wasn't entirely fruitless. With that, Wild Wind opened a plastic bag he had found in a trash can, filled with blue mushrooms. These mushrooms were small, only as long as a finger, with a surface covered in translucent fine filaments. Following the patterns revealed a shimmering, multicolored gloss. Chu Guang, looking surprised, asked, where did you find these? With a hint of pride, Wild Wind reported truthfully, near the parking area, there's a concrete sewage pipe about as tall as 2 men. The pipe was filled with lots of these mushrooms. I wasn't sure if they were edible, so I just picked some to bring back. He had initially wanted to try one, but hesitated for a long time due to the game's realism. Its name is blue umbrella mushroom, scientifically known as blue angel. I heard that those who eat it can see a real angel within an hour. Don't doubt it unless you are a toxin-resistant mutant. You definitely can't eat these. Chu Guang tightened the seal on the plastic bag and continued, "You should count yourselves lucky that you didn't continue further in. These kinds of mushrooms usually grow near the nests of mutated leeches." Night 10 froze. Mutated leeches. Chu Guang replied casually, "Yeah, juvenile mutated leeches are only the size of a palm, and aside from specialized mouthparts, they look pretty much like normal leeches. However, once they reach adulthood, their size will rapidly grow to over 1 meter, with the largest even reaching 3 meters. Their feeding habits change as well. I've heard they can even swallow a living person whole. Of course, that's just what I've heard." After listening to the manager's narrative, Night 10 felt a chill run down his spine. He knew there was something unsettling when he was picking mushrooms, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. Looking at it now, he had skirted around Hell's Gate. Can't be eaten. Wildwind's expression was one of regret as he looked at the mushrooms Chu Guang had put away and muttered, "I thought they could add a buff. Don't overthink it. Where are there so many buffs?" There was something Chu Guang left unsaid. Although inedible, these mushrooms were a main ingredient for making a radiation antidote. Chu Guang was not clear on the exact principle, having only heard about it from old Charlie on Bet Street. The blue umbrella mushroom contains a special kind of polypeptide material that can effectively alleviate and cure non-fatal injuries caused by gamma rays. The commercial teams of Giant Stone City would buy these things, and the prices they offered were not low. Usually, they would be transported to Giant Stone City and sold to the factories there. It's just that these things are really difficult to obtain. Very few scavengers are willing to risk their lives to search for mutated leech nests in swamps, subways, or sewer systems. Being hard to find is one thing. Returning alive after finding them is another. Even those driven by necessity don't want to deal with these flesh-eating tentacles. Unexpectedly, this close at hand, there was a nest of mutated leeches. Chu Guang felt mixed emotions. The good news was that these blue umbrella mushrooms could fetch a decent sum of money. The bad news was that mutated leeches were not easy to deal with. Salt. Where could he get hundreds of kilograms of salt? And if he had that much, it would be more profitable to sell the salt directly. Fire. These things generally lived in humid areas and weren't so easy to set alight. Do you remember the specific location of that sewer entrance? Faced with the manager's question, Wildwind quickly pulled out the map and pointed to the marked position, right here. Chu Guang glanced at the map, committing the location to memory. "I've got it." Wildwind and Night 10 had brought back an estimated 2 kilograms of blue umbrella mushrooms, which usually traded for 1 chip per 50 G. 2000 G equaled 40 chips. This was almost equivalent to Chu Guang's entire savings from the past 5 months. And this was the price set by the recycling stations of Bet Street. The actual value of these things was at least twice that number. Chu Guang planned to sell all the mushrooms and use the chips to purchase urgently needed supplies for the outpost. Outpost supplies need to be restocked, so I'm going out for a bit. Stay here and don't wander off. At 5 in the afternoon, Zio Chi will open the elevator on time for you to return to shelter number 404. While I'm gone, Zio Chi will tally your work results. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask it. As for the 2 kilograms of blue umbrella mushrooms, Chu Guang allocated a total of 220 contribution points to Wild Wind and Night 10. 200 of those points were for the discovery of the mutated leech nest, and the remaining 20 were for the mushrooms. He wasn't being stingy on purpose. He feared that giving too much would tempt the players into taking risks collecting these things, only to potentially lose their lives in the process. Before finding a generator that could power the active substance extractor, he felt it was better to be cautious. Lunch was boiled barley porridge. Though it was called porridge to Chu Guang, it felt more like unsweetened mung bean soup. The stuff had hardly any taste, serving merely to fill the stomach. But surprisingly, the 4 players devoured it as if they were starving ghosts reincarnated. Was it really that delicious? Chu Guang began to doubt his own culinary skills. Could he have been good at cooking all along? That shouldn't be the case. He finished the meal in a hurry. After cleaning up the pots and pans, Chu Guang put out the fire and set off on his journey alone, leaving behind 4 players and an AI robot hanging upstairs. Fang Chang stared at the task board planted at the entrance of the sanatorium, deep in thought. Night 10 asked on the side. "What are you looking at?" Fang Chang asked. Considering the manager's attitude, these blue umbrella mushrooms must not be useless, but the task only awarded you 20 contribution points, which is equivalent to chopping down 2 trees. Do you think that's reasonable? Night 10 was taken aback. "Is there a problem?" Fang Chang asked. "Of course there is," Wild Wind pondered. Normally, the profit a player gains from a task should be positively related to the difficulty of the task. Not only did you unlock a new instance, but you also gathered high-value materials. It doesn't make sense for the reward to be so little. What do you think is the reason? Fang Chang snapped his fingers. Priority. Priority. Knight 10 was baffled. That's right, Fang Chang nodded. Do you still remember what the manager said in the previous storyline? The top priority right now is survival. Was there such a thing? There seemed to be. Knight 10 didn't pay much attention in most games. He didn't bother with the storyline and would just control skip it. Even though it wasn't possible to control skip in this game, zoning out for a few minutes was no different. Fang Chang continued. So I guess the tasks on the task board are not the only tasks. This game has given us a lot of autonomy. Not only can tasks be issued by NPCs, but they can also be actively triggered. Wild Wind furrowed his brow. Reason, you have already received a reward, haven't you? Fang Chang said. Although you didn't find the generator, you discovered an alien nest and gathered valuable materials. So I surmise that as long as our actions meet the current needs of shelter number 404, we can get contribution points, and the value of the reward is positively correlated with the value created by our actions. For instance, building latrines was a task issued by the manager after adopting our suggestions. Old White and I both got a reward of 200 contribution points. Old White nodded. It seems to be the case. I think I got your point. Wild Wind stroked his chin. But aren't we also gaining contribution points by completing the tasks on the task board? And those points weren't low. That's the second point I was getting to. Fang Chang's face revealed a mysterious smile. Do you remember what the planner told us about the favorability setting? A flash of realization crossed Wild Wind's face. I see. I understand what you mean now. Knight 10 and Old White were still confused. What do you two understand? Explain it clearly. Fang Chang spoke leisurely. To put it simply, by methodically completing the fixed tasks on the task board, we can get a guaranteed minimum reward but can't showcase our abilities. In contrast, actively triggering tasks better reflects our capabilities. Theoretically, it should enhance the manager's evaluation of us. Of course, these conjectures were based on the premise that Wasteland OL was a completely realistic, immersive virtual reality game, and that the manager's actions were governed by program logic, not a human setting. If its intelligence wasn't as high as he imagined, this guess might well be invalid. However, given what they had seen so far, the manager's intelligence seemed quite high. Normal communication was not an issue, and Fang Chang even couldn't help but wonder if the manager might be played by an actual person. After understanding Fang Chang's explanation, Old White stroked his chin beard and nodded. This train of thought is quite interesting and worth a try, so what do you think we should do? As for what to do specifically, I'm still figuring it out, but my intuition tells me that, before the second round of closed beta testing, it's more critical to accumulate more NPC favorability than contribution points. This will ensure that we start the second round with a higher starting point than other players. After a pause, Fang Chang snapped his fingers. I propose we form a team. Forming a team means, Knight 10 asked, puzzled. Old White nodded. I have no objections. Wild Wind nodded too. Neither do I. Knight 10 voiced his agreement as well. I don't mind either, but could you explain the details of the teaming? Fang Chang explained patiently. In short, from now on we are a team. We will share information and help each other. Next, we need to play to each of our strengths. Fang Chang looked at Wild Wind and Knight 10 and continued. Wild Wind, Knight 10, you will scout along the lake shore of Wetland Park, paying attention to the distribution and movement of variants. If you spot any areas that look like nests, mark them. But remember, don't get too close, especially avoid engaging in combat. We need a safe water source. Wild Wind nodded. Got it. Then Fang Chang turned to Old White. As for us, we need to chop more wood right now. I'll look up some information online when I log off later, and tomorrow we'll figure out a way to make use of all this wood we've stockpiled. Chu Guang was lucky. He didn't encounter any insurmountable dangers along the way. Not only that, when he arrived near Bet Street, he happened to see a commercial team from Giant Stone City unloading at the entrance of Bet Street. Old Watt, carrying a hunting gun, stood to one side smoking his homemade dry pipe, while Old Charlie was having a pleasant conversation with the team's leader, and idle scavengers were unloading under the watchful eye of the gunmen. The leader of the commercial team was called General Lei, whose first name Chu Guang didn't know. He only knew that he came from Giant Stone City with 8 gunmen and about 20 mutated yaks. Every so often, he would bring his men and beasts to Bet Street to sell some supplies, while taking away the specialties from here. In the wasteland, especially in urban areas, animals are more reliable than vehicles. The roads are littered with broken-down vehicles and collapsed ruins, plus the highways, due to lack of maintenance, are severely cracked, even with roots of vegetation breaking through, rendering most wheeled vehicles immovable. By comparison, donkeys, cows, horses are precious. They may not be fast, but there's almost nowhere they cannot go. Most importantly, they're cheap to maintain, just 30 pounds of grass for 100 kilometers. Technology isn't always reliable, at least not here. Of course, if it's a long trek across provinces, that's a different story. Chu Guang once saw a half-wheeled, half-tracked truck with a chimney-like thick barrel standing on top, quite in the spirit of punk art. But these bulky trucks generally don't enter the city. They usually offload outside the city and trade with active medium and small commercial teams in the surrounding area, and then they leave. Chu Guang noticed that among the goods being transported to Bet Street this time, there was even a woman wrapped in a long robe. Her hands and feet were in shackles. With a barcode printed on her ankle, her delicate white skin looked nothing like a Wasteland survivor, more like an elf who had stepped out of a movie. Or rather, a commodity cultivated from a growth vat, a clone. Chu Guang had only heard of the slave trade in Giant Stone City before, but this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. However, such luxury, he thought, could only be afforded by the town's mayor. Chu Guang didn't immediately approach but quietly waited in the shadow of the ruins for the trade to be completed. The cowboys were all busy and did not linger here. After loading the goods, General Lee reached into his chest and pulled out several white chips, which he threw to the idle scavengers like giving alms. Then, amidst a chorus of thankful and wistful praise, he and his gunmen set off, herding the yaks loaded with big and small parcels. Chu Guang followed from a distance, crossing 2 streets. However, at that moment, the man walking beside that General Lee suddenly stopped and stared straight in his direction. Chu Guang's heart skipped a beat on being noticed. They were at least 100 meters apart. How did this guy spot him? But since he'd been discovered, it was pointless to follow behind anymore. Chu Guang walked out from the ruins, first raising his hands to show he meant no harm, then carrying a black plastic bag he approached. Stopping under a crooked coffee shop sign about 10 meters away, he halted. For both parties, this was the safest distance. In the event of a conflict, the carbon nanotube bulletproof vest he wore close to his body would buy him at least 5 seconds to escape. As long as he wasn't shot in the head. I mean no harm, he said, I just want to trade with you. The man called General Lee narrowed his eyes and rested the shotgun on his shoulder. Are you a scavenger from Bet Street, Chu Guang? I don't care what your name is, and we don't do petty trades, the man said with a mocking look at the plastic bag in his hand. You might as well give that stuff to that old guy Charlie. Chu Guang said nothing but opened the plastic bag, revealing the commodity inside. The man was clearly knowledgeable. His expression froze, as he apparently did not expect the bag to contain something other than old parts and batteries, but rather this kind of desirable item. Chu Guang noticed a flash of greed in his eyes that was hard to catch. Where did you get this from? The man asked. Chu Guang looked at him and said indifferently, sewers next to a mutated leech nest, but even if I told you where, would you really want to go? It was just a casual question, don't mind. His eyes' greedy look diminished a bit, and the man handed his shotgun to his attendant, stepping in front of Chu Guang. How do you plan to sell it? The recycling price at Bet Street was 1 point per 50 grams, but this thing's real value was definitely worth much more. After 2 seconds of silence, Chu Guang decided to take a gamble and quoted 5 times the price of Bet Street's recycling station. I have 2,000 grams here, I want 200 points. Deal. Seeing that the man hesitated only briefly before agreeing, Chu Guang immediately realized that he had underpriced his offer. Indeed, the damned mayor's selling price to these merchants was surely more than that. These bloodsuckers. Chu Guang silently cursed the mayor and his family in his heart, wishing that tonight he wouldn't be able to perform in bed. Let's be friends, my name is List. The man extended his right hand, his earlier arrogance gone, smiling now. I rarely deal directly with scavengers, but you are an exception. I find you very interesting. Unpretentiously, Chu Guang shook his hand. I know, you just told me. Releasing his hand, List stared at Chu Guang and continued. So firstly, I hope the mayor won't find out about our trade today. Chu Guang said, of course, he won't know. I don't want any trouble either. Ha, you're a smart man. Pleased with Chu Guang's answer, List nodded with a smile and continued to speak. I can pay you 200 points right now, but since you're going to use these chips to exchange for stuff anyway, why not just buy directly from me and save yourself from the middleman's markup? I also have some surplus goods here. I can give you a 20 discount. How about it? Chu Guang didn't believe his so-called 20 discount nonsense, as there was no way he could know how much the goods on the backs of the cows were sold for in Giant Stone City. However, as long as his price was cheaper than Bet Street, there was no reason for him to refuse. I need weapons. Do you have any? Of course, what kind do you need? Guns. Guns, huh? List stroked his chin. How about a 9-bolt action pipe rifle? It only costs 200 points and I'll throw in 30 bullets for free. If you want to buy extra bullets, they are 1 point each, an absolutely fair price. A 20 discount. This is already discounted. If you think it's too expensive, I have cheaper options, like the 5-pipe handgun for 100 points. It's quite effective against looters, but not recommended against variants. That's already a 20 discount. He's not bad. I'll believe you when hell freezes over. Chu Guang glared at him and said, I'll take the 9-bolt action pipe rifle plus 60 bullets. In addition, I want to buy food and other supplies with another 20. No, 25 points. Watching List shrug nonchalantly, Chu Guang continued in a serious tone. There's more than 2 kilograms of mushrooms in the mutated leech nest, but I can only collect the ones near the entrance. You get what I mean. You want me to invest in you. List looked at Chu Guang with interest. Interesting. Chu Guang remained unmoved and said, why not? I bet even at this price, you can still make a good profit. And if you agree, the goods I bring next time could be 10 times what I have today. Don't you find that tempting? List was tempted. Honestly, it was an attractive proposition. Carrying these 2 kilograms of blue umbrella mushrooms to Giant Stone City, he wouldn't just buy one bolt-action pipe rifle, could buy 10. These country bumpkins living on the outskirts have no idea what rad resistance and anti-rad drugs mean to city folk. The good stuff is all hidden near those nuclear bomb craters. Normally, very few people can get chips off me. List signaled his assistant with a glance, instructing him to take a pipe rifle and 60 bullets from the mutated yak. You are the exception. Counting out 25 white chips from his pocket, List handed them over to Chu Guang along with the goods. 20 kilograms of blue umbrella mushrooms. Consider it an investment. I await your news. I'll come here again at the end of the month, and if all goes well, it will probably be the last time this year. I hope to see you then. Mutated leeches. No one wants to mess with those things. Only God knows how many disgusting bugs are hiding in their nests, and the worst part is regular piercing gunfire is useless against them. Their terrifying regeneration ability and vitality allow them to split into 2 new individuals after a brief struggle, even if cut in half, let alone just a few small holes. As for fire, not only is it uncertain if you can ignite it, but even if you do, you'll burn the valuable stuff too. A complete loss. Write the 20 kilograms of blue umbrella mushrooms. I'll just count as 2,000 points for you. You can place orders with me, no need to pick through others' leftovers. Watching Chu Guang fiddle with the weapon in his hands, List reminded him. Chu Guang stopped what he was doing and looked at him to ask, how do I know what goods you have? List snapped his fingers. His companion got the hint and handed over a square tablet computer. There are photos on it. Swipe left and right to choose. I won't teach you if you know how to use it. I guarantee the quality of these goods is good, but I do not guarantee that what you actually receive will look exactly like the pictures. After skimming through the tablet that Chu Guang had received, he realized there were indeed quite a few good items on it. Especially, he saw what he needed the most. Have you made your selection? List urged as he watched Chu Guang browsing. I've chosen. Handing back the tablet, Chu Guang said, a 10 kW wood-fired generator and a KV-1 powered exoskeleton. You have good taste. The KV-1 is a base model, but also one of the most durable. But why do you need a generator? If you're worried about running out of electricity, it's better to buy extra batteries. I offer a trade-in service here, very cheap. A generator wasn't cheap, one would cost 1,200 points. By comparison, just 800 points were enough for a KV-1 powered exoskeleton, and a matching chemical energy battery was only 150 points. Even if battery replacements were expensive, they wouldn't amount to over 1,000. And after buying it, where would he even put it? An exoskeleton could be worn under the clothes, but a generator wasn't something a common scavenger could afford. Seeing right through List's concerns, Chu Guang said, don't worry, I won't take it back to Bet Street. I was just asking. How you handle it is none of my concern. After all, even if you claim I sold it to you, I won't admit it. You'd be the one at a loss. List shrugged nonchalantly, glancing at the sky not far away. It's getting late till we meet again. Chu Guang stopped him. Wait a second, do the items I just ordered have a 20 discount? List laughed heartily, waving his hand without turning back. The prices you saw are already the discounted ones. Chuang Guang, damn it, I'll show them who's boss next time I deal with these swindlers. Watching the commercial team move off into the distance, Chu Guang, with a dark expression, also turned to leave. The sun already hung on the edge of the sky, and it was undoubtedly late. There was no chance he could make it back in time now. Chu Guangning would rather stay overnight on Bet Street than travel by night. With several unpleasant experiences behind him, he knew all too well how dangerous it was to survive only by the grace of the sun. Chu Guang wrapped the iron pipe rifle he had bought in a plastic bag and tied it together with a sharpened water pipe he carried on his back, making it unrecognizable as a gun. Although Bet Street didn't forbid survivors from carrying weapons, Chu Guang didn't want the mayor's spies to find out about his private transactions with the outside commercial teams. 50 of blue umbrella mushroom for only 1 point chip. What a rip-off these blood-sucking leeches came up with. He passed through the gates of Bet Street. Chu Guang saw a crowd gathered around the doorway of the recycling center, men and women, old and young. They were dressed in tattered clothes with yellow, gaunt faces, carrying woven bags or baskets on their backs and hauling plastic buckets or other containers in their hands. Their daily routine was simple. Exchange the collected garbage for chips and then use those chips to buy life's necessities. New stock of soap. Produced by huge Stone City chemical factory, only 3-point chips and you can wash off that nauseating stench from your bodies. Hurry and buy one for your wife, only 30 available, first come first served. Cooking oil, never mind what it's made from, it's all fresh and good, brought in from Brown Farm, only 10-point chips per liter. It's a bit expensive, but there's a reason for the price. You'd better find someone to split the cost with. Let me see, oh yes, coarse salt. A piece the size of your thumb for only 5-point chips. Don't worry about how it came to be. How much better do you expect to eat? Come buy it. There's also tobacco, good for smoking or for curing meat, also from Brown Farm. Forget it, just pick what you want, I need a break. Old Charlie hawked his wares at the entrance with such a lackadaisical attitude that he hardly seemed like a businessman. In fact, it really wasn't business. It felt more like a master's handout to a servant. And it wasn't just Bet Street. Within a 5-mile radius, many things could only be bought here, and the people who lived here had no choice in the matter. Also, don't think that 5 miles is short. Although Quinquin City is situated on the southern plains, this place had long become an even more dangerous concrete graveyard than a forest. Old Charlie wiped his sweat, handed over the task of collecting money to a store clerk, and sat down at the side, squinting his eyes for a rest. At that moment, a young man, thin with a gray coat, waving a wooden plaque in his hand, came to the front of the crowd. Mobilization order, a mobilization order from the mayor. By the end of the month, each household must contribute 100 kilograms of firewood and 2 square meters of fur. Pass it on to each other. The crowd stirred. There were constant complaints, but no one came forward to rebel. After all, it had always been like this in previous years. Bet Street does not collect taxes, but that does not mean living here comes without a cost. Aside from the indirect exploitation and trading rights, the mayor always found one way or another to levy resources. The mobilization order was just one of those methods, occurring every year in August or September. And what if one refused the levy? The punishment was very straightforward. Within the settlement, all men and women over the age of 16, regardless of whether they lived independently after splitting from the family or not, were counted as individual households. If unmarried once married, 2 people were combined into one household. If the resources weren't paid up, the registry butler would cross off that household's name from the registry and confiscate their shack on Bet Street, expelling them from the survivor's enclave. In this world where life was thinner than paper, losing a shelter wasn't much different from dying, especially in the cold winter. Though not wealthy, Bet Street was already better than neighboring Brown Farm. At least the survivors living here had a bit of pitiful freedom. It looks like the mayor is planning to make one last score before the final commercial team of the year arrives, to have a prosperous new year with the exchange supplies. Chu Guang pondered in his heart but didn't take this so-called mobilization order seriously. He would leave before winter. When the time came, he would not wait to be driven out, he would leave on his own. He bypassed the recycling station. Chu Guang walked straight to his own shack, but before he reached the door, he saw Yu Xiaoyu and a guy standing at the door, arguing about something. The guy was about 17 or 18, not a teenager. Chu Guang didn't know him, only remembered that he seemed to be the Wang family's third son, named Wang Defu. His shack was in the most secluded corner of the enclave, diagonally opposite the Yu family, and then the Wang family after that, usually not crossing paths with them. Chu Guang wondered what business the Wang family's third son could have at his place. Move aside. Wang Defu, impatient, pushed Yu Xiaoyu, who was blocking his path. The girl stumbled backward, but still stood firm with her arms spread out like an eagle protecting its chick, refusing to give way. I won't, this isn't your home, nor is it yours, but he has asked me to help watch the house. What's there to watch in a dead man's house? He's not dead. Yu Xiaoyu glared at him, her eyes like a goldfish's. Stop lying, the foreigner hasn't been back for 4 or 5 days. Wang Defu continued impatiently. You from the Yu family just want to share, don't you? I'm not planning to keep it all for myself. So the crossbeams and this door are mine, you can take the rest. The house of the deceased would usually be divided by the neighbors. There was no set rule that a few days' absence meant death, but generally, if someone hadn't been seen for days, everyone assumed they were either captured by slavers or looters, or snatched away by variants to feed their young. No one could survive outside for several nights straight. Even experienced hunters found it difficult. Yu Xiaoyu's lower lip was bitten blue. Her eyes, bright like a little goldfish, remained defiant, but she didn't move aside, nor did she take any other action. Wang Defu didn't want to wait any longer. If he waited, the men from the Yu family would be back, and he wouldn't gain anything alone, so he decided to push her aside by force. However, at that moment, a hand rested on his shoulder. Who said I was dead? Wang Defu's body tensed up, and he jumped to the side. He regarded Chu Guang with a wary gaze like that of a wild animal. Yu Xiaoyu quickly scurried behind Chu Guang for cover, whispering a report. He came yesterday, wanting to dismantle your house. Chu Guang looked at Wang Defu with a smile that was not a smile, then said, Are you leaving on your own, or should I escort you? Wang Defu, knowing he was in the wrong and unable to argue, glanced at the steel pipe on Chu Guang's back, the tip stained with blood, and eventually left without saying a word. He wasn't afraid of the Yu family, nor was he afraid of this foreigner, but nobody wished to offend a man with a sturdy physique. especially since this guy was all alone without any weak points. Watching his retreating figure, Chu Guang suddenly felt somewhat sorrowful. Some people, although alive, were no different from the hyenas and vultures outside. He had once witnessed a mutated hyena bite the neck of its injured companion and share the flesh. At the time, he didn't think much of it, merely considering it a law of nature now, he could somewhat empathize. He had only been away for a few days, yet these people had already become restless. Hiding behind Chu Guang, Yu Xiaoyu didn't leave. She thought that if she waited a bit longer, she might be able to eat the candy she had tasted the other day. She had never eaten anything so sweet she nearly chewed on the plastic stick too, noticing those big eyes staring at her. Chu Guang was initially stunned, then realized what was going on and smiled as he fished out a forgotten lollipop from his pocket, handing it to the little girl. "It's no trouble." Little Fish happily tore open the plastic wrapper and stuffed the lollipop in her mouth, speaking indistinctly. "It's not like I've anything else to do anyway. I can help keep an eye on things when you're out." At that moment, the men of the Yu family, carrying their spoils, returned from the direction of the recycling station. Judging by their bulging bundles, they had reaped a considerable harvest. Seeing her eldest brother, second brother, and father, Little Fish promptly dashed back inside the house. Earning candy was just a side job. Keeping an eye on the foreigner was the task her elders had assigned her, and Little Fish had not forgotten the advice her elders had given her. However, no matter how quick her actions, they could never outpace the eyes of a hunter. The patriarch of the Yu family, a sturdy, wrinkled-faced old man, glanced at Chu Guang without saying a word and entered the house with his eldest son, who was carrying 2 sacks of green wheat. The second son of the Yu family, Yu Hu, stopped in his tracks in front of Chu Guang. Chu Guang recognized him. People around here didn't interact much with him, and this 18 or 19-year-old youth was one of the few who would initiate conversations with him. It was just that the young man was always blunt and straightforward, much like his name suggested. "I thought you were dead since you weren't around these past few days," Chu Guang said. "It seems your intuition isn't very accurate." Yu Hu paused, then grinned and scratched his head. This foreigner was quite interesting, speaking differently from other Salways liking to beat around the bush. He didn't mind, and he continued. "I have to tell you, the mayor just issued a mobilization order. Before the end of the month, each household must deliver 100 kilograms of firewood and 2 square meters of fur. The Yu family had 3 adult males and needed to submit 300 kilograms of firewood and 6 square meters of fur, which made them a major taxpayer on Bet Street. The former was manageable. Vegetation was everywhere in the city, and further out to the north, large tracts of woodland were visible. Even without the mayor's order, they would have cut some firewood to prepare for winter, but the latter was more challenging to deal with. 6 square meters of fur would mean having to kill at least 4, perhaps 5 mutated hyenas. "I heard about it when I came back." "That's good." Yu Hu was direct. "We were just discussing with the Li family about trying our luck in the northern woodlands. There are supposed signs of deer migration there. If we could catch a couple, not only would we get the fur, but we would also get meat. Do you want to join us?" "I'd rather not. I'll think of something myself." Chu Guang tactfully declined, but he made a mental note of it. The scavengers from Bet Street were planning to hunt to the north, and Linghu Wetland Park was also to the northwest. Hopefully, they wouldn't run into each other. Yu Hu naturally didn't know what Chu Guang was thinking and assumed he was just being modest, continuing to persuade. "I can tell you're capable, but even a capable person has limits. The Wang family boy dared to bully you because they have numbers. Here's an idea. My sister will be of marriageable age next year. Why not marry her? Then we'll be family. If you're in a hurry, we can arrange the wedding tonight." Chu Guang nearly choked on these words, coughed, and said, "There's no need." What the hell? How did the conversation jump to that? Besides, the marriageable age that these survivors deemed acceptable was something Chu Guang, coming from a civilized society, could not accept. After all, he was still young, and marriage was much too early for him. All right then. Yu Hu did not persuade further, only feeling a sense of regret. People who escaped from the shelters tended to be smart, like old Charlie, who had been working for the mayor since he could remember and was seen as a big shot in the neighborhood. Old Charlie said that Chu Guang also came from a shelter, so there must not be a mistake. Chu Guang must be clever as well. If he could have a son with his sister, maybe the Yu family could also produce a big shot like old Charlie. He had even prepared to persuade his father. But now, it seemed he was getting ahead of himself. He took his things and returned home. Yu Hu pulled his sister aside. "Little Fish, tell me, would you like to marry next door's brother Chu Guang?" Little Fish, with her mouth still stuffed with a lollipop, mumbled, "Okay." It wasn't far since it was just next to her home. In her eyes, getting married was simply about sleeping somewhere else. There wasn't much difference, and she might even get an extra piece or 2 of candy. Yu Hu, who was about to give up, happily said, "Then I'll try persuading him again." "Oh," Little Fish casually responded, focusing on her candy and not really caring. But Yu Hu was enthusiastically making plans. "Okay, I'll talk to Dad and Big Brother, but don't just sit around waiting. When you have time, go learn from Mom how to bake flatbread. What are you eating? Let me try some too." No way. Seeing her second brother try to snatch her candy, little fish was instantly displeased. She ducked and dodged, then vanished like a puff of smoke. In Linghu Wetland Park, next to the abandoned sanatorium, stood wooden stakes of varying thickness and size. I heard that newly cut wood can crack and warp if it's not treated, said Old White, frowning as he leaned on his axe, looking at the logs piled up haphazardly against the wall. Fang Chang asked, "How is it usually treated?" Old White said, "Dry out the moisture from the wood by baking it, or let it naturally air dry after painting both ends. You could also soak it in water, but that makes it harder to manage. I just hope it doesn't rain in the next few days." Old White roughly estimated that, taking into account yesterday's labor, they would have more than enough to cut all these logs into 3 to 4 meter lengths, sharpen both ends, and stake them into the ground to repair the walls on the north and west sides of the sanatorium. The problem was that these were untreated logs, whose durability was hard to ensure. Few rains might just rot them away, so he discussed it with Fang Chang, and they decided to shift their approach and use cement as building material. There was a substantial amount of concrete waste on the wasteland, and even the sanatorium had quite a bit. Withered by time, expansion and contraction from heat and cold, and worn by wind and rain, most of these concrete chunks, stripped from reinforcing bars, had already become rubble. Relying on these materials to be reliable was wishful thinking. But by mixing these materials with cement and securing them with some steel rods salvaged from the ruins, building a basic concrete structure was feasible. It was a shoddy job, but it was still better than wood. After all, they had no plans to build a skyscraper. However, in order to use these concrete wastes, they first needed cement. And to make cement, they needed enough coal and a furnace that could withstand temperatures up to 1450 degrees Celsius. Just then, Wild Wind and Night 10 returned. Fang Chang noticed that in the plastic bucket Wild Wind carried, there was a full bucket of even-textured mud. There's a river to the east of Rhombus Lake that isn't on the map. It must have formed sometime in the last 200 years. We explored the entire east to south shoreline and marked the areas where the variants are active and the suspected nests on the map. As he spoke, Wild Wind had Night 10 take out the map, which had some marks drawn on it with charcoal. With this map, fetching water from the lake would be much safer, but Fang Chang's attention was on the bucket in his hand. "What's in this bucket?" "I found it by the river." Wild Wind put the bucket down and continued, "I suddenly thought we could use this stuff as a construction material, so I brought it back." "This stuff can't be used as a building material, it'll wash away with water," said Old White, squatting down and picking up some mud to rub between his thumb and forefinger. An excited expression suddenly crossed his face. "However, this stuff is great. We've got something for our kiln." "Kiln?" Night 10 was puzzled. "I've discussed with Old White about making cement," said Fang Chang. Wild Wind looked at him in surprise. "Is that possible? Why wouldn't it be? Isn't this a sandbox game?" Old White stood up excitedly and said, "Just dump the mud here and go fetch a few more buckets back. Fang Chang, help me collect some tree branches. Make it quick." "Got it." Fang Chang went off with high spirits. Wild Wind and Night 10 exchanged glances, then went off, still baffled. The river wasn't deep, but there was plenty of silt beside it, and since it wasn't far from the sanatorium, they managed to bring back quite a bit without much effort. Old White used the silt to form a circle and dug 2 holes beside it as air inlets. Then he placed the leftover charcoal and dry leaves from their previous cooking fire inside the mud circle and lit them with matches left by the manager. The fire rose quickly. The surrounding mud was slowly drying out. Old White used his hands to dig up fresh mud, and as he dried it, he started building it up on the walls of the furnace until it reached his thigh. Only then did he begin to stuff in thumb-thick sticks. "What are you doing?" Fang Chang asked curiously. Although he had played survival games before, he had never done such detailed work in a game. "Making charcoal. Without coal, we have to use charcoal instead. To make cement, burning wood won't need to start from the most basic." "How do you even know this stuff?" "Played with it back in my hometown when I was a kid." "Played with it, sure. Who would play with this stuff for fun?" Standing up, Old White clapped his hands and began to seal the top of the furnace while the fire inside had not yet ignited the wood. This step was crucial. Before the wood caught fire, he needed to leave an opening at the top. Then, once the temperature inside the furnace was high enough, cover all the openings with mud, allowing the wood inside to smolder for a day. By tomorrow, they would have a full furnace of charcoal. "If you seal all the holes, won't the fire go out?" "It won't go out immediately, and that's the effect we want." Wiping his sweat, Old White patted Fang Chang's shoulder. "Don't just stand there, let's build a few more kilns and get the one for making cement tomorrow ready as well." "Okay." It wasn't just Fang Chang who joined Old White's construction crew. Even Wild Wind and Night 10, after moving enough mud, were drafted into the effort. The 4 players worked together and built 4 earthen kilns for charcoal burning, and then with the aluminosilicate clay dug from the riverbank, they built a slightly larger one. According to Old White, they could try making some cement tomorrow. What he planned to make was wood ash cement. This primitive method produced cement that was not very technologically advanced or reliable, but it was definitely stronger than wood. Moreover, with wood ash cement, he could try to build a cement kiln that could withstand higher temperatures. Old White had already made up his mind to look up information online after logging off. Damn it. Now I understand why the manager wanted us to figure out how to build a bathhouse. Night 10, who was already somewhat germophobic, felt he was almost killed by the stench of sweat. This game was just too damn hardcore. How about we take a bath by the lake before we log off? Old White suggested. I agree. But speaking of which, where's the manager? The log-off time is almost upon us, but he hasn't returned yet, Wild Wind asked. Maybe he's got something to do. How are we supposed to let him know about our afternoon's hard work? Night 10 hastily asked. Fang Chang glanced at the sanatorium behind them. Don't worry about that, I've already spoken to the robot named Zio Chi. It said that it has recorded our achievements and will report the situation truthfully to the manager. Upon hearing this, Night 10 finally felt at ease. Just as the players were logging off, taking off their helmets, getting up, and preparing to start a new day, Chu Guang, who was still on Bet Street, carefully removed the plastic bucket under the water purifier. There was a public well in Bet Street, and each household had their own water collector, including Chu Guang's. Apart from the glowing rain laden with radioactive dust, or when the clouds looked distinctly abnormal, the rainwater on the wasteland was generally safe, even safer than in the pre-war era. After all, it was 200 years after the decline of civilization, and phenomena such as acid rain and smog, which were byproducts of industrial society, were hard to come by here. Of course, even so, drinking rainwater directly was not a wise decision. By cutting a plastic water bottle in half, Chu Guang placed a layer of dried pine needles and moss at the base of the bottleneck, and then added crushed charcoal ash on top. Thus, a makeshift water filter was completed. Chu Guang didn't know whether graphite could absorb radiation or not, but in the distant suburbs far from nuclear craters, radiation was not the main threat to survival. Diarrhea and dehydration were. He still remembered that in the month he first settled here, he almost had to run to the toilet every other day. He didn't die at the hands of variants, but almost succumbed to his own gastrointestinal issues. Not even 10L. It's like trying to put out a blaze with a cup of water. He sighed as he looked at the various bottles and jars in the room. It took only a few days for the player to nearly use up the supplies he had saved up for many days. He'd need to come up with some solutions. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Chu Guang got up, pulled out the door bolt, and opened the door. Standing at the doorway was Little Fish with her hands behind her back, her big, shiny eyes fixed on him without saying a word. Just as Chu Guang was about to greet her, he suddenly remembered what the second son of the Yu family had said to him about the marriage proposal, which made him feel awkward, even if he had to take 10,000 steps back. Without shelter number 404, without the system, without players, and in his isolated and helpless state, he wouldn't be able to lower himself to that level. She was too thin. At the very least, she needed another couple of years. Is there something you need? Chu Guang asked calmly. Yu Xiaoyu stretched out her arm, which had been hidden behind her back. Only then did Chu Guang notice that she was holding a small, dark piece of cake in her hand. It was probably made from boiled and kneaded green wheat paste. My second brother asked me to give this to you. He told me to say I made it for you. She spoke word for word. The way she mixed up the pronouns made Chu Guang dizzy for a moment, and it took him a while to figure out that it was Yu Hu who wanted her to give him the cake. No need. After stuffing the cake into Chu Guang's hand, Little Fish turned around and ran off, leaving him alone, disheveled in the wind. Present day. Jinling. After removing his helmet, Yan Feng rubbed his nose bridge, fumbled on the bedside table, and put on his glasses. He sat on the edge of the bed for a while before getting up to go to the bathroom. After washing up and putting on a coat, he went downstairs, straddled his bicycle, and leisurely made his way to the cafeteria. The time was now 5:30 a.m. Apart from students studying for postgraduate entrance exams, few people would visit the cafeteria at this time. The hall was empty, with only a few counters by the door open for business. The cafeteria lady, who was busy behind one of the counters, recognized this regular customer immediately and said with a smile, "Professor Yan, you're up early today." "Yeah, I went to bed pretty early yesterday. 2 buns, please." "The buns have just been put in the steamer, you'll have to wait a bit." "No rush." Yan Feng took out his meal card and swiped it on the reader. The steam rising from the steamer smelled fragrant. Yan Feng really liked this scent. It made him feel comfortable. Unfortunately, it was not so friendly to him as a bespectacled man. After removing his glasses to wipe away the fog on them, Yan Feng couldn't help thinking about his character in Wasteland OL. His avatar in the virtual world, though initially slightly weaker in strength, was much stronger than his real self. And most importantly, the virtual self wasn't nearsighted. At that moment, someone patted his shoulder. Yan Feng put on his glasses and turned around to see Professor Wang Heiyang. "Have class this morning?" "No class. I just woke up because I couldn't sleep. I thought you physicists stayed up late. That's a misconception." "I rarely bring work home." Yan Feng pushed up his glasses and suddenly remembered something. Looking at the professor, he said, "By the way, there's something I want to consult with you about." Professor Wang Heiyang raised his eyebrows. The topic from yesterday. Yanfeng nodded. Yeah, hold on, let me ask you first. You're not talking about a novel you wrote, are you? Professor Wang Heiyang said with a laugh. Novels should be a bit fantastical. If they're too close to reality, they tend to be less enjoyable. Actually, it's not a novel, to be honest. It's a game. A game? Yeah, Yanfeng said as he took the bun from the cafeteria lady's hand, unwrapped the plastic bag, and took a bite. A post-apocalyptic themed game. Professor Wang Heiyang became interested and asked, "Can you be more specific?" I'm not very clear about the details, as the game is in the closed testing phase, and I don't know much. Yanfeng paused for a moment before adding, "You mentioned how only an advanced society could have cars without any power source." No power source. Professor Wang Heiyang was taken aback before laughing. Are you talking about replacing a fixed power source with remote power supply technology? Is that difficult? Asked Yanfeng. I'm not sure about the difficulty, from my field of expertise. Wireless power supply technology isn't hard. The challenge lies in how we obtain clean and cheap energy that is affordable even if the energy loss reaches 90 or more. At this point, Professor Wang Heiyang paused, then jokingly said, "Apart from controlled nuclear fusion as depicted in science fiction novels, I can't think of a better solution." Nuclear fusion. Yanfeng looked thoughtful. I see. It seemed the background setting of Wasteland OL was even grander than he had imagined. There must be much more worth digging into. When do you plan to publish your novel? Can I take a look? Professor Wang Heiyang joked. Maybe I can offer some advice. Yanfeng glanced at him. I told you it's not a novel. All right, if you say it's not, then it's not, Professor Wang Heiyang said with a laugh, patting his colleague's shoulder as he took his breakfast from the cafeteria lady. I have a class, so I'll head out first. Good luck to you. Night fell deep. Chu Guang slept restlessly, waking several times and only falling back to sleep intermittently after feeling for the gun hidden in his sleeping bag. The shelter was too comfortable, there was no need to worry about any danger, so much so that he found himself somewhat unable to adapt to this unsettling environment all of a sudden. I've become complacent. Chu Guang sighed, his hand unconsciously touched the gun concealed under the blanket again. The rough and long barrel filled him with a sense of security. He wondered how things were going with the players. Although he had explained to Zio Chi what to do in his absence, he couldn't let go of his worries when he wasn't around. Waking up again at 5 in the morning, Chu Guang found he could no longer sleep, so he lay there with his eyes open, waiting quietly. It wasn't until the faint light of dawn filtered through the window that he crawled out of his sleeping bag, dressed, and slung on his steel pipe and the newly purchased gun. This time when he left, he estimated it would be a long while before he could return. The mayor's demands forced him to move up his plan for relocating. All preparation had to be completed before the end of the month. If he couldn't stockpile enough resources for 100 people, the next trial wouldn't happen until February or March of the next year. The entire winter would be wasted. He pushed open the door. Equipped and ready to depart, Chu Guang happened to run into the men of the Wang family. Wang Defu, who had caused trouble at his doorstep just the day before, gave him a look. No words were exchanged, but his eyes carried a hint of provocation. Perhaps because his father and older brothers were by his side, and with hunting weapons on his back, he had more courage than the day before, almost as if he was showing off. Of course, Chu Guang had no intention of stooping to the level of petty children. A 16-year-old boy was considered a full-fledged man on Bet Street, but to him the boy was nothing more than a kid whose whiskers hadn't even fully come in yet. Hey, don't go dying on me. Chu Guang ignored him, didn't even glance his way. The Wang family kid grew angry, his teeth clenched and face turning red. He felt humiliated by this outsider's disregard. However, just as he was about to do something rash to provoke a reaction, his older brother suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Although still somewhat dissatisfied, Wang Defu quickly calmed down. It was clear that the kid listened to his brother. Chu Guang stole a glance at the Wang family's eldest. Sonthai's strong and imposing man was also looking at him. Chu Guang sensed a faint danger from the man, but it wasn't pronounced. Interestingly, during their observation, the man's face also revealed a hint of surprise, though he concealed it carefully. Hunter's intuition. This guy is trouble. After a brief eye contact, both parties quickly averted their gazes. There was no need to stir up unnecessary trouble. The Wang family moved on. Chu Guang also prepared to set off. Just then, a crisp voice came from behind. Be careful on the road. Chu Guang paused, turned around, and saw little fish peeking at him from behind the door. He smiled faintly and said, no need. In the blink of an eye, the girl scurried back into the house and disappeared. At 6 in the morning, the sky was almost fully bright. Bet Street's gate slowly opened, and survivors armed with knapsacks, bows and arrows, knives, crossbows, and other equipment tread across the cracked concrete and through weeds sprouting from the fissures, heading in groups towards the ravaged ruins. But on this day, 200 years later, finding good things in the wasteland was not so easy anymore. Even a bullet casing dropped by mercenaries or looters could be considered a treasure. Chu Guang didn't leave the settlement immediately. Instead, he lingered at the gate for a while, waiting until everyone else had gone far, and then he visited old Charlie's recycling station. I need 7 kilograms of green wheat here or 21 points of tokens. Also, how much tobacco for curing meat can I get for 4 tokens? I've never bought any, Chu Guang asked. 1 point per tail. Then give me 4 tails. Food was the key to development. Only by stockpiling more food could he recruit more players to do work for him. The survivors couldn't be expected to subsist on thin porridge made from green wheat every day even if they could endure it. He could not. Now with a gun, hunting would be much easier than before. Chu Guang planned to buy some tobacco leaves to take back, to make cured meats from the surplus that couldn't be eaten immediately, which would serve as a winter reserve. Old Charlie lifted his eyelids. I remember you just bought 5 kilograms of green wheat a few days ago, didn't you? Is that a problem? Chu Guang replied nonchalantly. Old Charlie just curled his lips. No problem, it's good to save up. Chu Guang, planning for the future, suddenly became alert. A word from the speaker, a listener's attention. He realized a potential issue. He hadn't brought back any useful trash or other findings for a while, yet had made 2 substantial purchases in a row. The mayor might not notice such a small figure as himself, but it might breed suspicion in others' minds about where he was getting all this money from. But old Charlie didn't say anything. Perhaps he didn't care at all. He weighed out the grain, and with a smile saw him out. I've been careless. Stepping out of the gate of Bet Street and turning a corner, Chu Guang finally let out a sigh of relief, paused to observe his surroundings for a while, and then continued on his way. Over 10 chips was already considered a substantial fortune for the scavengers, as they usually couldn't save any money. Yet he had twice consecutively taken out more than 20 chips to purchase supplies that he couldn't exhaust in a short amount of time. Old Charlie was relatively kind to him, given that they both had come out from the same refuge, but at the end of the day he was still the servant of the town mayor. With this thought, Chu Guang's brow furrowed. It was a pity that the merchant named list only accepted grains and sold industrial products from the giant stone city. Perhaps he should try his luck at the brown farmstead. 7 kilograms of green wheat and 10 liters of drinking water, along with bullets and gear, weighed more than 20 kilograms in total, a heavy burden on his shoulders. Aside from carrying the load, Chu Guang also had to be careful to conserve his strength and watch out for dangers lurking in the shadows. Even with strength hidden in his muscles that was extraordinary, he could only walk a distance before stopping to check the road conditions and then continue moving on. The roads outside of the settlement were rough to traverse sometimes. He had to detour around collapsed highways and weave through fallen skyscrapers. Chu Guang suddenly felt envious of the protagonists in The Last of Us in the fading light, who could parkour through the ruins with a bunch of stuff on their backs, while he could only plod along step by step. Maybe, next time should he buy a cow, just not sure if List would sell one. Fortunately, the variants he encountered along the way hadn't discovered him. Passing through the ruins, after following the road for a while and arriving at the sanatorium located in Wetland Park before 8:30 in the morning, Chu Guang was surprised to find that all 4 closed beta players were already online. Not only that, outside the sanatorium's enclosing wall, there stood 4 half-man-tall furnaces and a hemispherical kiln about a person's height. What's this? He didn't remember assigning them the task of building furnaces. Manager, sir. You're finally back, Feng Chang said with a smile as he approached the evidently surprised manager. I was delayed outside for one night. Chu Guang, still fixated on the furnaces and having forgot to put down the things on his back, asked, how are things here? Did you encounter variants or other survivors? Everything is normal. There were no accidents. Feng Chang reported their work to Chu Guang with a bright face. Those 4 half-man-tall furnaces were for charcoal burning, and the one with the bellows was for calcining the raw material for cement at high temperatures. We burn the bark into ash, then mix it with water and stir, filter out the potassium carbonate solution from the top, and squeeze the remaining mud to extract the calcium hydroxide and calcium carbonate needed to make cement. Next, we put these raw materials into the blast furnace to calcine until they turn orange-red, then mix them with sand we've picked up from the riverside, add water and mix well. Envelope got ash cement. Damn, honestly, Chu Guang was amazed by the practical skills of these players. He himself had tried mixing grass ash with mud to make cement, following methods found on forums, but what came out crumbled easily and was utterly useless. Now, it seemed he had been doing it wrong all along. Was the key in the blast furnace and a secondary calcination, and the purity of the ash? Feng Chang didn't stop talking and continued. We plan to use the cement to repair the sanatorium's enclosing wall. Oh, and those potassium carbonate solutions we filtered out, we collected them too. They're really useful for tanning leather. You all did very well. After a long thought, Chu Guang couldn't think of any reward to give to these players, only coming up with this commendatory phrase. But to Feng Chang, who heard it, he was thoroughly exhilarated. It went up, the favorability. It definitely had gone up. Not missing the opportunity, Fang Chang recited the speech he had thought about all night with an earnest expression. For the continuation of civilization, it is our honor to alleviate your worries. Chu Guang suddenly didn't know how to respond to him. Compared to himself, these players seemed a bit too noble, spoken well. For the continuation of civilization and for the future of all of us. Coughing, Chu Guang kept up a dignified expression and said to the excited players, I'm going to put down the supplies downstairs. Your plan is very good. Go ahead with confidence. Fang Chang stood tall and proud, brimming with enthusiasm. As you command, manager, sir. You all should also pay attention to balancing work and rest. Don't overexert yourselves, Chu Guang advised. It was not so much out of conscience as it was worry that these players might overdo it and burn out their enthusiasm too soon. However, this player did not seem to grasp his well-intentioned concern as he proudly declared his loyalty. Serving you is our mission, and it also is my declaration under the banner of United Human. Hearing this, Chu Guang nearly choked. A declaration, huh? Have you ever seen what the United Human flag looks like? All right, that's the spirit, go ahead. Watching the player jog away, Chu Guang silently sighed in his heart. After all, his concern was unnecessary. Since the players were so self-aware, Chu Guang felt that he shouldn't interfere too much with them. Letting them play freely seemed a better choice. He placed the supplies next to the elevator and returned to the shelter, calling out the administrator system. Soon, a task completion pop-up appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, host, for completing the daily task, stockpiling wood, reward points +2. Congratulations, host, for completing the daily task, making cement, reward points +5. The completed daily tasks totaled 7 reward points, which was not enough for an intermediate blind box. However, Chu Guang was not concerned. His players had already dealt with the cement, and now the stockpile of food had exceeded 10 kilograms. Soon, he would be able to recruit a few more players as free labor. System, all reward points. Exchange them all for basic blind boxes. The reward points in the administrator's allowance instantly zeroed out. The alloy door on the wall opened, and the conveyor belt started moving, dispensing the rewards from the open blind boxes. 5 lollipops, a 200G block of chocolate, and a 500G bag of salt, all of them without an expiration date or a brand name. How much did this damn first-generation manager love sweets? Looking at those lollipops and chocolate, Chu Guang was at a loss for words for a moment. But this pure white salt was a good find. Chu Guang reached out and picked it up, his face showing unexpected delight. The salt available on Bet Street was coarse salt transported from Giant Stone City, wax yellow in appearance, not only expensive, but also of low quality, with a bitterness that overshadowed its saltiness. This type of pure white fine salt usually came at a steep price, which ordinary survivors could hardly afford, if only there were more of it. This amount was sufficient for cooking, but using it to make bacon or sausages would be somewhat wasteful. Of course, trading it was a viable option, as this pure white fine salt could be exchanged for 10 or even 20 to 30 times the weight in coarse salt. However, there were other risks involved. River Valley Province was an inland province. Salt, only second to munitions in hyper-profitability, required substantial power to handle this trade rationally. After confirming the rewards, Chu Guang opened the player list to check the log-off time of players from yesterday and their log-in time today. He was surprised to find that Old White had leveled up. Can you level up by chopping trees? Chu Guang was shocked. Previously, the development progress of these players' gene sequences had all been at 0, but Old White's gene sequence development progress had risen to 1. Correspondingly, his level was now LV1. But after thinking about it, Chu Guang was relieved. Chopping trees, a physically demanding task, also served as a form of exercise, and since Old White's gene sequence was strength type, it was not surprising that his development progress had increased. Gaining experience didn't necessarily require combat, though the latter was relatively a shortcut. He closed the system interface. Sitting in front of the computer in the residence hall, Chu Guang logged onto the Wasteland OL official website's backend. Having set a reservation threshold that required filling in a shipping address and phone number and registering an account, Chu Guang was prepared for a slowdown or even a halt in the growth of reservation numbers. Yet upon opening it today, he found that the number of reservations had risen from 35 to 45. Well. Do so many people actually gather at the Niyubai Club? Surprised, Chu Guang then logged into his Penguin account, opened the game group called Niyubai Club, and scrolled through the chat history to catch some clues. Just yesterday, a bunch of newcomers flooded into the group, and the number of members had skyrocketed from over 100 to more than 200. Most of these newcomers were invited by friends to watch, and many of them were group hoppers, active in various gaming groups all year round. Now, in the PC gaming circle, a rumor about a fully immersive virtual reality online game was spreading. Although most people scoffed at it, there were always one or two who believed it and went to great lengths to join Niyubai Club. Everyone was unsure if the dog management was just messing around, but the official website did look quite professional. Historic chat record. Quit smoking. Why are there suddenly so many new people in the group? Confused. JPG. Pick up trash 99 level, big shots. How do I pre-order that game? Does it cost money? Quit smoking. What? They're all here for Wasteland OL. Shocked. JPG. Up several times in one night. Might as well change the group name to Wasteland OL Players Group. Funny. Grandpa Ow closed beta testing is free, not sure about later. Just register an account and fill out a form to queue up. As to when you'll get your turn, it's up to luck. Sigh, I'm done. Some people really believe it. Quit smoking. Night 10 bro. Did you guys log in last night? Tested any new content? Excited. Up several times in one night, tested it, worked on it all night, and we managed to make some cement, haha. Ask Fang Chang, I gotta go to class, we'll talk later. Quit smoking, cement. Pick up trash 99 level, isn't it supposed to be picking trash? There was a lot of back and forth in the group. Chu Guang directly skipped over that long string of nonsense and scrolled down to Fang Chang's message. Long days ahead. Honestly, the realism of this game exceeded my expectations. Unlike most sandbox building games, logs in Wasteland OL don't automatically turn into planks, and making charcoal isn't just a matter of throwing wood in a furnace. For a one-click production you need to build a charcoal kiln first, and the burning method is much the same as in reality. The same goes for making cement. There's no one-click crafting table. You start by burning plant ashes. Quit smoking. What? It's that realistic. Long days ahead. Exactly, it's that realistic. Haven't tested the combat system yet, but as far as sandbox gameplay goes, so far Old White and I haven't found a limit to this game. Long days ahead. Theoretically, all the materials we've encountered so far can be transformed according to real-world physical and chemical rules, and the environmental effects of these transformations are permanently preserved. They won't get reset. That's what amazed me the most. This reminded him of the pseudo-sandbox game Death Stranding, which involved building roads all over the world. But this game was not just about building roads, it offered more interactive content than the pixel-style Minecraft, and the graphics were crystal clear, even more deceptive than the photorealistic racing game Horizon 4, especially that immersive experience. It was unlike anything he had ever seen. To put it simply, he was absolutely blown away by this game. Grandpa ow ha, I laughed. If it's really that awesome, I could build a replica of Jinling City in Wasteland. Spare people under the knife, I don't believe it either. It's too preposterous. Level 8 Great Gale indeed, I can relate to that. Quit smoking, damn. You guys are making me want to play it so bad. Brother Guang, I know you're lurking, I'm begging you, please give me a chance. Chu Guang continued to scroll through more chat records. Those who got closed beta access, and the group admins were basically hyping up Wasteland OL with all sorts of praise, with comments like Sandbox Gameplay Yids and Contender for Game of the Year. There were also players who couldn't help but interject from time to time. I'll pay 100,000 for beta testing eligibility, and 100,000 is too little. I bid 1 billion joking, and other such comments. Then the group members started talking about survival in the wild. Perhaps intrigued by the gameplay described in Long Days Ahead, many players who didn't believe in the existence of fully immersive virtual reality games also joined the conversation, chiming in and even strategizing. Among them, Chu Guang was most interested in a group elder by the IDWC There Are Mosquitoes. Checking his join date, this elder had recently joined the group and was new. While everyone else was chaotically discussing the game, he seriously explained the 18 uses of wood. Burning charcoal, making furniture ethos were the basic ones. Additionally, he mentioned dry distillation of wood. The specific principle was that, during the process of baking wood to make charcoal in a sealed container, a large amount of combustible gas and smoke containing various organic chemical components would be released. These complex mixtures were collectively called charwood products, which are chemical precursors to many chemical products until the widespread use of coal tar and petroleum. According to this group elder's description, by filtering the collected condensates, a watery solution composed of acetic acid, acetone, and methanol could be obtained, as well as a thick tar-like residue. Both were complex mixtures, but different organic chemical components could be extracted from them using distillation. No need to mention the acetic acid and methanol, but this acetone thing was good stuff. Not only could it serve as an organic solvent, but it could also be used to make smokeless gunpowder. When Chu Guang read this, he was utterly shocked. Is this guy a chemical engineer? He instinctively clicked on the person's profile picture and then on his space. The space wasn't locked, so he got in easily, but there was nothing related to chemical engineering inside, just advertisements for furniture and building materials. Well, it looked like he was selling furniture. His profound understanding of wood must have been out of personal interest. Nevertheless, his knowledge might come in handy here. After thinking for a moment, a plan formed in Chu Guang's mind, and he sent a private chat pop-up. friend, interested in joining the beta test. Wasteland was 9 in the morning, so it should be 9 in the evening in Hua Nation of the parallel world peak time when no one would be asleep. Sure enough, the elder whose ID was WC There Are Mosquitoes sent a question mark. Who are you? Chu Guang typed. I'm the planner for Wasteland OL. WC There Are Mosquitoes, WTF. You're the planner. WC There Are Mosquitoes, brother, how do we test? Does it cost? I don't have money. Chu Guang patiently explained. No need for money, just fill out a form, I'll send you the link. Although full of questions, WC There Are Mosquitoes still clicked on the link, filled out the address and phone number on the official website reservation page. However, when filling out the address, he was cautious and wrote the community station instead of the door number. WC There Are Mosquitoes, what next? Any other procedures? Light, that's it. Send me the reservation number, I will tag it on the backend here, and I will notify you when it goes online in 3 days. Creating a clone took 3 days. While Chu Guang pondered on what other talents the outpost still lacked, the group chat suddenly exploded. When he opened the group chat, it turned out that the guy WC There Are Mosquitoes who had just filled out the form had gone to the group to brag immediately after. Ha 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 ha, brothers, Grandpa got the beta eligibility. Quit smoking, WTF, 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 quit smoking, why him, I had reserved earlier, TT. The group chat instantly blew up. Along with that, Chu Guang's private messages also exploded. Looking at that long series of notification dots, Chu Guang's scalp tingled, knowing he couldn't stay hidden any longer and quickly came out to explain. Light, everyone, calm down. The beta testing is for everyone's gaming experience. At this stage, we need to test whether various game systems are complete, so we need some players with specialized knowledge to act as guinea pigs. Quit smoking, I can be a guinea pig too. I have 7 years of driving experience. TT. Spare people under the knife, PSSH, your 7 years of driving is nothing. I can operate an excavator. Grandpa, ow, you guys stop fighting. Didn't you notice that this WC There Are Mosquitoes just joined the group yesterday? Maybe it's an admin's alt. This whole fully immersive virtual reality game, it's fake, all fake. For who understands mystery, looking at his space, it doesn't seem like an alt. Quit smoking, brother Guang, I'm kneeling, give me a chance. Light, wait a few days. In a few days, 100 spots will be released. Trust me, everyone will have a chance. The group members went into another frenzy. Chu Guang tried to calm their emotions, but it was useless. The other admins were all in the game and couldn't manage this side. This couldn't go on. Maybe release another spot. Chu Guang rubbed his chin, pondering. Anyway, there were about 10 kilograms of rations already stored in the base, and with guns they could start hunting soon. Adding a few more pairs of chopsticks shouldn't be a problem. Right, food. Chu Guang's eyes lit up as he pecked at the keyboard. Light, by the way, we're still short on a chef. Light, to test the cooking system. What Chu Guang didn't expect was that after sending this message, the quarrel in the group became even more intense. Not everyone knew woodworking, but the threshold for being a chef was much lower. Nowadays, who couldn't whip up a couple of dishes and a soup? You just needed hands. Regardless of whether they truly knew how to cook or were just bluffing, the old brothers in the group outdid each other with claims like, I can stir-fry a plate of kung pao chicken with my eyes closed and lame. My dog can do that, almost boasting themselves as reincarnations of culinary gods descended from heaven. For the sake of the beta testing spots, these netizens did everything they could, completely overwhelming Chu Guang. How the hell should he choose? The debate lasted for a full half-hour until one brother revealed his new Oriental certificate, finally calming things down. That thing certainly had more persuasive power than bragging. Chu Guang instantly announced the ownership of the 6th beta testing spot, asked for the reservation number in private, and then logged off at warp speed. Wuo master, you finally came to find me. The wuo at the beginning was the sound of rollers rolling over the concrete floor. After returning to the surface, Chu Guang first went to the 3rd floor of the sanatorium. He had planned to find Xiao Qi to understand the situation, but before he reached the window, he saw the trash can pathetically leaning toward him. Chu Guang looked at it, bewildered, not knowing what was wrong with it again. What's the matter with you? Xiao Qi only has 1 bar of battery left. Well, he thought it was something serious. Wait a minute, Chu Guang, where am I supposed to find a place to charge you? Xiao Qi, I have a wireless charging port on my body, just staying in the shelter for a bit will do. Chu Guang, no wonder he hadn't seen a single outlet in the shelter, and that computer on the desk without a host unit never seemed to run out of power apparently. It was all high-tech. Although wireless charging wasn't exactly cutting-edge technology, lifting up the trash can-shaped robot, Chu Guang headed downstairs. Xiao Qi docilely retracted its rollers and suddenly spoke up. By the way, master, what now? I just remembered, the power system of the shelter seems to be supplied by a nuclear fusion reactor core. Nuclear fusion. Yeah, so the electricity inside can last a very, very long time. Oh, that's a good thing, huh? Chu Guang was already figuring out how to steal some of that electricity. Xiao Qi continued. Although this might not be such a good thing, His train of thought was interrupted by that statement, and Chu Guang, who was descending the staircase, stopped in his tracks. What do you mean? Because it's already the year 2340 now, compared to the year the shelter was built. It's much, much later. What? Chu Guang quickly asked. What happens if the power runs out? However, Xiao Qi's reply almost made him spit out a mouthful of old blood. I don't know. You're telling me you don't know the answer to such a critical issue. Isn't there any emergency plan? Xiao Qi said cautiously. According to the plan, this shelter was supposed to open 100 years ago, but for some reason it was delayed by an entire century. Chu Guang, seeing that Chu Guang didn't say anything, Xiao Qi continued to softly comfort him. Actually, you don't have to be too pessimistic. The power station of shelter number 404 should be on the 3rd level of the shelter. Just unlocking that level and replacing the fuel rods should be okay. Chu Guang almost couldn't hold back from bursting out. Where the hell am I supposed to get nuclear fusion fuel rods? It's already the 211th year of the Wasteland era. Xiao Qi, there must be a way, right? Chu Guang. Anyway, it's not right to take out frustration on electronics. That's just tasteless. Chu Guang left Xiao Qi by the elevator and watched as the trash can robot rolled back. He felt somewhat irritable, but Chu Guang knew that getting anxious now was useless. Problems had to be solved one by one. In the short term, there shouldn't be a big problem with the power supply. Even if the shelter's opening was delayed by a century, the past century had been work-free. It probably ran in energy-saving mode, and possibly the remaining power could last for several decades. Compared to that, the upcoming harsh winter was more worrisome. The time left for him to prepare was running out, leaving the sanatorium. Chu Guang arrived in front of the cement kiln and found the players energetically working, already starting on the 2nd cement kiln. The charcoal piles next to it, too, were neatly set up in 8 mounds. This was skipping the agricultural era, leaping straight into industrialization. Chu Guang was secretly thrilled. Watching the approaching manager, Old White wiped the mud off his face, looking excitedly not at all like someone in his 20s or 30s. He stood up like a child and said, "Manager, you're here." "Yes, I just went down there." "Are these your ideas?" Chu Guang asked as he looked at the earth-made cement kiln behind him. "It's everyone's contribution. No need to be modest. I've seen everything and the organization will remember your contributions." Old White was thrilled. This was exactly what he had been waiting to hear, especially the last part. "Furthermore, on behalf of the organization, I will award each of you 1,000 contribution points as a recognition for unlocking cement building materials. And from now on, you will be the construction leader at Outpost of Shelter number 404. You will be able to freely express your creativity within the plan scope to design and construct our outpost base. If only a system notification chime could sound right now. That would definitely be cool. Or it would be nice if a reward notification window could pop up in the player's eyes, but unfortunately neither happened. Still, even such verbal promises and praises made Old White glow with excitement. Contribution, position, and favorability. It seemed that the hidden systems in this game were more intricate than he'd initially thought. "Respected manager, I will definitely do my utmost to build our homeland." The other 3 players looked on enviously. Although everyone got contribution points, it was clear that Old White, who scored the construction leader role, really hit the jackpot. Having the freedom to construct facilities wasn't just about being a construction leader, he was essentially the planning director of Wasteland OL. Awesome. Watching the spirited Old White, Chu Guang nodded appreciatively and spoke, "Well done. Now I need you to tell me about your plans." "Yes." Old White stood straight and began to report. According to Old White, after logging off yesterday, he had visited a real-life cement plant, consulted the masters there, and learned that mixing iron filings into cement could yield a stronger, more durable product. Since NPCs seemed to automatically ignore out-of-game content discussions, seeing no response from the manager, Old White proceeded directly to the main topic. Considering the rusted steel scattered across the wasteland, he had mixed collected rust with charcoal, using the latter as a reducing agent to produce iron through calcination, and then calcine the iron slag with wood ash cement. Although this process seemed to increase production costs, the cement produced this way could be used to make more durable, temperature-resistant kilns with greater output. Relying solely on these earth kilns to produce large amounts of cement is impossible, so I plan to invest the initial batch of cement into construction facilities to further increase production. Chu Guang nodded his approval. The idea is good, but how much cement can we produce using just tree bark? Just now, Chu Guang had noticed that not only the pile of logs that had been chopped down, but also the trees near the sanatorium had almost all been stripped bare by the survivors. Even the stumps had not been spared. Old White had clearly anticipated this problem and confidently replied, "That's exactly why we need more professional kilns, ones that can reach temperatures of 1450 degrees. With those, we can produce calcium carbonate cement by calcinating limestone and clay, completely replacing the wood ash materials." Wood ash cement containing potassium and sodium was not the ideal building material, merely a substitute when conditions dictated. After being appointed construction leader, Old White suddenly harbored greater ambitions. His vision no longer included just a wall or a sanatorium. Instead, it encompassed the entire wasteland. He wanted to transform this world into the image he envisioned. You've considered everything very thoroughly. Go ahead and implement your plan. Chu Guang nodded and then turned to the other 3 players. We will soon have 2 newcomers finishing their rest and joining our expedition team. I plan to hold a small celebration to welcome them, so we need to bring back some game. We can't just offer them porridge. After a pause, Chu Guang continued. Who wants to go hunting with me? As soon as the words fell, 4 hands shot up instantly. Chu Guang was stunned. Good grief, even his newly appointed construction leader had raised his hand. Cough, we don't need that many people. Night 10, you come with me. You're the perception type. At your command, manager. Night 10 saluted excitedly, and with a proud stride took his place next to the manager while the 3 players watched enviously. Chu Guang turned to the other 3 players and said seriously, your task is also very crucial. Cement is critical for the development of the outpost. We have enough wood for now, so we can put logging on hold. I need you all to focus on producing cement. Can this be done? Although they were disappointed not to join the manager in hunting, the 3 players obediently followed his instructions. Mission guaranteed. Very well. These are indeed the players I've appointed. Chu Guang nodded in satisfaction, and with a delighted Night 10, headed towards the forest south of the sanatorium. Before leaving Linghu Wetland Park, Chu Guang first took Night 10 to the mutated leech nest near the parking lot. Those mushrooms, we found them in there. Night 10 pointed to the damaged concrete pipe not far ahead. Good thing you didn't go in. Chu Guang patted Night 10 on the shoulder. Let's go. Our target isn't that today. It was said that leeches could be used in medicine, but whether mutated leeches could be used was unknown. The 2 carefully circumvented the mutated leech nest, avoiding the lush vegetation and concrete ruins, trying to stay in the sunlight as much as possible. They walked toward the east for a while. Looking at the viaducts and residential buildings ahead, Night 10, following by Chu Guang's side, couldn't help but ask, aren't we going hunting? Yes. Then why are we getting further and further away from the forest? The forest is up ahead. Chu Guang didn't explain further and silently took the iron pipe rifle off his back, chambered a bullet, and his aura also changed. Not far away was a broken viaduct. On the moss-covered concrete load-bearing columns, the marks of the years were hidden by the shadows of the greenery. Rats, as big as wash basins, licked the muddy water in the gutter pits, and when they discovered the 2 intruding unwelcome guests, they quickly darted into the bushes on one side. Night 10's pupils dilated slightly, and a shade of shock painted his eyes. Behind that broken viaduct lay high-rise buildings covered in vines and moss. Thick roots burst through the cracked concrete earth. Tree trunks emerged in the middle of the road, lifting up cars and bus stops that had long turned to scraps of metal. In this green hell where life was bursting forth, lethal dangers were also hidden. The world in his eyes was so shockingly impressive that each frame seemed like an apocalyptic-style work of art, leading Night 10 to even forget that this was the game world. And at this moment, he finally understood the meaning of Chu Guang's words. This was the real forest. From here on, we need to be careful, Chu Guang said while disabling the rifle's safety, cautiously stepping forward to explore. Although this was only considered the far suburbs of the north part of Qingquan City, far from the core urban area, vigilance could not be relaxed. High-rise residencies, sewers, vertical gardens, parking lots, drone hives, CNC planting towers, maglev stations, and behind every window. All of these man-made wonders, after being abandoned by civilization, became natural greenhouses and nurseries. After the nuclear war, there indeed was a long winter on this land, but it lasted less than half a century. The power of nature reversed everything. The high-rise buildings were the first to succumb, with moss starting from the shaded sides, creeping up, eventually enveloping them entirely, and those non-high-rise buildings were no exception. During the years of human decline, just a few torrential rains and a sweltering summer were all it took to turn this place into a paradise for fungi and angiosperms to grow wildly. They provided plenty of food for wild animals, and after the urban drainage system collapsed, the freshwater resources in the city were even more abundant than Rhombus Lake next door. Wild animals and feral poultry began migrating from forests, lakesides, and farms to cities with more comfortable living conditions, and under the triple effects of radioactive materials, genetic weapons, and time, evolved into ferocious, bloodthirsty mutants. They were collectively known as variants. Of course, the dangers here were far from just these. They cautiously moved along Street No. 76 for a while, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Just when Night 10 was wondering where the variants had gone, Chu Guang's voice came from beside him. There's a situation. Chu Guang suddenly stopped in front of an abandoned car. Night 10 immediately snapped back to reality and also stopped in his tracks, looking around nervously, but he didn't see anything. What happened? Chu Guang's expression was grave. There are traces of survivor activity. Other survivors. Night 10 was taken aback, and mimicking Chu Guang, he lowered his voice but couldn't hide the excitement in his tone. You mean the indigenous people of the Wasteland. Finally, he was going to meet other NPCs. He had been waiting for this moment for so long. Chu Guang glanced at him, knowing what he was thinking. There's no need for such excitement. This isn't something to be happy about. Why? Because in places like this, strangers are more dangerous than variants. Without further explanation, Chu Guang crouched down and found a string of cans tied with wire behind the wheel of the scrapped vehicle. The aluminum of the cans burst outward, looking as if something had exploded inside, and there was still a faint smell of rotten eggs. Sulfur overload in the gunpowder, along with tacks and shrapnel. Chu Guang's brows furrowed. Mutants, or looters, ordinary survivors wouldn't set tripwire mines near their settlements. Such devices were unlikely to harm the keen-smelling variants, which meant they were intended for humans. Judging by the lingering scent, the explosion must have occurred not long ago, at most 5 hours or even less. Chu Guang turned to ask, "Did you hear any explosions from the east when you came up from the underground?" Night 10 shook his head nervously. "No, wait here for me." As he watched Chu Guang put down the can and stand up, Night 10 asked anxiously, "What are you going to do?" "Scout the situation ahead. I can come with you." "You stay here," Night 10 wanted to insist, but the look in Chu Guang's eyes made the words catch in his throat, and he ended up nodding slowly. The pressure from his superior authority made him realize that this man was not kidding. He might really get kicked off the server. After instructing Night 10 to hide beside the derelict car, Chu Guang put his gun away and pulled a sharpened steel pipe from his back, then crouched and quickly slipped into a building on the side of the street. Although he had intended to use the player as bait when they first got out, the situation was now different. The other survivors could potentially be looters, or part of a mutant tribe. Using bait had become pointless and might even spook the enemy. Chu Guang's expression was serious, his steel pipe gripped tightly in hand. The straight-line distance here from Linghu Wetland Park was at most 1 kilometer, too close to shelter number 404. Especially now that players were ramping up production, the smoke and noise, even if partially blocked by plants and concrete barriers, would eventually be discovered by the people here. Leaving these dangers unchecked was always a risk. Chu Guang was prepared to kill. Once he judged that the other party could pose a threat, he wouldn't hesitate to strike first. The 10-story street side building had very narrow safety passages, and the cramped space was covered in moss, but fortunately there were no particularly dangerous variants here. Around the 5th floor, however, there were a few fat mutated rats. Perhaps feeling that their numbers gave them strength, they bared their teeth and hissed at Chu Guang, oblivious to their fate. If he had turned his back and run, they would certainly have swarmed him by now, but this uninvited guest wasn't afraid at all, which kept the naturally timid creatures from recklessly attacking and daring only to feign lunges with high-pitched squeals and bared teeth. He had long since grown accustomed to such sights. Chu Guang didn't say another word, just pushed forward with a piece of pipe, stabbing at the closest mutated rat and skewering it instantly. Seeing how vicious he was, the rest of the rats scattered like birds and beasts, darting into the building entrance and disappearing into the shadows. It doesn't look like a rat's nest. There should only be about 10 or 20. Any more than that, and they wouldn't be easy to deal with. Groups of mutated rats could be troublesome even for fully armed mercenaries, not to mention himself with only a pipe rifle. Chu Guang breathed a sigh of relief, shook the sharp-ended steel pipe, flinging off the dead fat rat and the bloodstains together. He proceeded straight to the top of the 10-story building. Using the pipe in his hand as a crowbar, he pried open the rusted door panel and entered the rooftop terrace. The wind was strong atop the terrace. He walked up to the rusted water tank, looked eastward towards the housing complex, and saw just as he had guessed. In the midst of that concrete construction's open space stood a palisade made of wood, with tattered cloths and building debris blocking the outside view. Survivor bases in the Wasteland were roughly divided into 2 types, one being those who still lived in houses that hadn't collapsed before the war, and the other building anew from the ruins or clearing. Scavengers living in the urban area usually stayed in buildings, and rarely built such primitive dwellings and defensive structures. Only the mutants, an average height of 2 meters and over 300 pounds in weight, would construct such wooden shacks even when there were already existing houses available for use. At the entrance of the encampment, wooden stakes were sharpened to points like the canine teeth of wild beasts, with several mutilated corpses haphazardly hanging from them and dried bloodstains on the ground. They ate everything. Not just fungi, fruits of plants, but even the flesh of mutated flies, rats, and cockroaches. Of course, what they loved to eat the most was their once brethren, the 2-legged humans. His gaze swept along the street sides, and indeed, Chu Guang saw a mutant sentinel carrying a metal longbow on the rooftop of the street side shop at the end of Street No. 76. Their green, oily skin was eerily reminiscent of orcs from fantasy movies, and in fact, they were just as strong, barbaric, crude, and bloodthirsty as orcs. Their 2-meter stature and bulging muscles were wrapped in armor cobbled together from metallic junk, and the billboard they used as a breastplate even had visible words second half price. The 2 outward curving steel bars mounted on their shoulders were directly taken from bicycle handlebars. These were extremely effective in dealing with slashing and blunt force trauma, capable of catching saws or axes. It could be said to be quite cyberpunk. Chu Guang and Knight 10 had continued walking forward just now. They would have been ambushed by the mutant sentinel at the street corner at best. A shiver ran down his spine. Chu Guang's Adam's apple shifted slightly as he moved his gaze, continuing to observe the mutant encampment in the eastern district. Due to many obstructions, he couldn't see how many people were inside. He could only estimate, based on the encampment's size and his experience, that there were probably 20 to 30 mutants. A small mutant settlement. Chu Guang's expression gradually grew grim. These fellows were trouble. Almost at the same time, a pale blue system pop-up appeared in his field of vision. Quest: Exterminate the mutant tribe at Street No. 76. Type side quest. Reward 200 reward points. Wait. Could tasks be triggered outside the shelter? Chu Guang first paused in surprise, then immediately tried to call out to the system, but there was no response. The pale blue task pop-up faded away as if it had never appeared. It seemed that the system could only be accessed near the shelter, but tasks could be triggered anywhere outside the shelter. However, those 200 reward points were quite impressive. Without hesitation, Chu Guang immediately put away his weapons, turned around and descended the stairs, swiftly leaving the area with a bewildered Knight 10 in tow. That was 200 reward points. A side quest that summoned 100 players only offered 100 points, yet this task awarded 200, which clearly indicated it was no easy feat to accomplish. There could very well be a huge pitfall hidden within. Chu Guang wasn't foolish. He certainly wasn't going to fall for such an obvious trap. Manager, sir, what exactly did you see? Knight 10, gasping for breath and resting with hands on his knees after Chu Guang finally stopped, couldn't help but ask. Chu Guang casually replied while standing and resting. It's a mutant tribe's camp, so we're just leaving like this. What else do you suggest? Fighting them, losing and getting thrown into a vat of boiling oil. Chu Guang glanced at him. Use your head. We only have one gun. And only one person who could shoot. Knight 10 closed his mouth and said no more. He had initially thought the mutants were simply NPCs in the game, but now, having heard the manager's comment, could it be that the mutants were a hostile force, and they even practiced cannibalism? Secretly taking note of this intelligence, Knight 10 planned to share it with the other players once they returned. Now isn't the time to stir up those beasts. We need more thorough preparation, a concentrated effort to wipe them out once and for all. Chu Guang, walking further away, cursed under his breath. It's really damned bad luck. The mutant tribe's camp is right across from the east gate of the park on Street No. 76. Either way, we need to be cautious. The originally planned hunting route had to be altered. Chu Guang led Knight 10 around Street No. 76 and walked about a mile north along the elevated expressway, where they came across an abandoned construction site. The construction site was quite large, likely for a housing complex that had just started. One of the buildings was constructed up to the 17th or 18th floor, while in several other pits, the foundations were still being dug. Most of the construction equipment was already scrapped, and the tower crane had even fallen onto the unfinished building, creating a ramp. The quality of the building seemed decent. Even the tower crane had been toppled by the blast wave of a nuclear explosion, yet the concrete structure had only suffered a gap and hadn't damaged the main framework. The steel materials stacked on the site had rusted away, and the bags of cement had hydrated and deteriorated, rendering them unusable. To his surprise, however, Chu Guang found a large quantity of unused blue-gray stones. He recognized them at a glance. They were limestone, primarily composed of calcium carbonate if his memory served him right, perfect as a raw material for cement manufacturing. Great stuff, Chu Guang thought to himself with satisfaction, pulling out a map to make a note. If all this limestone were turned into cement, it would be enough to build 2 buildings. As long as Old White unlocked the technology to manufacture silicate cement, they wouldn't have to worry about raw materials for a very long time. Around 3 in the afternoon, Chu Guang returned to the outpost above shelter number 404 with Knight 10 and the game they had caught while hunting. This expedition's haul was quite satisfactory. The 2 mutated hyenas looked a bit lean, but each weighed around 40 to 50 kilograms. As one of the main sources of meat for the survivors on the Wasteland, the mutated hyena was one of the most cost-effective quarries. They provided meat tenfold that of a mutated rat, were not scarce, often appeared in groups of 3 to 5, and crucially, the risk of food poisoning was relatively low. However, it was relatively harder for scavengers to overcome these group-oriented variants with melee weapons, especially without guns. two mutated hyenas and one piece of good news and one piece of bad news, Chu Guang said, dropping the game at the entrance of the sanatorium, addressing the players who approached. Old White asked first, "What's the good news?" Chu Guang replied, "The good news is that to the northeast of Wetland Park, following the highway out of the city northward, there's an unfinished construction site. We found a large quantity of limestone there, presumably the kind that's been treated for sulfur removal. Plus, there are some abandoned handcarts that could be used after some repairs." Joy spread across Old White's face as he clenched his fists excitedly. "That's great." He had been worrying about finding the raw materials for making calcium carbonate cement, and now the problem had been resolved so quickly, and it was already processed material. However, Fang Cheng, who stood next to him, felt that things were not so simple. "What about the bad news?" Chu Guang continued. "At the eastern gate of Wetland Park, if you proceed along Street No. 76, you will find the camp of the mutants. A rough estimate puts their number above 20. The three players exchanged glances, failing to grasp the significance of his words. Seeing his companion's confusion, Knight 10 quickly added an explanation. "Mutants are hostile forces. They are formidable in combat, and most critically, they are cannibals. We must be cautious." Chu Guang nodded. "That's the idea." After hearing this, the players were not frightened, but rather seemed eager to try their luck. However, Chu Guang quickly dampened their enthusiasm. "Those mutants are not something we can handle right now. Their levels are at least 10 and above. Rash contact would not only be fruitless, but also reveal our location. From now on, everyone is forbidden from getting close to Street No. 76 and from leaving through the east gate of Wetland Park until the threat is eliminated." The players were quite obedient. Although they were curious about what mutants looked like, since the manager, who had GM authority, had commanded it, they didn't dare to disobey. Being locked in a little black room was a minor issue. Losing the favorability they had worked so hard to build that would truly be grievous. The players seemed to be keeping well in line, needing no further concern from him. After a brief inspection of the morning's labor results, Chu Guang focused on how to deal with the fresh game. Although he had eaten this type of meat before, he had only ever bought it from the barbecue stalls on Bet Street. He had never processed such a thing by himself. Chu Guang had heard that freshly caught game needed immediate bleeding to avoid the meat from going gamey and spoiling, but as for the specifics of how to bleed and what to do after bleeding, he was not very clear. For the past 5 months, he had mainly relied on picking up trash to earn chips, and his hunting experience was not very extensive. After all, hunting was too dangerous for a lone wolf. In any case, after killing his prey, he had slit the animal's major arteries, but he still felt that the blood wasn't completely drained. While Chu Guang was pondering over this, Wild Wind approached him. "Respected manager, what is it? May I have some of the game's blood?" "Blood? What do you need that for?" Chu Guang asked. Wild Wind explained. "I want to verify some hypotheses, and I need it for that." Chu Guang didn't give it much thought. He took out his dagger and chopped off one of the mutated hyena's forelegs, tossing it to Wild Wind. "Take it." After expressing his gratitude, Wild Wind walked away with an air of mystery. Chu Guang was curious, but chose not to ask any further. By early evening, all the players had returned to the sanatorium, and from the expression on Old White's face, Chu Guang knew that they must have had a rewarding day. Chu Guang wanted to ask about their day, but before he could speak, Old White eagerly began. "Respected manager, under your wise guidance, the cement kiln at the outpost is nearly completed. Once the cement dries tomorrow, we can start test production of the first batch of cement." "Very good." Chu Guang nodded in approval and encouraged. Chu Guang felt he was getting better at making promises, yet it appeared the players were indifferent to whether he was making empty promises, seemingly finding new pleasure in the labor of rebuilding their home. After all, isn't that what a sandbox game is all about? Watching their home improve bit by bit was part of the fun too. Having the opportunity to experience such cutting-edge immersive virtual reality technology was fortunate in itself. Of course, Chu Guang was happy that the players found joy in their involvement. Shelter number 404 is really too poor right now. Chu Guang couldn't come up with any substantial rewards for them. He could only start by making empty promises and handing out some air coin for now. After logging off, the Neubul Club was buzzing once again. Lately, many of the night owls had switched to daytime schedules. With Quit Smoking as their leader, people who didn't sleep until it was light out now hit the sack at exactly 10 at night and got up promptly at 5 in the morning, all just to see the dog management creating spectacle. Night 10, Mutants, new power update. Manager encountered a mutant tribe on Street No. 76. It's confirmed that mutants are a hostile force. Night 10, who was the first to log off, couldn't wait to be the first to break the news, igniting the group's passion for gossip. "Mutants, what do they look like? How come it's not updated on the official website yet? Niubai, there are hostile forces now, the closed beta must be close. Damn, I really want to play." A series of messages exploded one after another. Night 10 continued to type. "I don't know exactly what they look like, I haven't seen them myself." But everyone, don't panic. The official website will definitely update the information about the mutants. I'm also waiting for news here. Quit smoking. What about the other three? How come only you logged on today? Night 10, no idea. The boss seems to have gone off to research concrete. Wild Wind probably had classes this morning. Fang Chang, I don't know, that guy has always been pretty secretive. The mortal enemy of all girls, Night 10, has been muted by the group owner for 1 hour. Old White, try calling me boss again and see. Raid. Spare people under the knife, hahaha, good mute. WC actually has mosquitoes, excited. Just 2 more days and I'll be partaking in the tests. Tomato scrambled eggs plus 1 funny, JPG. Quit smoking, damn it. Mute these 2 showing off dogs too. So hateful. I was the one who reserved it first. TT. Grandpa Ao, it's hopeless, truly hopeless. Even now, this guy called Grandpa Ao still didn't believe the nonsense of the fully immersive virtual reality game, let alone something 100% real. He and his followers still firmly believed that dog management had concocted a grand deception, feeding rumors upon rumors. Long Days Ahead didn't bubble up in the group chat today, but instead updated his play test experience on the official forum. Or rather, he hand-recorded the game's live situation. Today is the 3rd day of the closed beta. The charcoal kiln has provided us with a large supply of charcoal, and with the successful production of grass ash cement, under the leadership of the boss, we built a bigger cement kiln. If tomorrow's trial firing is successful, we will have a more reliable building material to construct our home. I have to praise the production team. This game has provided me with an experience that no other game on the market has ever given. Especially at the moment the cement kiln was completed, the resulting sense of achievement made it impossible to stop. I was hooked. The content tested today wasn't much, mainly focused on testing the game's sandbox system. However, it's worth noting that today the manager revealed that there's a mutant tribe at the end of Street No. 76, identified as a hostile force. All players need to be cautious, but the manager has not disclosed more information about the mutants, and as of now, their photos haven't been updated on the official website. Perhaps the plot hasn't reached that point yet. If there's new information, I'll update it in the post at the first opportunity, so all Wasteland friends looking forward to the public beta, please keep an eye on this thread. Wasteland Friends is a self-designated term by the players who have reserved the game. Although there are only about 40 people, all of them are active, even fervent users. They buried the thread under dozens of layers of comments in no time. Chu Guang quietly lurked and didn't join the players' discussion. Still, as usual, he took notes on some of the good suggestions, and he marked the particularly thoughtful players in the backend. If there was a new recruitment plan for players, these users with high loyalty were the top priority, while those who liked to be argumentative or cause a stir would be put on hold. Rather than letting them inside to create chaos, it was better to keep them on the net to spice up the atmosphere. To put it bluntly, if you're here to cause trouble, why should I let you in? Just because you run your mouth off and act brainless. At this stage of the closed beta, Wasteland OL was actually more like a private server, and moreover, a private server for friends of the manager, with no chance given to troublemakers. By gradually increasing the barriers to entry, those who had game qualifications really treasured the opportunity in their hands. As for the public beta stage, well, that's an easier story. The public beta had its own way of doing things. By then, an area would be roped off as Novice Village, and unless one had a certain level or title of honor, they wouldn't even get to see his face. Chu Guang found himself becoming more and more scheming without realizing it. When had that started exactly? Forget it. There's no point in thinking about such things. Shutting down the computer, Chu Guang opened the system to check the rewards for today's daily task. Task: cut down 10 trees, reward, 1 reward point. Task: kill 1 variant, reward, 3 reward points. Didn't complete many tasks today. In total, only 4 points. Chu Guang struggled internally, but in the end he couldn't resist. He opened the manager's allowance and threw all 4 reward points at the basic blind box. The alloy door opened. The conveyor belt rolled. Watching the 4 lollipops lying at the end of the conveyor belt, Chu Guang almost couldn't stop himself from blurting out a heartfelt curse. However, just at that moment, over one of the light golden-wrapped lollipops, a translucent holographic pop-up suddenly appeared, like a label. Enriched chocolate-flavored lollipop, strength boost plus 10, duration 10 hours. Chu Guang, what? Strength increased by 10. What kind of black technology is this? But then again, should this be considered candy or a stimulant? Chu Guang didn't know the ingredients, and there was no production date or ingredient list on the outer packaging. The effect lasts for 10 hours. A 10 boost seemed pretty decent, and at critical moments, even a small amount of extra strength could turn the tide of battle. But eating a lollipop right before a fight didn't quite fit with his tough guy image. Similar to that of ancestor Wu Y+, when it would take effect was anyone's guess. After thinking it over, Chu Guang decided to keep it for now. Having an extra ace up his sleeve was never a bad thing. The next morning, players logged in as scheduled. Although they were dead tired from their day jobs in the real world, they swept away their fatigue once online, each one full of energy, lively, and spirited. Old White's cement kiln had completely dried. He and Wild Wind made a trip to the construction site on the map, using a handcart to haul back several tens of kilograms of limestone, then went to the river to get several large buckets of clay and sand, and began the first trial firing of silicate cement, grunting all along. In fact, the formula for ordinary silicate cement was publicly accessible online. Simply put, it involved crushing limestone and mixing it with clay and iron filings in specific proportions, then heating it in a specially made kiln to 1450 degrees Celsius for calcination. The cement clinker produced this way, when mixed with sand and water, could be used to prepare the cement mortar needed for construction. With the help of some professional websites, even the specific material ratios for different types of cement could be found, based on construction requirements. As long as one did their homework before logging into the game, it was far easier than starting from scratch in ancient times. Considering it was his first time making this stuff, Old White chose the simplest formula. The requirements for materials weren't too stringent, which means with the current conditions at the refuge outpost, he could just manage it. Leveraging his natural strength, he swung a hammer to break the stones he'd collected at the construction site as small as possible, then mixed them with the clay and the iron filings restored from charcoal, and put them all into the just completed kiln. The charcoal was lit. Blue smoke gently rose. Fang Chang was enthusiastically lending a hand nearby. Twisting branches tied to a clay diskette was a simple blower made from a water pipe, tree bark, and cotton thread that could blow a large amount of air into the kiln, making the charcoal burn fiercer. How are we supposed to determine the temperature inside the kiln? I don't know. You don't know. What else? Do you have an industrial thermometer? Just keep your mouth shut and pump the blower harder. Ah, it would be great if we could get a generator. Old White rubbed his chin and sighed while Fang Chang stood beside somewhat speechlessly. This guy, ever since becoming the construction team leader, he really started to act more like a contractor. While twisting the branches, he was also slacking off a bit, wondering where on earth Wild Wind and Night 10 had gone. In fact, not just them, but as the manager, Chu Guang didn't know either. Although he could confirm if players were online or offline, as well as their general direction and proximity through the system, he couldn't fully grasp their exact coordinates, at least not for now. But as Chu Guang was pondering what those two players were up to, he saw them walking towards him, carrying buckets. Where did you go? In response to the manager's inquiry, Wild Wind answered truthfully, near the mutated leech nest. Chu Guang frowned. Didn't I tell you not to go there? We didn't go in, we just set traps near the nest. Look, these are the young of mutated leeches. Wild Wind hadn't spoken yet, and seeing the manager's displeased expression, Night 10, afraid to drop in favor, quickly placed the plastic bucket he was holding on the ground to explain. Chu Guang glanced into the bucket and saw some glass bottles containing palm-sized larvae. Their postures twisted as they stretched their deformed mouthparts, entwined with each other, and wriggled in a mess, much like the tentacles in those comics. Interesting. How did you do it? He had never heard of anybody catching these things back when he was on Bet Street. Although mutated insects were rich in protein, they also had a high parasite content, and those parasites couldn't be killed by just boiling them for a while. Moreover, these creatures had a unique living environment and seldom acted alone. Their combat power was hard to assess, and few survivors took an interest in them. Blood. We used animal blood to lure them into the baited glass bottles. The larger leeches couldn't squeeze in, but the smaller ones did and couldn't get out. Night 10 spoke excitedly, while Wild Wind added a few more details on the side. These mutated leeches probably forage at night and retreat back to their nest during the day. Except for some bottles that were crushed, these little guys all remained inside. I was just giving it a try. I didn't expect it to work so well. Chu Guang stroked his chin and nodded. I see. That is indeed a good idea. No wonder Wild Wind had asked him for some game meat yesterday. Was it intended to be used as bait for catching mutated leech offspring? But then, what do you plan to do with these things? Chu Guang looked at Wild Wind and continued asking. I'm not sure about the leeches, but mutated leeches are definitely inedible. I didn't intend to study how to eat them. I plan to use them for fishing. Fishing. Yes, Wild Wind nodded, slightly excited. When exploring the lakeshore earlier, I saw some big black birds fishing on the lake. Since there are fish in the lake, we can totally obtain food by fishing. What a brilliant idea. After hearing Wild Wind's words, Chu Guang's eyes instantly lit up. Actually, he had tried fishing before after all. Compared to hunting, fishing posed much less risk. However, his fishing skills were indescribably lacking. It was hard enough to catch anything with professional fishing gear and bait, let alone without them. In fact, it wasn't entirely his fault if fish were so easy to catch. Why wouldn't survivors settle by the lake? The fish in Rhombus Lake were also mutants, what survivors referred to as variants. After several unsuccessful attempts and losing the fishing gear he had painstakingly made, Chu Guang also gave up. "Do you know how to fish?" Faced with the manager's inquiry, Wild Wind paused and then said, "No, but I looked it up online. There are those fishing traps. I intend to try making a few." Although he wasn't sure if the NPC could understand what "looked it up online" meant, since there had been no reaction from the NPC during their previous discussions about real-life issues, it probably meant that the program was set to automatically ignore such content, so Wild Wind simply spoke openly. Chu Guang was thrilled internally, yet he nodded calmly. "All right, since you know how to catch fish, I'll leave this task to you." Following the order, Wild Wind and Night 10 immediately ran off to make traps. Fishing is much more interesting than moving bricks or chopping trees. Chu Guang watched them gather some tree branches and plastic ropes from somewhere and start tinkering near the corner of the wall. He didn't bother them. Chu Guang was now focused on figuring out how to use the purchased tobacco leaves to smoke meat. Yesterday, following the method of the Bet Street survivors, he had crushed the tobacco leaves, wrapped them around the meat, and then slowly roasted it over a fire, allowing the tar rich in ketone alcohol compounds from the leaves to seep into the fat layer of the meat, killing parasites and microorganisms. But somehow it seemed to smell a bit foul. That shouldn't be right. He picked up a piece of hind leg meat and sniffed it, frowning. Normally, the meat smoked this way should have a nicotine scent with a burnt yellow fat gloss on the surface. However, the piece of hind leg meat in his hand was noticeably dark red, cooked on the outside but raw on the inside, and subtly exuded a rotten stench. Could it be the method was wrong? No matter what, this meat was definitely inedible. Chu Guang sighed and reluctantly tossed the meat aside. If only there were a fridge, the blue umbrella mushrooms in the mutated leech nest. For the generator, he had to get his hands on them no matter what. But now it was only the second week of September, and List's commercial team wouldn't come to this area until the end of the month. There was no use in thinking about it now. He couldn't wait until the end of the month to start storing food. Besides, a luxury like a fridge was unaffordable for the shelter with its current economic situation. For 3 days, Chu Guang would usually go hunting early in the morning, come back at noon or in the afternoon to cook a pot of meat for the players, and then he would squat in a corner of the sanatorium, continuing to ponder the skills of smoking food alone. This fixed schedule was as regular as an NPC. Though the progress on smoking meat was not very smooth, the player's performance in the past few days had been outstanding, which was gratifying. Chu Guang did the math. In 3 days, he had gained a total of 7 reward points. Though he was close to 10 points after some thought, Chu Guang eventually decided to bet all his chips on the basic blind box. Thankfully, this time it wasn't just lollipops. He also managed to get a bottle of soy sauce. He didn't know the brand, but it was still an improvement to the player's meals. Chu Guang cherished the soy sauce like a treasure. But having said that, his cooking skills were really nothing to brag about, just enough to get the food cooked. The players found it novel at first, feeling it was fresh, all natural and pollution-free, a different flavor compared to takeout fast food, but eating the same thing meal after meal was unbearable for anyone. Eating stew every day, I'm about to throw up. Sitting on the ground with a bowl in hand, Night 10 looked sullen. He was initially excited to find out that the game involved eating, but now he was starting to realize how painful eating could be. Stewed meat every meal or porridge cooked with unripe wheat. Even if his taste buds could bear it, his rear end couldn't take much more. Fang Chang chewed on greasy foreleg meat, furrowing his brows in thought, and said, "Probably because the taste system isn't fully developed yet. Otherwise, even if there's less salt. The taste shouldn't be like this. It wasn't salty, it wasn't bland, it was just greasy, and even a bit bitter, not even as good as porridge cooked with unripe wheat. The meat has too strong of a gamey taste. You need to use cooking wine, scallions, ginger, and garlic to blanch it and remove the gamey flavor. It might taste better. Old White consoled, make do with what we have for now. This is the Wasteland. Where can we find those things? The good stuff will surely come later." Fang Chang gave him a glance and said nothing. Ever since he was appointed architecture team leader, Old White increasingly took the game manufacturer's perspective into account, even going so far as to voluntarily draw up plans for the future. But indeed, since realism was a selling point, treating spices as luxury goods was not a problem, and it might even involve a premium cost in the future. Night 10 sighed and muttered under his breath, "I hope they'll bring out some spices in the next update. I'd spend RMB on them." Wild Wind chewed his meat slowly, not joining in the conversation. He didn't mind the taste much. What he was thinking about was how to improve the fishing traps. Seeing that the conversation stalled, Night 10 turned to Old White and casually asked, "How's the production of cement going?" Old White, drinking soup, answered, "The quality still needs to improve, but I feel we're getting closer to success. Really, dead serious, no joke. And it's not just the cement. Recently Fang Chang and I have been studying how to fire bricks, but it's annoying without molds and the shapes aren't very pretty. But they should still be usable." Night 10 hesitated before asking, "Can't you make molds out of wood?" "Ha, you think it's that simple." Fang Chang shook his head and continued, "This isn't like chopping trees. Making perfectly square ones is all about craftsmanship." Fang Chang also didn't expect it. Himself, a high-level player who could build a house in half an hour in the forest, a hardcore survival master, was tripped up by such a low-level problem in this game. Of course, this was also related to the ultra-hardcore settings of Wasteland OL. Night 10 and Wild Wind exchanged glances, then looked at Old White and Fang Chang with a helpless expression. They were both the theoretical type. Their practical skills weren't zero, but not much stronger. Although they had caught quite a few young mutated leeches these days and replicated numerous traps from the survival experts in short videos, they didn't catch a single fish. It made sense. All the fish-eating birds were by the lake. The dumb fish had long been snatched away and eaten. The ones left were the crafty ones that wouldn't fall for it. They ate the bait and then made their getaway. Wild Wind could only console himself to fatten up the fish in the lake first. Perhaps when the fish let down their guard, he might catch them next time. Just then, there was noise coming from the direction of the sanatorium. The manager, accompanied by two dazed individuals, was seen walking this way. No need to ask, that look of shock that seemed to last an entire year was unmistakably the expression of new players entering the game world for the first time. Night 10 once again sighed quietly in his heart. "Why two more guys? Let me introduce you to everyone. These two are our new members. Scrambled Tomato and Egg, and WC there are mosquitoes. These are some weird names." Chu Guang suppressed the urge to retort since, after all, in the game his identity was that of an NPC. Clap, clap, clap. Sparse applause started to rise. The beta testers sitting in front of the cauldron put down their bowls to clap, signaling a welcome, though the enthusiasm of the welcome was clearly lacking. But the two newcomers didn't mind. They hadn't yet snapped out of the shock of what was before their eyes. Under Chu Guang's direction, they sat in front of the fire supporting the great cauldron, blankly staring at the white steam rising from the pot. This moist heat and the scent of meat that hit them in the face. It was freakishly realistic. Seeing the two newcomers remain motionless for a long time, Old White took the initiative to open the conversation. "What are your attributes?" The one named WC there are mosquitoes was the first to snap back to reality. "I'm of the Agile system." Then Scrambled Tomato and Egg also came back to his senses. "I'm Constitution. Have you all already started eating?" The manager had planned to hold a welcome ceremony, but it seems it was botched. "So he let us eat first," Night 10 said with a helpless expression. "You've just woken up, right? Want some too?" Mosquito swallowed. He took the bowl filled with large bones and soup, took a sip, and his pupils dilated in shock. "Taste. Niubai, you can really eat in this game. Holy shit, this is way too Niubai. Not only can you eat, but if you don't, you'll suffer from low blood sugar." Fang Chang sighed. "I actually think it doesn't need to be this realistic, or at least could taste a little better." Scrambled Tomato and Egg stared at the bowl, not taking a bite, hesitated for a long time, and asked, "What is this stew made of?" Old White replied, "Meat. Meat. What kind of meat?" "Mutated hyena. We don't really know whether to call the damn thing a wolf or a dog anyway. It's a mutant." Upon hearing this, Mosquito subconsciously moved the bowl away, nearly spilling the soup. But Scrambled Tomato and Egg was different. Instead of recoiling, he leaned in with interest and took a taste. However, after the taste, his eyebrows knitted even more tightly. "Why does it taste so gamey? Did you not bleed it?" The players looked at each other. "Don't know, the prey was caught by NPCs. Old White suggested if you know how to cook, you could talk to the manager. Anyone with a skill is valued here." Scrambled Tomato and Egg's expression brightened with eagerness. "Really? I'll give it a try later. Can you use woodworking? I can do carpentry," Mosquito hurriedly asked. "Woodworking?" Old White's eyes lit up, staring at him as he pressed, "You can do carpentry." Mosquito was startled, smiled awkwardly, and said yes. "My family sells furniture, the handmade solid wood kind. If you're interested, you can add me on QQ. I'll give you a discount." "That's fantastic." Old White jumped up excitedly. "I just happen to need someone to make molds. Come give me a hand." Not only did Old White stand up, Fang Chang also got up. Before WC there are mosquitoes could react to what was happening, he was propped up by the arms of the two people. "Wait, I haven't finished my soup." Watching the two drag him toward the construction site, Mosquito looked utterly bewildered just as he was about to protest. Old White interrupted him. "Stop eating, damn it. Won't a new pot made by a chef this afternoon taste good?" Fang Chang added another line, "Exactly. Buddy, listen to me, that stuff really tastes bad. Let's familiarize you with the gameplay of this game." Mosquito, Scrambled Tomato and Egg, baffled, watched the new brother being dragged into the woods, swallowing his saliva. "Is this game serious?" Night 10 and Wild Wind looked at each other. "It's fine. Probably." Scrambled Tomato and Egg, "Why is that a question?" The newbie named Mosquito really had some decent carpentry skills. Old White and Fang Chang had worked with steel bars as rulers for a long time and couldn't saw out a plank, but he, with just a handsaw, quickly put together a pile in no time. Not only that, these planks even had slots on their edges, which easily fit together to form perfectly square hollow brick slots. Soon, several brick molds were ready. You guys didn't process the wood properly. Look, it's almost growing mushrooms. Mosquito wiped his sweat, leaned the saw on one side, and looked toward Fang Chang and Old White, asking, "Is this enough?" Mosquito responded with a shy grin and a short laugh. "Don't mention it, just let me know if you need anything." Old White chuckled heartily and slapped his shoulder. "Sure, I'll remember that, won't be shy next time." Mosquito, with the molds ready, making mud bricks became much easier. Old White and Fang Chang mixed the yellow clay collected from the riverbank with a little water, kneaded it into a sticky mud, and poured it into the molds, arranging them neatly on the ground. In the middle gaps, they added some charcoal and smoothed ash over the surface of the mud bricks. This was also a method Old White had learned from a wilderness survival video. When the first layer of bricks was nearly dry, they changed the orientation, stacked a second layer, and continued like this, layer by layer, until the stack of bricks was taller than them. When all was done, Old White cautiously lit the charcoal inside the stack, allowing the fire to start in the middle and gradually engulf the entire stack. Will this thing even work? Watching the smoking mud stack, Fang Chang wiped the sweat from his forehead with his muddy arm, looking as if he had just crawled out of a manure pit. Old White's appearance wasn't much better, covered in even more charcoal dust, resembling someone who had just emerged from a coal mine. Who knows, we'll just have to wait and see. It was also his first time trying this, and as a child he had only watched adults do it, unsure if this method would work. They could only wait until tomorrow to see. "Let's go let it burn for now. Let's check out the cement kiln. I feel like we're getting really close to the final product. Let's use a bit more force with the blower this time, aim to make a bucket before logging off." Meanwhile, with the help of WC There Are Mosquitoes, Wild Wind and Night 10 had finally finished improving the nth version of their fish trap. They replaced the original tubular structure with a cage-like structure and substituted the frail wooden rods with solid steel bars, further reinforcing the main structure of the trap. No matter what fish, if they enter, they're not escaping. The three of them headed to the lakeside to give it another try. It looked quite fun. As for Chu Guang, he was still deeply contemplating the techniques of smoking meat, though still with little progress. "Respected manager, may I ask what you're doing?" Hearing a voice beside him, Chu Guang stood up from in front of the meat-smoking rack, wiped the charcoal dust from his hands, and looked aside to see scrambled eggs with tomatoes, looking curiously at his smoking meat rack. If he remembered correctly, this guy was apparently a chef who graduated from New Oriental. Thinking this, Chu Guang's eyes suddenly lit up. "I'm researching how to make smoked meat. You've come just at the right time. From now on, you're the chef for Outpost 404. Without giving the player a chance to speak, Chu Guang continued seriously. "We are facing a dire situation. Besides building the outpost facilities on the surface, we must also store enough food for the subsequent arrival of 100 comrades before winter arrives. I need your help." Scrambled Eggs looked bewildered. "Chef, sure." In real life, he was a chef, and just before logging on, he had cooked 2 dishes before handing over his spatula to a colleague. Little did he know he would fall back into his old profession in the game. Was this like changing his career to a lifestyle player? It took him a long time before he finally opened his mouth. "What can I do for you?" "Good question." Chu Guang looked towards the smoked meat rack next to him. "I've tried smoking meat, but the results weren't ideal. I need you to solve the food storage problem. I've read your file. The organization says you have experience with handling food, right?" Fried Eggs was stunned. "I know a bit, but the game is still a game. I'm not sure if my experience is applicable here." Realizing he was in the game world, Fried Eggs quickly changed his wording, but it seemed that the NPC didn't care, probably because the program was set to automatically ignore elements irrelevant to the game. "No worries, I need professional advice," Chu Guang said as he glanced at the smoked meat rack. "Can you take a look and tell me what went wrong with the way I set up the smoked meat?" Looking at the wooden rack in front of him, Fried Eggs fell silent. Rather than something specific being wrong, it was more like everything was a problem. First of all, shouldn't the meat be smoked in an enclosed environment? Your method seems like it would just char the outside to no use. And this herb sprinkled on the meat, is it? A special kind of tobacco leaf. Tobacco leaf. Yes, Chu Guang nodded as he observed Fried Egg's surprised face. This is the inland area where salt is very expensive. Local survivors use this tobacco leaf, rich in aromatic compounds and tar, as a substitute for salt. They crush it and smear it on the food. The heat mixes the preservatives with the fats on the food surface, achieving a preserving effect. Is that even possible? Fried Eggs was shocked. Some aromatic compounds can indeed act as food preservatives, but it was his first time hearing about them being edible. Maybe if not consumed excessively, it wouldn't be lethal. But his instincts told him that this smoking technique was like fighting poison with poison. Actually, you can smoke meat without salt. It just won't taste as good. I'm not familiar with the method you mentioned, but from a health perspective, it doesn't seem quite right. Fried Egg spoke diplomatically since he had heard that NPCs had a favorability setting, and higher favorability could unlock hidden quests. In reality, he would have eye-rolled. You can smoke meat without salt. Chu Guang was stunned. Yes, microorganisms need moisture to survive. The essence of smoking meat is to dry out the moisture in the meat, achieving a dehydrating effect. Having salt helps improve the effect, prolongs the preservation, and enhances the flavor. But even without salt, it can still work if done properly. Of course, if the fat content is high, dehydration can be a bit tricky. It also depends on what kind of meat it is. At this point, Fried Eggs paused for a moment, somewhat awkwardly glanced at the smoked meat rack beside him and whispered, but no matter what the situation without sealing, it's definitely not going to work well. If they could preserve food without using such bizarre tobacco leaves, it would definitely be good news for the outpost. However, Chu Guang still had some doubts. Even if the survivors of Bet Street were ignorant, having survived in the wasteland until now, they couldn't possibly be wrong about such survival skills, right? What was actually wrong? However, Chu Guang didn't want to ponder such complicated matters for now. One reason was that he wasn't that free. Secondly, if NPCs solved everything, what would the players be there for? Excellent, this glorious and arduous task is yours. He patted the newbie's shoulder earnestly. Chu Guang solemnly entrusted the task of smoking the meat to scrambled eggs with tomatoes, reminded him again about safety issues, then walked away in high spirits. Nice. Another problem solved. Now that the food issue was starting to get some direction, should he try to recruit more players to boost productivity? Just relying on these few hands, they might not even finish repairing the sanatorium's enclosing wall by the end of the month. While Chu Guang was thinking this, suddenly, not far away, a loud exuberant cheer was heard. Niyubai, damn, finally made it. Cheers erupted from the cement kiln. Chu Guang walked over and saw Fang Chang and Old White piling up a mound of light gray powder on the ground, which they mixed with water and sand to form a pasty slurry. It was roughly estimated that this batch of cement weighed about 20 kilograms. Since it was a trial burn, not much was produced. Judging by the capacity of the filler port of the cement kiln, it shouldn't be a problem to process about half a ton a day. Although it couldn't compare to professional production equipment, it was barely usable. Respected manager. Upon noticing Chu Guang approaching, the two players dropped their tools and excitedly came up to greet him. Cement, we've finally made the silicate cement. This was indeed not easy. To make the temperature inside the cement kiln exceed 1450 degrees, the two practically risked their lives cranking the blower and continuously shoveling coal into it, almost developing a Kylan arm. Especially Old White, whose gene sequence is of the strength type, had almost leveled up in these 3 days. You've done very well. Chu Guang nodded as he looked at them approvingly. With this cement, we've taken a big step forward in our first phase plan. The refuge will remember your contribution, and each of you will receive a reward of 1,000 contribution points. Expressions of joy appeared on the faces of the two players. The toil of the past few days had indeed not been in vain. However, what they didn't know was that the NPC and the dog plan standing in front of them were already contemplating how to reclaim the excess currency in their hands. Rapid inflation wasn't good, it affected the game's lifespan. Maybe start a gacha feature, 1,000 contribution points per draw. That wasn't out of the question. While Chu Guang was pondering the best approach, Fang Chang and Old White exchanged glances and respectfully said to him, Manager, there is something I must report to you. Speak. Now that the cement has been successfully produced, we need more hands to start building the outpost. Chu Guang looked at them. How many people do you need? Old White hurriedly said. At least 10 people. Of course, the more the better. The cement kiln here requires manual operation for calcination. 2 people per shift can manage one kiln and will soon build a second one. That alone will need 4 people. At least 4 are needed for transporting stones from the worksite, and at least 8 more for building walls and houses. Chu Guang calculated in his mind. That amounted to 16 people. Currently, the food reserves at the outpost would only last 7 people, including himself. For a week suddenly tripling the population, it was uncertain whether logistics could handle it. After much hesitation, Chu Guang finally decided to take a gamble. It was already the 9th. Nearly a third of September had passed, and if they didn't pick up the pace, it would be difficult to complete the outpost before winter. All right, I understand. He nodded, looking at the two players, and continued. Hearing this, joy spread across the faces of Fang Chang and Old White. With new members joining, their infrastructure project would be much easier than it currently was. Moreover, Fang Zhang's assumption was confirmed. This NPC's authority was evidently not merely that of a simple NPC, and he could even influence the game's closed beta process. This made Fang Zhang recall the fantasy setting in early web novels about online games. The game runs on a supercomputer with limitless computing power. The game company sets the framework of the world, while the content is completely dynamically generated by AI. Perhaps Wasteland OL was just like this. The more Fang Zhang thought about it, the more excited he became. He felt he understood once again. With the addition of carpenters and chefs, the working conditions and quality of life for the players had visibly improved. With the help of WC There Are Mosquitoes, Old White and Fang Chang's construction team got molds for making clay bricks, and Wild Wind and Night 10 even improved their fish traps. They even used tree stumps to make a wooden toilet seat that wouldn't cut into one's buttocks. Now, at last, the toilet was something one could sit on comfortably. It wasn't that everyone liked the sitting-style toilet. For instance, Wild Wind. This guy seemed a bit obsessed with cleanliness and even in the game couldn't bear using a toilet that someone else had used. Stubbornly, he dug a hole next to the original toilet and put up some wood for privacy. But compared to these trivial matters, what really surprised everyone was his and Night 10's fishing plan. With the help of improved traps, the two finally caught their first fish before dusk. And it was a big one. Judging by its appearance, it seemed to be a catfish. I say seemed because its thick lips and unusually large head, along with deep blue patterns interspersed with white spots and coral-like red whiskers, were all indications. Obviously, this was also a mutant after undergoing mutation. Watching the big guy flounder in the trap, trying to escape, Wild Wind and Night 10 were so excited they almost cried, not minding at all how ugly it looked. 3 days, a whole 3 days. They had finally caught one. As the large birds circling in the sky and the beasts by the lake remained unaware, they quickly dragged the big guy along with the trap from the lake shore to the bank, ruthlessly beat it to death with steel rebar. Only after it was thoroughly dead did they tie its head and tail with ropes to the rebar, carrying it from front and back, bringing the still twitching dead fish back to the outpost. Bro, scrambled eggs, look at this, can it be eaten? What the heck is this? Staring at the catfish Wild Wind and Night 10 threw on the ground scrambled eggs with tomatoes, who was building a smoking rack, was almost popping his eyes out. He had been cooking for half his life and had never seen such a big catfish. Just the fish head could fill a wash bowl. I mean, if you threw this thing in the lake, could the other fish even survive? Catfish are carnivorous. It's probably a catfish, Wild Wind said. Nonsense, I know it's a catfish. Scrambled Egg squatted down to flip open its lips and tugged at them, smacking his tongue and said, my goodness, must be over 100 pounds. Night 10 hastily asked, can you make smoked fish out of it? Who the hell makes smoked fish from catfish? Scrambled Eggs continued with a speechless expression. This thing's got thick fat and a moisture-preserving slime on the surface. It's quite a hassle to handle, not sure if it can be dehydrated. What should we do? Wild Wind asked, I haven't tried it either, let's just try it. Glancing at the smoking rack he had been working on all day, Scrambled Eggs fell silent. 100 pounds of fish would definitely crush it. Had to rebuild it. At dusk, Bro Scrambled Eggs, substituting for the manager, stewed a pot of fish head soup for the players, proving through practice that this thing was indeed edible, and the taste was surprisingly good. Although there were no tofu side dishes or seasonings like green onions, ginger, garlic, and cooking wine to remove the fishy smell, Brother Scrambled Eggs relied on his superb cooking skills, using only salt and soy sauce for flavoring, to make a pot of fish head soup that was fresh yet not greasy. The players ate with tears streaming down their faces. Brother Scrambled Eggs and Mosquito were amazed that there was taste sensation in the game, while the other 4 players were touched to finally eat a bite of normal food. Woohoo, it wasn't easy. On that day, they logged off at 6 in the evening, and it was exactly 6 in the morning in reality. The closed beta players had just exited the game and hadn't had time to log into their Penguin accounts when the messages in the Bull and Horse Club group exploded. Quit smoking, crap. You guys check out the official website. Grandpa Ow, you haven't given up yet. Spare people under the knife, what's up with the official website? Quit smoking, Alpha 0.2 version major update. The website is releasing 24 more closed beta slots. The number of closed beta players will increase to 30. Spare people under the knife, what? Grandpa Ow, starting to harvest leaks now, tell me how much. Let's see if it's enough for the police station downstairs to open a case. Pix knows. Quit smoking, it should be free. I didn't see them mention any charges in the announcement. Haha, I don't believe it, I can't get in this time. Pick up trash 99 level, you're thinking too much. The reservation numbers have already broken 100. 24 additional slots. The probability is 1/4 to 1/5. Quit smoking 100. What the heck, could our group even have that many active members? Pick up trash 99 level, not all are from our group. I saw several gaming groups discussing this game last night. Spare people under the knife, it's actually becoming popular. Shocked for no one understands me. Yep, I just saw it. The reservation numbers are already at 111. Quit smoking, I'm freaking blown away. Official website, Wasteland OL closed beta test server Alpha 0.2 version update announcement. Major updates. 1. The number of players in the closed beta increased to 30. 2. The expansion Winter is Coming goes live. The game will enter winter within 30 days, with temperatures dropping to -10 degrees within 60 days. If players successfully resist the cold invasion, all those who average more than 4 hours of online time per day during the closed beta will receive the limited title of Winter Warrior. If the challenge fails, the game servers will be shut down for a period, and after difficulty settings are adjusted, the closed beta will go online again. Optimization 1. A more realistic physics system. 2. A richer variety of mutant creatures. 3. Increased freedom. 4. Fixed a few bugs. 5. The player manual has been updated to version 2. Please check it in time if you have acquired an invitation. Current number of reservations, 113 people. Damn, in the blink of an eye, 2 more reservations popped up. At this moment, Chu Guang was sitting in the residence hall of shelter number 404, staring at the back end of the official website on the computer screen, pondering in his mind. Where did all these people come from? There aren't that many live people in the group chat. Alts, impossible. No one can create an alt on the official website of Wasteland OL. Forget changing your IP, changing your whole head would be useless. The reservation qualification is tied to the person, not to the computer. Chu Guang opened the forum and took a look. There were quite a few familiar IDs and some he was seeing for the first time. Quit smoking. Why did so many people suddenly show up in the forum? Where are you all coming from? Kakarot from the future, King's group for starting black. I saw a link someone else posted. Elena, I'm different. I'm from the driving group. Sly. All the good names were taken by dogs. Brother, lend me a speech. A touch of yearning, eating melon. Tang Tang, what game is this anyway? Is it serious? Everyday big devil plus one same question. Quit smoking, no need to ask, it doesn't look serious at all. Do those people above look serious to you? I'm begging you, please don't book. It's fake, all of it is fake. Freaking out. Tang Tang, everyday big devil, farewell. Chu Guang, is this quit smoking guy out of his mind? The official forum had finally started to get some traffic, and before it could heat up, he managed to drive one away. And possibly more than one. Chu Guang was speechless but didn't take it too much to heart. He wasn't the kind of small-minded man. After browsing around the forum for a bit, Chu Guang had a rough idea why there had been a sudden influx of new users lately. He didn't know which group insider had shared screenshots of the Cow and Horse Club's group chat along with links to the game's official website to other gaming groups. Then, out of nowhere, this Wasteland OL, which only had an official website, settings, and pie-in-the-sky promises, suddenly became popular in gaming circles. Many of the new users came from following trends in other gaming groups, most of them asking questions like what exactly is this game? When is the internal test for the game? And strange questions that are difficult to answer, like can you take your pants off? And is there a mosaic? There weren't many who were seriously discussing the content of the game. Chu Guang wondered to himself whether he should appoint a few forum moderators to help manage the forum. Switching to the desktop to log into his QQ account, Chu Guang opened the Cow and Horse Club gaming group chat, which was buzzing with activity. The topic of closed beta qualifications seemed to have been discussed earlier, and now the focus of the group had completely shifted to the Alpha 0.2 update and the winter is coming expansion. A game still in closed beta is releasing an expansion. That's just ridiculously unbelievable. Pick up trash 99 level, damn. Those without closed beta qualifications are missing out, aren't they? For who 8 understands, it's really absurd. Quit smoking, can someone tag Dog Planner, recruit more people, please? I don't want money. No, I can give money. Pick up trash 99 level, Guang, someone's calling you Dog Planner. Quit smoking, damn. Quit smoking, retracted a message. Chu Guang's not this guy again. Just as Chu Guang was pondering whether he should pop up in the chat, he suddenly discovered that Long Days Ahead had sent him a private message. Brother Guang, are you there? Gritted teeth. Curious about what this bro intended to say, Chu Guang typed back a response. Just finished up, what's up? Long days ahead, there's been something that's really been puzzling me and I'd like to consult you. It's about that NPC known as the manager. Is it played by an employee of your company, or is it an AI? Worried that this bro might find the question inconvenient to answer, after sending that message, he quickly added another one. Just asking casually, haha, if it's a corporate secret or anything, just pretend I didn't ask. Light, no worries, it's not exactly a secret. Besides, a mere planner like me wouldn't have access to such secrets anyway. Fang Chang looked thrilled and quickly typed eagerly. Yeah, please tell. Chu Guang gave it some thought, then brazenly banged out his response on the keyboard. Simply put, its existence is quite special. Special, man oh man, this NPC is definitely not simple. Seizing on 2 keywords, Long Days Ahead got completely excited, his thumbs dancing on the screen of his mobile phone. Can you be more specific? Light, he is the first generation of complete artificial intelligence developed by our company. Complete artificial intelligence. Fang Chang looked utterly confused. This was beyond his realm of knowledge. But it sounded so awesome. Sitting in front of his computer, Fang Chang's eyes gleamed with excitement, wishing this trader would reveal just a little bit more. And Brother Guang did not disappoint his expectations, continuing to type out words on the screen. Light, that's right, a complete AI almost indistinguishable from a human. Light, he has his own personality, memory, thought patterns, as well as values and motivations for action, so we have given him the authority to restrict players and the duty to guide players into the game. Exactly as I thought, I'm freaking genius. Fang Chang was so excited he almost dropped his phone on his face. His trembling thumbs kept typing. Long days ahead, I get it now. No wonder his decisions can affect the progression of your testing. I've realized that the content of the game itself is very thoroughly developed. The immersive feeling is just like a real world. No exaggeration, even someone as picky as me can't find a single blatant bug. Long days ahead. If there's one slight disappointment, it might just be that there are too few NPCs. So I was thinking, is it possible that you're not actually testing the game itself, but testing the game's AI? Even including the expansion pack Winter is Coming that was launched with the Alpha 0.2 update, it could be for this purpose. Am I right? Spot on. Right to the point. This was Long Days Ahead's own evaluation of his remarks. Piecing together various clues, he felt he had fully perceived the intentions of the game developers. His gaming friends were all discussing why Wasteland OL had launched the Winter is Coming expansion during the closed testing phase. All those fragmented conclusions and guesses they had made seemed superficial in his eyes. They barely scratched the surface, not even the first layer. Only he had reached the stratosphere. The mysterious company developing Wasteland OL was ostensibly testing the game, but what they were really testing was the complete artificial intelligence operating within the game's framework. And this expansion called Winter is Coming was this mysterious company's trial run for the first-generation complete artificial intelligence. A silence ensued for a while. Seeing that Brother Guang wasn't speaking, Fang Chang already had his answer, and the corners of his mouth lifted unconsciously. I really am a genius. Light, you're very smart. Light indeed, just like you said. The Winter is Coming expansion is indeed to test the performance of the first-generation complete artificial intelligence, and this is also a necessary procedure to start the next round of testing. As he typed these words, Chu Guang silently deleted the spiel he had just edited in his document, because he thought this bro's rambling sounded more convincing. No flattery, no slander, this guy was indeed talented, in terms of creativity. Long days ahead, I think I understand what you mean, so the progress of testing is really affected by how the game's storyline progresses, right? Light, yes. Long days ahead, and at this stage the only one capable of driving the storyline is the manager of shelter number 404, right? Light, right. Light, actually, it's not really any insider info, it's okay if you don't keep it a secret. Long days ahead, no, I will keep it a secret, you can count on that. Anyone who knows me knows I'm super trustworthy. Gritted teeth, gritted teeth. Chu Guang's, is this what they call corporate-level understanding? Eye-opening, indeed. The leaves are withering yellow, the temperature is dropping, an unprecedented crisis is approaching. This year's winter will be harsher than in previous years and will come earlier. There's not much time left for us to prepare. From now on, we must seize every minute, even every second. We need to get ready for the cold snap before the situation completely deteriorates. The mission panel has been updated with a list of necessities, facilities that need to be completed, and corresponding rewards. Remember, only through unity can we overcome the difficulties together. Winter is coming. This is a test of fate for all of us. In the resident hall of shelter number 404, a heartening voice reverberated. Facing the spirited gazes of the players, Chu Guang delivered a stirring speech, officially launching the first expansion pack since the game's closed beta Winter is Coming. And as the new chapter began, the atmosphere at the outpost base of shelter number 404 started to change, just like the game's official website, becoming different from before. Not just the players. Even Chu Guang himself could feel that sense of urgency from the gradually cooling air. The resources stored at the outpost were already meager to begin with, and the population had skyrocketed from 6 to 30 people, a five-fold increase. The surging population brought more manpower, but it also exponentially increased the supply pressure on the outpost. To feed the 30 mouths that would soon arrive, Chu Guang had been working his heart out these past 2 days, keeping busy from dawn to dusk. He took Night 10, who had a perception gene sequence, hunting everywhere just to stockpile a bit more food. For a while, they stirred up chaos throughout Linghu Wetland Park, but correspondingly, the results were quite gratifying. In just 3 days, Chu Guang alone had killed over a dozen mutated hyenas and caught innumerable wild rabbits and squirrels using traps. Although they were mutants, they were edible. Besides, Night 10, responsible for alert and enemy search, had also successfully advanced from LV0 to LV1, and Chu Guang also faintly felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, the manager gene sequence was truly too special. Chu Guang had yet to grasp the trick to upgrade, and could only confirm through the physical examination device that there was indeed a very slight increase in the development of his gene sequence. On the other side, the performances of the other players were also quite outstanding, and could even be described as each showing their unique abilities. Old White and Fang Chang used charcoal as a reducing agent, and through the calcination process, recovered a small amount of iron slag from rusty steel bars, car parts, and other iron-containing scrap, adding the slag to the cement kiln to calcine with crushed limestone and clay, producing more reliable cement clinker. This was a physically demanding job. Whether it was manually operating a blower or using a repaired twin wheelbarrow to transport stones, it took a lot of effort. But it was precisely because of this that Old White, who was a strength type, advanced again with his gene sequence level moving from LV1 to LV2, and his strength attribute increased by 1 point. As for Fang Chang, who took turns with him, he finally broke through the limit and advanced from LV0 to LV1, but the attribute he gained was not strength, it was agility. It appeared that while the development of gene sequences complied with the principle of use it or lose it, the increase in attributes was a different matter. Moreover, speaking of upgrades, perhaps the most unfortunate was Wildwind. Up to now, among the 4 beta players, the only one who still had a gene sequence level of 0 was probably him. These days, he had caught quite a few fish using improved traps, but he was always just a bit of experience short of reaching LV1. The experience gained through trapping and killing variants didn't seem to be as much as what was gained in direct combat against variants. Wildwind was puzzled by this as well, but unfortunately, there didn't seem to be any good solution at present. Apart from the 4 pioneering dog management players, the 2 newbies who joined were also brimming with energy and hardly idle for even a moment these past few days. Take Brother Mosquito, for example. He wasn't in a rush to upgrade and continued to do woodworking work, occasionally helping Old White and Fang Chang or repairing Wildwind's damaged traps. And besides these tasks, he was busy with his own stuff. According to Brother Mosquito himself, he was planning to use wood to build a simple wooden hut to serve as his chemical laboratory and storage room. These days, while helping to transport stones from the construction site, he had collected quite a few bottles and jars to place alongside the little hut. Although Chu Guang was quite skeptical about the safety of such small cabins, seeing how much this guy enjoyed it, he thought it would be better not to interfere too much with the player's choices. Compared to Brother Mosquito's leisure, tomato and egg stir-fry probably epitomized the ideal hard worker. As the cook of the outpost, he not only had to prepare meals, but also had to help the manager deal with the prey that was brought in. This included bleeding, skinning, deboning, cutting meat, and most importantly, smoking. Since the salt at the outpost wasn't luxurious enough to be used for smoking meat, tomato and egg stir-fry had adopted the most primitive smoking method, that is, not adding anything at all. He directly hung the cut meat on a rebar rack, stuffed it into a kiln built from clay and bricks, smoked it over charcoal, slowly roasted it with a low flame to dry out the moisture, and sealed the opening with pine branches and leaves. The smoked meat produced by this method was actually more like dried meat, which could last for a while even without adding salt and didn't need anything fancy like wrapping tobacco leaves around the surface. By next month, either early or mid, it would almost be winter. At that time, wrapping the dried meat in plastic bags or bark and burying it in the snow, it should be fine to eat until the next spring without any major problems. However, the texture and flavor of the smoked meat made in this way could only be described as indescribable. In addition, the skins peeled from the mutated hyenas were not wasted by tomato and egg stir-fry. He collected them to make leather. In fact, tanning is a quite complex and tedious craft, much more troublesome than making jerky. However, what the shelter needed was not the smooth and supple high-grade fur, but merely materials that could keep out the cold. There were no quality requirements, so many unnecessary steps could be omitted. Previously, Old White had kept the lye from the burned vegetation ash he made in collected plastic barrels. Tomato and egg stir-fry made full use of these lye as tanning liquid to soak the raw hides that had been peeled off the prey and washed. When the hide and tannin were fully integrated, he hung it up on the hastily built tanning rack to dry so that he could get a piece of leather of passable quality. Respected manager, I must report to you, I really can't handle it all by myself. I desperately need a helper, even one would be good. Taking the freshly killed prey from Chu Guang's hands, tomato and egg stir-fry's gaze couldn't help but drift over to Night 10. He always felt as though this guy seemed very idle. Aside from helping the manager carry some prey, he didn't seem to have seen him do anything else. Perhaps he could lend a hand. Night 11 saw right through tomato and egg stir-fry's intentions and hastily waved his hands, saying, "Don't look at me, I am very busy." What a joke. Leveling up with NPCs, where else could one find such good fortune of free experience? He didn't want to learn cooking with this guy. Seeing Night 10's reluctance, tomato and egg stir-fry couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly and muttered to himself, "Busy my ass." Facing the complaint from tomato and egg stir-fry, Chu Guang spoke to reassure him. Night 10 needs to help me search for prey, and his perception of danger is also vital, so I can't ask him to stay and help you. However, I promise you that your problem will soon be resolved. Our reinforcements are already on their way, they will soon arrive on the surface. Tomato and egg stir-fry side, and after a pause, continued, there is another matter. Although I have tried my hand at tanning, I can only do some simple treatments. As for how to make them into clothes, I really can't handle that. Chu Guang said with a smile, don't worry about that. Among the reinforcements that are about to arrive, there are talented individuals skilled in this area. I will delegate the work of tanning and making warm clothes to that person, not just tailors. Among the 24 new players he selected for the closed beta, there were a bit of talents from various industries. They may not necessarily be experts in their fields, some were even students, but within their capabilities they could still play a role. Besides, there was the tool that is the internet. Chu Guang was full of confidence in these energetic and enthusiastic players. So long as they worked hard enough, one day he would be able to move into a bigger house, steady as a rock. September 12, 600. After 3 excruciating days of waiting since the closed beta qualifications were issued, it had finally arrived at the day the servers opened. Following the tutorial on the official website, Du Mingdao put on his helmet, lay flat on the bed and closed his eyes. However, is that really all it takes? Yet just as this thought crossed his mind, with his eyes still closed, he quickly saw a beam of light piercing through the darkness, shining in front of him. Even though he hadn't opened his eyes, Du Mingdao sat up from the damp cultivation chamber, glanced around, and his dull gaze was gradually replaced with intense shock. Is this? The game world, metallic walls and floor tiles gave off a sci-fi vibe, streamlined cabin doors added to the effect, and wisps of steam evaporated from his shoulders, bit by bit taking his body heat with them. Taking a deep breath of the game world's air, he caught a whiff of an unpleasant smell. Whether what was in front of him was real or not, Du Mingdao wasn't certain. But the 100% immersion had already rendered him speechless with astonishment. This feeling. Fucking awesome. At that moment, the sleep cabin next door suddenly opened, and a fellow with a lizard mouth and a body covered in dark green scales sat up from the sleep cabin. At the moment their eyes met, Du Mingdao was startled. Holy shit, what the hell is that? What do you mean, what the hell is that? Who the hell are you, an NPC? What NPC? I'm a player, man. ID pickup trash 99 level. I was just about to ask you, who the hell are you? You're pickup trash. I'm spare people under the knife. Damn, are you that newbie who joined the group a few days ago? Why the hell are you so ugly? You're the freaking ugly one. With amber pupils dilated, the lizard man was clearly bewildered, obviously failing to grasp the situation. However, quickly, his gaze fell upon his scaly dark green skin, and a look of horror seeped into his confused pupils. He frantically lowered his head, looking left and right, clumsily groping his body with his claws, tail twirling with his body, much like a gecko that had fallen into a pit of mud. Then suddenly his gaze stuck to what lay between his legs. He let out a piercing wail. Damn it, where's my thingy? Du Mingdao almost sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. You look like that, and your concern is about that thingy. That's gone, and that's gone too. FK, damn dog planners, all lies. If you can become a lizard man, why can't you make a female character? If you don't want to be a lizard man, let's swap. Screw off. The sleep cabin was connected to a body scanning device that could show your attributes and level, details that were public knowledge on the official website. Junk Lord lifted his index finger and flicked at the interface, and soon the attribute panel was projected onto the screen. ID, pickup trash 99 level. Gene sequence, heterogeneity lizardman. Level LV0. Basic attributes. Strength 8. Agility 7. Constitution 8. Perception 8. Intelligence 2. Talent cold-blooded greater stealth, slower reaction in cold environments. Polydactyl greater endurance, difficulty in operating complex machinery. Physical regeneration stronger recovery, difficult to increase gene sequence level. Holy crap, these attributes are something special. Junk Lord vaguely remembered reading on the official website that the standard attribute baseline for a normal adult male is 5, fluctuating within 2. And clearly, he wasn't based on an adult male's standard, except for his low intelligence attribute. The other 4 dimensions were exceptionally strong. The key was that he didn't feel unintelligent at all. So what if the intelligence on the panel is a bit lower? Doesn't affect his ability to show off at all. Realizing this, Junk Lord immediately couldn't stop grinning, and his fuss was over. Du Mingdao, sitting in the adjacent cultivation chamber, looked over at the lizard man giggling foolishly and asked with concern, Are you okay? Haha, couldn't be better. Let's go, let's get out of this room quickly and meet up with the other players. We don't want to keep the manager waiting. Saying that, Junk Lord somersaulted and leaped out of the cultivation chamber. He found another perk to being a lizard man. There was no need to wear clothes because it didn't matter if he put on pants or not. There was nothing that needed to be covered up. Staring at the lively lizard, Du Mingdao's face was etched with weirdness. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a piece of paper stuck to its butt. There's something on your butt. Where? Upon hearing this, Trash King also felt the foreign object on his butt and reached back with his claws. Being unaccustomed to controlling this new body, it took a good while of scratching with both claws before the piece of paper was finally scraped off. The paper was made of waterproof material, so it hadn't gotten wet. However, the text written on it wasn't Chinese, nor was it any language he recognized. Trash King was utterly confused, scratching his head with his claws. What the heck is written on this? Residence Lobby of Shelter number 404. The originally spacious room was currently crammed full with the newly added players. A diverse array of people stood there, their faces uniformly blanketed with confusion, astonishment, excitement, and curiosity. Before this, almost everyone had thought this so-called fully immersive virtual reality game might just be a prank by a few board game enthusiasts. Even after receiving helmets sent by the company, the vast majority of people were still skeptical. But now all doubts had vanished into thin air. If one had to pick a game more realistic than this one, it would probably have to be Earth OL itself. When Pickup Trash 99 level stepped out from his room, passing through the automatically opening and closing door, it caused quite a stir. Initially, everyone thought he was an NPC, but after asking, they found out he was also a player and might even possess the mythical hidden profession. Basked in the envious gazes of others, Trash King seemed to have pushed the fact that he lacked a certain bit behind him, beaming with what could pass as pride. Was that thing really important? Not at all. Brother, stick with me from now on, I've got your back. Trash King slapped the shoulder of the man standing next to him, Du Mingdao, with his snout turned sky high. The latter just gave him a speechless glance, disinclined to bother with him. It was just that the initial data on the attribute panel was a tiny bit stronger. Exiting the room with Trash King, Du Mingdao also attracted quite a bit of attention. Regrettably, his gene sequence was just a common strength type, nothing particularly impressive. As the players in the hall sized up the two of them, he was also covertly observing the other players inside the hall. Aside from Trash King, most of the players seemed comparatively normal. At least on the surface, there was nothing to differentiate them from others. From a physical perspective, most appeared to be mainly strength type and constitution body type, but there were also a minority of perception, agility, and intelligence system players. What surprised Du Mingdao the most was that there were actually two female players among them. One of them was 180 tall with curves in all the right places, straining the seams of the shelter uniform, likely a strength type. The other was a bit shorter, probably just over 150, unremarkable, with no clear system affiliation, at least not resembling a strength type. Du Mingdao, born and bred in civil engineering and with years of work under his belt, had accurate estimations, especially when it came to gauging distances and sizes, and was seldom off the mark. The two women had emerged from the same room and seemed to be embroiled in a disagreement, their auras butting heads. Who's this little squirt? Are you weaned yet? You think you're so great just because you're tall. Who knows how short you might be in real life? Heh, anyone who says something like that must be pretty young in reality. You aren't a primary school student, are you? Heh, as it happens, I'm the director at a fashion design company, quite grown up really. Unlike you needing to find a sense of presence in a game, a mere director, and here I thought you might be some big corporate CEO. May I inquire which company has had the pleasure of your employment, sister? None of your business. Du Mingdao. He invariably felt both characters were quite primary schoolish. Of course, they weren't the only ones quarreling. After the long wait, finally obtaining access to the beta test, the players who had just entered the game were excited, blabbering nonstop, touching this, looking at that, incapable of staying still. Some were head-butting walls, and then, instead of yelping in pain, they held their heads and cackled goofily, and these were the relatively normal ones. Others were grabbing nearby players, begging them to give a good slap just to try out the feeling of getting hit, mentally preparing for the eventual monster battles. Du Mingdao felt his scalp tingle. Had he entered into a game world, or had he been locked into an asylum? Just when someone started to pull down their pants, ready to do their business, even potentially engaging in more cringing actions, a commanding voice cut through the chaos of the residence hall from the direction of the main entrance. Silence, in an instant, all was quiet. That commanding voice seemed to carry a unique pressure, causing the players in the hall to instinctively halt their clamor, and everyone's gazes involuntarily followed the direction of the voice. Du Mingdao was no exception. Excitement lit up his face the moment he turned to look at the figure standing at the doorway. NPC, open of story sequence. This must be the legendary manager. Although it was his first time playing this game, he had followed long days ahead postings on the official website, so he was quite familiar with the game's settings. The other players here were the same, all watching breathlessly, anticipating the beginning of the story. When Chu Guang selected players, he also considered the professions filled out on the pre-registration page, as well as forum history, online duration, and activity level, attempting to weed out those primary school students with unsound thought processes and the little fools who seemed to only know how to argue. They were better off moving bricks on a construction site, not here. Scanning the players in the residence hall, Chu Guang spoke again in a calm and stern voice. Welcome to shelter number 404. I am the manager here, code named on. From the moment he started speaking, all the players shut their mouths, holding their breath and watching him intently, afraid to miss any detail. Chu Guang was quite pleased with the player's reaction as he lifted his head and glanced around the hall. However, when he saw the lizard man standing in the corner, his expression froze for 2 seconds and his hand almost reached for the gun on his back. What the heck are variants doing here? But, looking at that dumb face, the player must be underneath the skin. Nothing to worry about then. Whether in terms of combat experience or character stats, these noobs were completely outmatched by himself. Chu Guang might have been concerned about survivors lurking in the shadows, but he really wasn't too worried about these players causing trouble. Kick, ban, revoke qualifications all under a second, and what can one do in just 1 second? Deciding to figure out what the deal was with this lizard man later, Chu Guang moved his gaze away from it and looked squarely at the players in the hall, continuing to speak. First of all, I have to tell you some good news. The war is over. But the bad news is, our world has been turned upside down, and if you're hoping to grab your luggage and immediately go home to find mom, obviously that's not very likely. Today marks 200 years after the apocalypse, and luckily, we have made it through the most difficult times. You standing here are already luckier than 12 billion people, and now I need you to quickly come to terms with the situation and fulfill your declaration under the United Human banner about our homeland. This here is my assistant. Its name is Zio Chi. Any questions about the refuge or things you don't understand, you can ask it. The routine introduction he had said once before, word for word. If a new batch of players arrived, he would say it again, and unless there was a severe bug or plot hole, he didn't plan on making changes. After all, it was not easy to come up with. Pausing for a moment, Chu Guang continued. In addition, the Residents of the Refuge Handbook has been updated to version 2, which includes the Residents' Covenant, Code of Conduct, and requirements for public order and good customs, as well as prohibitions. Please make sure all residents check it in a timely manner. For those who violate the rules, the penalties range from enforced suspension, solitary confinement for lighter offenses, to being sent back underground, and permanent expulsion for severe violations. I hope everyone will strictly comply. A murmur spread among the players. Isn't this NPC's power a bit too much? Still, there wasn't much of a reaction from everyone. Since they chose to pre-register, it means they'd accepted the game's settings, and before logging into the game, they had already seen the Residents' Handbook on the official website, which didn't set out too harsh content. The new clauses simply regulated actions like player-to-player PK, harassing other players, illegitimate transactions, maliciously destroying game world facilities, and more. These clauses are in line with the interests of the vast majority of normal players, and some were even discussed by the players themselves on the forum, which the dog planners took note of and then implemented. Like the malicious destruction of game world facilities proposed by Long Days Ahead and Old White, and the prohibition of coercive acts mentioned by a player who had not yet obtained a reservation in a discussion thread. All good suggestions. After all, this is a brick-laying game, not a nuclear bomb simulator, and certainly not some adult game. Even games that tout freedom and sandbox concepts can't allow a player to wantonly ruin the game experience for others. Not only did Chu Guang adopt these suggestions, but he also made more detailed regulations for these rules, such as treating malicious destruction of facilities with compulsory labor, and depending on the severity, some behaviors might be met with permanent confiscation of tools used in the offense up to a permanent ban, very much in the style of those planners. What? Can't accept it. Hurry back and play CF. Leave the helmet for someone who needs it. After briefing on the important matters, Chu Guang took the 24 players out of the refuge, and in 2 groups they took the elevator to the surface. The visual shock that hit them upon arrival left these new players speechless. And it wasn't just the visuals. Hearing, smell, touch, and even taste every single cell in their bodies was telling them that this was a completely real world. Awesome. Is this really the game world? Oh man, I'm freaking blown away. Amazing. Watching the players dancing with excitement, a smile curved on the corners of Chu Guang's mouth. He really wanted to tell them that it was too early to be happy. After familiarizing these newbie players with the outpost facilities, especially emphasizing the prohibition against urinating and defecating near the outpost, Chu Guang then took them all back to the sanatorium and handed them over to the eagerly waiting Old White and the others. The construction site at the outpost was in desperate need of manpower. There was no need to worry about these players having nothing to do, as the veteran players would tell them what work needed to be done. A portion of the people were rounded up to haul bricks and repair walls. Another group was taken by Fang Chang to move raw materials for making cement to the construction site northeast of the wetland park. As for the payment, it was 10 contribution points per hour. Even though they were unaware of what exactly contribution points were used for, every player was enthusiastic, wishing they could start working right away. Why worry so much in the closed beta test phase? The developer had already said there wouldn't be a server reset, just work and get it done. The enthusiasm of these players made even Chu Guang feel a bit embarrassed. Of course, not all players were assigned to the construction site tasks such as making smoked meat. Tanning fur, fishing, hunting, gathering needed to be done too. For instance, a female player as tall as 1.8 meters, with the ID name Crow, was assigned to the gathering job. Her gene sequence was from the perception attributes. Although her main attribute perception was 1 point less than Knight 10's, being only 6, she had one more initial talent in her talent slot, Toxin Intuition. According to the system's explanation on the player list, a player with this talent can intuitively sense poisons purely through biological instincts, independent of knowledge and experience. On the flip side, before obtaining poison resistance, the poisoning effect itself would have a more significant negative impact on her. Additionally, the positive effects of this talent were influenced by the perception attribute. Having her as the gatherer couldn't be more perfect. Then there was the lizard man. After arranging the gatherer's work, Chu Guang called this player aside. "Your pickup trash 99 level. What a sand sculpture name." Seeing the manager address him directly, Garbage Lord thought he had triggered a hidden plot and quickly stood at attention, nodding excitedly. "Indeed, it is I." Chu Guang nodded and was about to assign him some work when he saw Garbage Lord suddenly seem to think of something and proactively handed over a note. "Respected manager, when I awoke, I found this note, but I can't understand the text. Could you please tell me what it says? Let me see." Chu Guang took the note from his hand. The note was slightly damp, as if it had been soaked in water, but it didn't soak through. It appeared to be made of waterproof material. The handwriting was very familiar, and since it was written in the language of this world, Chu Guang immediately guessed who had left it. "Where did you get this, my butt?" Chu Guang's hand shook and he almost dropped it. Seeing the manager's exasperation, Garbage Lord immediately guessed something and hurried to explain with a mix of laughter and tears. "I mean, it was stuck there in the cultivation chamber when I woke up. It's fine, I was just asking." Chu Guang continued to read the content on the note. "Congratulations, you've hit the jackpot. This is the Easter egg I've left for you. The genetic sequences stored in the gene bank are not all human, some are special genetic sequences. To be honest, it was my doing, although there were some accidents involved, but I'm not planning to admit to any mistakes. How can I put it? Don't you think this is also part of natural selection? By the way, should we call it a variant or a different species? Never mind, it doesn't matter what you call it, decide for yourself." First generation manager. This guy must have gone mad. Chu Guang was speechless. He didn't bother to criticize the deceased, but opened the system interface to check this lizard man's 5-dimensional data and talents through the player list. Just as his imposing stature suggested, both his strength and constitution were off the charts. If it weren't for Chu Guang's intervention, his strength could have even caught up with Chu Guang's own level 5. Plus, he had the talents of physical regeneration and cold-blooded, making him a weapon in actual combat. Although he had debuffs such as difficulty leveling up, intolerance to low temperatures, and difficulty operating complex machinery, these weren't fatal flaws. In a word, no big deal. Chu Guang was already considering whether to outfit this fellow with knuckle dusters or steel claws, or maybe turn him into a tin can to take the front line. That didn't seem too bad either. Being scrutinized by the manager, Garbage Lord felt somewhat anxious. However, the NPC didn't stare at him for too long and soon gave him a different task from other players. "Starting today, you'll hunt with me." Chu Guang decided to not worry about weapons anymore. The players might not be dumber than himself, better to let them figure out the gameplay on their own. Garbage Lord clenched his fists excitedly, voicing his excitement in an elated tone. "I am at your service, respected manager." "Very good, quite spirited." Chu Guang nodded in approval and continued, "Go wait for me at the entrance of the sanatorium. I have some things to arrange and will come over later." "Understood." Garbage Lord scurried away. Chu Guang turned his attention to another female player who was waiting nervously nearby. Her ID was Teng Teng, and her genetic sequence belonged to the intelligence system. She appeared quite petite, standing about 1.5 meters tall. The expression of genes was inherently unstable. Even if designed perfectly, there could still be oversights, and Chu Guang could not help with that. However, what happened to her wasn't entirely a bad thing. Like that crow, she also had a very special initial talent, skillful hands and minds, in her talent column. Talent, skillful hands and minds, stronger muscle memory, can accumulate proficiency faster in repetitive tasks. He remembered correctly, her profession in reality was a clothing designer, right? If so, this talent was tailor-made for her. "Can you make clothes?" Faced with the manager's question, Teng Teng nodded anxiously. "I can, give materials and tools. I could try." Although her main job was design, mainly working with a computer, she wasn't completely devoid of manual abilities and was stronger than the average person. "Materials aren't an issue. Tools might require some thought, but come with me first." Saying that, Chu Guang led her to the back of the sanatorium, pointing at the rows of raw fur pelts drying on the wooden racks. Is this enough? Gazing at the rows of fur on the racks, Teng Teng's eyes went wide. Although she wasn't sure what animals the furs came from, she could tell at a glance that the texture and sheen of the fur were not cheap. All of this, for me. Teng Teng's eyes shone brightly. Chu Guang nodded and spoke. Yes, if possible, you could also take on the processing of the fur. The leather on these racks was processed by our chef, who actually doesn't know much about it. Don't worry, leave it to me, Teng Teng said energetically, nodding vigorously. Do you have any requirements? In terms of design, Chu Guang, design isn't really a requirement as long as it's warm. Do you need any particular tools? It might be difficult to get something like a sewing machine, but we do have some basic tools like needles and scissors. Teng Teng, although a sewing machine would be better if it's just for warmth. These are enough, great. He liked players who were diligent and required little attention. Chu Guang nodded approvingly. Then I'll leave it to you. I should be able to snag some game in the next few days. I plan to head north along the elevated road out of the city to check out the migrating deer herd. If we're lucky, we should have a good haul. Chu Guang was a principled man and naturally wouldn't exploit players' labor without compensation. Although the refuge was very poor now, and contribution points could only buy resurrection coins, he still offered Teng Teng a wage, 50 contribution points for every piece of clothing made. The requirements weren't high, as long as it was wearable and warm. Once the shop system went live, he planned to price the clothes between 100 and 500 contribution points based on their quality and sell them to other players. That being said, he would need to find an NPC to act as a merchant. He had heard that Brown Farm next door sold some less agile serfs every winter to save on food and fuel, and would buy a new batch of cheap goods from slave merchants when spring arrived. Maybe he should try his luck there. Respected manager, when do we set out? Looking at Chu Guang, who had just come out of the sanatorium, trash-picking lad greeted him with his lizard tail wagging, impatiently pressing for an answer. Outside the sanatorium's enclosing wall was a small cabin, built by WC There Are Mosquitoes, currently serving as a carpentry workshop. Outpost Base was currently lacking in tools, particularly reliable steel tools, and many things had to be replaced with wood. But solutions were always concocted by people. By combining industrial waste scavenged from the wasteland with wood, this player proficient in carpentry indeed manufactured quite a few post-apocalyptic style tools. For instance, the crossbow leaning against the wall was one of them. The wooden crossbow stock combined with stainless steel parts assembled into a simple mechanical structure and hinges, the bowstring made of treated mutated hyena tendons. As for the arrowheads, they were sharpened metal pieces. His own iron pipe rifle was low on bullets, only about 20 left, so he had to conserve them. It would be better to use the crossbow for hunting whenever possible. Seeing the manager pick up the crossbow, trash-picking lad thought he was going to give this treasure to him and quickly reached out his hands to take it, only to be slapped away. Your weapon is that one. Chu Guang pointed to a few javelins in the corner, their tips made of sharpened metal pieces, next to them a convenient carrying strap. With your initial strength at 8 points, mastering throwing techniques will allow you to take down prey within 10 meters in one shot. Trash-picking lad frowned miserably. But manager, I still feel. If I had a long-range weapon, my hunting efficiency would be higher. Chu Guang glanced at his 2-meter-tall figure. Such a big guy should be charging forward as a tank, not sniping from behind. Is that really manly? Javelin is a basic skill in hunting. It prevents you from becoming passive, whether in close combat or mid-range encounters. Today, I'm only teaching you hunting skills. The kind of weapon you choose to fight with in the future is up to you. It turned out to be a part of the storyline. Trash-picking lad nodded as if he understood, then shut his mouth and stopped talking. While they were talking, the player WC There Are Mosquitoes pushed open the door of the cabin, holding 2 glass bottles as he walked out. Seeing Chu Guang, his eyes lit up as he said, "Respected manager, I was just looking for you. This is the acetone I mentioned. We can make smokeless gunpowder by using it as a solvent." As he spoke, he imitated an alchemist's motions, shaking the bottle in his right hand, startling both Chu Guang and trash-picking lad, causing them to instinctively step back. "It's fine, hee, as long as it doesn't meet open flame. It's okay, heh." Mosquito said this with an excited look on his face. He would only dare to do such a thing in the game, definitely not at his small workshop at home. However, he hadn't expected the game to be this realistic, actually allowing him to craft such an item. At this moment, he suddenly noticed the lizard man next to Manager Lord, and his excited expression noticeably paused. Who is this? Chu Guang cleared his throat before speaking. He is a new resident, ID, pickup trash 99 level. Wow, a newcomer. Mosquito looked at him with envy, starting with a hidden profession. That's just too cool. Tell us about the thing in your hand. Chu Guang glanced at the glass bottle in his hand. How did you make this? The method is quite simple. It's essentially dry distillation of wood. Place the wood in a sealed metal container to bake. Lead it out through a conduit. cool it down with a water bucket, and collect the condensate, which can be easily separated into an aqueous solution and a thick tar residue. A simple distillation process will do. The aqueous part is wood vinegar, mainly composed of acetic acid, acetone, and methanol, which can be further distilled based on their different boiling points. Acetic acid can react with alkali metal compounds to form salts of various uses, while acetone in my right hand. Its application is quite significant. Upon saying this, Mosquito let out a sigh of longing. Tusks, if only we had sulfuric acid. With sulfuric acid, we could produce hydrogen peroxide, and mixing hydrogen peroxide with acetone would create triacetone triperoxide, TATP, commonly known as TATP explosive. Junk Lord was agape on the side, swell. What on earth does this guy do in real life? This is seriously intense. Chu Guang was also shocked by this revelation. He subconsciously took a look at the little wooden hut in front of him and couldn't associate it with a chemistry laboratory. Only players would dare do such life-threatening things. After regaining his composure, Chu Guang continued to speak to him. I will keep an eye out for chemical plants in the vicinity, so you mean you still can't get explosives? I can't get high-performance ones, but black powder is pretty easy to make. Give me some more time, I'm thinking of other methods, but sometimes it's not absolutely necessary to use explosives to achieve lethal effects. Mosquito shook the glass bottle in his left hand with a heh-heh, then continued. It's a mixture of pine resin and acetone. I've also added some plant fibers in it, lighting the cloth wick at the top of the bottle, and throwing it can burn for quite a while. Molotov cocktails. These items are quite useful. Chu Guang's eyes lit up as he took the glass bottle from Mosquito's hand and weighed it. Have you tested its power? There are trees all around, and I'm worried I wouldn't be able to put out the fire. Mosquito awkwardly explained. Not bad. Looks like the guy still has some sense. I will take it outside later to test it for you. Without showing any change in expression, Chu Guang pocketed the glass bottle and continued. Conducting chemical experiments in this environment is still somewhat dangerous, and the shelter is not currently equipped to store such hazardous materials. I will give you the appropriate reward, but I can't encourage you to scale up production. After a brief pause, Chu Guang changed tack, however. I would suggest that you try to find uses for these chemicals in the construction and production at Outpost Base, creating the value we need. Creating the value we need. Mosquito looked ponderous, slowly digesting the sentence, deep in thought. Right, you might want to give it some thought. Chu Guang nodded and continued, of course. I'd even more strongly suggest you talk with other residents of the shelter and ask if they have any good suggestions. You might find unexpectedly rewarding outcomes. Acetic acid, acetone, and methanol still had quite a wide range of uses. If the refuge's outpost wanted to truly initiate industrialization, these chemical materials were indispensable. Although there wasn't any immediate use for them, Chu Guang still rewarded the player WC. There are mosquitoes with 1,000 contribution points, and publicly recognized his outstanding contribution in successfully preparing acetic acid, acetone, and methanol using wood as raw material. Was this considered a worldwide announcement in a web novel about gaming? Watching WC, there are mosquitoes filled with pride while the other players looked on with envy. Chu Guang felt it was necessary to keep up this fine tradition. Yes, not just in the game. It needed to be announced on the official website too. In the future, a Hall of Fame could be established, recording on such a year, such a month, and such a day, a certain player achieved a certain milestone. Such achievements could be solving a developmental problem or clearing a high-difficulty instance. As a poor ruler, a cheap sense of honor was the only cost-effective reward he could offer the players. After the event, Chu Guang, along with Knight 10 and Garbage Kun, continued to explore north along the overpass outside Linghu Wetland Park. They searched for traces of prey and valuable exploration targets. Qingquan City's industrial clusters were mainly concentrated in the southeastern corner of the city, spreading out in a fan shape along the 3rd and 2nd Ring roads. The northern area where Linghu Wetland Park was located was mainly residential zones, with many unfinished buildings visible along the roads leaving the city. Aside from well-developed public facilities like education, medical care, and transportation, no large-scale industrial clusters had formed in this area. Only some light industrial workshops were sparsely situated in the suburbs far from residential areas, neighboring garbage incineration plants. Now, many of them were covered by forests. Upon the advent of the nuclear war, Qingquan City's north suburb, due to its large population base and extremely low strategic value, had hardly been directly hit by strategic weapons. However, the massive number of refugees brought another kind of disaster here after the complete collapse of order. Supermarkets, convenience stores, vegetable markets, and malls were quickly looted clean, followed by hospitals, schools, office buildings, and even every fridge and storage cabinet within residences. No refuge would risk their safety to open gates and take them in, and besides, it was not possible, while the completely paralyzed transportation made it very hard for these people to leave. Even 200 years later, today, bullet holes in walls and shattered glass still bore witness to the tragedies that had happened here. Some display windows, shelves, and even trash can still held skeletons that hadn't completely decomposed. Damn, this is too tragic. Watching a large and a small skeleton curled up together, Garbage Kun couldn't bear to look and closed the lid of the open trash bin. Night 10's reaction was comparatively calm after all. This was not his first time venturing out with Chu Guang, and he had long been accustomed to the situation here, even acting like an old player commenting on it. To be fair, the game's scenery design is pretty spot on, like it's really the world after the apocalypse. This indeed is the world after the apocalypse. Chu Guang commented casually, carefully observing the situation inside the shop window, and made a mark on a paper map. This should have been a clothing store, but few clothes remained on the shelves, and the only two tattered pieces hanging there were covered in dark mold. Clearly, scavengers had visited here long ago, and not just once. I think we're wasting our time, sighed Night 10. Clearly, everything here has been scavenged. There's always something useful to find, like this thing. Chu Guang found an unopened sewing kit from behind an almost shattered cabinet and tossed it to Night 10. The needle should be made of an alloy and the thread probably synthetic silk. The unopened package meant no oxidation. It could be used not just 200 years later, but even another 200 after that. These small tools were exactly what the outpost was most in need of. Tang Tang would be interested in it. With nothing left to search, the group was ready to leave the shop. However, just at that moment, a shrill scream came from the distance, followed by 2 gunshots. By the sound of it, they were 5 bullets. Chu Guang became instantly alert, took down the iron pipe rifle from his back, crouched, and hid in the shadow at the base of the wall, carefully looking toward the source of the sound. At the street corner under a crooked billboard, a man in a gray coat lay on the ground having been shot, moving backwards with a look of horror. Blood seeped out from his back, staining the ground. Scavenger, before long, another figure rounded the corner. A gunman wearing a beast skin coat, biting a cigarette stub, holding a makeshift iron pipe rifle in his hand, walked towards the man lying on the ground, begging for mercy. Behind him was another person and a dog. The comrade also held a rifle of similar design, with a firefighter's axe hanging at his waist and a dog on a leash on the other side. Chu Guang's pupils contracted slightly. It took less than a second for him to quickly determine the identity of the 2 men. Looters, what's happening outside? Night 10 came up from behind, keeping his voice low. He thought he was being quiet, but his skulking skills were still far from perfect. SHH, just as Chu Guang managed to make a silencing gesture, the mutated hyena, its neck strapped with an iron chain, instantly turned its head and barked twice in their direction. Chu Guang's expression changed instantly. Fuck. Had this beast pumped all its skill points into perception? In a flash, the 2 looters turned their heads toward them, reacting extremely swiftly, lifting their rifles to fire. Pop, pop, 2 consecutive gunshots rang out, and Chu Guang quickly ducked his head back, but he soon realized he had been overly concerned. That homemade DIY rifle probably had no rifling. At the distance of a street away, the shots simply went wide, and as expected, the bullets didn't even come close to the door beside him, all falling on the concrete road. An exchange of fire. What's going on? Did we run into mutants? Garbage Kun, hiding inside the shop, was not at all panicked. In fact, he rubbed his hands together with excitement. Night 10 was the same, pulling out a javelin at the first opportunity. Don't panic, everyone, let me take a look. What's there to look at? Seeing that neither of the 2 fellows knew fear, Chu Guang felt his nose almost go crooked with irritation. He freed a hand and pressed down on Night 10's head, pushing him back. It's looters. 2 people, both armed and with a dog. Retreat through the back door. We'll meet up in front of the bus stop, 300 meters to the direct south. Respected manager, sir, why should we retreat? There are only 2 people and a beast. We don't have fewer people than they do. Garbage Kun clenched his fists tightly. We can fight too. That's right, we can fight. Night 10, also excited, picked up the crossbow that the manager had just discarded and declared with high morale, we only have 1 gun, but we also have Molotov cocktails. And this 2-meter-tall lizard, I don't believe it can't beat a dog. Hearing this, Chu Guang, who had been tense, suddenly snapped back to reality. Yeah, why run? It was normal for him to hide when he used to be out alone, with his life hanging by a thread in the wilderness, encountering such ruthless bandits. Now armed with guns and people, there was no damn reason to run, especially since there were only 2 of them on the other side. Chu Guang was quick to react, making his decision on the spot and racking the bolt to chamber around. Screw them. You take the Molotov cocktails and go over there. Chu Guang tossed the Molotov cocktails and matches to Night 10 and pointed toward the diagonal corner of the street. Listen for my command. When you hear my gun, light it and throw. The enemies didn't know how many people were on Chu Guang's side. Seeing someone rushing out would definitely provoke a chase. Night 10 was stunned upon receiving the Molotov cocktails. How am I supposed to get over there? Run over, what else? You want me to carry you? Don't worry, their guns don't have rifling, they won't hit you. Saying this, Chu Guang pushed him forward. Knight 10 staggered to the doorway, his heart racing, but considering this could be an opportunity to show off in front of manager, he clenched his teeth and steeled himself to go. Damn it, all in, afraid of what in the game. As expected, just as Chu Guang had anticipated, when the looters saw Knight 10 rushing out of the shop, they immediately started yapping and shot at him twice. Haha, my little treasure, where are you running off to? Give up, you can't escape. Surrender now and you can still save your life. Knight 10 couldn't understand what these people were saying, only feeling bullets whiz past his scalp. He did not dare to stop for even a moment, nor did he dare to raise his head, charging headlong into a shop on the other side of the street. The looters exchanged glances, grinned wickedly, and advanced with guns ready, one after the other, releasing the dog chain. No gun on him, he must be a scavenger picking through trash nearby. Crushing a scavenger was as insignificant to them as stepping on a cockroach. Hidden inside the shop, Chu Guang remained motionless, quietly waiting for the right moment. As the barking grew closer, he suddenly lunged out halfway, aimed at the charging mutated hyena and pulled the trigger. Bang! The 9-bullet burst forth. At less than 5 meters away there was no chance to dodge, and it pierced through the beast's flank. Though Chu Guang had aimed for its head, the hyena didn't even have time to cry out before it collapsed to the ground and rolled 2 meters, motionless. The looter who had rushed closer was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting the opponent to also have a gun. By the time he regained his senses, his long-standing companion was already dead, and his expression twisted in rage. I'm going to skin you alive. John, keep your cool. There's more than one person on their side. Before he could finish his words, a Molotov cocktail was thrown his way, striking and shattering on the wrecked vehicle behind them. The flames shot up along with the spread of glass shards. Seeing that the other side had Molotov cocktails as well, the looters scrambled to evade, contemplating retreat. But with the fire blocking their escape, they found themselves trapped, unable to advance or retreat. That's when one of the looters caught a glimpse of a horrifying figure under the eaves of the shops on the street corner out of the corner of his eye. It was a lizard with dark green skin, or rather, a humanoid lizard, a monster. Swish, a whooshing sound cut short his words as a javelin hurled directly at him pierced through his chest, pinning him against the burning wreckage behind him. Until the last moment of his life, he couldn't understand why a creature that looked like a variant was mingling with scavengers. He had heard of people taming mutated hyenas as pets, and even of those who kept bears and horses, but it was his first time hearing that someone could tame something like this. That was too absurd. The construction site on the old sanatorium grounds. Dust swirled, the sound of hammering was incessant, and the noise of unloading went clink and clank, creating a scene of bustling enthusiasm. These players seemed to have boundless energy and passion, pushing carts they had picked up from the abandoned construction site, one load after another of stones, transported to the cement kiln to be smashed with hammers, then poured into the kiln and calcined into the raw material for cement. Players squatting nearby energetically operated the bellows, striving to make the kiln's fire burn even more fiercely. Not far away was the constantly operating charcoal kiln, and beyond that, a kiln for smoking meat and a fish smoking rack, with rising smoke and noise that even chased the birds from the trees. Together, the players poured the burned cement into sand and water, mixing it into a thick cement slurry, quickly completing the foundation for the first section of the wall. Wisps of blue smoke joined together in blankets. This place was like a nascent tribe, young and full of vigor. Having left the construction site to spare people under the knife who had a civil engineering background, Old White and Fang Chang had already begun to study primitive methods of smelting. Moreover, Wild Wind had also improved the fish traps, using mutated leech larvae as bait, easily catching a dozen fish a day without any problems. The excess was handed over to Brother Stir Fry Egg to be made into dried fish. The lake's bounty was even richer than he had imagined. The only thing to watch out for was not to put too much bait in the traps and not to set them too deep, otherwise large fish could easily break the traps. But these were minor issues. As long as one mastered the tricks, everything would gradually become second nature, and the process itself was full of fun. It was the same for the new players. There was no need to deliberately look for it. Everything here was so novel to them, an experience nearly impossible to have in modern society. Many people sat in offices all day long, day after day, taking on work that anyone could replace, losing themselves in the minutiae. But this place was different. This difference came not just from the novelty of the moment, but also from a sense of satisfaction in realizing one's self-worth. The civil engineering dog who hadn't made it into management, even after 5 or 6 years on the construction site, only had to shout, "I'm in engineering," to be immediately revered by other players and entrusted with important tasks. And there were the workers who mixed cement and plastered walls. Most of the players were ordinary people whose jobs in reality might not be so remarkable, but here, as long as you had some skills, you could receive collective recognition without even needing to be particularly outstanding. And because of each individual's efforts, the surface outpost of the shelter was visibly improving. In Maslow's hierarchy of needs, this was the highest level. It was beyond any low-level interest, and the spiritual pleasure it brought was incomparable to any other interest. The key was that acquiring it did not require a great cost. Even if you were tired to the point of muscle soreness, it was just the character in the game who was tired, not affecting the next day's life. Instead, going to bed early meant you would be even more energetic the next day. All of the above was just Chu Guang's wild guess when he returned to the outpost with his loot and saw the players so busy. Of course, he couldn't possibly know what the players were thinking. For the manager, such things were utterly unimportant and not a concern. As long as the number of players making reservations always exceeded the list, there was no need to worry about running out of fresh recruits to sweat and toil. Giving up the game, AFK. The same old saying applied: please leave your helmet and account to those in need, and try a more primitive gaming method. Back to the main point. The outing this time was quite fruitful. 2 5mm steel pipe rifles, 62 rounds of 5mm ammunition, and 3 backpacks that hadn't been searched yet. These were all found on the 2 looters and the unlucky soul they had chased to death. Chu Guang was a man who disliked waste, including the mutated hyena that had been shot in the neck, which he took as well. Taming did not affect its taste. After all, to Chu Guang, it was all variance. He handed the mutated hyena over to Brother Stir-Fry Egg, the cook, and then Chu Guang started searching through the backpacks he had found with Knight 10 and Trash Lord, 2 other players. Matches, a compass, a map, and some dried meat, and some plastic chips. What's written on these things? Hearing Knight 10's muttering, Trash Lord, with his not-so-nimble paws, also came over and took a curious look, pinching one of the chips closer for examination. Sort of looks like gambling chips from a casino. Give me the plastic chips, I can use them. Chu Guang calmly confiscated the 20-odd white plastic chips anyhow. These things were useless to other players. Then, he turned to the dried meat that Knight 10 had in his hand. Forget the dried meat, I suggest you don't eat it. Knight 10, who was about to take a bite, froze. Why? Chu Guang thought for a moment and chose his words carefully. Looters usually aren't picky eaters. You can't be sure what kind of meat that is. Trash Lord hadn't figured it out yet, but Knight 10 had already tossed the dried meat aside in disgust. Even in a game, he couldn't accept certain realities. Seeing Knight 10's reaction, Chu Guang became curious about how these players thought, so he turned to Trash Lord and asked, "What does it feel like to kill someone?" Trash Lord was taken aback, scratching his head. "I didn't notice. What feelings could a game evoke?" He had played gorier games than this before. The blood effects in this game weren't particularly exaggerated, which is why he hadn't paid them much attention at that moment. However, as he rushed forward and plunged the javelin into the chest of the last looter, blood splattered onto him, and in that instant, he suddenly felt a craving to eat. It was like a biological instinct. Chu Guang looked at the lizard man with some surprise, not expecting this player's psychological resilience to be unexpectedly strong. Could it be that dreams diminished the sensation of death, or perhaps the players had a kind of filter in their view of this world that he didn't understand? Wasn't clear. After all, this device wasn't designed by Chu Guang, and he had never used the helmets of the players, nor did he know if the world they saw was the same as the one he saw. It looked like he would need to talk more with the players, using his identity as a planner. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the enclosing wall on the north side of the sanatorium was basically repaired. It had to be said, these players were simply geniuses. Chu Guang even felt that his NPC was redundant. Some talents, although not written on the attribute panel, were etched in their bones. Given a piece of land, they could turn it into a field by tomorrow. Even if the server reset and the world was destroyed tomorrow, they could rebuild it, brick by brick. The treasures on the construction site were not just those gray-blue pebbles, but also the mountains of cement chunks wrapped in burlap sacks. These things were too heavy. Ordinary survivors couldn't carry them or make use of them, so they remained as they were at the outset of the nuclear war. Although the cement had long since hardened and could no longer be mixed with sand to pour foundations, if you changed your thinking, using it directly as blocks to build the wall was excellent. At least, much more reliable than the yellow mud bricks that Old White had fired. Under the lead of spare people under the knife, players drove 4 to 5 meter long pine logs into the earth, stacking the cement chunks brought over from the construction site in the middle, then inserting rebar stolen from the construction site to secure it, and finally pouring on a mix of calcium carbonate cement. Once the cement dried, a simple but sturdy concrete fortification was completed. As for the inside of the wall, they used cement chunks and concrete waste to build a slope. If attacked, players inside the wall could simply crawl on the slope and take advantage of the cover to retaliate against the invaders. Considering the further expansion of the outpost in the future, another line of defensive works could be built on the outside of the fortress, in conjunction with sentry posts and watchtowers for alert. The terrain of Wetland Park is relatively flat overall, and the area around the sanatorium is even more of a wooded plain with no steep slopes to serve as cover. I could chop down the trees around here. so that we would be able to spot any targets approaching the outpost at the first opportunity. That's fine, bro. What exactly do you do in real life? Old White looked at the new player beside him with surprise. He had a bit of a remembrance of the ID spare people under the knife, but only a little he remembered it was someone who joined the group some time ago. He didn't expect that the small game group actually harbored so many experts. Spare people under the knife gave a shy smile, saying a bit abashedly, "I'm just a civil engineering dog, a marginal figure in my unit. I spend my days drinking tea and reading newspapers, and hardly anyone gives me a second look." No, you did well. To be honest, I never thought that we'd finish an entire wall today. Too kind, you're too kind. Evening had arrived, and the sky was tinged with yellow. The player designated as Chef Egg Fry Brother had set up a large pot in the open space in front of the sanatorium and threw in the fish that Wild Wind had caught from the lake to make a pot of pine nut fresh fish soup. The players all sat down on the ground, each with a bowl, along with a piece of smoked meat. A spoonful of fish soup and a bite of meat made for a distinct flavor as they ate. Of course, not everyone could adapt to this kind of flavor. For example, Tang Tang, sitting on the ground, was holding her nose and looking at the bowl in her hands with a pained expression. So fishy. Whether in the game or in real life, she was very sensitive to smells and couldn't accept this heavy type of cooking. Egg Fry Brother, who was nearby, heard her and rolled his eyes. "You think I want to? There's not even cooking wine here. I've done my best." His expression clearly said, "Take it or leave it. Just make do with it. You'll go hungry in the game if you don't eat." Night 10 also comforted from the side. "Why don't you pinch your nose and gulp it down? I can help." Tang Tang scooted away. "That won't be necessary. Speaking of which, did NPCs need to eat?" Tang Tang glanced around and noticed that the manager was also near. However, he had not dined with the players, only staying for a while before hurrying off again. And when he returned, not a few players who were close saw that his face was ashen, and he seemed to be in a bad mood. The players stirred. Old White, noticing the situation not far away, became curious and put down his bowl, standing up from the ground. He walked quickly forward and pulled aside Wild Wind, who was nearby, to ask, "Brother, what happened?" Wild Wind looked grave and spoke in a heavy tone. "I heard, apparently, someone died." Dead? Someone died? Old White was dumbfounded, unable to regain his senses for a while. But when he recovered, his first reaction was, can people even die in this game? Logically speaking, unless one actively seeks death or acts recklessly, it's quite difficult to die in this game. Not just Old White, Chu Guang was also puzzled. He hadn't expected that the third batch of players had just logged in when they suddenly encountered a non-combat reduction in their numbers, at least half a month earlier than he had anticipated. The player who died had the ID Crow, with a perception gene sequence, and her talent was toxin intuition. Chu Guang remembered sending her out in the morning to gather berries and edible mushrooms, but somehow she ended up near the mutated leech nest. Checking the player list, Chu Guang could determine the player's general locations, and as he explored, he found her last active area was beyond the mutated leech nest and immediately gave up the idea of recovering the body. Young mutated leeches were bearable, their mouthparts had degenerated, and even sucking blood was difficult for them. They mostly fed on decaying food, and occasionally, wasteland cockroaches and rats gnawed at them, or diligent players would capture them for nesting. However, adult mutated leeches were a different matter. These creatures would swallow their prey whole, and their anesthetic digestive fluids would relax the prey's muscles within a minute, causing them to lose consciousness within minutes. There was no doubt that not even bones could be found now. Anyway, it was also time to log out. Chu Guang took the players back to the shelter in batches, settled them back into their sleep cabins to log out, then he returned alone to the surface and came by the active substance extractor. A layer of dust had settled on the cylindrical extraction furnace. Chu Guang hadn't used it once since getting it, as there was no electricity. What was particularly annoying was that although the cultivation chambers had a wireless charging interface compatible with the shelter, the device earned from the reward lacked one, having only a plug with positive and negative poles. Clearly, the device's designer did not intend to allow him to steal electricity from the shelter. "Zio Qi, what is it, master? How should the synthetic substance generated by this device be injected into the cultivation chamber?" Chu Guang asked, stroking his chin. "It's quite simple. The active substance storage tanks of the cultivation chambers are removable. Just pour the active substance into them, and that should work, right?" Chu Guang, pondering, nodded slightly, then suddenly changed the subject. "That means it's also possible to remove the storage tanks from other cultivation chambers." Zio Qi paused. I don't know, master. You wouldn't be thinking of stealing." "It's borrowing," Chu Guang interrupted Zio Qi, speaking decisively. "We can't get our hands on a generator until the end of the month, and I can't wait until then to revive a dead player. There are still 70 unopened cans anyway, just sitting there. We might as well use the active substance in them for now." Zio Qi whispered. "But what if we run out?" Chu Guang didn't hesitate. We'll think of a solution when the time comes. Let's solve the immediate problem first. There are always more solutions than problems. Increasing the death penalty or imposing extra penalties for consecutive deaths could curb the player's curiosity a bit. Once more players join, maybe create a novice village where players below level 5 aren't allowed to leave to prevent wastage. There are plenty of methods available. Chu Guang still couldn't understand what this player named Crow was thinking. Everyone else aside, she was, after all, a perception type. When he returned to the shelter later, he planned to talk to her in his capacity as a former planner. However, the main issue wasn't how she died, but that the dead player was a newbie with no contribution points to deduct. In other words, she couldn't afford the death penalty. This was a bit troublesome. It wasn't like they could just say to owe it. What would other players think? Wouldn't they all let loose? Seems like we need to set up compulsory labor or penalty tasks as substitutes for the death penalty when it can't be paid. There's also a drop in affection level and extending the revival cooldown for consecutive deaths. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Having returned to the shelter with Xiao Qi, Chu Guang first compiled and summarized today's work outcomes in a computer document. That was a habit he had developed recently. With more and more players joining, the daily changes in inventory were significant. As the manager, he had to plan and coordinate every item of inventory. When there was a shortage of wood, he mobilized players to cut trees, and when there was a shortage of food, he got everyone to go out hunting and gathering to ensure that construction and production could proceed smoothly without stalling due to a shortage of any resources. Building materials inventory includes 84 logs, 500 kg of carbon, 500 kg of calcium carbonate cement, 2 stacks of yellow clay bricks, and several hardened cement blocks. As for consumption, 220 logs were used. The cement produced during the day was almost depleted, with an additional 200 kg consumed from the stock. Approximately. Food inventory includes 50 kg of smoked meat, 10 kg of smoked fish, as well as 2 kg of edible roots and a small amount of raspberry berries. About 10 kg of smoked meat was consumed, and pine nut fresh fish soup was made for dinner without using the stock of smoked fish. Maybe I should hire a warehouse manager. He also needed to get a more accurate scale and measuring tools. Chu Guang took some time, and according to the statistical information provided by Xiao Qi, he allocated contribution points to each player's personal account based on actual data. New players mainly earned contribution points by moving bricks, calculated at 10 points per hour, which were mostly divided between the numbers 90 and 100. Only Teng Teng was still at 0 contribution points. However, making clothes was a technical job, especially with materials that had never been used before, and it would definitely take some time to get the hang of it. Once she fully adapted to the local tools and materials, he believed her contribution points would grow rapidly like a snowball. After distributing the players' rewards, Chu Guang then opened the system and confirmed the rewards for today's daily tasks. Task: cut down 10 trees, reward, 1 reward point. Task: kill a variant, reward, 3 reward points. Task: collect 1 ton of stone, reward, 1 reward point. Task: store 10 kg of food, 1 reward point. A total of 6 reward points. In reality, the players had completed well beyond the daily task requirements, but those were the easy reward points available each day. Chu Guang calculated the reward points earned in the previous days, and including today's points, he had a total of 17 points. Let's take a gamble. After a bit of thought, Chu Guang, who had opened the manager's allowance subpage, spent 10 points on an intermediate blind box and the remaining 7 points on basic blind boxes. Soon the wall trembled. As the alloy door opened, the rewards from the blind boxes rolled out on the conveyor belt. Nanoscale therapeutic needle, mainly used for non-lethal injuries, can enhance tissue repair in a short time to accelerate wound healing. This thing must have come from the intermediate blind box. Specific efficacy was not listed, side effects unknown, active ingredients and mechanism of action were also not indicated, same as the previous enhancing Needlia product with no information provided. Chu Guang wasn't injured now, so he temporarily stored the therapeutic needle in a drawer of his computer desk and looked at the other rewards. As expected, 5 out of the 7 rewards were lollipops. One of them was orange-flavored, like the previous chocolate-flavored one, with a 10-hour attribute enhancement buff, but instead of strength, it boosted constitution. The other 2 items were a 200g bar of chocolate and a 230g box of canned beef. The chocolate should be edible, but was the canned beef really okay? If Chu Guang remembered correctly, canned food was invented during the Napoleonic Wars in the 1800s. This old can of beef might be older than the museum antiques from his original world. Never mind. I'll find a player to try it and see if it's edible. Chu Guang hesitated for a long time and finally decided to invite a player with high favorability to a meal when the players logged in tomorrow. Such a good offer was unlikely to be refused. After confirming all rewards, Chu Guang returned to his computer desk, sat down, didn't immediately start the group chat, but rather opened the official forum to look for a player with the ID Crow. He had expected it to take some effort, but as soon as he opened the forum, he saw this ID on the homepage, with comments in nearly 100 layers under the post. Woo woo woo, it's my fault for being reckless, I shouldn't have taken the risk. Please, dear planner, have mercy, I didn't do it on purpose, please don't ban my device. QAQ. Banning the device? That seemed excessive. Just having read the title, Chu Guang didn't understand what exactly had happened until he read through the entire post and finally understood the situation. This guy really knew how to court death. Post content, I admit it, I really did have an itchy finger, but I couldn't help but blame it on that toxin intuition talent. Anything poisonous just glows green in my eyes, it's like an OCD nightmare. What the fuck? Chu Guang was first stunned, then completely taken aback. You can identify it with the naked eye, that's so nearby. But what exactly are the criteria for something to be considered poisonous? Is there a dosage limit? And what about the activation mechanism of this talent? I don't get it. Chu Guang decided to put aside the things he couldn't understand for the moment and continued reading. The post went on to say, I figured I'd gathered everything near the sanatorium and decided to walk further to see. While walking, I came across a place that looked like a parking lot with plenty of mushrooms. I picked quite a lot, and just as I was about to go back, I suddenly saw a large, tall concrete pipe, kind of like a sewer entrance, with a big patch of green light coming out of it. At the time I didn't think too much and just figured with so many mushrooms inside, why not check it out? I could identify the poisonous ones anyway, so I thought I'd just avoid them and that would be that. Plus, I didn't see any dangerous monsters around, so I went over, stuck my head in to take a look. I swear I really just glanced inside, and then the horrifying thing happened, a lump of flesh. I don't know what kind of flesh, but it smashed right onto my face. Suddenly I couldn't breathe, couldn't open my eyes, and soon I couldn't even move. It felt like I was swallowed by something. In any case, although there was no pain, the experience was truly awful. Almost in the instant I lost consciousness, I suddenly woke up in reality, and everything that had just happened felt like a nightmare. At first, I thought I had been disconnected, so I quickly put the helmet back on to reconnect, but then I saw the words connection interrupted inside the helmet, which then changed to restricted login. No matter what I did, I couldn't log back in. Woo woo woo, Niubai, just giving it away for free, huh? After reading the post, Chu Guang was dumbfounded. This player was truly brave, literally sticking their face into the bushes. He definitely wouldn't dare to do something like that. Netizens below the post were not very friendly either. Some had already gotten the closed beta test qualification and were simply there for the show, but even more were those who couldn't reserve a spot at all, unanimously condemning this shameful waste of opportunity. You know, the Resurrection CD is at least 3 days. Such a giveaway means a direct loss of 3 days of game time. What else good could have been done in that time? Night 10, your head is gone, but you're still okay. Headless sister, funny. Quit smoking, what the fuck? That's it. If you really can't play, please donate your gaming spot to someone who needs it. Damn, TT. Det giant eye, that's pretty itchy hands, isn't it just a giveaway? Why not leave it to me? Alina, keep updating. Can you talk about what it felt like to be eaten? Funny. All the good names were taken by dogs. After you said that, my mind wandered, bro, let me have a word with you. Funny. The thread probably started to go south from there. A nice request for help, and no one really cared if her problem got resolved or not. In the end, maybe because the officials didn't engage and the netizens had filthy mouths, the post gradually turned into the original poster alone, angrily clashing with everybody in the thread. This little player was quite venomous as well, obviously a seasoned troll. Chu Guang couldn't watch any longer, so he locked her post and popped a private message to her. Hello, I am the game designer for Wasteland OL. We have received your feedback. According to the game's death penalty settings, you need to wait 72 hours to be resurrected. Please be patient and wait for the resurrection CD to end, and then you can log back into the game. Crow, I have to wait 3 days. Can it be changed to 1 day? I can recharge, just tell me how much. Chu Guang, it's not a question of money. Crow, can't we make an exception? Please, I beg you, planner bro, I really didn't mean to do it, just help me out. Oh, and what's your QQ number? Can I add you? Typing here is such a hassle. Let's chat on QQ. Pitiful. Chu Guang, rules are rules, and I can't help you with this. Crow, really no exceptions at all. Pitiful. Chu Guang, unmoved, continued to pick at the details. My words aren't finished. Besides the resurrection cooldown, dying for the first time in the game will also deduct 500 contribution points from a player. Crow, my contribution points will be deducted too, but I don't have that many. Chu Guang, the troublesome part lies here. You currently have only 30 contribution points, earned from gathering tasks, and these points are far from enough to cover the death penalty. Crow, what if it's not enough? Nervous. Chu Guang, the current setting will affect the NPC's evaluation of that player. In other words, you'll lose favorability. Crow, lose favorability. No, QAQ. Scared now? What were you doing earlier? Haven't even earned 500 freeloading coins and just wasted a whole can of active substance on you. Shameful, isn't it, Crow? But this is just a game. Yes, a game, but it's not just your game, Chu Guang typed righteously. You must have played murder mystery games before. Crow, played, I've played them. Chu Guang, this is like a game for 30 people, where 29 players are taking it seriously, but there's one who is fooling around and with a roll card at that. You know how detrimental such behavior is to other players. Actually, it's not so exaggerated as just a newbie. After all, dying is just dying. But Chu Guang felt they wouldn't learn their lesson if he didn't react at all. They needed some education. But perhaps he had been too harsh, and this little player had too thin a skin, or maybe they had been truly burnt by a murder mystery game in real life. Sitting in front of the computer, Crow was nearly crying, typing apologies desperately. I'm sorry, it's my fault. It's all on me. QAQ. A string of messages flooded the chat window, making Chu Guang, ready to continue typing, feel a bit embarrassed. It almost felt like he was gaslighting her. Forget it. It's not important. Chu Guang, no need to apologize to me. I'm just explaining the game's penalty system to you and why such settings were made. Later, you can post in your thread about this too. I'll unlock the thread. Chu Guang also, I must emphasize again that Wasteland OL is positioned as a hardcore game. At least in the early stages of the game, there won't be many casual elements. This was decided when we designed the entire game framework. If you really can't accept the setting, we suggest you switch to another game or wait for the open beta version to play when the content is richer. Crow, no, I want to play. I'd die without my helmet. QAQ. Crow, planner bro, I have no more concerns about the death penalty. What can I do to regain lost favorability? Would it help if I admitted my mistakes proactively after resurrection? QAQ. Chu Guang, it might help, but it won't be very significant. The manager's AI personality and behavior logic are set to be neutrally lawful. Their evaluation is mainly based on whether a player's actions align with the shelter's overall interest. So to make amends, just show them your efforts and don't do those brainless things. Crow, I got it, May I make a small suggestion? Chu Guang, speak. Crow, could you guys introduce some sort of in-game monetization? Like gift purchases that can increase favorability. I've seen other games like Big-Nosed Mole Manor. I can pay money to buy them. Chu Guang, with a head full of black lines, typed his response. My friend, you shouldn't always think about solving problems with money. We are a serious company. The person is gone, what's the use of money? Can you burn it to spend? Crow sat in front of the computer, startled, her hand paused on the keyboard, unable to wrap her head around what was happening. A legitimate company, isn't that just a money pit? It has to be disreputable if it's not asking for money. Closing the web page, Chu Guang set aside the little gamer's issue for the moment and logged into his Penguin account. Interestingly, the Ox and Horse Club group was just discussing that post on the official website. Seems like everyone's pretty concerned about the death penalties in the game. Spare people under the knife played it. I gotta be honest, this game is Niubai. I take back what I said, I am convinced. Grandpa Ao, holy crap, even you with the bushy eyebrows have been bought by dog management. Grandpa Ao has been muted by the admin for 1 hour. Night 10, dog barking again. Old White, cut the crap. Did you guys see that post on the official website? The one about the person who died today. Night 10 saw it. The ID is Crow, the one with the 180 centimeters long legs. Admin, hurry and figure out a way to add her to the group. Amused. Old White, get lost. Go do it yourself. Fang Chang finished reading the post. I've summarized 3 points. 1. Losing consciousness or dying in the game causes a forced disconnection. 2. They did remove the excessive pain, which matches my previous tests. Gotta say, the game officials are pretty astute. It doesn't feel unreal at all if there's no sensation, and too much pain might drive players away. The balance is just right now. But I still say, it'd be nice if we could adjust it ourselves. Grinning. Night 10 and the 3rd point. Wild Wind, let me add that. Don't do stupid stuff and you won't die. Fang Chang, correct. Quit smoking, I vomit. Why can't I make it through the appointment process? I really want to play the game. TT. Old White, why don't you butter up Brother Guang? Quit smoking, I tried. He told me to wait. TT. Night 10, condolences. Old White, that bad, huh? Did you secretly diss him? That old chap does hold grudges. I heard he's a Scorpio. Quit smoking, no way, where would I dare to diss him? I'm Brother Guang's most loyal bootlicker. TT. Old White, that's strange then. I'll ask about it for you one of these days. Fang Chang, by the way, has pickup trash 99 level logged on yet. Night 10, not sure, shall I him for you? Old White, pickup trash 99 level. Pickup trash 99 level, what's up? I'm in the group. Watering the group chat isn't as interesting as lurking. Besides, in a group with acquaintances, a newbie who has just joined the group a few days ago rarely finds an opportunity to butt in. Fang Chang, I noticed your character is a lizard man. When you take off the headset and return to reality, do you feel anything off? Like something out of sync? Chu Guang, similarly lurking, became interested upon seeing this. He was curious too what it felt like for the players who entered the game as lizard men. Especially with the switch from a small tail to a big one, he wondered if they got used to it. Pick up trash 99 level, doesn't seem like it. Feels pretty good actually. The athletic abilities in the game are crazy strong and the reactions too. Nothing seems off after logging out. But there's one thing I'm not quite used to. In the game I always want to eat raw meat, and seeing blood makes me feel all pumped up. But once the headset comes off, it's all gone. Truly amazing. Fang Chang, damn, why are they allowed to choose non-human characters and I can't even make a female account? Wild Wind, stay rational, brother. Old White, that kind of talk is a bit frightening. Fang Chang, scram. I just wanted to see what it feels like. Purely curious, you know what I mean. Night 10, no, we don't get it. Wild Wind, speaking of which, Night 10 still has to pick up trash today. When you two went hunting with the manager, did you run into any looters? Pick up trash 99 level, yes. There were 2 looters and a tamed mutated hyena. They were executing a scavenger when we found them, and that guy had already been killed in the plot. After that, we killed the 2 looters and took their gear. Fang Chang, tamed, so variants can be tamed. I wonder if players will be able to have pets in the future. I guess this is probably a hint from the developers. Strokes chin. Wild Wind, you killed an NPC. Pick up trash 99 level. Well, it was the manager who ordered the attack. That shouldn't count as a violation of the resident handbook, right? I even checked afterwards. It only stipulates that attacking neutral or friendly NPCs is prohibited. Night 10, I think those were spawn monsters, not NPCs. But man, the bleeding effect was kinda realistic. I almost thought someone really died. Chu Guang fell into thought upon reading this. He had previously speculated whether the world the players saw was through some kind of filter, and now it seemed quite possible. However, this filter was not necessarily one from a beauty camera app, but more likely a sort of conceptual blurring. It was similar to how the system handled pain. The brain would block out pain that exceeded certain limits, and sensory overload beyond the tolerance level would likely also undergo emotional dampening treatment. Otherwise, if it triggered the brain's meltdown mechanism, wouldn't the player just wake up from the nightmare and the connection be interrupted? Clearly, the designers of the system had thought of these details. Having analyzed this, Chu Guang suddenly felt a hint of envy. Back when he first came to the Wasteland, it had taken him a long time to overcome these psychological barriers. Wild Wind, were they speaking Mandarin? Pick up trash 99 level. They were talking weirdly, kind of like Chinese but not quite. I couldn't understand, so it must have been randomly generated by the program. In films and games depicting alien planets or different worlds, similar settings often existed, creating a foreign language by jumbling up the normal word order of a sentence, or in some cases, completely made-up language, like the Simlish in The Sims with their and aha. Pick up trash 99 level thought that Wasteland OL probably used a similar design. From just this aspect, the game seemed pretty legit. Fang Chang, well, the way they set up this plot is quite interesting. I feel like it's a reminder of the hidden dangers in this wasteland. It's like the mutant tribe we discovered earlier. It's all about creating a sense of crisis. Night 10, wait, you mean the plot isn't randomly generated? Fang Chang, everything you see has been programmed. There's no such thing as true randomness. Old White, I kind of agree with Fang Chang. It's just a coincidence that this happened on the day new players come online. Feels a bit like intentional arrangement. Fang Chang, it's just a theory. But I think this plot can be seen as a sign that, as the scale of the outpost expands and the overall strength of the players increases, the conflicts with other forces and variants on the wasteland will also intensify. Competing for survival resources and space could be the main theme of the next phase of the game. Fang Chang, we can actually start preparing for war now. I reckon if things move quickly after the winter is coming, expansion pack ends, the next one will be Stronghold Conflict, Wild Wind Niubai. Pick up trash 99 level, 6666, that analysis is spot on. Night 10, awesome. Brother Fang is really thinking on a stratospheric level. Quit smoking, damn, I really want to play, TT. Then the chat group members started discussing the primitive method of smelting and making gunpowder, while Chu Guang in front of the screen was gobsmacked. Goodness, a place even he, the planner, had not considered, and this guy had it all figured out. What a talent. Chu Guang felt emotional, and he promptly copied and pasted the analysis made by this guy into a document to save it. You guys are all right. All old brother Dong indeed. If anyone asked in the future, Chu Guang decided he'd just explain it this way. The number of players had increased from single to double digits, leading not only to increased productivity, but also a slew of ensuing issues. For example, the time spent online. Chu Guang realized he had overlooked something: not everyone had to work or attend school during the day, especially within the single-player gaming community. The most abundant type was probably those who were active online 24/7, making everyone wonder what they actually did for a living. Staring at the screen until midnight, he forgot to shut down the computer. Sitting in the chair and dozing off, Chu Guang was awakened in the middle of the night by the beeping of a private chat pop-up. Damn it, who could it be this late at night? Rubbing his eyes awake, Chu Guang squinted and opened the private message to find it was from the Pickup Trash 99 level at the new Ma Club. Pickup Trash 99 level, Brother Guang. When is the earliest I can log on? Pickup Trash 99 level, I can't wait any longer. Please let me log in and work. Jiao, what kind of person is this? Chu Guang hadn't fully woken up yet and took a while before he started typing a reply. Guang, I was just catching up on some sleep. Don't you have to work during the day? Pickup Trash 99 level, hee work. This game will definitely make big money in the future. Better to seize the time to level up, Chu Guang. Is it really okay to say those kinds of things in front of a planner? Forget it. Might as well pretend I didn't hear it. Guang, take it easy. The public test date isn't out yet. It's possible that the closed testing could last a year or two, and the beta test even 3 to 5 years. Pick up Trash 99 level, it doesn't matter. A big company like yours isn't worried about going bankrupt, so why should I worry, haha? His thinking was clear. Even clearer than most players who had obtained the beta test qualification. The other games currently on the market didn't stand a chance against this game. They were all trash. Not to mention, just being able to free up the nighttime hours is already unbeatable. Who would refuse an extra 8 hours of life in a day? A little tiring during the beta phase is nothing. It's not like it's going to be this tiring forever, or that you can keep working until the server closes, right? Only fools would think the beta content encompasses the entire game. Trash Kun saw further. Although he didn't know when the public test would be, as long as it started, success was guaranteed. Getting to play early means earning early. Being a day ahead of others meant having a day more of advantage, not to mention that the game itself was already addictive enough. Guang, up to you. Pick up Trash 99 level then. Planner, big brother, can you let me log on, Guarantee whatever you guys need tested, I'll test it. Guang, I can't control what you do, just follow the game rules. But it's so late, don't you have nothing to do? The game time syncs with real time, it should still be nighttime in the game. This was also why Chu Guang hadn't let the survivors work at night. Even he wouldn't dare stay outside for a night. Pick up Trash 99 level, that's exactly why it's night. You might not know, but my genetic sequence in the game is that of a variant. In strict terms, nighttime is actually my main stage. Daytime is when I should be sleeping. Planner bro, just let me log in. Guang, I'll apply for it. Chu Guang sighed, stood up from the chair and straightened his slightly disheveled collar and buttons. He had never seen such an enthusiastic player. However, the guy's reasoning did make some sense. Strictly speaking, night was indeed the domain of the variants. For Pickup Trash 99 level, a lizard man, darkness might not necessarily mean danger but could offer camouflage instead. With this in mind, Chu Guang opened the player list and switched Trash Bro's device from locked to enabled. Almost at the same time he made the adjustment, the sound of a cabin door opening came from the next room. Good lord, that was fast. Seeing the lizard man walking out of the room, Chu Guang composed his expression of surprise, folded his hands behind his back and spoke sternly to him. Awake, you've come at the right time. I have a mission for you. A mission triggered. Pickup Trash 99 level stood at attention, brimming with energy. Please command, respected manager. Chu Guang got straight to the point. Directly across from the east gate of the Wetland Park, on street number 76, there's a mutant tribe. We also spotted looter activity along the northern outbound overpass during the day, and I suspect a looter outpost might exist in the north. I need you to scout north along the outbound overpass and search for any survivor activity within a 3-kilometer straight-line radius. If you find a suspected survivor base, mark it on the map and come back immediately to report. Remember to conceal yourself. Avoid unnecessary combat. Additionally, if you come across a suitable target, you can take on a hunting side quest. Rewards are valid at any time. After hearing Chu Guang's command, the 2-meter-tall man respectfully bowed his head. Understood, respected manager, sir. It wasn't easy to get permission to go online. Pickup Trash 99 level didn't delay for a moment, and after leaving the shelter, he stepped onto the elevator going to the surface and quickly disappeared into the night outside the sanatorium. Chu Guang could sense the approximate location and distance of each player. After confirming that Trash Brother didn't run off but followed his command to head north, Chu Guang returned to the shelter, closed the door, and sat down on the chair to continue napping. The next day, just before 6 in the morning, except for Crow, who was still remaking a clone from yesterday, the other players had gradually emerged from the cultivation chambers. As for Trash Brother, who had gone out earlier, he hadn't returned yet. However, Chu Guang could confirm through the player list that he was still alive, and he wasn't too far from Wetland Park. Respected manager, sir, may I ask what the plans are for today? Old White was the first to step forward and respectfully asked. Although it was a redundant question, he would ask it daily. Who knows, it might trigger some scenario. And even if it didn't, it's like making one's presence felt in front of the manager. As usual, Chu Guang fulfilled his duty as an NPC, giving a routine answer. The tasks are the same as yesterday. They are all written on the notice board. Besides that, you can do as you please. The outpost urgently needs food and building materials, and defensive fortifications. One side of the outpost's enclosing wall was already fixed. The remaining 3 walls would likely be completed within 2 days. Zhu Guang was now more concerned that the increasing activity at the outpost was alerting the mutant tribe on the east side of street number 76. The entire outpost has only 3 guns, 2 of which were small 5-pipes. Facing those green-skinned Muslimen, we can't say we stand no chance, but we definitely take a beating, and probably only I could escape. If those beasts caught us, it would really be a fate worse than death usually. The mind would break before the body. Of course, if the players were captured, they'd probably be forced disconnected, and whatever happened afterward, curious as we might be, we wouldn't feel it. A group of players arrived at the surface in batches, spirited and ready to start a new day's work. Where's Mr. Trash? Why don't I see him? Night 10 looked around, realizing that the big lizard wasn't among the crowd. Zhu Guang glanced at him and said, "He has already set off earlier. I have given him a special task." Hearing this, the nearby players all showed envious expressions. Special jobs really are different. While they are still hauling bricks, that guy has already triggered a unique mission. Damn Europeans. Night 10, you and I will take a trip out later. And Fang Chang, you come too. Zhu Guang thought for a long time and decided to bring along someone with brains. Shock appeared on Fang Chang's face. He instantly abandoned Old White, who gave him a melancholy look, and trotted over eagerly. Although he had agreed with Old White to research primitive methods of smelting before logging in, that couldn't compare to undertaking a mission with the boss. Not to mention the generous rewards. Just the fresh first-hand information was enough to excite him. Good buddy, wait for me to come back. Get lost, don't come back. Zhu Guang didn't concern himself with the interaction between the 2 players. He took off the 2 5-pipe rifles he had been carrying on his back and tossed them respectively to Fang Chang and Night 10. At the same time, he distributed 20 bullets to them. He didn't expect these 2 amateurs to hit anyone with those smoothbore guns, but in a critical moment, firing a couple of shots to intimidate the opponents and keep up appearances was useful. And what if they did hit? Even one successful shot would be a huge gain. Of course, it would be best if no battle occurred. The safety is on the right side of the trigger. Get familiar with the placement, but don't fiddle with it unless I tell you to switch it off. Watching the 2 players excitedly fiddling with their guns, Zhu Guang paused, then continued, "We're going to a nearby survivor base to exchange for some supplies needed by the outpost. Whatever happens, you must follow my command. Remember not to act on your own, especially remember not to fire or engage in hostile actions without permission. Remember, we represent everyone from shelter number 404. Do you understand?" "Understood, respected manager, sir." Fang Chang excitedly stood straight and performed a botched and unstandardized military salute. "Your command is our mission." Night 10 was a bit slower in reacting, but his brain worked fast enough to mimic Fang Chang's salute quickly. "I same as him." Zhu Guang, where did they learn this from? It's too cringeworthy when read out loud. However, as the manager, he certainly couldn't say such a thing. His control over the players, in a sense, correlated positively with the players' immersion. The more the players identified with their identity as residents of the refuge, the more likely they were to follow his commands instead of causing trouble. Very good, full of spirit. Zhu Guang coughed lightly and looked seriously towards the outside of the sanatorium. "We need to carry 50 kilograms of smoked meat, 20 kilograms of smoked fish, 10 pieces of mutated hyena skin, and a cart for transportation. You 2 go prepare together. We'll head out in 10 minutes. Constructing outpost base required tools, and the required quantity was not small. For example, fire tongs and hammers for forging, axes for chopping trees, saws for breaking down the wood, and other small tools such as screwdrivers, screws, nails, wrenches, and so on. Without tools, many tasks were either difficult to initiate, or even if they were initiated, the efficiency was extremely low. For instance, the plastering knives used by players at Outpost Base to repair the walls were makeshift versions made of wood. Actually, if it was the first few years of the Wasteland era, these tools could have been easily found in hardware stores, department stores, repair shops, and the like. However, 200 years had passed by now, and the easily lootable places had long been picked clean. Places rich in resources like department supermarkets and repair shops were even, in the early years, simply the lairs of the survivors. It was impossible for much to be left. But nothing is absolute. Just like how scavengers could still find a tiny bit of pitiable materials on the wasteland 211 years later today, there would always be some good things left behind by careless people. These items were usually sold by scavengers to nearby survivor settlements, laid out on shelves as garbage for the passing commercial teams to select from. Zhu Guang's idea was very straightforward. He planned to pull 2 players dressed as a commercial team and head to the nearby Brown farm for a trade, exchanging the materials needed by the outpost. Before leaving, they changed into casual clothes they had picked up. Chu Guang with Knight 10 and Fang Chang set out from the southern gate of Wetland Park, avoided Street No. 76, and following the broken road, moved toward the southeast. The distance to Bet Street and Brown Farm was almost the same from here, about 3 kilometers straight-line distance on the map, the only difference being that one was due south while the other was in the southeast direction. The reasons for choosing Brown Farm were simple. One was that no one there knew him or his background. Another was that the route to Brown Farm was a bit easier to travel. There would be relatively fewer ruins to traverse. But even so, traveling on foot across the wasteland in reality meant covering a distance far greater than just 3 kilometers. The group of people walked and stopped along the way, avoiding impassable ruins, and had to be wary of variants as well as survivors with bad intentions. Finally, before 9 in the morning, the group arrived near their destination. At the end of the muddy road stood a spacious iron gate, flanked by enclosing walls constructed from concrete stones. The enclosing wall was not high, just under 3 meters, with rows of aluminum canopy and steel bars on top, seeming to have been raised externally with industrial waste. The dense bullet holes on the wall, and the gallows with skeletons hanging outside the wall, unmistakably declared that the people here were not to be trifled with. From the road signs by the highway, it could be seen that before the war, this was a farm-style agritainment. Various signs indicated that at the beginning of the collapse of order, survivors fleeing from the urban areas occupied this place. Unlike Bet Street, the owner of Brown Farm, Mr. Brown, was a real landlord, and unlike Bet Street, there were not many free citizens here. Those living here had only 2 identities. Either they were the farm owner's henchmen or serfs. However, Chu Guang was not too worried about the other party harboring malicious intent. Any force with 2 pieces of land to farm seldom initiated attacks on outsiders after all. Those wearing shoes always had to weigh whether it was worth bothering the barefooted. They stopped about 10 meters away from the iron gate. Chu Guang raised his right fist, signaling the 2 players behind him to stop. At the same time the group stopped, a dark barrel of a gun also protruded from between the aluminum plates on the enclosing wall. Showing weapons meant there was no hostility. It seemed this contact was successful, and Chu Guang slightly relaxed. The man standing on the wall shouted in a fierce tone, "Hey, hey, hey, stop. Who are you? What are you doing here? We mean no harm. We just want to trade some things with you." Chu Guang signaled the players behind him not to be nervous as he calmly looked at the man in front of him. Trade some things. The man quickly glanced at the handcart behind the 3 of them without moving his trigger finger away, still looking at Chu Guang with a suspicious gaze. "I haven't seen you before. Where are you from?" Chu Guang brought out the story he had prepared in advance. "We come from the Wasteland. We've recently migrated to this area." The man hesitated as he asked nomads. Chu Guang shrugged, giving him an ambiguous answer. "Depends on how you understand it. Nomads were not uncommon in the Wasteland, particularly in the suburban regions. In fact, they could be considered quite common. These people usually wouldn't enter urban areas, mainly roaming the wilderness between cities. They did not engage in agriculture, living off herding and hunting instead, chase the tracks of variants and beast swarms, relocating from one region to another. Occasionally, they would also trade like merchants, bartering hunted game and picked up garbage for daily necessities. Of course, they sometimes engaged in looting and plundering as well. On the Wasteland, there were no absolute good or evil people in certain environments, and under specific conditions, anyone could become a looter. The man didn't immediately trust the 3 people at his door, but the guns in their hands made him reluctant to act rashly, especially without knowing how many more were in their tribe. "What goods do you have, and what do you want to trade for?" 50 kilograms of smoked meat, 20 kilograms of smoked fish, and 10 skins of mutated hyenas. "We need hardware tools and grain grown from the fields. I promise we'll leave immediately after the trade is done, not staying a second longer." Finally, believing that these people were here to trade, the man slowly withdrew the gun barrel that was sticking out of the cover and warned, "Wait here. I'll go back and ask for instructions." "Please do." After finishing his words, Chu Guang quietly stood in place waiting. And the 2 players behind him were whispering to each other. "This survivor settlement is pretty impressive. I'm talking about the architectural style. It's got that post-apocalyptic flair. Indeed, seems like there's quite a bit of new content in this update. Is that the new NPC? Must be, just no idea what he's jabbering about. Who knows? All I know is that expression looks like it deserves a beating." "I think so too. Nobody likes having a gun pointed at them." Neither did Chu Guang. But since he couldn't respond, he still had to exercise some restraint while out and about. He didn't have to wait too long as the iron gate soon opened. A wooden cart driven by a serf in shackles came out, watched by 2 gunmen from within the enclosing wall. The cart was loaded with sacks full of grain and toolboxes crammed into wooden frames. The man who had yelled at Chu Guang from the enclosing wall also came out of the gate, his gaze sharp upon him. Liu Zhengyu, Chu Guang. The two briefly shook hands and quickly let go. Looking at Chu Guang, Liu Zhengyu continued, I need to know what kind of meat you have loaded on your cart. The smoked meat is all mutated hyena, and the smoked fish includes catfish and carp. You can check it yourself, Chu Guang said calmly. He knew what the man was worried about. Liu Zhengyu walked up without any idle talk and lifted the plastic tarp on the cart, leaning in to meticulously inspect the goods. The smoked meats were an especially key focus of inspection. He took a small blade from his waist, casually selected a decent-looking piece of dried meat, cut off a thumb-sized piece, and threw it to the serf pulling the cart. Eat it. The serf didn't dare resist, hastily stuffing the dried meat into his mouth, fearing that any delay would result in a beating. After chewing for a moment, he hastily said, It's mutated hyena meat, no salt, just air-dried. The absence of salt taste was normal after all. This was inland. Liu Zhengyu said nothing more and quietly waited with his eyes half closed. About 10 minutes passed. Seeing that the serf showed no abnormal reaction, his eyebrows relaxed slightly as he turned back to Chu Guang, gesturing with his hands as he spoke numbers. 1 kilogram of smoked meat or fish for 2 kilograms of green wheat or 2 kilograms of goat horn potatoes. Fur for tools, 1 for 1. Goat horn potatoes are a kind of tuber crop, somewhat similar in taste to potatoes with a shape that resembles a goat's horn. Rich in carbohydrates and convenient for both storage and cultivation, they are a major staple, much like green wheat, for the survivors in the vicinity. Previously on Bet Street, Chu Guang had seen survivors planting this stuff right outside their homes, like the Yu family across from him. Chu Guang had also tried planting them before but had soon given up. It wasn't that he couldn't grow them, but because he had to go scavenging every day and there was no one to watch the house. The first sprouts barely emerged before they were pilfered by someone. It might be a good idea to buy some goat horn potatoes to plant back at the outpost base. 1 kilogram of smoked meat should at least be exchanged for 5 kilograms of food, half green wheat and half goat horn potatoes. Also, these furs are top quality. One should get 3 tools at least. Chu Guang shook his head. I've been to Bet Street. Don't think I don't know the prices. He quoted this price only as a starting point for negotiation. However, to Chu Guang's surprise, after hearing his offer, Liu Zhengyu didn't haggle but watched him with a dumbfounded look. Did he quote too high? Just as Chu Guang pondered whether to concede a bit, the man in front of him finally snapped back to reality, oddly looking at Chu Guang and nodding slowly. Deal, these people don't bargain when trading. Chu Guang was initially stunned, but his previous sales experience made him understand the situation almost instantly, and he mentally burst into curses. Damn it, that damn town chief. He even dares to mess with the food prices. The two players nearby were confused throughout the entire process since they couldn't understand the language. They also couldn't comprehend the exchange between the manager and this native, but seeing him nod. The deal must have been struck. They just didn't know why the manager's expression was not very good. 50 kilograms of dried smoked meat and 20 kilograms of smoked fish were exchanged for a total of 350 kilograms of green wheat and goat horn potatoes, filling up more than a dozen sacks. The remaining 10 pieces of fur were exchanged for 30 pieces of tools. When selecting tools, Chu Guang chose those of better quality, preferably old alloy products produced before the war. Don't be fooled by their age, they date back 200 years. In terms of quality, they were leagues beyond the imitation items forged from iron or pure steel by the indigenous people of the Wasteland. Liu Zhengyu said nothing, indifferent to Chu Guang's selective process. Clearly, the farm had a pile of these tools, most likely sold there by nearby scavengers who pick up trash, with the leftovers picked over by passing merchants. The grain was weighed and loaded onto the cart. Liu Zhengyu and Chu Guang shook hands, and on that tense face, due to distrust, finally emerged a slight, stiff smile. Welcome to come again. I will. We also grow some mutated tobacco leaves here. Do you need any? Liu Zhengyu pulled out a small handful of dried tobacco leaves from his pocket and offered them to Chu Guang. They can relieve fatigue, and when wrapped in food, they can enhance flavor. Very useful. Maybe next time we have nothing left to trade. Possible Chu Guang would have liked to buy 1 or 2 slaves to command, but as he said, he had nothing left to trade. Maybe next time. No, my friend, this pack is a gift on the house. With a smile on his face, Liu Zhengyu stuffed it into Chu Guang's hand, this time his smile much more practiced than before. Hearing it was a gift, Chu Guang no longer declined and decisively accepted it. Even though he didn't smoke the stuff, he thought it should still be good for trading in for a chip or 2. Smoke it himself? No way. The deal was finally complete. Chu Guang instructed Fang Chang to head out with the cart, shook hands with Liu Zhengyu one last time, then turned and followed Night 10. On the return journey, Chu Guang was in a very good mood. The trade could be described as bountiful. The 2 players who came with him felt good too and were excitedly discussing right now. Is this place called Brown Farm? Fang Chang, I remember that name too. If I'm not mistaken, today's test should be about the trading system, along with a new neutral faction base. It's just my guess, but there should be a new update coming with a fresh merchant gameplay. Do you remember what the dog planner told us before? Wasteland OL's economic system will be designed according to a completely realistic supply and demand system, and exchange of goods with other survivor settlements is essential. I estimate this content will be updated within the next 2 versions. Night 10, damn, now that you mention it, I'm really looking forward to the official release. Fang Chang, the official release is probably still a ways off. This game company is ambitious, and I guess there's a lot more content to test. However, I feel like even before the official release, the content in beta should already be very rich. Night 10, that said. Are you sure Brother Guang can't hear us talking about the dog planner here? Fang Chang gasped in alarm. Shit, now you mention it, I'm getting anxious. Brother Guang, I'm sorry, you're the boss. Chu Guang, forget it, let's pretend he didn't hear it. As a diligent and responsible NPC, Chu Guang did not participate in the players' discussion but cast his gaze casually around, seemingly wandering without care but in fact scrutinizing every shadow where danger might lurk. It was around 10 in the morning, a relatively safe time, but one should never be too careless. Anything could happen in the Wasteland. Did you guys hear anything? Night 10, who had been chatting with Fang Chang, suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked around with a frown. Sounds. Fang Chang paused, didn't hear anything but stopped anyway. Chu Guang's brows furrowed as he glanced around alertly, his index finger unconsciously flicking off the safety on his gun. He heard it too, the breathing of variance. Chu Guang's head snapped up, looking toward the vine-covered buildings on the right front, where a repulsive creature was crawling on the wall, its grayish-black skin almost blending into the wall, with scarlet eyes staring motionlessly at them. It had no legs, replaced by 4 long, powerful arms. Its desiccated fingers, like hooks, were firmly secured on the concrete wall. The muscles on its chest rose and fell gently, its bloody mouth clutching a human leg bone, its hissing breath betraying a craving for flesh. Chu Guang's pupils shrunk to a pinpoint. A crawler. Why during the day? A chill ran down his spine. Before he could ponder the question, Chu Guang abruptly lifted the barrel of his gun and shouted as he pulled the trigger. Scatter, bang, flames ejected from the muzzle. However, the distance was too great and the bullet did not hit its target, merely leaving a deep bullet hole in the wall behind the crawler. Enraged by the splintering stones and shrapnel, the crawler bit off the leg bone held in its mouth, its bloody maw emitting a piercing howl. Ow. The players were so frightened by the display that they stood frozen beside the cart, their feet as if glued to the ground. Damn it, this was way more shocking than any looter. How many times do I have to say it? Scatter from beside the cart, Chu Guang yelled, his hands not stopping as he rapidly cycled the bolt to continue firing, sending out several more bullets. The crawler's 4 arms moved swiftly, and it quickly dashed through a nearby window. At that moment, 2 players finally reacted, hurriedly lifting their guns and aiming nervously. Manager, we won't go anywhere. No, no wrong, we swear to defend. I told you guys to get away from the food. Watching the 2 bumbling fools stuttering their lines, Chu Guang was tempted to kick their asses. However, now was clearly not the time for that. He could feel danger rapidly approaching. Crawlers were different from eaters. Although both were products of mutated fungi, the latter resembled mindless zombies that retained only the instinct to feed, feared sunlight, and had combat power that was even inferior to mutated hyenas. But the former was different. These creatures were almost indistinguishable from living organisms. They didn't rely on instinct to hunt, but used their brains. Not only did they think tactically, but they would also pursue targets lost from their sight. Sunlight frightened them, but it didn't limit their movements. Who the hell had provoked this thing? A drop of cold sweat slid down Chu Guang's forehead as his eyes rapidly scanned the concrete buildings along the street, his nerves taut to the breaking point. Left. Or right. Catching a glimpse of a fleeting shadow from the corner of his eye, Chu Guang swiftly turned his barrel, pointing it at the second floor of a shop on the right side of the street. At almost the same time, the loathsome crawler, waving its 4 arms, fiercely charged toward him. Bang, his index finger on the trigger moved on its own. In a flash, the bullet fortuitously struck the crawler's shoulder. Black blood splattered everywhere. The crawler let out a painful wail and tumbled to the ground. Although a beat slow, the 2 players eventually reacted, hastily lifting their 5-pipe rifles to fire. However, since both guns were inferior models without rifling, and because neither player had any shooting experience, the 2 bangs of gunfire amounted to nothing. Not even a whisker was touched. The gunshot wound on its shoulder did not stop the crawler, instead enraging it further, and it rushed towards what it perceived as the biggest threat. Death arrived like the wind. Chu Guang, who had just finished reloading, almost instinctively let go of the pipe rifle in his hands, drawing the steel pipe he wore on his back like a spear, and held it horizontally in front of him to block the gaping bloody maw lunging at him. The steel pipe creaked under the strain as Chu Guang clenched his teeth, every muscle in his body tensed to its limit. However, 9 points of strength, though extraordinary for a human, was still slightly inferior in the face of a variant like the crawler. Despite Chu Guang's all-out effort, he gradually felt himself losing control over his footing, as the ground-crawling variant forcefully pushed him backward with brute strength, slamming him hard against a bus marooned in the middle of the road. Boom! The completely rusted car shell cracked and dented as Chu Guang felt an instant loss of sensation in his back. However, this also ignited his instinct to survive. Damn! His eyes gradually reddened, glaring at the approaching sharp fangs. Suddenly, Chu Guang felt a force surging out from his swollen blood vessels, actually managing to halt the large mouth advancing towards him, even slightly pushing it back. Perhaps sensing a hint of danger from the prey before it, the crawler suddenly raised its forearms, intending to grab the prey's shoulders and completely tear him apart. However, in that lightning-fast moment, 2 gunshots followed. One bullet hit the bus, and another struck the crawler's shoulder blade. Ow. The crawler, hit in the back, let out a miserable wail. The sharp teeth biting onto the metal pipe reflexively loosened, and its head jerked backward, losing balance and control over its prey. Die. Tossing aside the gun in his hand, Fang Chang picked up the 9 steel pipe rifle that Chu Guang had earlier discarded and charged forward, howling. Marksmanship is bad, then shoot at close range. Bang! The trigger pulled, fire burst out, and black blood exploded on the crawler's back. This shot was still not fatal, but it was enough. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Guang raised the steel pipe, which was now bent into a V shape, and violently thrust the pointed end into the crawler's neck. Once, twice, 3 times. Then he exerted all his strength and stirred. Black blood gushed out like a faucet turned on, shooting skywards, drenching Chu Guang. The crawler let out a dry howl, flailing its arms, struggling as it staggered backward and finally fell heavily to the ground, twisting and convulsing a few times before it stopped moving. Leaning on the bus, Chu Guang breathed heavily, lifted his arm to wipe the black blood from his face and spat on the ground. Watching the blood-soaked manager, both players were immensely shocked. So strong. If it had been them, they wouldn't have been able to last even a round against the crawler, let alone exchange blows. They would have been dead already. No worries, let me help you up. Fang Chang was the first to recover. Seeing that the scenario seemed to be over, he immediately stepped forward to help the manager up, but saw the manager raise his hand to stop him. No need, I'll rest for a while. Chu Guang, gasping for breath, glanced at his arm, bulging with veins as if he could see the blood vessels pulsing beneath the muscle. Was this the potential hidden within his gene sequence? When he had been pushed to the brink earlier, he had felt an immense strength surge from his arms, allowing him to match the crawler. It was hard to describe the sensation he had felt just now. Gently clutching his sore fists, Chu Guang decided to get a checkup after returning. He wanted to know what exactly had happened to his body just then. At that moment, Knight 10, carrying a gun, also came over. Mr. Manager, should we rest for a while in the shops nearby? The street is too open, I'm worried it might be dangerous. Indeed, with all the gunfire just now, anyone nearby must have heard, Fang Chang added from the side. In reality, Chu Guang wanted to say that any survivor who heard the crawler's howling would stay far away, not daring to even glance in this direction. But his muscles felt so sore as if they were damaged, and he indeed needed some time to recuperate. That sounds good. Fang Chang, help me to the restaurant across the street. Knight 10, drag our cart to the door. Knight 10 nodded vigorously. All right, by the way, do we need to recover the body of the crawler? Chu Guang shook his head. No need. You can't eat its meat. The nervous system of the crawler had been completely eroded by mutated fungi, each inch of its cells containing enough neurotoxins to be lethal. Strictly speaking, the black blood drenching him was also poisonous, but talking about toxicity without dose is nonsensical as long as you don't foolishly take a few sips. There generally wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, he did have a constitution score of 7. His recovery ability, resistance to abnormal status, and immunity were about 140 of a normal adult male's. He wasn't that susceptible to poisoning in the first place. Speaking of which, it's uncertain whether this crawler counts as a mammal or if it could be thrown into the active substance extractor for recycling. If the generator could be fixed, it might be worth a try. However, glancing at the cart filled to the brim with food, Chu Guang silently sighed in his heart. What a pity. There was no more carrying capacity. He certainly couldn't stack the body on top of the food they needed to eat. Knight 10 sprinted towards the direction of the cart. Chu Guang, with one hand on Fang Chang's shoulder, limped toward the restaurant across the street corner. However, as the two passed through the open doorway of the shop, ready to find a place to sit and rest for a while, they suddenly noticed a person leaning against the bar of the restaurant. It was a red-haired woman. Her spirited face was pale from blood loss, her thin eyebrows tightly furrowed, and beads of sweat the size of beans were visible on her forehead. What was fatal was below her entire right leg beneath the knee was gone, the wound only crudely bandaged with a torn half-sleeve and some straps. Well. So it was you who had drawn the hatred. However, not having fainted from this, she must be quite tough. Chu Guang had finally understood where the human leg that the crawler was carrying in its mouth had come from. A new NPC. While Fang Chang was still marveling in surprise, Chu Guang had already snatched back his rifle from his hand and aimed it at the woman lying on the floor without hesitation. You'd better stay put. My injuries are light compared to yours. The woman's hand had touched the handgun on the ground. Seeing the dark muzzle already aimed at her, she resigned herself by pouting and pushed the handgun toward Chu Guang's feet, then simply closed her eyes. Is she an enemy? Noticing the manager's actions, Fang Chang nervously confirmed the other's identity with him. However, in the latter's view, asking this question on the Wasteland was foolish in itself. I don't know, and it doesn't matter. Giving an ambiguous reply, Chu Guang gestured for him to help him sit down in a nearby chair. Then with a click cocking the rifle, he placed it on the table. Hearing the sound of the bullet loading, the woman's eyebrows twitched violently, her tightly shut eyes filled with regret. Who would have thought the gun in this guy's hand wasn't even loaded? Despite the severe pain in her body, Chu Guang still managed to squeeze a pleasant expression on his face. Now we can have a chat. The woman forced herself to remain composed, her expression calm as she spoke. What do you want to know? Chu Guang didn't beat around the bush, introduced himself first, and then got straight to the point. Chu Guang, your name. Xia Yan, what are you? A mercenary from Giant Stone City. Are you the only team member left dead? Oh, how many died? Xia Yan's mouth twitched slightly as she gritted her teeth and said, 3, all except me are dead. Chu Guang nodded, then looked towards Knight 10, who was dragging a carton from the door, and said in Mandarin, just leave the stuff at the door, don't drag it inside. Go around this area and see if you can find any corpses dressed like this lady here. If you find them, bring their equipment back. Knight 10, confused, stared at the woman sitting paralyzed in front of the bar, wondering where this NPC had come from. Damn, did I miss the plot again? Watching the man who turned and left, Xia Yan's gaze flickered slightly. She neither understood the bird language Chu Guang spoke nor knew what he was doing. Right, I almost forgot to ask you what's with the crawler. Chu Guang looked at Xia Yan, who had opened her eyes, and continued, how did you guys provoke it? It targeted us. Xia Yan didn't hide anything and admitted, we were searching for the entrance to shelter No 117, and then we encountered it. It chased us out all the way from the subway. We almost got wiped out. The crawler was indeed troublesome, especially in narrow terrains. Even experienced veterans would find it tricky. This was Chu Guang's first encounter with such a creature. He had only heard old Charlie from Bet Street say before, if you see a 4-armed monster, run as far as you can. Thinking about it now, it's a good thing he didn't listen to the old man. How could we possibly outrun this? Entrance to shelter No 117. What's that? Chu Guang asked curiously. Don't know, we only know it's located near the Line 7 New World department store in the north suburb of Qingquan City. There's something our employer wants inside. Chu Guang nodded. He didn't really care whether what this guy was saying was true or not, nor did he care at all. There might be some good stuff in shelter No 117, but it wasn't worth the risk. Just look at this guy's plight. Even professionals got beaten up like this. Who knows what other dangers are lurking there. Right now, the priority is to develop and strengthen the outpost. Chu Guang didn't plan on creating unnecessary problems. Later, when he became stronger, why not just make it an instance and let the players figure it out? Why risk his own neck? Seeing that Chu Guang seemed uninterested, Xia Yan tentatively asked, aren't you interested? Why should I be? I heard there's a power armor inside. Oh, you saw it. Show me the photos. We don't have any. Chu Guang gave a faint smile. Then wait until you have them before talking to me about this. For him, chatting with this guy was just a way to kill time. By the time Knight 10 finished licking his wounds and came back, he would probably have rested enough. He would keep the handgun on the floor for her. As for whether she could survive, that was no longer his concern. By the way, is your hair dyed or natural? Xia Yan paused. The topic jumped too suddenly, and he didn't respond immediately. Natural? Oh, the color is pretty nice, but you should wash your hair. Xia Yan glared at him angrily. Are you mocking me? Chu Guang laughed, finding it quite amusing. However, just as he was about to tease her a couple more times, a stern shout suddenly came from the doorway. Let her go. Chu Guang turned his head. A brawny man stood at the doorway, his left arm firmly wrapped around Knight 10's neck in bound hands, while his right hand held a pistol, the muzzle pressed against his temple. But the moment he uttered the phrase, let her go, 2 guns were already swiftly aiming at him. Upon seeing this, the brawny man instinctively ducked behind Knight 10 and shouted frantically, nobody fucking move. Your teammate is in my hands. I know you're strong, but can you be faster than a bullet? Chu Guang, holding his gun, was momentarily stunned, the corners of his mouth twitching unnaturally upwards. I'm strong. Hey, that's a bit embarrassing. Having been in the Wasteland for over 5 months, this was the first time someone complimented him on his strength. Chen Yang, you're not dead. Xia Yan stared wide-eyed at the man in the doorway. The brawny man's expression was visibly awkward, but he still managed to force a grin on his face. Hee, I'm not that easy to kill. Just wait, I'll rescue you first. Hope reignited in Xia Yan's eyes. If possible, she certainly didn't want to fall into the hands of these primitives. She could imagine, with the 5 toes she had left, the kind of treatment she would receive as a captive. Occasionally, captured mercenaries would be ransomed back from slave traders by teammates or company associates if they happened to be sold to Giant Stone City. But even if they stayed alive, they were no different from the dead, whether in spirit or body. Finally managing to wriggle free a little space from beneath the brawny man's arm, Knight 10, nearly suffocated, gasped for air without taking a breath. He struggled desperately while shouting, "Shoot, fire at me. What the hell are you waiting for? Fuck. This idiot's got body odor, it's killing me." If the brawny man had known what this guy was shouting about, he might have actually lost his cool and shot him on the spot. Unfortunately for him, the man didn't understand and just found the hostage annoyingly loud. Raising the gun handle, Chen Yang smacked the back of the hostage's head and scolded sternly, "Keep still." Knight 10 was anything but still. He couldn't feel the extreme pain, in fact. Getting hit like that only enraged him more, and he shouted with even greater force, "Shoot at me. Manager, please don't worry about me, I can't die." Nonsense. Of course I know you can't die. You think I'm the one buying your lives? Chu Guang rolled his eyes internally. His face, however, revealed nothing as he coolly observed the brawny man named Chen Yang at the doorway, saying nonchalantly, "I don't like being threatened. You'd better put the gun down, put your hands over your head and against the wall. I might let you live." Chen Yang exclaimed excitedly, "I'm not joking around with you. I will shoot." "Same here." Chu Guang calmly looked at him. "Want to try? We'll both make a move on the count of 3. Unable to bear watching any longer, Xia Yan, slumped under the bar, didn't want her teammate, who had narrowly escaped death, to end up dying here because of her. "That's enough, Chen Yang. You can go on your own, don't worry about me." Chu Guang ignored her and softly spoke the first number, 3. Watching Chu Guang beginning the countdown, a bead of sweat rolled down Chen Yang's forehead. This guy's insane. Doesn't he care at all about the life and death of his teammates? And the hostage, with his face full of eagerness to embrace death, did not look like a hostage at all. Madness, complete madness. "Wait, stop, I don't mean to threaten you. You can take the hostage, no problem, I just want one thing." Chen Yang admitted he wimped out. Glancing hastily at Xia Yan sitting on the ground, he continued rapidly, "Just give me the key on her, I'll let her go the moment I have the card." Chu Guang raised his eyebrows, curious. "A key? A magnetic card?" "She knows what I'm talking about." Chu Guang looked toward Xia Yan on the ground, but the woman didn't look back at him, she just stared blankly at her former teammate. "So it's the key you're after. Call it whatever you want instead of dying here for no reason. It's better to let me complete part of the work. Teammates, this is the Wasteland." Originally, his plan was to wait until the crawler had left before checking the bodies of his teammates. Otherwise, he wouldn't have played dead to escape and watched from the sidelines, only coming to help her now. Chen Yang ignored his former teammate's disappointed gaze, using the gun to press against the hostage's temple and slowly backed away, his eyes locked firmly on Chu Guang's face. "How about it? A woman and your teammate, I just want a card from her. The card is useless to you anyway." Chu Guang nodded. "That makes sense. So that would mean I come out ahead, but no need for that." Chu Guang looked toward Xia Yan. "Give it to him." Seeing the manager not shooting but instead negotiating with the kidnapper, Knight 10 struggled all the more fiercely, fearing that the NPC might compromise with the kidnapper for his sake. "Don't mind me. Fang Chang, have you gone stupid? Shoot, I'm a player, I ain't scared. If I die here, it'd be a noble sacrifice and my approval rating would skyrocket." "I fucking don't move around, let me aim properly." Fang Chang was nervous as hell. He dared not move a muscle. It wasn't that he couldn't go through with it, he had shot his teammates while playing battle royals before, but this game wasn't a battle royale. With the manager not taking action, how could he dare to make a move? What if I missed the critical plot? What then? Xia Yan silently pulled a blood-stained card from her pocket, which the team leader had given to her before his death. Logically, Chen Yang should not have known this card was on her person, unless he had already searched the team leader's body. In an instant, she understood everything. Xia Yan looked at her former teammate with an expressionless face. Instead of sadness or fear, her heart was filled with numbness. Perhaps her end would be quite miserable, like a dirty rag thrown in the corner to await mold, or sold by these barbarians to other slave traders until she could no longer work. But suddenly she felt all of that didn't matter anymore. "Take it." With 2 fingers, she tossed the card out. Watching the card fall at his feet, a brief flash of ecstasy and unabashed greed crossed Chen Yang's eyes. He stepped on it, trying to kick it outside the door. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. Almost at the same time as he stretched out his right foot, the hostage struggling violently in his arms suddenly slumped and slipped out from under his elbow, kneeling directly on the ground. Before Chen Yang could react to what was happening, 2 gunshots rang out beside him. One of them pierced right through his forehead. A spray of blood burst from his brow. Chen Yang, eyes wide, fell straight back, dying without ever understanding what had happened in that instant. "Fuck, got him." A headshot. Pulling aside the barrel of the gun, Fang Chang shouted excitedly. "That was my shot. Your bullets flew off to the street lamppost. Better keep practicing," Chu Guang said with an expressionless face as he reloaded his rifle. He had lost all hope for these players' marksmanship. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had used his GM authority to forcefully kick a player offline. Surprisingly handy, that feature. Of course, he wasn't going to admit it if the players asked. Just blame it on network fluctuations as a game planner at most. You killed him." Xia Yan looked at Chu Guang with a wooden face, clearly not expecting him to suddenly fire. Chu Guang said impatiently. I told you I hate threats, and besides, I gave him a chance. And that guy had pointed a gun at him after all. In the midst of the conversation, Knight 10, who had been kneeling on the ground, suddenly convulsed and woke up bewildered. Why did I get disconnected just now? His blank gaze drifted and landed on the corpse behind him, and Knight 10 immediately jumped up from the ground reflexively. Holy shit, how did this guy die? Did the plot jump again? Fang Cheng walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Must have been a network fluctuation. It's good you could log back in. Headshot, hee wasn't that badass. Badass, extremely badass. Alright, looks like I can even skip explaining this. Having retrieved his gaze from the two players, Chu Guang felt he had sufficiently recovered, so he stood up from the restaurant chair. Approaching the corpse of Chen Yang, Chu Guang bent down to pick up the bloodied card and the fallen handgun from beside his feet. The former was temporarily useless. The latter was a good find, though. Chu Guang played with the handgun for a while, which seemed to be semi-automatic. He wasn't sure about the power, but it appeared to be significant. I'm planning to leave, good luck to you. Seeing Chu Guang speaking to her, Xia Yan looked up blankly. Aren't you taking me with you? Chu Guang asked in return, did I say I would take you? Xia Yan was stunned. This was completely different from what she had envisioned, entirely beyond her expectations, but she no longer had the luxury of time to think. Watching this man named Chu Guang, indeed not joking, and proceeding to exit with his two loyal subordinates, the thought of being left behind alone caused her to panic. You really aren't the looters. Chu Guang stopped in his tracks and asked her with a teasing tone, are you disappointed? Xia Yan opened her mouth, embarrassed for a moment, then cleared her throat to continue. I mean, are you survivors from nearby? Can you take me to your settlement? After all, she had nowhere else to go. To think of walking back to Giant Stone City with one leg was more ridiculous than single-handedly knocking out a crawler, not to mention she couldn't go back anyway. Since these people here weren't looters or slave traders, going with them might not be bad. However, Chu Guang had no interest in carrying this burden. The current medical conditions at the refuge definitely couldn't afford her a mechanical prosthesis. At most, a woodworker could make her a crutch to get by. With a missing leg, she definitely couldn't do hard labor, plus another mouth to feed with that food bidder to recruit another player to join. But just then he overheard the two players whispering. Is this woman a new NPC? Possibly, but not sure. Looks like the manager isn't planning on taking her, but I think she could still be saved. Indeed, she seems to be a mercenary or something. Even with a leg missing, making firearms, weapons, and such should still be possible, right? Sort of made sense when they put it that way. Chu Guang considered for a moment and then looked at Xia Yan. I'll be straight with you, you're a burden now. Even if you're left at the nearby survivor settlement, your fate won't be much better than death. Xia Yan bit her lip and lowered her head. That was the truth. She could already imagine what would happen to her. Observing the woman who remained silent, Chu Guang continued, of course, if you have a skill to offer, I'm not opposed to taking you. As long as you're willing to work for me. In fact, there was no choice at all. Xia Yan was well aware that with only one leg left, even walking out of this street was difficult, let alone returning to Giant Stone City. What's more, what would be the outcome even if she could go back? Although she had been a mercenary for quite some time, she had barely saved any money. The better neurally linked bionic prosthetics easily cost tens of thousands of chips, while the slightly inferior mechanical prosthetics still cost thousands. The prices were comparable to a set of chemically powered exoskeletons. Even if she sold herself, she couldn't afford one. Either go with these people or wait here to die. The choice wasn't really that hard. Sitting on the edge of a shaking wooden cart, jostling up and down with the bags packed full, Xia Yan quietly sighed in her heart. Perhaps this journey was the last bit of freedom she had left. Besides taking her back to have kids, she truly couldn't think of any other use she could have for the man before her. A particular skill, work, haha. After thinking it through, the only thing she had left was her body, which still held some value. She had heard it would hurt a lot, but she didn't know if that was true. We have arrived. A voice from ahead interrupted her brain-filling fantasies that had at least 200,000 characters missing. Snapping back to reality from her daydreams, Xia Yan jerked her head up and realized that at some point, these people had brought her to a small grove of trees. In the center of the grove, surrounded by bushes, was an open space dotted with wooden stakes, standing on which was an unfinished concrete wall. Next to the concrete wall were furnaces emitting wisps of blue smoke, and further back were pits for smoking meat and racks for smoking fish. The air was suffused with the scent of roasted meat, and the sound of clinking and clanging echoed in her ears. Some people were hammering stone materials, others were operating bellows to blow air into the furnace, and more were transporting stones, building walls, or cutting trees. The place was like a large construction site, primitive and busy. All these people, were they his subordinates? Looking at everything before her, Xia Yan's pale face was filled with surprise. She quickly counted and found that there was a sizable number of people here, at least a dozen or two, all wearing uniform blue work uniforms. And in the instant she clearly saw those clothes, it took her less than a second to guess the identity of these people. residents of the refuge. She hadn't heard of any refuge in the vicinity. However, what were they doing? Zia Yan was a bit perplexed. Refuge shelters in Kinquin City were not uncommon. Some had been open for many years, and many were still in lockdown, awaiting the arrival of their unlocking dates. Those well-off refuges could occasionally count as a local force, while the poorly off ones usually became food for mutants or variants. Zia Yan remembered that there seemed to be a refuge not far from Giant Stone City, but the survivors living inside were quite reclusive, unwilling to interact with outsiders and very cautious. Let alone undertaking large-scale construction on the surface, they rarely came out of the refuge at all. Speaking of which, what was the point of this wall? It seemed sturdy enough bullets probably couldn't penetrate it, but was any wall really more robust than the main gate of a refuge? That thing could even withstand gamma rays. You are from the refuge? Yes, Chu Guang glanced at her injured leg and said, I thought you had fainted. She had been very quiet the whole way, not making a sound, and Chu Guang, with his attention mostly elsewhere, had thought she had fainted from blood loss. He hadn't expected that she would still be awake. I'm not that fragile. Zia Yan lifted her chin, her eyebrows and expression as stiff as if they were filled with lead. She felt this might make her look a little more dignified. At least it wouldn't seem cowardly. Unfortunately, no one cared about her pretense of toughness, and nobody had even noticed. I can see that. Withdrawing his gaze from her grisly severed leg, Chu Guang casually remarked, the healing speed of your wound is indeed a bit faster than that of an ordinary person. Using the attribute template from shelter number 404, this person's constitution would be at least 8 points, with a probable error margin of 1. For an ordinary person, even if not from blood loss, they would have passed out by now due to high fever. Yet this person was still hanging on, with only beads of cold sweat on her forehead, a pale face and semi-consciousness. Of course, it could also be due to talent. Survivors on the Wasteland more or less had something to do with mutation. It was not unusual to have some physical traits that deviated from the norm. Chu Guang looked at 2 players, instructing them. Take the food to scrambled eggs with tomato to keep it properly stored. A few days prior, Chu Guang had instructed Brother Eggs to plan a granary that could store grains and meats. If all went well, it should be finished by now. Whether the food was dried and stored or just piled in bags, he trusted the professional judgment and reliability of the cook over his own. With players around, Chu Guang couldn't be bothered to fuss over these minor details. The last time he had a hard time just with smoking meat, leaving the granary planning to himself would probably lead to spoilage or becoming rat food before winter hit. Hearing the manager's orders, Fang Chang and Night 10 nodded in unison, accepting the task. Yes, at your command. Chu Guang didn't say anything. He simply reached out, lifted the female mercenary, who was slumped over the handcart without regard to her exclamation, and carried her on his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Then his other hand stretched out, grabbed the backpack that Night 10 had licked from the other 3 mercenaries, and strode towards the direction of the sanatorium. Night 10 and Fang Chang watched from the side with admiration. This big bag of equipment and a living person together must weigh at least 100 kilograms. To pick them up with just 2 hands and walk off, that was too strong. Watching the manager head towards the sanatorium and noticing the situation here, Old White quietly came over. What happened? Who's the person our boss is carrying? You ask Fang Chang, he's the one who watched the entire plot unfold. I just watched my loneliness. Whether it's rummaging through packs or being a hostage, Night 10 felt he was just like a tool person, looking utterly dejected. Fang Chang made a helpless expression. Don't look at me, this game doesn't even come with subtitles. I couldn't understand a thing the NPCs were saying to each other during the cutscene. Just think of her as a newly added NPC, I guess. One could guess the general idea, but explaining it in detail was a little difficult. Better to wait for the official website to update. Old White said blankly, okay, but how did she get so badly injured? Never mind the severity of the injury, she was almost gone. Night 10 sighed and said, you have no idea what we encountered on the way back. What did you encounter? Crawlers. What the fuck? Old White looked at Night 10 with surprised eyes and quickly pressed on, you ran into crawlers. What do they look like? The official website had information on crawlers, but besides a few abstract descriptions, there was no detail on their combat power. There were no illustrations to refer to either. Old White could only remember that these creatures and eaters seemed to belong to the same category, both symbiotic variants birthed from fungal infections, and somehow related to biological weapons, their ancestry beyond tracing. He had thought this creature was probably just a monster in the setting, and that the game company might not have even designed the model yet. He never expected that these two would actually run into one. It's ugly looking with 4 long arms, crouching about half a person's height, probably 2 meters when standing. Not only is it outrageously strong, but the key thing is, it's damn quick too. We shot around with 3 guns and didn't hit it once. Later, it was the manager who was awesome, swinging a steel pipe and stabbing it to death in just a few hits. Night 10 described the situation vividly. though his abstract storytelling style basically didn't clear anything up. Old White looked at Fang Chang for help, who let out a sigh. I can't explain it clearly right now, but essentially it was like Night 10 said, that crawler was unbelievably strong. I'm guessing the new expansion didn't only update in-game activities, but also introduced more variants, new NPC factions, and related tasks. Let's talk about this after logging off. The manager asked me to deliver the handcart to Brother Egg Fry's place. I'm going to complete a task. Although he wanted to discuss his new findings with Brother Fang Chang, there were only 3 hours left before nightfall, and there truly was no time to slack off. Old White sighed and nodded. All right, go ahead. I'll go think about the steelmaking furnace some more. Once you're done, hurry up and help me. See you. Meanwhile, inside the sanatorium, the players working on the scaffolding all took notice of the manager returning from outside. Of course, they also noticed the woman he was carrying on his shoulder. Damn, look quick, the manager's got someone on his shoulder. Who's that person? A new NPC. And it's a girl. Finally, a new NPC. Brothers were another step closer to the beta test. Oh, thinking of being a step closer to the beta test sent the players into overdrive, hauling bricks and plastering with more vigor. Xia Yan, carried on Chu Guang's shoulders, had cheeks burning like a fire, not just because of the position, but also because those gazes made her feel like needles in her back. She did not understand what those people were saying, but she didn't need to. She could guess they were saying trash just as crass as the lustful glances those men threw her way. She imagined they were like hyenas of the Wasteland, offering flattery and respect to the male leader in this manner, hoping to get a bone or a mouthful of broth after he had his fill of the prey. Clearly, she was that tender and succulent lamb. The more Xia Yan thought about it, the more terrified she became. Her clenched teeth involuntarily rattled, and her eyes became wet, even shedding tears. She suddenly regretted her choice. Rather than be humiliated and thrown to the wolves to be torn apart, she would have preferred to end herself, to die with a bit of dignity. But her body didn't obey her. The elevator descended. Arriving, Chu Guang strode through the gate of shelter number 404, passed through the buffer room and into the residence hall, tossed the packed bag aside, and then dumped Xia Yan in a chair. SSS, be gentle. What are you going to do? She inhaled sharply from the pain and stared tensely at Chu Guang, who was approaching. Behave. Too lazy to entertain her, Chu Guang casually pulled open a drawer, took out a silver-white metal cylinder, flicked off the plastic cap with his thumb, and habitually tapped it with his index finger. It shouldn't hurt, just bear with it. Nanoscale therapeutic needle, used primarily for non-lethal injuries. This can enhance tissue repair capabilities in a short time to accelerate wound healing. Chu Guang had obtained this item from a blind box. He had witnessed her remarkable recovery abilities and originally intended to save this needle, but after noticing her wound had already started to show signs of inflammation and pus, he weighed the pros and cons and ultimately decided against cutting corners. If the wound were to worsen, amputation might become necessary. Currently, the refuge lacked a doctor capable of performing surgery, not to mention anesthetics or disinfectant alcohol, let alone a sterile environment for major procedures. With this in mind, Chu Guang silently resolved in his heart. Anesthetics could wait, but at the very least he had to get Brother Mosquito to procure the alcohol. Watching Chu Guang steadily approach, Xia Yan instinctively wanted to retreat, but with only one leg and half a life left, she slumped in her chair, unable to move back. You stay away from me. Chu Guang couldn't be bothered with idle talk and explanation as he injected the needle into her right leg. It doesn't hurt. The scream Xia Yan had started died in her throat as she stopped abruptly, looking bewildered at the man before her who withdrew the syringe from her leg. What happened? Why don't I feel anything? Just as Xia Yan was about to whisper that question, her consciousness suddenly blurred before she could speak. What did you do to me? Saved your life, no need to thank me. If she really wanted to thank him, working hard would suffice. However, Chu Guang did not expect the natives of this world to be as industrious as the players from that other world. Xia Yan wanted to say something more, but her tongue wouldn't move, and her consciousness quickly plunged into darkness as her erratic breathing slowly became even. I didn't expect this thing to have a sedative effect. Lucky I didn't use it in a fight. He quietly observed her reaction. Chu Guang took a pen from a drawer and silently recorded her clinical responses in his notebook. The nanoscale therapeutic needle has side effects such as drowsiness, anesthesia, and a sense of disorientation, unsuitable for use in combat situations. After all this, Chu Guang carried her next door to a room where all 4 cultivation chambers were inactive and laid her on the floor. The effects of the nanoscale therapeutic needle were already becoming apparent. The red and pus-filled wound was slowly reducing in swelling and pus, and her pallid cheeks were gradually regaining some color. Although it was unlikely that the lost lower leg would regrow, at least amputation was not necessary. The temperature and air quality of the refuge were basically stable within the most suitable range for human habitation, although the floor was a bit cold. it was certainly better than outside. The rest was just rest and recuperation. Her constitution wasn't bad. Chu Guang felt she would survive. After leaving a piece of chocolate and a bottle of pure water produced by the outpost on the ground, Chu Guang used his manager's authority to lock the room's door, preventing her from wandering around the refuge upon waking. Then Chu Guang returned to the residence hall, eager to conduct a self-examination. ID Chu Guang. Gene Sequence Manager. Level LV5, LV7. Basic Attributes. Strength 910. Agility 6. Constitution 78. Perception 7. Intelligence 6. Actually leveled up twice. Although he had vaguely felt on the verge of a breakthrough before, Chu Guang had not expected this crisis to take him directly from LV5 to LV7. Surprise and delight were written all over Chu Guang's face. But then again, the attribute changes caused by the increased progress in developing the manager gene sequence seemed to have no discernible pattern. Other players all had a primary attribute, yet he did not. The points appeared to be allocated randomly. However, gaining 1 point of strength and 1 point of constitution weren't bad at all. These two were basically the most useful and cost-effective attributes in the early stages. Chu Guang now possessed 10 points of strength, almost twice the power of an average adult male, and a similar story unfolded on the physical examination chart in terms of stamina, explosive power, and other related items. The increase in constitution meant that he would have a stronger physique and greater resistance to negative statuses. Of course, what Chu Guang cared about the most was the talent section at the bottom of the attribute panel. Compared to the last physical exam, there was a new line in the talent section. Talent, Wild Instinct. Wild instincts can be awakened under extreme conditions, increasing all attributes by 10-15 for the duration, with fatigue accumulation increasing by 20-30. Wild instincts, not bad. It felt peculiar to Chu Guang, but he could understand it. After all, the first-generation manager who designed this attribute panel and conversion formula was a rather twisted individual. Chu Guang had made an estimate based on the previous physical exam data. Simply put, the meaning of this talent was probably to enhance the work and metabolic efficiency of all body cells for a certain period, or perhaps to stimulate adrenaline secretion or something of that sort. The effect was somewhat similar to a stimulant, but just similar. The physiological chemical reactions involved were likely quite complex. And the data from the physical exam that was converted into the panel was merely a reference. For instance, the crawler he encountered, based solely on panel data, would have had no issue crushing him as a human being. Despite this, it wouldn't have been easy for that beast to kill him. After entering the physical exam data into the computer archive, Chu Guang continued to look at the backpack he had thrown on the ground earlier, reaching out to pick it up. Inside were the weapons scavenged by Night 10 from the bodies of the 3 mercenaries. As soon as he opened the zipper, a look of joy instantly crossed Chu Guang's face. 4 handguns, 2 stockless submachine guns, 1 pump-action shotgun, and 1 assault rifle broken in half in the middle. Regardless of whether the assault rifle could be fixed or not, the haul from this outing could be described as a bounty. Struck it rich, it was an excellent haul. In addition to the firearms, there were also about a couple hundred rounds of ammunition in total. Some were loaded in magazines, some were just loose, stuffing the backpack to the brim. It was evident that Night 10 had been very thorough, not even leaving behind empty magazines, which were also stuffed into the bag. However, the quality of these bullets was pretty average, most of which were made entirely of steel with only a few loose bullets cased in copper or with a lead core. Chu Guang noticed that a few bullets were painted red at the tip, and the materials seemed unusual, probably indicating special ammunition. These mercenaries might not have been wealthy, but they were certainly well armed. It seems Giant Stone City's strength is not to be underestimated. Chu Guang weighed one of the red-tipped bullets and gently tossed it back into the bag. The overall strength of a region was usually linked to its productivity. For instance, residents in the suburbs used homemade iron pipe rifles or salvaged weapons. Some even resorted to melee weapons. To arm even stragglers to this extent, Giant Stone City's industrial capacity was likely more astonishing than what he had heard from rumors. Chu Guang made up his mind. After this winter, he would definitely go there to take a look. It would be best to organize a commercial team to go together. The outpost was bound to grow in size, and initiating trade with other survivor bases was inevitable. One can't always expect those unscrupulous merchants to bring goods to the doorstep to avoid being fleeced. One must make the journey personally. Evening, players began to trickle back into the sanatorium. The cook, egg-frying bro, set up a large pot in the open space and started making the last meal of the day. Tonight's menu was salt-boiled horned potatoes with smoked dried meat. These horned potatoes tasted quite good. After boiling them in salt water, a drizzle of soy sauce gave them a bit of that KFC mashed potato vibe. The only downside was the excessive use of soy sauce. Just making these 28 servings of mashed potatoes consumed nearly a fifth of a bottle of soy sauce, even though they were being frugal with it. On the other hand, it seemed that the refuge was also running low on salt, with only half a bag left. At this rate of consumption, it wouldn't be long before everyone would be back to plain broth and water. Woohoo, this mashed potato is incredible. Egg frying uncle, can I have another bowl? Tang Tang, clutching a bowl and squatting on the ground, looked utterly content. No more, everyone gets just one bowl. Egg frying was not pleased with being called uncle and rolled his eyes in annoyance. So are we eating mashed potatoes again tomorrow? Tang Tang asked pitifully. We can't afford it, we're running low on soy sauce and we need to save it. If you want mashed potatoes, get up and order some takeout yourself. As he spoke, Egg frying sighed inwardly. Cooking for this bunch every day was a real heartbreaker. Having been a chef for so many years, he had never scrimped for a boss like this, hating not having 2 grains of salt for everyone used. Meanwhile, Night 10, sitting among the players, held his bowl and went into a vivid description of the day's events, even forgetting to eat his meal. Especially when he came to the part about encountering a crawler on the way back, he got so excited that he put his bowl down and picked up a tree branch to start drawing on the ground. I was just walking down the street when I felt a chill down my spine, a sudden surge of alarm. I grabbed my rifle and fired a volley in the blink of an eye. Fang Chang, sitting nearby, couldn't bear to listen and interrupted. You and your volley, anyone would think you had a Gatling gun in your hands. Night 10 coughed awkwardly. That's not important. So what happened next? Keep going. How did you guys beat that thing? Yeah, keep going, don't interrupt. The other players didn't much care for the details. They were at the good part of the story, too hooked to bother whether he was bragging or not, and egged him on to continue. Don't panic, guys, let me keep going. It all happened in a flash the moment the crawler pounced. I did a sliding tackle. Fang Chang rolled his eyes as he listened. Unable to bear it any longer, he simply picked up his bowl and moved elsewhere to eat in peace. Once dinner was over, the sun was close to setting. Chu Guang brought Xiao Qi down from upstairs and led the players back to the refuge in groups, watching as they laid in the cultivation chambers for a safe log-off. Except for Garbage King, who was still out in the wild, everyone else had returned. But Chu Guang wasn't too worried about him. Through the player list, Chu Guang could confirm that the guy was still alive, but he had logged off 2 hours ago. Even the most hardcore players can't be on the game for 24 hours straight. You've got to get up to eat and stretch your limbs or something. Plus, the clones in the game also need to rest. No one can stay awake for 24 hours, not even the lizard people. According to the official data on the website, logging off wasn't limited to lying back in the cultivation chamber for a voluntary hibernation. Any loss of consciousness could sever the connection. That included giving yourself a bonk on the back of the head or finding a spot to lie down and sleep. However, logging out like that wasn't very reliable. First, you couldn't save your progress. Second, it wasn't safe. The clones rapidly synthesized by the cultivation chamber didn't possess any consciousness. In other words, without a consciousness entity connected, these clones would hardly react to external stimuli beyond reflexive responses. At that moment, if a mutant mouse or cockroach happened to pass by, it could nibble away at a person bit by bit. But Junk Collector had probably found a safe place to hide. He seemed pretty secure for now, putting Junk Collector's situation aside for a moment. Chu Guang sat down in front of the computer in the resident hall and, as per usual, began to compile a summary of today's work achievements. The enclosing wall on the east side is completed. In terms of resources, the inventory in the building materials stockpile received 110 tree branches, 1 ton of charcoal, 1 ton of silicate cement, 2 stacks of yellow clay bricks, and several blocks of hardened cement. As for consumption, 240 tree branches, 800 kilograms of cement. The wood stock has been decreasing for 2 days in a row, but surprisingly, we're starting to have a surplus of cement. It looks like we need to assign a few lumberjacks, or increase the daily task requirement for logging for players. Food stock received an income of 350 kilograms of green wheat and horned potatoes, 5 gin of smoked meat, as well as a small amount of berries and mushrooms. The consumption was about 5 kilograms of dried smoked meat, 10 kilograms of horned potatoes, and 50 kilograms of smoked meat and 20 kilograms of smoked fish for trading purposes. Hunting has to continue tomorrow. Then there's the fur inventory. Aside from the amount used in trading, 5 pieces of fur were consumed as raw materials. Today, Tang Tang actually made 5 pieces of clothing. Not bad. Let me see, that should be 250 contribution points. Oh right, there's also the increase in the weapon inventory. We'll have to plan for an armory in the future. Finally, today's daily tasks generated 7 reward points. Time to happily open blind boxes again. After compiling the data, Chu Guang leaned back in the chair and stretched. While he had been doing all this work, The 30 activated cultivation chambers in the next room had also completed scanning the clones inside and archiving the somatic cell samples. They compiled the player's gene sequence development progress and panel data into a table. Chu Guang glanced at it briefly. Perhaps because the current stage of the outpost predominantly needed physical labor, the strength-type players were obviously leveling up a bit faster. Take Old White, for instance, now at LV3. Besides, Knight 10, who had been following him, had his gene sequence improved from LV1 to LV2, and his main perception attribute had reached 9, making him the player with the highest perception attributes in the entire outpost. Master. Looking at Xiao Qi rolling up beside the table, Chu Guang shifted his gaze away from the computer. What's up? How come you picked up a strange woman from outside? Chu Guang almost choked on those words. Although it didn't seem entirely wrong to say that, something about it didn't quite sit right. What are you talking about? Xiao Qi saw everything from the rooftop. Oh, it was carried back. Chu Guang said impatiently. So, speaking in an unfluctuating electronic tone, Xiao Qi said with a sense of grievance. It's nothing, I just wanted to remind you that compared to clones whose movements can be restricted at any time, the indigenous people of the Wasteland are much harder to control. It's better not to trust them too easily. You're overthinking it. I've never fully trusted anyone, be they players or the locals here, Chu Guang said indifferently. That puts my mind at ease. The camera on top of Xiao Qi's head shook up and down to indicate a nod. By the way, you can always trust Xiao Qi. No matter what happens, Xiao Qi will always be your most loyal assistant. Okay, got it. How perfunctory. Couldn't this guy take a break while charging? Chu Guang suppressed the urge to retort and continued staring at the computer screen. More than 10 minutes had passed since the players logged off. As expected, this was the busiest time on the official forum. Time for the delightful activity of screen lurking. Humming to himself, Chu Guang opened the back end of the official website to check the number of reservations first. The green onions, sitting in their bowls, had doubled from just over 100 and were now just shy of hitting 300. The threshold for reserving the game had changed from simply filling out a form to filling out a form and answering questions. Although they were just general knowledge questions, the patience required to read through them and fill in the blanks at least helped to filter out the more serious players. Those who passed were quite high quality. Meanwhile, the website's traffic had also grown significantly, with a daily average of 1,000 visits. Not everyone registered an account, nor did everyone click to reserve, but at least it showed that the visibility of Wasteland OL in the gaming community was growing. It was just a small, unregistered 3.0 website with nothing but a pile of textual settings and a few construction site photos, and yet it had managed to attract so many people. Chu Guang couldn't help but feel amazed. There sure are a lot of bored people, just perfect. Since he had nothing better to do, why not come into the game and put them to work? Closing the back-end page, he entered the forum. As Chu Guang anticipated, the players who had logged off had all come here to report in, and the forum was bustling with activity, including the trash guy who had logged off 2 hours earlier, soaking in the forum as well. Pick up trash 99 level, damn, I'm dead tired today, but luckily there was some gain. About 2 kilometers north of the abandoned worksite, there's a tire processing plant. There are people patrolling with dogs nearby, possibly a raider camp, but I'm not sure yet. I plan to get closer and take a look when it gets dark, and boast on the forum once I've confirmed it. Wild Wind 666. Old White, damn, I was wondering why I didn't see you when logging off. Also, why can you log on during the day? Pick up trash 99 level. If you were a variant, you could too. Cut the crap. I'm going to rest a bit and then log in. Bared teeth. Night 10, you just came here to show off, didn't you? Quit smoking. Forget being able to log on during the day. I'd die without regrets if I could just log on to take a peek. TT. Crow, I'm still on revival cooldown, so sad. Pick up trash 99 level, bared teeth. Besides Trash Guy showing off by himself, the vast majority of players on the forum were eagerly discussing the new NPC brought back by the manager, as well as the newly discovered survivor settlement, especially the latter. The players were particularly interested. At the top of a long string of posts, Chu Guang quickly found an analysis post by Long Days Ahead. This guy was as good at summarizing as ever, and his posts were the most popular in the forum. If circumstances allowed, Chu Guang would have dearly liked to invite him to plan the game. I have to praise the Alpha 0.2 version update. It's clear that the game officials are quite sincere, truly conscientious. The content of this update is far more than just the few optimization items listed on the official website, including new factions, new monster models, a larger map, and so on. The content is far richer than I had previously imagined. For example, the brown farm that traded with us. As soon as I arrived at the concrete enclosing wall, I was shocked by the game official's art design. The immersion is hard to describe in words, whether it's the post-apocalyptic architectural style or the detailed textures on the clothing of different NPCs. Everywhere you can see traces of careful sculpting rather than just reskinning existing materials. In addition, there was the combat system test. On our way back, we were attacked by crawlers and had a close yet harmless battle. Before this, I had thought that such outrageously powerful variants only existed in the setup, but I didn't expect them to be implemented in the current version. I must say, our manager is truly deserving of the novice instructor title, so powerful in combat. The moment the crawler pounced, neither Knight 10 nor I reacted in time, almost on the verge of being out of body. It was all on him to dish out damage, managing to take down a 2-meter-tall eater with just a small pipe. It was so thrilling. Moreover, personally, the most surprising to me has been the new NPC joining our outpost. Her unique identity could perhaps bring us more new gameplay, such as weapon modifications or even more side storylines. I think we can look forward to it. For more details on the Alpha 0.2 version update, I'll keep updating this post. Friends interested in dirt can give a follow. Conscientious, okay. This is a bit embarrassing. After reading the post from start to finish, Chu Guang couldn't stop grinning. But to be fair, Chu Guang felt he was quite conscientious. Indeed, at least he hadn't duped the players out of their wallets. A next-generation game that released the Dreams and Sleafed Goose Factory or Pig Factory been endorsing it. Wouldn't it cost at least 800 RMB just to play? Not to mention play, you'd probably have to first subscribe to be a member even to move bricks. What? You don't have money? Well, no problem, you probably wouldn't mind smoothing some plaster with your hands, right? After all, how else could the noble RMB warrior, wielding a trowel to build walls, be embodied? And of course, you could choose to watch 2 hours of ads to unlock a membership discount coupon. At least such unscrupulous deeds were something Chu Guang couldn't bring himself to do. Feeling flattered that he was being praised for his conscience, Chu Guang made Brother Fang Chang's post sticky. Casually closing the post, as Chu Guang pondered what to do to pass the long night, Xiao Qi's plaintive voice came from next door. Master, the woman you brought back has woken up. Thirsty? Need water. Xia Yan, gradually regaining consciousness, was primarily aware of an intense hunger and a throat as dry as if it had been seared with a hot iron. Her arms felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Her blurred vision was like looking through a fog, and though she tried to get up from the ground after a slight attempt, she gave up. Then her gaze fell on a plastic bottle and a wrapper not far away. She pounced on it, grabbed the plastic bottle without considering what liquid it might contain, and tipped her head back to gulp it down. The thirst was instantly soothed. After emptying the last drop of water into her mouth, Xia Yan tossed the bottle aside, then tore into the plastic wrapper like a starving ghost. Her instinct told her there was food inside. However, when she saw the dark lump inside, her famished expression paused for a moment. What is this? She sniffed. It didn't smell bad. After hesitating, Xia Yan finally decided to take a cautious bite. The moment the substance touched her lips, her expression froze and her pupils dilated with shock. What is this flavor? She stuffed the dark lumps into her mouth, and after finishing them, Xia Yan licked her lips unsatisfied. Well, she didn't even spare the plastic wrapper, licking it around as well. At that moment, the alloy door in front of her opened. Xia Yan raised her head to see a man standing in the doorway, awake. She instinctively shrank back slightly, hurriedly glancing at her clothes before stiffly nodding. Yeah, tastes good. She wanted to act a bit tougher, but her mouth wasn't cooperating. Tasty. Chu Guang gave a slight smile. Want more? Yes, Xia Yan nodded vigorously. Pleased with her response, Chu Guang nodded. What you just ate is called chocolate. From today, you work for me, doing whatever I ask of you. In exchange, I can provide you with a safe place to stay and food. Additionally, if your performance pleases me, I can give you another piece of that thing you just ate. Xia Yan had never tasted chocolate before, only hearing that it was a popular pre-war food item and a luxury in giant stone cities' high society. That's what chocolate tastes like. Her index finger touched her lips subconsciously, and a perplexed Xia Yan's eyes gradually filled with regret. Damn it, I should have eaten it slower. Of course, Chu Guang could not guess what she was thinking. If he knew, he would undoubtedly roll his eyes. It's just a piece of chocolate. Is it worth it? Yes, Chu Guang continued, looking at Xia Yan sitting on the ground. So what's your answer? I'm willing. Xia Yan replied without hesitation, not even questioning what Chu Guang intended for her to do. After all, there wasn't a choice. She, having lost half a leg, would end up rotting in the alleys of the slums of Giant Stone City if she were to return. Just like a decaying orange peel. No one would care. Who would choose death when they could live? At least she wasn't at that level of awareness yet. Xia Yan turned her head, resignedly closed her eyes, and said softly, although I haven't tried, it should be fine. I know what you want. Please be gentle. Chu Guang was taken aback for a moment, but as someone who had driven for many years, he read her expression and guessed she had misunderstood. He straightened his face and said earnestly, Madam, please have some self-respect. I am discussing work matters with you seriously right now. If you keep this up, I just won't be able to act serious anymore. Hearing Chu Guang's words, Xia Yan was also stunned. What the hell? Wasn't this guy planning to force her to have children when he took her captive? pupils shaking violently, as if finally distinguishing between her imagination and reality. Xia Yan's face gradually turned the color of a pig's liver. Ashamed, she turned her head away and glared at a crack in the corner of the wall, saying fiercely, "Then kill me." Chu Guang, what the hell? After some time, Chu Guang and Xia Yan, who lay on the ground, briefly explained the situation here. The concept of the game wasn't popular in the Wasteland, and using the concept of players would only confuse the other person. Chu Guang couldn't be bothered to cast pearls before swine and simply used terms she could understand. To put it simply, my subordinates and I plan to establish a survivor settlement on the surface, drive out the variants, shelter refugees, and restore order to this area. After hearing Chu Guang's statement, Xia Yan wore an incredulous expression. How confident do you have to be to churn out such an unrealistic statement? Restore order. Countless people had tried that over the past 200 years, but not one had succeeded. Instead, the number of variants and mutants holed up in the city kept growing, and the living space for survivors was continually shrinking, with things getting worse every year. Do you think restoring order is as easy as just building an enclosing wall? Mentally wounded, Xia Yan's tone was slightly sarcastic. You should really take a look at Giant Stone City, where there are countless people stronger than you all, and even they can only hover on the edges of the third ring. What do you think you can achieve? I naturally have my plans. Chu Guang, who had never considered such things, calmly looked at her and continued, I'm not planning to achieve this goal in a few months. I'm fully aware it's going to be a protracted battle, and I am prepared to make sacrifices over several generations to complete it. How annoying. It's just a setting, can't you let me finish speaking? Chu Guang, of course, knew that restoring order wasn't something that could be fixed with just a few words, nor had he ever become arrogant enough to believe he's invincible just because he wiped out a few raiding looter beggars on the outskirts. But that was his character set. Or rather, the game setting. At least it had to make the players feel like this NPC was the real deal. However, the person in front of him clearly only heard the latter half of the dialogue. Several generations. Xia Yan tensed up and shrank back a bit. So was it really about having children after all? Back to the real issue. Chu Guang coughed lightly and continued, you can assemble firearms and perform maintenance on parts, right? Xia Yan nodded her head. Yes, that's the deal. Good. Chu Guang nodded and continued, from now on you are the owner of the weapon shop. What? Xia Yan was totally confused, not understanding what he was saying. It was because when Chu Guang used a particular word, he wasn't speaking the language of this world but Mandarin from a parallel world. The owner of the weapon shop. Chu Guang stared at her and repeated each word deliberately, then continued, that's your position. To put it simply, it's about selling firearms and maintaining them. If someone asks what you do, that's what you respond with. Sell guns, Xia Yan asked, puzzled. Sell to whom? The residents of the shelter. Ah, Xia Yan was even more baffled. Aren't those your subordinates? Yes, but they're a bit different from subordinates as you understand them. Chu Guang paused, then continued, simply put, we've just crawled out from underground and we need to focus our strength on big tasks. Also, resources are scarce, so we are temporarily operating under a planned economy. Everyone works together and eats from the same big pot. Once the survival crisis is resolved and resources start to become surplus, they'll need to take the initiative to work hard and step out of their comfort zone to pioneer and make progress. That's when our settlement will switch to a different set of rules. Things like food, medicine, weapons, and other resources won't be free anymore. Since you mentioned Giant Stone City, you should be aware of chips, right? It's essentially the same concept. Clearly, this woman hadn't understood the words he was speaking. Residents in the Wasteland who had at least some education could even mix in as lackeys for the local tycoons, like old Charlie who idled away on Bet Street. If someone had a technical skill, they could land a job in a factory stoking boilers, mixing medicines, repairing power armor. Only the poor would trade their lives for money. Like Ms. Xia in front of him, in the Wasteland, being a mercenary was never a prestigious job, but rather a group of cheap cannon fodder without welfare or subsidies. But Chu Guang didn't mind. All he needed was a tool that could carry out his orders. Knowledge, experience, qualities, all could be learned. After a pause, Chu Guang looked at her and said, the language our people use is a bit different from that of those on the surface. But it's not a big issue. I will teach you a few simple phrases for daily communication. You just have to do as I say. Language barrier, can't communicate. To Chu Guang, that wasn't a problem at all. As a tool man, he only needed to master a few simple phrases to meet the player's needs for game functionality. For example, the simplest buying and selling could be learned without complex vocabulary, and if he couldn't understand the player's trash talk, cool as a cucumber. After all, even in a fully immersive virtual reality game, it wasn't possible for every NPC to have full, realistic intelligence. That was only reasonable. Therefore, Chu Guang didn't ask Xia Yan to learn Chinese, but only to grasp a few basic words and set phrases. However, what he didn't expect was that, despite setting his expectations very low, she still fell short of them. For customers who come into the shop, you have to say, "Hello, I am Zia Yan, the weapon shop owner's wife. How may I assist you?" When you hear "I want to buy something," point to the menu and respond, "Look for yourself." And when you hear "I need to maintain my firearms," hand them over and answer, "Bring them here." What in the world was all this? Holding the piece of paper in her hand, Zia Yan had a distressed expression, looking to Chu Guang, who was sitting on a chair, for help. Despite every word being annotated with pronunciation, she was still struggling with the strange sounds, even though it was indeed quite similar to the language of united humans. Noticing that Zia Yan was looking at him, Chu Guang shifted his gaze away from the computer screen and turned to look at her. "Have you learned it?" Zia Yan, "Not yet." Chu Guang, "Then what are you looking at me for? Keep studying." There was a moment when Zia Yan felt that perhaps giving birth to children might be easier, but for some reason the man showed no interest in her. "Am I that ugly?" Hardly. Pinching her own red hair tips in frustration, Zia Yan was quite confident in her appearance. For instance, the captain had pursued her for a while. She just hadn't been interested. Life as cannon fodder was too hard. Constantly under the threat of death, her dream was to marry into the inner city of Giant Stone City and live a wealthy life. Actually, when she thought about it, it wasn't impossible. What if one day she received a mission to escort a VIP? It was possible that the kind of situation from a novel, where the beauty saves the hero, could happen. Only too bad that talking about escorting VIPs was out of reach for fringe teams like theirs that couldn't even take work around the second ring road but were delegated to the Wasteland to open blind boxes. As for the dream life, even less likely now. Who would want a cripple, and a cripple who had been captured by barbarians at that? While Zia Yan was feeling melancholy about her misfortunes, a light cough sounded beside her. "Try to contain your expression a bit." Zia Yan looked confused. She obviously was daydreaming. Seeing her instinctive reaction, Chu Guang, sitting at the chair, was speechless. He sighed, paused for a moment, and said emotionlessly, "Starting now, I'm timing you. In 2 hours, I'll test you again. If there's still no progress, the brown farm next door might be more suitable for you. They happen to need serfs. It would also make me a bit of money." It was winter now, and Brown's farm didn't need serfs. Instead, they would be getting rid of a bunch of old things who couldn't work, or the defective goods with broken arms and legs at the end of the month. No one would want a crippled mercenary, even if she was free. As for coveting beauty, that was even more ludicrous. Even the rustic tycoons on Bet Street could afford clones more exquisite than stars after some minor adjustments. What would a soul, outwardly strong but inwardly weak and crude, even be worth? This was the Wasteland. Selling that woman off, Chu Guang had just been speaking offhand. It was more to scare her a bit and give her some motivation. Even if she was indeed too foolish to memorize those few pages of script, he wouldn't actually sell her as a slave. At most, he would throw her out. In fact, having interacted with her during this time, Chu Guang found her quite entertaining. Talking nicely did no good, but threatening her worked wonders, making her timidly study. Why the trouble? Chu Guang shook his head and went back to his internet. He just discovered that his Steam account was still active, perfect for killing some time. The next morning, having had a good night's sleep, Chu Guang opened the player list, unlocked login permissions in bulk, and led the online players to the surface. "Respected manager, sir, where is the lady from yesterday?" Standing beside the manager, Fang Chang respectfully asked. "You mean Zia Yan? Her injuries are quite severe. She needs a few days of quiet rest. I spoke with her last night, and she has agreed to join our cause. Once her wounds heal, she will be responsible for outpost weapon maintenance work." Of course, Chu Guang didn't mention that she had been studying until 2 or 3 in the morning, ultimately having to be carried to the next room by himself. Odds are, she was still sound asleep. After hearing the manager's response, Fang Chang's eyes lit up. New intelligence. The new NPC's name was Zia Yan. Her identity must be a weapon shop owner or a similar profession. Quietly noting down these facts, Fang Chang planned to update his thread with all this information after logging off for the day. Chu Guang could guess what he was thinking, which is why he had been so detailed in the first place. Continuing his role as an NPC, Chu Guang took the players to the open space of the sanatorium for a quick pep talk, then announced the dismissal. After 2 days' time to get used to the game, the new players had pretty much got the hang of it and no longer needed his direction. Watching the gradually rising furnace flames and black smoke from outside the construction site, and those players climbing up and down the scaffold, huffing and puffing as they worked, Chu Guang suddenly felt like the old duck-raising farmer. Every day his job was to drive the ducks out of the pen, let them waddle about on their own, and then herd them back into the pen at nightfall afterwards. He'd tally the day's yield and calculate how much the ducks had fattened up, and on top of that, systematically pluck a few feathers for himself. Of course, that wasn't exactly right either. After all, most of the tools for the work were provided by themselves, and most of the jerky they ate was also brought back from their own hunting. Thinking this way, they really did put in quite a bit of effort. Probably, standing at the construction site for a while, just as Chu Guang pondered what to do today, Night 10 had already proactively come over. "Respected manager," Night 10 said with a respectful salute, eagerness written all over his face, and took the initiative to speak. "Are we going hunting again today? When do we leave?" Chu Guang was slightly startled and nodded. Now these players had become rather initiative, learning to assign work for themselves. But Chu Guang didn't say anything. After all, he had indeed planned to go out for a stroll and smoke some game meat. Chu Guang, with Night 10 in tow, returned to the shelter and donned a tactical belt he had stripped from a mercenary, slid the pistol he had picked up into it, and then inserted 2 5-pistol clips as spare ammunition. His primary weapon was still his 9 iron pipe rifle, as well as the physics holy sword of steel pipe that could pry open doors and hammer people. Although he now had the options of a submachine gun and a shotgun, these 2 close combat divine artifacts, neither was particularly meaningful for hunting. The spare ammunition for the spreader contained no slug rounds. Using buckshot would damage the fur. Rather than relying on close quarters firepower suppression, Chu Guang preferred to use the high-quality 9 iron pipe rifle with rifling threads, taking down the game with a single shot at a medium distance, or at least immobilize it, then go up close for the coup de grace with the steel pipe. This would not only save precious ammunition, but also preserve the game's fur in a more complete condition. After all, each additional bullet hole or slash would decrease the quality of the fur by 10%. "Take this with you." Chu Guang handed Night 10 a pistol and a crossbow, along with a beast skin quiver holding 15 crossbow arrows. "Can I use the shotgun?" Night 10 looked at the pistol, then at the shotgun leaning in the corner of the wall, pleadingly gazing at Chu Guang. However, Chu Guang had no intention of yielding and said expressionlessly, "We're going hunting, not fighting mutants. You get used to these 2 weapons before talking about others." Chu Guang set off on a hunting trip with Night 10. The players at the outpost worked as diligently as they had the day before, some moving bricks, some mixing cement, some plastering none were idle, especially those building the walls. The enclosing walls construction site was advancing at a visibly rapid pace, not just at the construction site. Fang Chang and Old White, pondering over the primitive method of smelting, had made new progress in their work after acquiring fire tongs and a hammer. They had dismantled parts from the cars in the parking lot, rusted car frames, engine hoods, suspensions, and even the engine castings. These scraps, subject to 200 years of weathering until no complete structures remained, were like natural open-air ore deposits to them. Smashing the brittle rust into the furnace, still using charcoal as the reductant and manual bellows for airflow, this time they actually succeeded in smelting the junk into hot molten iron. Awesome, it worked. Old White and Fang Chang clenched their fists excitedly. They had been waiting for this moment for a full 3 days. The hot molten iron produced by this method would cool down into pig iron with high carbon content. By repeatedly heating and cooling, they could reduce the carbon content to between 2 and 1.5, obtaining the most basic steel materials. As for creating alloys by adding metals like chromium and nickel, that was still too difficult for them. Real steel smelting required professional equipment, at the very least an electric furnace. Actually, forget about smelting steel. Just being able to produce molten iron from industrial waste was already an incredibly significant achievement for their rudimentary production facilities. "What should we forge?" Old White excitedly asked Fang Chang. "An axe, cutting tools, or something else?" Fang Chang, with an equally joyful face, pondered for a few seconds before responding. "Let's start by making a big pot. I'm so sick of stew I could throw up." Although yesterday's mashed potatoes weren't bad, they heard from Brother Catfish that there wasn't much soy sauce left. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be pine nut and fresh fish soup again today. That stuff really wasn't tasty at all. One sip and your mouth would be filled with the flavor of catfish. Haha, good idea. With an iron pot, we can stir fry. The two quickly reached a consensus, starting to work with the little yellow clay left from brick burning, figuring out how to create a mold for making the iron pot. Meanwhile, in front of the carpentry shed, Brother Mosquito, sitting on a small stool at the doorway, was fully engrossed in the handcraft before him. He was seen cradling a trash bin picked up from who knows where, sealing it with a wooden board, then hammering a stainless steel pipe into it, making a simple spray kettle structure. And he wasn't done yet. Clearly dissatisfied with a simple slanted sprinkler, Brother Mosquito sealed the connections with pine resin, fitted the exterior of the trash bin with a hand-carried wooden handle, constructed something akin to a pressure sprayer from a plastic bottle, and connected a tube bent into an S shape to the back of the bin. Perfect. Having completed his creation, Brother Mosquito looked at the device in his hands with a joyous expression, a manual pressurized flamethrower. As long as wood tar was poured into the bin and a lit cotton strip was inserted into the front pipe, theoretically, within a radius of 5 meters, this device could become the nightmare of any person or variant. Of course, provided you didn't set yourself on fire too. To put it in high social IQ terms, the design concept of the device was a bit cyberpunk, but Brother Mosquito felt it wasn't a big issue, and it could always be improved later on. For now, they could call it Hellfire 0.1. As he was contemplating where to test it, Brother Mosquito looked up and suddenly saw Wild Wind approaching with a plastic bucket in hand. That guy usually went fishing early in the morning, and typically he wouldn't be seen near the sanatorium until the afternoon. But today was an odd exception. He was back before 10 o'clock. "Yo, back so early today?" Mosquito asked, seeing Wild Wind approach, teasing him with a smile. "Don't tell me the traps broke again." "It's not the traps," Wild Wind said, throwing the plastic bucket onto the ground. "Guess what I found?" "Found what?" Mosquito froze when he saw the contents of the bucket. Inside were some white stones mixed with yellow and light brown impurities. The stiff look on his face instantly turned to ecstatic joy. Bird feces stone. "I should have thought of this earlier. The richest resource of Rhombus Lake isn't just the fish in the lake, but the abundant nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium on the lakeshore. We're almost there, just ahead." Walking toward the lake with Mosquito, Wild Wind spoke excitedly along the way. The two stopped at a shallow beach by the lake. The area was lush with vegetation, making it an excellent hiding spot and water source for both humans and animals. Just as Wild Wind was about to point something out, Mosquito beat him to it, stepping forward and crouching in front of a relatively flat rock. He extended his index finger, gently rubbed it on the rock face, then brought it close to his nose for a sniff and tasted it. Wild Wind, undeterred by the sight, asked hastily, "How is it?" Spitting onto the ground, Mosquito had a look of mixed joy and woe on his face. "Tooey, why the hell is there fresh stuff?" Wild Wind. Although he inadvertently tasted some fresh bird droppings, one thing was for sure: there were indeed large quantities of bird feces stone present here. The main component of this ore is MgNH4PO46H2O, with an orthorhombic crystal structure. It's not hard to see from the chemical composition alone how widely this stuff can be used. Furthermore, once there is a certain amount of bird feces stone, the ammonia within it gradually oxidizes into nitric acid under the action of nitrifying bacteria, and ultimately accumulates beneath the soil in the form of potassium nitrate, sodium nitrate, calcium nitrate, magnesium nitrate, etc., creating what is known as nitrate ores. This byproduct nitrate ore, with a simple method such as mixing with lye that hasn't been filtered from wood ash and boiling it, could extract the calcium and magnesium ions and produce saltpeter with a few impurities. In short, finding bird poop basically meant having control over saltpeter. And with saltpeter, you essentially had gunpowder. It wasn't just bird droppings. The shores of Rhombus Lake were covered with large amounts of excrement from variants. Over time, these droppings weathered, deposited, and compacted to eventually form coprolite mines. As for why there were so many coprolites along the lakeside, it was quite simple to figure out. In the early years of the Wasteland era, the planet went through a long period of severe cold that lasted almost half a century. During that time, Linghu Wetland Park, being the region with the richest water resources, had a large number of wild animals and livestock that escaped from ranches living here. These droppings were likely left behind from that time. It wasn't until the end of the cold period and the formation of a more lush ecosystem in the uninhabited urban areas that this place gradually quieted down. With these nitrate ores, making black powder won't be a big problem. Mosquito stood up excitedly and looked at Wild Wind. "Help me out. Let's gather more and take it back." Wild Wind asked with a puzzled tone, "We have the nitrate ores in the charcoal, but if I remember correctly, doesn't the formula for black powder also include sulfur? Where do you plan to find sulfur?" If he wasn't mistaken, sulfur was typically found near volcanoes or hot springs. However, this area clearly didn't look like it had either of those features. Mosquito paused for a moment. Obviously, he hadn't considered this problem yet. If we don't have sulfur, sulfates could work too. It's just that the process is a bit more troublesome. They should still be easy to find, right?" Wild Wind glanced around and shrugged helplessly. "Anyway, let's start looking." Unfortunately, there was no sulfur in the forest, nor anything resembling sulfur by the lake. Think about it. How could such a thing appear in Wetland Park? But thankfully, just when the two were about to give up, they stumbled upon a gypsum deposit beside a small river that extended from Rhombus Lake. This stuff is made of calcium sulfate, and when burned at high temperatures with carbon, it can produce calcium sulfide and carbon dioxide, exactly the kind of sulfate mineral they were looking for. How could I have forgotten about this? Mosquito slapped himself on the back of the head in annoyance. "Just the other day I saw Old White and the others making cement. Didn't they mix in this gypsum powder? Isn't this damn thing calcium sulfate?" Wild Wind said with a wry smile. "So this is the so-called darkness under the light. Anyway, the outcome is good," Mosquito said as he picked up some gypsum ore and put it into a plastic barrel, washed his hands, and stood up looking toward Wild Wind. "Let's go now that we've got the materials. We can head back." Wild Wind nodded and followed behind him. The two returned to Survivor Settlement, and as they were heading toward their cabin, they noticed a commotion at the entrance. The players who were working on the construction site had come down from the scaffolding for some reason, each of them carrying tools and surrounding a cow with two heads. A strange man stood beside the double-headed cow. He was wearing a leather jacket, his face adorned with a conciliatory smile, making weird hand gestures, and babbling in a language that was incomprehensible. Mosquito, curiosity painted on his face, stopped in his tracks. Who is that guy? A new NPC. He hadn't heard anything about an update today. I don't know, I'll ask. Wild Wind was a man of action. He set down the plastic barrel and strode toward Egg Fry Brother, who was standing by the smoking rack enjoying the spectacle, and pulled him aside to ask, out of curiosity, what's happening over there? Who is that person? Egg Fry Brother crossed his arms and shook his head. I'm not sure about the details myself, but from what others have said, it seems like our guys encountered this fellow on the way back from transporting stones at the construction site. Then without saying anything, he just followed them here. As Wild Wind moved closer, he overheard the players' discussion. How come this cow has two heads, a tamed variant? This guy followed us the whole way. I bet he's up to no good, probably a spy for the looters. Not necessarily. What if he's an NPC? That doesn't make sense. If he were an NPC, communication wouldn't be an issue, right? Could it be that we haven't triggered the right conditions? Why don't we lock him up for now and wait for the manager to return? Feeling the increasingly hostile gaze from the surrounding crowd, Sun Shiki, who was surrounded, felt immense pressure. Although he had a revolver hidden under his jacket and the safety was off, even if he emptied his chamber, it would only be 6 bullets. And these residents of the refuge closing in on him wouldn't even give him the chance to fire 6 shots. One person, one hammer, and he would be laid out on the ground. I'll say it one more time, I have no ill intentions. I'm a merchant, you understand. Damn it, even if things were bad 200 years ago, the profession of a peddler couldn't have disappeared, could it? Or have you slept for too long and forgotten? All right, calm down, let me put it another way. I want to trade the goods on this cow's back for something you have in abundance that I just happen to need. Anything will do. Of course, if you don't want to trade, that's fine too. I'll leave right now and I won't bother you again. Seeing that communication was impossible, Sun Shiki already had thoughts of retreating. However, these residents of the refuge had no intention of making way. Instead, they pressed in even closer and even produced some ropes. Despair filled Sun Shiki's heart. Just as he was contemplating whether to fight to the death, the blue-jacketed crowd surrounding him suddenly opened a path. A man appeared, carrying the corpse of a mutant reindeer over his shoulder, walking towards them. That mutant reindeer must have weighed over 100 kilograms, nearly the size of a horse, yet the man carried the large prey as if it were nothing, his stride unchanged. Although he was wearing an innocuous blue jacket, Sun Shiki still sensed an extremely dangerous aura emanating from him. This guy, he is definitely not an ordinary resident of the refuge. The man dropped the prey heavily on the ground, exchanged a few words with his companions, and then they obediently dispersed. Watching the man approaching him, Sun Shiki tensed up, his nerves stretched tight. In an instant, a thought flashed through his mind. If he could take this man hostage, maybe he could leave here smoothly. However, his instincts told him that if he really did that, he would die the moment he made his move. Who are you? Chu Guang asked, looking at him. Hearing the man speak to him, Sun Shiki was slightly startled and a look of surprise crossed his face. You can talk. No, I didn't mean that. What I mean is, do you speak the language here? The language here naturally referred to United Human language. Before the war, this region was part of United Humans territory, and naturally the unified language was used. Practically speaking, the residents of the refuge should also be using United Human language, but somehow these people seemed a bit different. Chu Guang slightly frowned and continued to speak. I'm the one asking the questions now. Answer me, who are you? Sensing the unfriendly tone in his voice, Sun Shiki quickly explained, my surname is Sun, my name is Sun Shiki. I come from the neighboring Red River town. I'm a merchant. Red River town. Hearing this unfamiliar place name, Chu Guang's eyebrows slightly raised. He only knew this place was Qingquan City, located in the River Valley province in the heartland of United Human. As for what other cities were in River Valley province, he wasn't very clear. What are you doing in Qingquan City? Sun Shiki spoke cautiously. I am a merchant. Of course, I came here to do business. Chu Guang's expression remained unmoved. Merchant? Then why did my companions say that you were following them? It's a misunderstanding. It's definitely a misunderstanding. Sun Shiki gestured with his hands, explaining with a cry of laughter. I was originally planning to go to Giant Stone City. I happened to see them wearing blue jackets, and I thought there might be a shelter nearby, so I wanted to trade something with you. I'm just a merchant. I really didn't mean any offense. He had not expected these people to be so sensitive. If it were any ordinary survivor settlement, he definitely wouldn't dare to approach alone so rashly, but a refuge was different. These adorable folks in blue jackets were known on the Wasteland for being naively kind-hearted, easily bullied, and easily deceived. They were usually the elites of society before the war, or the descendants of the elites, often priding themselves as descendants of civilization, arrogant and disdainful. At the time, he thought following them was harmless, and at worst, he'd be driven away like a beggar with no loss to himself. Who could have imagined that after luring him in, they would surround him without a word, neither listening to him nor intending to leave? This was simply dishonorable. Despite the man's explanation, Chu Guang's expression remained firm as he continued to speak. Regardless of whether you meant any offense, you have indeed offended us. I believe that in any corner of the wasteland, tracking isn't seen as a friendly act, right? Sun Shiki sweated profusely and nodded reluctantly. You're right, good, it seems you've realized your mistake, Chu Guang nodded, but don't worry, we are reasonable people. I've already convinced my companions by telling them that you are willing to apologize for your offensive behavior. Sun Shiki nodded hastily. Yes, I am willing. Hearing this, Chu Guang finally showed a trace of a smile. That's settled then. By the way, you wouldn't suggest we choose ourselves, right? Sun Shiki froze, looking confusedly at the man before him. Wait, what do you mean by choose ourselves? Chu Guang said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Well, you can't apologize empty-handed, right? Otherwise, where would the apology come from? We won't extort you, we'll just pick one thing from the back of your cow. As he spoke, the smile that had appeared on Chu Guang's face began to fade. You wouldn't be unwilling, would you? With a face uglier than crying, Sun Shiki steeled himself and nodded. No, not at all. The goods are on this cart. You pick. These bandits, where's the dignity and pride of a civilized person, to actually rob a ragged wasteland wanderer? It's like a rich man, adorned with wealth, robbing a beggar on the street. Don't these people feel any shame for their actions? What a shivering disgrace. Sun Shiki cursed under his breath, but his face remained welcoming with a smile, not daring to show any negative emotion. He was gradually starting to realize that this refuge differed fundamentally from any refuge he had encountered before. As for Chu Guang, he paid no attention to what the merchant was thinking, because that was completely unimportant. Seeing that the man was so cooperative, his face broke into a pleasant smile again. Then I won't be polite. What Chu Guang hadn't expected was that the oxback was carrying quite a few good things. For example, the 5-rider model revolver rifles placed on top. This device had a 7 caliber, with 2 simple rifling grooves inside the barrel, which could keep the bullet trajectory within 50 meters relatively stable. Especially its simple spring plate type action structure was not only easy to maintain, but also quite reliable in combat, so one did not need to worry about incidents such as jams or misfires, as a light flick of the cylinder would allow shooting to continue. If the barrel was removed, it could even be used as a pistol, though the accuracy would be left to fate. Of course, what satisfied Chu Guang the most was the firing rate of this thing. Although it was a semi-automatic design, as long as one could pull the trigger fast enough, firing 6 bullets in a short period to achieve a suppressing effect was not a problem at all. One could say it was quite user-friendly. As Chu Guang was pondering whether to pick a rifle as compensation, his gaze suddenly fell on the sacks tied to the sides of the double-headed cow. Upon opening one, it was stuffed full of coins. These coins were either brass-colored or silver-white. It was uncertain what material they were made of, but they did not rust. The brass-colored coins were slightly smaller, and the silver-white ones were a bit larger, with denominations written as 1 and 10, corresponding to their values. Pre-war currency. No, Chu Guang picked up a coin and flipped it over, quickly recognizing the line of small characters in United Human language printed on the back. Galaxy Arcade. Well, now they were game currency. Where did you get these from? Chu Guang tossed the coin back into the sack and sized up the merchant surnamed Sun, asking with the nervous expression on his face. Upon hearing Chu Guang's inquiry, Sun Shiki answered honestly, I found these coins in the basement of an arcade, thinking they could be refined into some copper and steel, so I just packed them. Commercial teams rarely stopped to scavenge, usually dealing with local scavengers, which benefited both parties and avoided potential conflicts. But nothing was absolute. Just as impoverished mercenaries occasionally moonlighted as looters to rob homes, cash-strapped merchants would naturally risk scavenging themselves. Like the current merchant, who clearly hadn't been in the business for long, and the double-headed cow behind him might have been just recently purchased with pooled money. Is there any more there? Chu Guang asked. Sun Shiki was stunned for a moment and then nodded subconsciously. There seemed to be 2 more cabinets. With these sacks, you could probably fill 4 or 5 more. Very good, I want them all. Chu Guang unloaded 2 sacks from the ox's back and said to Sun Shiki, these 2 sacks and the coins inside will be your compensation to us. Next time you come here, remember to bring all the remaining coins. Let me think. For every 100 kilograms of coins, I'll give you 4 kilograms of dried meat. How about that? 100 kilograms, roughly the amount in a single sack, could yield about 30 to 40,000 coins. Doing business favors a slow and steady flow, so Chu Guang didn't want to fleece the man too harshly. Therefore, he picked out those 2 sacks, which he just so happened to have a use for. And, since he was planning to let the man go, Chu Guang didn't want to appear too desperate for weapons. Clearly taken aback by Chu Guang's interest in these junk items, Sun Shiki's face was full of surprise, but he dared not let it show too much and hastily nodded his head, saying, "No problem. As long as you need them, I'll make sure to bring them all next time." He didn't care what the man in front of him needed the coins for. Was it for sentimentality? Maybe another reason. These old popsicles were always hard to figure out. He had originally planned to haul these coins to Giant Stone City to sell them as copper and steel, even though they weren't worth much in chips. If he could use them to open up a market in a shelter, he couldn't think of this deal as a loss. Besides, shedding some weight in advance would make his upcoming journey a bit easier. Aside from those 2 sacks of coins, Chu Guang also kept the 5 revolvers he had taken an interest in earlier, and he also purchased 200 rounds of 7 ammunition the merchant carried. In exchange, he provided the traveling merchant with a total of 50 kilograms of smoked meat and 10 kilograms of smoked fish. Although there were many misunderstandings during their initial encounter, overall, the result satisfied them both. Chu Guang got what he wanted, and the merchant surnamed Sun got the trade rights and food he needed. Residents of Kinquin City would find it hard to imagine the situation in Red River Town, even though the 2 places are less than 100 kilometers apart. The ecological environment there is a completely different picture. According to this merchant surnamed Sun, there was a large-scale chemical industry base and a landfill site in the area. Because these facilities went unmaintained after the war, with storage leaking, this resulted in severe soil contamination, especially in terms of heavy metal content exceeding standards, extensive desertification, and hardpan, which nature has not completely restored even now. Furthermore, due to the fragility of the ecosystem, the main variants there consist of scavengers and arthropods. This extreme situation has led the local survivors to have almost no arable land to utilize and made maintaining a living through hunting exceedingly difficult. However, interestingly, the landfill site that had faced protests from the locals before the war became the survivors' greatest asset in the 2 centuries following the nuclear conflict. Nearly half a century's worth of garbage was buried there, much of which had not yet degraded. In today's wasteland era, the landfill's contents have formed a type of non-natural ore deposit, which has enabled the prosperity of the local mining, archaeology, and trade industries. But what do you eat? After listening to Sun Shiki's description, Chu Guang couldn't help asking, do you rely entirely on imports? The price of food must skyrocket to heaven. Of course, we can't rely entirely on imports. Although we lack reindeer and hyenas, there are many edible mutant moles and rats. Besides, we also catch some less dangerous insects to make protein extracts for feeding livestock or for making nutritional paste like this stuff. As he spoke, Sun Shiki took out a sealed glass jar from the package on the back of the double-headed cow, which was filled with a dark, jelly-like substance. It looked a bit like turtle jelly. Chu Guang had seen this stuff when he was going through the bundles earlier, but hadn't understood what it was for, so he didn't pay it any mind. He never expected it to be food. What is this made of? Sun Shiki chuckled and said, mutant cockroach. Chu Guang, damn, he felt he could never look at turtle jelly the same way again. Although it's extracted from the protein and fats of mutant cockroaches after boiling, filtering, air drying, grinding, soaking, and concentrating through several processes, this stuff actually has nothing to do with cockroaches anymore. It's all protein. Want some? Chu Guang said with a poker face, he'd rather starve than eat that stuff. But, listening to this guy, the costs of this kind of food seemed pretty low. Mutant cockroaches were common everywhere, and certainly those in Kinquin City would have much less heavy metal content than those in Red River Town. In a pinch, using this nutrient paste as emergency rations for the players didn't seem like a bad choice. Chu Guang fell into a long contemplation about whether to go down this path. However, just then he suddenly thought of something else. You seem to know a lot about insects. Sun Shiki immediately nodded. Of course, we deal with those things every day. Chu Guang continued to inquire, do you have a way to deal with leeches? Leeches. Sun Shiki paused. Are you talking about those mutated leeches? Yes. Seeing Chu Guang nod, Sun Shiki pondered for a moment with a troubled expression. Those things aren't very common in Red River Town, probably because we have a lot of ants there. Chu Guang asked with a frown. Ants. Sun Shiki nodded and explained, yeah, we have a type called ironback ant. They're about the size of a thumb and can grow up to the size of a fist. These creatures have very hard exoskeletons, are corrosion resistant, and will eat almost anything. Most soft-bodied animals are no match for them. Chu Guang asked, could you bring me a few to look at next time? Sun Shiki said with a smile, no problem. Consider it done. After the trade was completed, the merchant named Sun didn't stay for long and chose to continue on his journey. Chu Guang didn't hold him back, but reminded him of a mutant's camp near Street No. 76 and signs of looter activity towards the north of Wetland Park before wishing him a safe journey. The silhouette of the double-headed cow gradually disappeared into the forest. The players who watched him leave were all talking amongst themselves. That guy was indeed a merchant. Damn glad we didn't hit him. Even if we had hit him, it probably wouldn't have mattered. We could have kept all his stuff. That's true, but what if the merchants don't respawn after they die? It's unlikely they just won't respawn if they die, but it's possible that the upcoming winter is coming. Expansion pack will really only have this one merchant. And didn't you hear the game designers say? Wasteland OL aims to create an economic system that truly reflects supply and demand. If this isn't just pie in the sky, playing the long game is the smart move. That sort of makes sense. Ignoring the players' discussions, Chu Guang's mind was completely focused on those 2 sacks of game currency. He had a bold idea. If plastic chips could serve as a general equivalent, why couldn't metal currency? Those 2 sacks of coins must contain at least 60 or 70,000 each, and it wouldn't take long for Sun to bring him another huge batch. For a community of under 500 people, these coins were more than sufficient. Copper coins would be the yellow brass ones, and silver coins would be the silver-colored ones, with a value of 10 to 1. The original contribution points would be incorporated into a new honor system that could be used to purchase status, titles, and even private land. Meanwhile, the mercenary, commercial team, guild, and army systems to be introduced in the future would also be linked to contribution points. Only players with sufficient contributions would have the legitimacy to lead other players. This not only would strengthen management, but also greatly limit those troublemaking players. After all, the higher the value of players' accounts, the more they would cherish their hard-won gaming privileges and be inclined to invest more effort and voluntarily maintain order within the game. Troublemaking was fun, and that was human nature. Lugging 2 nearly 100-kilo heavy sacks, Chu Guang returned to the shelter alone. He found an empty room without an active cultivation chamber and leaned the sacks against the corner of the wall. Then he turned around, went back to the residence hall, turned on the computer, logged into the official website backend, and began to write a title. Wasteland OL closed beta version alpha update announcement, major economic system overhaul. As he typed this line, Chu Guang opened his document. He had copied quite a few brilliant ideas from the forum before. Now it was the perfect time to make use of them. Official site Wasteland OL closed beta server alpha 03 version update announcement. Major updates: 1. The number of closed beta players increased to 50. 2. A brand new economic system. 3. A brand new honor system. Optimization: 1. Added several new variant models. 2. A richer variety of tradable resources. 3. Fixed a small number of bugs. After the announcement was released, Chu Guang didn't idle. He continued by pinning the post he had edited in advance on the official forum. Such major updates that affected the interests of all players definitely required a good chat with them in his capacity as a developer. Developer's Diary, Alpha 03 version. It's not like I should boast, but this alpha version update will be the most significant one since the game's closed beta was launched. Some buddies have been complaining that the process for settling contribution points is too complicated, requiring logging off to check and failing to enjoy the pleasure of counting money in-game. They're also always worried about NPCs skimming off their wages. Actually, this concern is completely unnecessary. The manager of shelter number 404, who also serves as the novice instructor, is absolutely just in setting. They wouldn't shortchange anyone by a penny, and I can guarantee that with my reputation. However, although there is no issue of wage skimming, it's true that the contribution point settlement process is too cumbersome. After receiving feedback, our planning department held meetings day and night for 3 days. Reaching a conclusion: gameplay shouldn't be sacrificed for the sake of realism. Therefore, we decided to design a set of brand new money to replace the existing contribution points as the main reward players receive from tasks. This money is very convenient, mainly in denominations of 1 and 10, consisting of brass and silvery white colors, and can be used to purchase food, equipment, and other paid services and commodities. Yes, after this update, food will no longer be freely supplied. Instead, players need to spend the in-game copper or silver coins to buy them. At the same time, players will also earn money as a reward from tasks. Doesn't that sound interesting? Gameplay has become richer instantly. On the other hand, after the Alpha 03 update, the shelter will allow its residents to own private property. The junk or equipment players pick up from the Wasteland will belong to themselves and can be traded with other players or sold to the shelter for rewards. For this purpose, we've specially introduced an additional storage system, located in the buffer room at the entrance and exit of the shelter. There's a row of lockers with customizable passwords that you've probably already noticed. Now they've been made available for use, where you can store money or weapons, except for the dangerous goods banned from the shelter. What, are you asking if it's free of charge? Of course it's not, but please don't worry, the rent is very cheap, everyone can afford it. Additionally, players holding a large amount of contribution points needn't be disheartened. Although contribution points are no longer used as money, all NPCs see your contributions to the shelter and the entire civilization. After research by our planning department, we've decided to integrate contribution points into the brand new honor system. This system is independent of the economic system and mainly relates to the privileges players enjoy within the shelter. To put it simply, it can be exchanged for status and titles. All players' initial status by default is residents of the refuge, and spending 2,000 contribution points can upgrade from resident to citizen. At shelter number 404, residents only have basic human rights, only citizens can own private land. Currently, only the citizen status is open for exchange. The initial citizen status supports the purchase of only 5 square meters of private land. However, this number will continue to grow with the advancement of status. More statuses and titles will be released in future updates according to the progress of the test. Meanwhile, systems like Mercenary, Commercial Team, Guild, and Army, still in design, also have certain requirements for status and contribution points. After the Alpha 03 version, the rewards for daily tasks will mainly be money, and only actions that contribute to the overall interest of the outpost can reward contribution points. This includes, but is not limited to, holding public positions, resolving emergencies, great creations and inventions, etc. Please remember this. After the post was published, there wasn't a big stir immediately, but this was within Chu Guang's expectation. It was 3 p.m. in the Wasteland, and in the real world, it was the wee hours of the morning, too hellish for the net friends who had not obtained the reservation privilege and too early for the players in the game. They'd naturally see it when they logged off. Stretching lazily, Chu Guang was about to shut down the computer when he suddenly noticed that the post had received a new reply. Crow, what's going on? This just got updated. Did I missed the whole 0.2 version. QAQ. Seeing this post, Chu Guang was shocked. This guy really did what he said he'd do, not sleeping without a helmet, but there was nothing he could do. If he could, Chu Guang wished more than anyone that the player's respawn cooldown could be shorter, but unfortunately, developing from an embryo into a mature individual always takes some time. Just hold on a little longer, you should be able to get back to work by tomorrow. Ignoring the unlucky player, Chu Guang shut down the computer and stood up to go outside the shelter. Ever since he bought a batch of tools from Brown's farm last time, the player's work efficiency had indeed increased a lot compared to before. It had only been 2 days since the third batch of players entered the game, and the concrete enclosing wall surrounding the sanatorium was almost finished. Not only that, Chu Guang noticed a group of players under the leadership of spare people under the knife digging a foundation in the open space in front of the sanatorium, laying yellow mud bricks inside and applying cement. It looked like they were building a house. Chu Guang approached and pulled aside a player who was moving bricks to ask, "What are you guys doing?" That player was straightforward and explained with a chuckle, "We heard that the new NPC is a weapon merchant, so we're building her a weapon store." Holy shit, hearing this, Chu Guang was startled. Was it so self-aware? Although he did indeed share information about NPCs with Fang Chang, he had never hinted at anything like fixing a weapon shop. The level of prediction was out of this world. Keeping his face expressionless, Chu Guang continued to look at the foundations beside him and asked, "And what about the other one?" The player replied with a smile that it should be a public bathhouse. Remember how we always went to the lakeside to clean up, but then we realized it wasn't too safe to keep doing that, especially since yesterday when Old White nearly got his little worm bitten off by a catfish as soon as he hit the water. So we discussed it and decided to build a public bathhouse. No, he couldn't laugh. Chu Guang held it in, nodding with a stiff expression. Keep up the good work. Hygiene is important. The player laughed. All right, then I'll go get busy. Go ahead. The evening came quickly. Brother Scrambled Eggs set up an iron pot in the open space, first throwing in a piece of hyena fat to render the oil, then tossing in the pre-cut deer meat and some foraged greens into the pot for a vigorous stir-fry, seasoning them with salt. Tonight's menu was ferns stir-fried with deer meat, accompanied by a side of plain boiled green wheat porridge. Where did that iron pot come from? Seeing Brother Scrambled Eggs holding kitchen utensils he hadn't seen before, Chu Guang's curiosity was piqued, so he turned to Old White, who was closest to him. "That thing? Fang Chang and I made it," said Old White with a chuckle in response to the manager's question. "You made it?" Chu Guang looked at him in surprise and continued to ask, "Is that blast furnace of yours operational now?" "It's working. Although the steel it produces is of only average quality, it's perfectly fine for making some tools." Old White said with pride, then continued, "I was just thinking of reporting it to you, but I couldn't find where you were." Chu Guang hadn't anticipated that these players had mastered even the primitive method of smelting steel. Though the quality of steel produced by this method might not be top-notch, doesn't all technology mature step by step with steel? If not combat power, at least their productivity could ascend another level. Chu Guang reflected on this, his face showing admiration. "You've done very well. I will report your achievements to the organization. You and Fang Chang will earn a reward of 1,000 contribution points, as recognition for addressing the outpost's need for steel." Old White was overjoyed, quickly saying, "It's my honor to alleviate your burdens." Chu Guang shook his head. No need for that. These players were all talented, and they knew how to speak pleasantly. His role as the manager seemed too easy. He remembered when he was on Bet Street, Chu Guang had heard from old Charlie at the general store that most managers of the refuges didn't end up well. The residents of the refuge were far more difficult to please than the survivors of the Wasteland. Even well-fed and clothed, they would still disregard the dire situation and make unrealistic demands. Very few looters could penetrate the refuge's copper wall and iron wall, outright their weapons mere tickles against the refuge's gates, leaving barely a scratch. Most refuges that fell into disuse for non-natural reasons did so due to internal conflicts and disagreements leading to their collapse. When he first heard these words from old Charlie, Chu Guang always felt a hint of melancholy in his tone, as if it was a part of his own experience. When he first took over the management rights for shelter number 404, Chu Guang was also somewhat apprehensive, worried that he wouldn't handle the job well. That's why he always kept an escape route for himself back on Bet Street, bribing little fish to watch his house. But now, he no longer thought that way. Similar events might happen in any refuge, but they definitely wouldn't happen here. Walking up to the stove where the meal was being prepared, Chu Guang took a bowl and said to Brother Scrambled Eggs, who had just finished cooking a pot of food, "Serve me a bowl too." Brother Scrambled Eggs was surprised. In his memory, this NPC had never dined with them before. He even suspected that the Lord had a setting where he did not need to eat. Could the artificial intelligence have upgraded me? Teng Teng, who was waiting by the stove, quickly took the bowl, filled it with a generous portion of green wheat porridge, and handed it to the manager. "Careful, it's hot." Eat. Inside shelter number 404, in the room adjacent to the residence hall, Chu Guang handed a bowl and spoon to Zia Yan, who was sitting against the wall. Looking at the green barley porridge topped with deer meat and fern leaves, Zia Yan could not help swallowing her saliva, and ignoring the possibility of poison, buried her head and gulped it down greedily. Being able to eat, it meant her recovery was almost complete. Watching the female mercenary devour the meal, Chu Guang casually glanced at her right leg. Although the limb couldn't be regenerated, the wound had mostly healed and the scab parts were even starting to fall off, revealing new flesh. It seemed that the treatment injection really was something special, if only he could inject another. Once Zia Yan had almost finished eating, Chu Guang spoke up. "How's the back?" Zia Yan put down the bowl and nervously nodded her head. Honestly, she wasn't confident. But she was afraid to say no, fearing she might be sold to the neighboring farm as a serf. This ruthless man had torn apart a crawler with his bare hands and could shoot his own people without even blinking an eye. Who knows what more inhuman things he could do. "Very good," Chu Guang nodded and continued. "You can rest tomorrow, and the day after you'll start working." Zia Yan anxiously asked, "What exactly does the owner of the weapon shop do?" Chu Guang looked at her and said, "It's your role." "Haven't you memorized all the lines yet?" Zia Yan looked puzzled, clearly not understanding the nature of her job. Chu Guang sighed. "Never mind, if you don't understand, it's okay. My assistant, Zio Chi, will train you on the job. Just do the tasks as I instruct. Also, I don't mind about other places, but in front of others you must address me as the manager. Understand?" Zia Yan nodded. "Understood." Chu Guang instructed. "Now say it once." "Manager, sir," Zia Yan said, her head bowed in submission. She's a quick learner." Pleased by her attitude, Chu Guang nodded, handing her a chocolate-flavored lollipop. "Very good. This is dessert after the meal. Take it." Zia Yan, looking bewildered, took the lollipop from his hand and stared blankly at it, her mind obviously wandering. Chu Guang didn't want to hear her thoughts, nor was he curious about what she was thinking. Leaving the room without lingering, he closed the door behind him, returned to the surface, first carried Zio Chi down from upstairs, and then like an old peasant, he herded the released players back to shelter number 404, settling them back into their cultivation chambers. Login access was locked to prevent anyone from getting out of bed in the middle of the night. Except for one player scavenging outdoors, all 28 players had returned to the nest. Sitting down in front of the computer in the residence hall, Chu Guang opened the forum. As he expected, the first thing the small players did upon waking up, instead of brushing their teeth, was unanimously to pick up their mobile phones or computers and log onto the Wasteland OL official website. Just after the players had logged off, the forum on the official website was at its liveliest for the day. Especially since just 3 hours ago, Wasteland OL's official site had dropped such big news. Just under 3 days after the launch of Alpha 0.2 version, they had updated to 0.3 version. And looking at the content of this update, it wasn't even a bit less remarkable than the previous version. Absolutely no need for highlights. The post that Chu Guang had made on the forum as a planner, unsurprisingly replaced long days ahead analysis post and became the current #1 hot post on the entire forum. Old White, the most diligent official ever. A major update every 3 days and a minor one daily, love it. Spare people under the knife, moved to tears, finally getting paid for quests. TT. Night 10, what are you saying? Haven't they been paying all this time? Don't contribution points and goodwill count as payment? Facetious. Fang Chang, wait a second, I have a question. Does this mean from now on, daily tasks will no longer yield contribution points? Wild wind, damn. Spare people under the knife, damn. Night 10, no man, you can't do this. Panic. Future Kakarot, actually there's another small detail. 2,000 contribution points can upgrade to citizen. What if some tasks are only available to citizens and residents can't take them? Canyon Fugitive Mole, woo, I want to build a house. Don't stop me from building a house. What happens if you build a house without buying land? Elena, that would probably be considered an illegal construction. Facetious. Makabazi, building a house. That's pointless, I want a farm. Darn, what can I possibly grow on just 5 square meters? Angry. These players always focus on the weirdest things. Chu Guang just wanted to express that in the future, doing quests and work would earn money. Yet what the players focused on was that it would be even harder to earn contribution points. Moreover, regarding the identity system and private land system in this update, they seem to have misunderstood some things. But this was also his own fault, as he hadn't explained this part clearly. Guang, everyone, remain calm. I just finished a long shift and hadn't even managed to shut my eyes when I heard from the forum moderator that you all have a lot of questions about the new version. So here, let me clarify what this private land system is all about. First off, those who have already obtained the closed beta access should have felt that the map of the Wasteland OL game is an open world, where the actual map size is quite vast, almost infinite. However, compared to that, the available safe zones at the surface outpost of shelter number 404 are limited. These 5 square meters of private land can be regarded as a personal space within the enclosing wall provided to players by the outpost base. Players are free to build their houses on their own land, as long as the height doesn't exceed the center of the base, where the sanatorium's ruins are located. If you want to increase the size of your private territory, aside from striving to earn contribution points to upgrade your identity level, you can also cooperate with friends to jointly develop and share the use. Of course, some players might wonder if they can build houses outside the enclosing wall of the outpost base if they don't have their own land. The answer is definitely yes. We promise that players could freely unleash their creativity to remodel the world, and the server will preserve these alterations, which is indeed one of the core gameplay elements of this game. However, note that free construction is just a server-supported feature. Players are allowed to exercise this function, but must also abide by the rules set by NPCs within the game. After all, in terms of settings, players are residents of shelter number 404. The territory of the outpost base is not only the wall, but also includes the defense buffer zone outside the wall, agricultural zones, and so forth. As long as they don't occupy these lands and don't pose a threat to public safety or the facilities of the outpost base, players can explore their creativity and build freely. But take note, these facilities outside the territory are not protected by the shelter. Also, since the scale of the outpost will constantly change as development progresses, the nearby land may be included in the new territory anytime. Therefore, for the sake of your gaming experience, you should be creative, and it's best to choose a location a bit far from the outpost base. If your building accidentally falls within the outpost's territorial scope, there's no need to worry too much. The merciful manager will not immediately demolish buildings inside the territory, but will give the owner 30 days. Within this 30-day period, you will have the right of first refusal for the land, whether it's by upgrading your identity level or cooperating with other players. As long as the land under your building becomes your private land, you can keep the unauthorized building, which is very humane. Of course, if during these 30 days the player does not exercise the right of first refusal, the manager will have to follow the shelter's management regulations, reclaim the land, and confiscate the unauthorized buildings, proceeding with asset disposition. During the asset disposition process, the manager will decide whether to demolish the building, list it as a public facility, or auction it off based on its purpose and quality. Depending on how the building is dealt with, the manager may also provide some compensation to the displaced player. Additionally, I have to mention, the current money is only a temporary currency during the closed beta and even the internal testing phases. This is crucial. By the end of the game testing, we're considering adopting digital currency and electronic accounting to integrate the money system with the attribute panel, presenting it right in front of the players through a visual interface, just like those traditional PC games you play. Attributes, properties, everything will be there for you to check anytime. However, implementing this function is not easy, involving many complex technical issues. Please be patient and give our development team some time. By the way, this update has added 20 more closed beta qualifications, and I believe the lucky folks should have received the notification emails by now. Please check them in time. After working all night, I need to catch some sleep. If you have any more questions, leave a comment under this post and I'll get back to them once I wake up. Of course, Chu Guang didn't sleep. Over in Wasteland, it had just turned dark, not even 6:30 p.m. yet. Sleeping this early would mean waking up in the middle of the night, and he didn't have a game helmet to help him sleep. Might as well sneak a peek on the forum and watch this bunch of sand sculptures chat. As Chu Guang expected, less than 2 minutes after his post was updated, the comments section exploded again. Battlefield Atmosphere Group, awesome. The planner actually replied, Human Outline Chef, Brother Guang, just like you. Sweat falling on soil, I beg for a closed beta qualification. Please just give me a chance. Grandpa, I'll keep talking smack, I'm not buying it anymore. I'll say it again, a completely immersive virtual reality game simply doesn't exist in this world. Those accounts above are all robots. Live people in the forum, don't let the dog management of the herd fool you. They're no good. Elena, are there still real people on this forum? Aren't they all my alts? Joking. Quit smoking, what? The 20 spots are already taken. Why didn't I receive anything in my email? Det giant I ha, I got it. That touch of remembrance, +1 haha. This ID of Grandpa Owl looks a bit familiar. Seems like it's from the herd. But what Chu Guang didn't expect was that this Grandpa Owl kid actually followed them to the forum. Hadn't this guy always been saying that this official website was a shady site hung up by a horse? Why is he bowing down to reality now? Chu Guang clicked on the account to see and laughed even harder. Good fellow, he's actually a pre-registered player and had answered 10 questions after Chu Guang had raised the registration threshold. Chu Guang chuckled to himself and didn't take the guy's ridiculous comments seriously. In the forum, he wasn't the only one who didn't believe the game really existed. All Chu Guang had to do was to sift through those 300 reservists and pick 20 reliable players to let in. His methods included, but were not limited to, analyzing user profiles based on forum posting history, quiz scores, activity levels, and login times with his sales background. He was exceptionally good at this. Those puffers who refuse this and that, thinking you're the smartest, don't bother. So many rebars on construction sites to carry, yet choosing to be a smart aleck in the game, that's just inappropriate. Can't get a reservation. Furious. Haha, Chu Guang couldn't care less. As a dog planner who was an expert in human nature, Chu Guang just needed to figure out how to let players willingly carry bricks for him all day long with the least amount of dialogue. The next morning at dawn, the area outside the sanatorium's enclosing wall was bustling with activity and calls from all directions. Transporting stones from the abandoned construction site, a 4-person team with 3 of one rank and 1 of another, rental fee for 2 small carts already paid, hurry up if you want a ride. Any strength types looking for teammates, group up to chop wood, make money, and level up. Agile system looking for a group. Perception types preferred, intelligence types step aside, for scavenging quests at the Northern Terraced building. GKD, damn it, do people with the intelligence system have no rights at all? The outpost is recruiting a part-time warehouse manager with a fixed daily salary of 9 silver coins and 100 contribution points, working hours from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., including a 3-hour rotating break. Job duties include checking ledger, inventory count, resource purchasing, and sales intelligence system preferred, hiring 2 people only. Be warned, the manager is always watching you, and any acts of favoritism or fraud will be severely punished. Oh shit, I'm signing up. The carpenter's hut is also hiring. The guaranteed daily salary is 10 silver coins and 200 contribution points, with an extra commission for tool-making orders. A carpentry experience required, capable of processing logs, and able to make above good quality furniture, bow and arrow and lance. I'm out of here. After the update, every player received a newcomer's gift packet of 5 copper coins from the generous manager. What can you do with 5 copper coins? Actually, there are quite a few things you can do. For example, you could rent an axe for 5 hours from the lumber shack, or rent a flatbed cart, push cart, or other tools from the warehouse for 5 hours. Besides rental, you could also buy 1 pound of goat horn tuber, green wheat, or 100 g of jerky from the warehouse, so purchasing power is quite strong. I must say, players are always the quickest to adapt. If it were the scavengers from Bet Street, upon hearing that someone wanted to replace their chips, which had been used for nearly a century, with metal pieces, they would probably stand up and fight that person immediately. But players are different. They are like particles performing Brownian motion in a bottle, with chaos and order coexisting as dualities within them. As long as they still need to repeatedly put on and take off their helmets, they can never escape this bottle. The game has its rules, and updates and adjustments are the norms. To the players, this is common sense. In less than an hour, these self-taught geniuses had already familiarized themselves with the new version's rules and started pondering over strategies to adapt to this version of play within the rules. The open space in front of the enclosing wall. Fang Chang didn't set off right away but gathered Old White, Knight 10, and Wild Wind together to sit in a circle and start a strategy meeting. Fangchang, the biggest change in the Alpha 03 version is the overhaul of the economic system and the identity system. Fangchang, I just consulted the assistant to the manager, and to earn contribution points, other than making significant contributions, the only other way is through employment. Taking the lowest entry position of warehouse manager as an example, working one day you can earn 100 contribution points, and starting with 0 foundation, it normally takes 20 days to reach citizen level. Wild Wind touched his nose and raised his hand. I'd like to add that it's not just through the employment system. There are guarantees with the daily active quests. For example, if you chop 20 trees and haul them to the carpenter's hut, in addition to the pay for chopping wood itself, you also get 80 contribution points. However, the daily maximum of contribution points you can earn from active quests is only 160 points. Roughly 2 quests will cap it out. Fangchang. Using the break time from professional quests to do daily active quests, theoretically, the maximum contribution points you can earn in a single day is 260, and it would take 8 days to accumulate 2,000 points. But for the average person, I guess it's quite difficult. Night 10 murmured, "Holy cow, that means my 3,000 contribution points are kind of nearby." Old White scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "I have 5,000. Night 10, damn." The first time they entered the game, contribution points for chopping trees were calculated based on the length and thickness of the wood. For trees as thick as an arm, 1 point per meter; trees as thick as a thigh, 2 points per meter. Perhaps the game's numerical planner didn't design it well, and as a result, the strength-type Old White stubbornly chopped wood until he reached 800 points, and even Fang Chang, the weakest in stamina, earned 300 points in a single day. This was obviously unreasonable. Even if you chop 20 thigh-thick pine trees in one day, the income is just 80 copper coins, which is equivalent to 8 silver coins. Plus the 80 contribution points for completing 20 trees, the lumberjack profession has been nerfed to an epic degree compared to the very beginning of the server. However, the outpost didn't seem to be lacking in wood anymore, and chopping trees is probably for next year's spring planting. Enclose a plot for what? Are you stupid? To build a house? A 20 square meter tiny house with 3 floors shouldn't be a problem, right? As long as the height doesn't exceed that of the central sanatorium. The first floor will be the storefront, second and third floors divided up, 1 room each. Isn't it great to have a bed and a box in there? Fang Chang glared at Night 10. How could he ask such a dumb question? That makes sense. Old White's eyes lit up. We could go into business. The storefront directly faces the sanatorium's main entrance, the respawn point for players, an absolutely golden location in prime territory, where selling anything would make a fortune. Exactly, that's what I considered. Fang Chang snapped his fingers, a confident smile appearing on his face as he said, "The new version is clearly encouraging players to be creative, to organize production and trade on their own initiative. Remember the dog cough, remember what the planner emphasized at the beginning. The goal of Wasteland OL is to create an economic system that truly reflects supply and demand, and this will determine a large part of players' equipment and supplies in the future, likely having to be acquired through trade between players. If you don't enclose land now, when will you?" Unfortunately, the identity system limits the amount of land a player can purchase. Otherwise, Fang Chang would really like to save up and buy all the land around the sanatorium, straight up developing a real estate business in the Wasteland. Isn't this a better value for money than buying a house in Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou? Could there possibly be any chance that game wouldn't explode during public testing? Niyubai. Even Wild Wind couldn't help but give a thumbs up this time. The analysis was spot on. Night 10 and Old White exchanged a glance, their faces brimming with excitement. "How much does it cost to buy land?" Fang Chang said with a smile. "I've checked it out. 1 square meter only needs 10 silver coins. What we need to do now is to gather 200 silver coins before all the other players and buy the nearest 20 square meters to the sanatorium." Old White hesitated. "What if someone beats us to it?" Fang Chang made a helpless gesture. "If that really happens, then we'll just rope them into joining us." Right now, there were hardly a few people who had leveled up to citizen level. Even if there were some who were faster, there couldn't be that many, right? A couple more wouldn't hurt. The 3 nodded in agreement, seeing no issue with the idea of pulling others into the endeavor. "I have another question." Night 10 raised his hand and said, "What should we do to save up money?" "I checked, and working in cement production is the highest paying job among those with no experience requirements. But even then, the daily income is only 10 silver coins. Even with a 20 production bonus, that's only 12 coins at most, and it only requires 2 people. Wild Wind pointed in a certain direction, reminding them, moreover, there are no spots left now. Look over at the cement kilns. Smoke has already started rising, probably filled up with people. Though the cement kiln had been built by Old White and the rest, after the Alpha 0.3 version update that introduced the land system, every facility inside the enclosing wall had become public property. As the builders of the facility, Old White and Fang Chang both enjoyed a 30-day priority purchasing right. But the location of that cement kiln was really too remote, almost against the wall, and who knew when it might be obliterated by a stray bullet from outside invaders. Neither of them planned to waste their precious land purchasing quota on that, especially since the technology involved wasn't that advanced. It would be better to wait for the 30-day mark when the assets were liquidated, and the fixed assets above the ground were officially confiscated, after which the manager would compensate them with a sum of money and contribution points. They were even hoping for the confiscation to happen now in exchange for a demolition compensation to buy land. Fang Chang stroked his chin and said, "Even if it's not fully staffed, I wouldn't recommend taking those fixed positions. To outrun the other players, we must find an alternative path." Knight 10 looked at him and asked, such as hunting. Hunting, Fang Chang nodded. "Yes, I just saw at the warehouse entrance. A mutated hyena carcass can be traded for 5 silver coins, and if the prey weighs more than 30 kilograms, every kilogram over nets an additional 2 copper coins." Knight 10's eyes widened. 5 silver coins, that much, and that was based on the bare minimum. Mutated hyenas generally weighed around 30 kilograms, but now it was autumn and most prey were bulking up on fat, so they usually weighed more than usual. This game executed that detail impressively. Yeah, besides mutated hyenas, mutant reindeer were also on the buying list, and each piece of game was priced at least 12 silver coins. Basically, if the 4 of us team up and manage to hunt down 8 mutated hyenas in a day, we can steadily surpass the income from 4 people making cement. Every extra one means more profit. This was the quickest way Fang Chang could think of to earn 200 silver coins. But where do we find so many prey? Old White hesitatingly said, "Inside Wetland Park, there seem to be mostly birds and small animals. Don't we have to go out of Wetland Park and into the city to find bigger game?" Before Fang Chang could answer, Knight 10 sitting next to him raised his hand. "We don't have to worry about that. I've been hunting with the manager these past days. I remember the dangerous spots and where the prey is abundant. Moreover, yesterday the manager and I found a migrating herd of deer. As long as we follow the tracks, it'll be easy to find game." Wild Wind nodded. "Right, our Knight 10 is perception type, 9 points in perception, currently the highest among all players. Searching for game shouldn't be too hard. The real question is, how do we go about hunting? The weapon merchant isn't open for business yet." Fang Chang confidently smiled and stated, "There's no need for guns. With proper use, spears, slingshots, bows and arrows, crossbows. These weapons perform just as well as guns at medium and close range." Wild Wind furrowed his brow in inquiry. "Have you ever used a bow? It's not so easy to hit a target with that thing." He had tried archery once during a team building activity at the archery club in college, even using one of those professional aiming bows. Never mind hitting a target 20 meters away, not embarrassing yourself with a bag of 10 arrows was considered a bit of a talent. Many aiming for their own targets would end up hitting someone else's or even the protective cotton on the floors and ceilings. Without sights for the bows, Wild Wind couldn't even fathom how low the hit rate might be. However, Fang Chang didn't seem worried in the slightest, still wearing a confident smile. "Don't worry about it. Leave the archery to me. I have some experience. You will be in charge of making traps and finishing blows." Old White as the frontliner, Knight 10 on scouting and alert. "Trust me, this lineup is rock solid." Note, Niyubai in Chinese is a slang term often equated with awesome or badass. Actually, it wasn't just Fang Chang who noticed. Many players had already noticed. The significance of this update wasn't just about perfecting the economic system or incorporating contribution points into the honor system. Its greatest significance was emphasizing cooperation among players. With the increase in the number of players, this step was inevitable. A good social system not only enhances the player's gaming experience, but also increases user stickiness and daily activity. Although the latter seems somewhat superfluous for the technically proficient Wasteland OL. Up until now, the players selected by Chu Guang were all hardcore, nearly wishing they could stay online 24 hours a day and unwilling to log off unless forced to. As disciplined as if they had no sex lives. In any case, in the eyes of the vast majority of players, the impact of this update on player cooperation was profound. Although the official didn't update the social system, many settings were actually laying the groundwork for teaming up and the guild system. For example, the typical one where players can share land usage rights with friends. 5 square meters of land might not accomplish much, but put together by 4 players, making up 20 square meters, they could build a small apartment. Isn't this the embryonic form of a guild? Zio Chi, do you know what the soul of a game is? What is it? Standing on the 3rd floor of the sanatorium, watching players bustling inside and outside the outpost war base, Chu Guang's lips curved into a gentle smile. "It's mathematics, mathematics. Yes, more precisely, it should be said it's the design of values. It's an art form, and excellent value design can even become a gameplay style in itself. Compared to that, plot, graphics, and settings are just added value granted to the game by art. Even Beidou isn't completely useless." can occasionally find some nonsense. After pausing for a moment, Chu Guang continued methodically. Through the design of values, we can keep the contribution points and money that the majority of routine-following players can earn in a day within a reasonable range. For example, under normal circumstances, it takes 2 to 3 weeks to rise from resident to citizen. This time period can't be too long, as it would cause players to lose confidence, nor can it be too short, as things that are too easily obtained are meaningless. And once players become citizens, our core users, we immediately set new goals for them, like buying land. Zio Chi tilted the camera. Buying land, but the land price you set seems inexpensive, right? Correct, Chu Guang nodded. For players who have already obtained citizen status, buying land itself won't take long, even just reaching into their wallets. But after buying land, something has to be built on it, right? Building houses requires cement, bricks, and sturdier cottages require steel. If you build several houses, won't the production capacity for materials like cement, bricks, and steel increase? I don't believe these players would enjoy seeing their homes in the game looking as ugly as shanties. Why only give them 5 square meters of citizen status? If I gave them 10 square meters, 20 square meters, our safe zone would soon be filled with useless shanties and trash. Zio Chi this. For an AI, empathetically understanding these matters seems to be somewhat challenging. However, Chu Guang didn't mind. With a light smile, he continued. Once the houses are built, they can't just remain unfinished, right? If it's beds or tables and cabinets, or even carpets and curtains, and later when there's electricity, even getting a light bulb, folks will still need to furnish them somewhat. Wood, fur, crafts. In this back and forth, won't production and consumption rise together like stepping with both feet? Whether it's buying land to build houses or acquiring furniture, all these require spending money, right? And where does the money come from? Sorry, this game is still in closed beta, currently not supporting in-game purchases via real money. If you want to earn money, you have to earnestly complete tasks, grind dungeons, or work on the land. Through the lever of the task system, Chu Guang could easily control the flow of money and indirectly control the player's actions. For example, if the refuge lacks food, then increase the rewards for gathering and hunting tasks. If houses need to be built, then increase the earnings for brick moving, plastering, and cement making. What if mutants or looters attacked? Then it wasn't a matter of money anymore. Chu Guang would issue a never-retreat wartime mobilization in the form of a game activity and temporarily waive some of the death penalties for players during the activity, providing them with weapons. Facing a group of fearlessly brutal heaven disasters, even the mutants who knew no fear would feel a chill. Once they've had their fun, I will unlock new identity levels for them to play with. Beyond citizens, there are intermediate citizens, and they can purchase land up to 25 square meters. By then, the second encircling wall would also be completed, and we would no longer lack cement, bricks, timber, or steel. They could build larger houses and repeat all the above steps. When they get tired of building houses at their doorstep, I will throw them a noble title, assign them a slightly more distant fiefdom, and let them figure things out. Weapons, ammunition, food, fuel, building materials. They'll produce what they can and import the rest from home if they can't. It'll be good to find something for the new players to do. As for after that, let's talk about it when it comes. Fuck, I've only just unlocked level B1 of the shelter, and here I am worrying about their future. The exact number of cultivation chambers in shelter number 404 is still unknown, and he may well have to figure out how to build these things himself. He was certain that the all-powerful first-generation manager had completed some unprecedented great technology in this shelter, and would surely reveal all the secrets to him when the time came. However, although the road ahead was unpredictable, Chu Guang was still full of confidence about the major update of this Alpha 0.3 version. He was playing a grand game. In his first stage plan, players with 9 years of compulsory education were all quality labor, and it wouldn't be a problem to leap directly from an agrarian society to an industrial one. Having achieved basic industrialization, they would then have the prerequisites for survival on the Wasteland. In the second stage, as the number of players increased, Chu Guang would try to recruit some indigenous people from the Wasteland to join Outpost Base, engaging in basic production jobs like farming, chopping trees, and brewing cement. If there were any exceptionally talented individuals among these natives, he would arrange special positions for them. Those players who had upgraded to citizens could be freed from the basic manual labor positions to engage more in creative, combat, and exploration work that was both challenging and fun, fully utilizing their advantages of being able to resurrect and repeatedly make errors. In the third stage, the final stage, ideally, the NPCs from the Wasteland natives and the players as clones should have formed a special symbiotic societal relationship. Benefiting from each other's strengths and imposing mutual restrictions, If all went well, the players here with their property, possessions, equipment, friendships, and even love would regard Wasteland OL as their second life, becoming upholders rather than challengers of the order, forming a healthy game ecosystem. This type of game actually exists in reality as well, commonly known as a server environment. Of course, Chu Guang knew that plans could never keep up with changes, so he also had many Plan BS prepared to address any sudden situations. But at least for now, the implementation of the first stage plan was quite good. These players Chu Guang had carefully selected for the closed beta clearly desired the big picture he had painted, even more cooperative than he had imagined. Zio Chi held up the camera, looked at his master standing next to him, and whispered a reminder. Master, do you know, you're smiling like a villain right now. Villain, have you ever seen a villain as kind as me? Chu Guang glared at this tactless fellow. I freed them from their monotonous daily lives and gave them an extraordinary and additional 12 hours in their lives. All they needed to give was a little sweat and dream time, no other loss, not even spending a dime. Damn, talking like this seemed rather unfair. The helmet should have been charged for. But thinking it over, Chu Guang didn't know what use money would be for him, as things purchased online couldn't be delivered, and the server's electricity and helmet costs didn't need to be paid by him. At least for now, charging money would be rather troublesome. Shaking his head, Chu Guang turned away from the window, turning his back to Zio Chi and yawned. The wind is a bit strong on the rooftop. I'm heading back to the shelter now. I'll leave this place to you. His most promising team, the Calf Horse Squad, had already set out with the bows and arrows, javelins, and dry food they bought with pooled funds they were probably hunting. Before this, Chu Guang had been deliberately nurturing a player called Knight 10, not only teaching him survival skills from the Wasteland, how to use perception to track prey and discern danger, but also successfully leading him to find the tracks of a herd of deer. If they couldn't bring back any game, it would be a shame on his cultivation. Running low on 9 bullets, Chu Guang decided to give himself a break today. Zio Chi moved the camera obediently, accepting the command. As you command, Master. Noon arrived. Next to the residence hall in shelter number 404, from a partially opened cultivation chamber, a hoarse whimpering emerged. Ooh, big sis, I finally survived. Previously too excited upon waking up, she bumped her forehead on the still closing chamber lid, rubbing her reddened forehead as Crow sat up in the cultivation chamber. Looking at the mirror in front of her, seeing the tender skin and impressive figure, her pupils brimmed with tears, half from the pain, half from excitement. Before going online, she had been observing on the forum for 3 whole days. 3 days. Heaven knows how she endured those restless nights without her helmet. Wiping away the squeezed-out tears, Crow quickly slipped into the clothes stored in the chamber's storage compartment, pulling the zipper tight, and walked briskly out of the room. The lights in the residence hall were on. Chu Guang, who had just returned from outside, was sitting at the computer in the hall, browsing the internet. Hearing footsteps coming from next door, he casually closed the webpage he was viewing, released the mouse, and looked over at the player walking into the hall. This young sapling bowed her head and spoke in a tone of repentance. Respected manager, please allow me to apologize for my reckless and thoughtless actions. Although the planners told her that apologizing was meaningless, the NPC was made too realistically. Especially when he looked over, she always felt that if she didn't say sorry, she wouldn't be able to forgive herself. No need to apologize to me. You failed the trust of the organization and those still resting in the underground, awaiting their turn. Chu Guang glanced at her clothing. If he remembered correctly, each cultivation chamber was only equipped with 2 sets of these blue jacket uniforms. If she died one more time, she would probably have to run around naked. On Teng Teng's side, although some warm beast skin jackets had been made, they were only suitable for outer, where wearing nothing underneath would be somewhat inappropriate for children, especially since this person had a somewhat unique figure. Chu Guang continued with an expressionless face. According to the rules, I should deduct 500 contribution points from you, but unfortunately, you don't have any contribution points to deduct. Crow bowed her head in shame and said, I am truly sorry, and I am willing to accept any punishment. Punishment is to help you learn a lesson. To survive in this wasteland, courage is not the only requirement, you need intellect too. I hope you treasure your life and this hard-earned chance to come to the surface. Chu Guang paused briefly, then continued. I'll assign you a task. Collect 100 kilograms of food from outside, including but not limited to wild vegetables, berries, and mushrooms. Until the punishment task is completed, your status will be downgraded from resident to sinner, which will not allow you to accept regular tasks or receive any rewards. Remember, your balance is too low to pay for the death penalty. If you die again, I will permanently expel you back underground. Be careful. Permanent expulsion meant the deprivation of playing rights. In the fictional game setting, all players came from the deepest part of the refuge, a hibernation center, freezing thousands ready as a vanguard to return to the surface. Hearing permanent expulsion, Crow trembled and quickly said, Yes, I promise it won't happen again. Satisfied with her reflective attitude, Chu Guang nodded slightly. Go on. Crow, feeling dejected, was about to walk towards the door, but just then the manager sitting at the desk suddenly called her. Wait a minute. Crow stopped and turned back. Do you have any other instructions? Wait a moment, I have something to show you. Saying that, Chu Guang took out a can with metallic packaging from the drawer, pulled the tab, and tore off the lid. A fragrance wafted from the inside. Chu Guang paused after seeing it. He didn't expect that this aged can, instead of having a layer of fat, looked as fresh as if it had just been produced. It couldn't possibly be freshly processed. Chu Guang's expression became slightly odd. Is there a need to test for poison? It seemed unnecessary. Recently revived Crow didn't think through that much. Her stomach was empty, and although she wasn't hungry, upon seeing that deliciously appealing canned food, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Looking up at the manager, her face filled with disbelief and emotion. Is this for me? Chu Guang didn't respond but simply asked, do you want to eat? Crow quickly nodded. Yes. Chu Guang continued asking, does the color look okay? Like, any green tinges? Crow vigorously shook her head. No, when you're hungry, everything looks appealing. Her attention was already completely drawn to the food, and again she couldn't help but swallow. This manager was just too kind. Although he had just punished her, but. All right, I understand. Chu Guang took the canned food back. I just showed you don't think too much about it. Crow. In the end, the young player ran out with tears in her eyes. Sitting there eating the canned food, Chu Guang also felt that he might have been a bit too severe this time. How long would it take to pick 100 kilograms of mushrooms? Chu Guang wasn't actually sure himself. He generally wouldn't touch those things. His food was always self-procured unless absolutely necessary. He would never choose fungi as sustenance. Meanwhile, Crow stepped out of the shelter with a gloomy face, and as soon as she set foot on the open space in front of the sanatorium, she was stunned by the sight before her. This has the map been updated, a completely new scene. Around the sanatorium, there was a 3-meter-high concrete wall. Concrete blocks and rubble on the inner side of the wall formed a slope. Makeshift shelters had been made on top of the wall using engine hoods taken from abandoned cars and aluminum strips found in the Wasteland. It looked quite cyberpunk. Not just the enclosing wall, but in front of the sanatorium, 2 small brick and wood buildings of different sizes stood erect. Wooden signs hung at the entrance of the houses, one labeled weapon shop and the other labeled bathhouse. Not logging on for 3 days felt like a century had passed. The changes from this update were too big. Crow was bewildered. After a while, she found the gate of the enclosing wall, and as she approached it, she saw 2 players standing next to it, busy hammering and nailing pointed stakes into a row. What are you guys doing? Crow asked curiously as she approached. The 2 players didn't even lift their heads, humming to their busy work, clearly enjoying themselves. Yar, I gotta pee, we're making fences and shelters, got the task from the carpentry hut. It only needs 2 people, you're too late. Ward's foot odor who Levin, that's right. Fortifying a shelter, you can earn 50 contribution points and 5 silver coins. If we're attacked, we'll push the fence to the gate, and even if they break through the wooden doors, we'll use the shelters to encircle them and then shoot from a distance. Really useful, but do we need to make it so complicated? Doesn't it say on the task board that all we need is 2 wooden stakes laid across? You don't know crap. This is a wooden anti-tank hedgehog based on the ones from World War II. When we can, we'll wrap it in barbed wire. No scrappy looters nor green-skinned brutes would be able to breach our gate without becoming sitting ducks. Keep dreaming, it's just a lousy fence. I almost believed you. While talking, the 2 players seemed to start arguing about the practicality of the defense structure. Crow watched with a perplexed face and listened with complete confusion. Silver coins. Is it the currency recently updated? And what's this about receiving tasks from a wooden hut? Weren't tasks always looked up on plastic signs before? Crow pondered in her mind. Looks like this update had some significant changes. Nevertheless, she had to hurry up and complete the punishment task to regain her resident status. She didn't want to miss out on this version only to have a new update roll in. Thinking this, Crow decided to go find a container for the mushrooms. However, just as she was going to pick up a plastic bucket, she found that the garbage inside the sanatorium had already been collected and stored in a wooden shed. As she walked over, she saw a player sitting with legs crossed at a table, with a notebook on it and an oil pen hanging nearby. When the player saw the approaching Crow, they looked up with surprise. Hey, you're alive. Crow paused. You know me, the player said with a cheeky smile. Of course, who wouldn't? Since the start of the game, you're the only one who died for nothing. Furious and wanting to hit someone but feeling like she would not win, Crow gave the player a fierce glare. Move aside, I need a bucket. Small bucket, 1 copper coin. Big bucket, 2 copper coins. What? Crow's eyes widened. You're charging for this junk. The nerve. Miss, it's not my rule, I'm just working here. The player made a helpless expression, spinning the oil pen. If you have a complaint, go talk to the NPCs. But how am I supposed to have money right after reviving? Crow said, laughingly frustrated. Could you let it slide this once, bro? I'll return it after I use it. No can do, not following rules will get me punished. We can only sell these trash buckets, not rent them out. The player was straightforward, shaking his head like a tambourine. Didn't everyone get 5 bronze coins with the update? It's not expensive, just buy one. Crow was stunned. Ah, money was given out. Why didn't I receive anything? The player was obviously clueless too and scratched his head. Maybe it's a favorability issue. Did you offend any NPCs? Hearing about losing favorability, Crow almost cried of frustration. Damn it. She was already being punished, and now her favorability had to drop too. Just then, a voice like heaven's melody came from behind. I'll pay for her. Crow swiftly turned around and saw a short figure about 1.5 meters tall, carrying a stack of thick hyena fur coats, walking up to the warehouse's table and dropping the load with a thud. Heave-ho, a total of 2 coats, mark it down. Just a second. As the player flipped open the notebook and started to write with the oil pen. Date, time, Tailor Teng Teng completed 2 hyena fur coats. After taking up the tailoring profession, just complete a certain number of orders every day to not only ensure a base salary, but also earn 2 silver coins as a bonus for each quality coat completed. Of course, players could also purchase beast skin, fiber, and other materials from the warehouse, produce the coats themselves, and then sell them to other players or back to the warehouse. Equivalent to being a self-employed individual. The profit from a coat made this way was about 1 to 5 silver coins, varying with quality. And if it was exceptionally well crafted, once everyone had some money, perhaps a player would pay a high price for it. Teng Teng planned to hone his skills a little more, save some money to buy a piece of land, and open a clothing store right in front of the sanatorium's main entrance. Wouldn't running his own store be more profitable than working for an NPC? Teng Teng. She hadn't expected that the only person to reach out to her after she ventured out would be Teng Teng, with whom she'd once had a falling out. Embarrassed by her stare, Teng Teng's face turned red, and he awkwardly pulled his hand back. Don't look at me like that, it's just 1 copper coin, not that much. Besides, you can pay me back later if it's such a big deal. I am sorry, it was my fault before. You are really kind. Well, I didn't hold a grudge against you. Just do your best, all right. I've got to make clothes, so I'm off. Leaving a copper coin on the table, Teng Teng, with a basket full of beast skins, turned to leave, but Crow eagerly took it from him and said, Let me help you. No need, no need. Go about your business, you can leave me be. Teng Teng was flustered, reaching to take the things back, but couldn't reach due to his height, deftly dodged by Crow. Holding the basket high, the warm-hearted Crow giggled and said, How can I do that? You're such a little thing, I can't let you carry all this. Where's your workstation? I'll take them there for you. Why is this guy so annoying? Teng Teng's forehead creased with annoyance and his shoulders shook slightly. His fists clenched. Woodworking cabin. Brother Mosquito, sitting on a stool with a straw in his mouth, skillfully secured 2 wooden slats with tools and sandwiched an elastic alloy sheet he had picked up from the Wasteland in the middle. After stringing it with a bowstring made from tan mutated hyena tendons, an improvised wooden bow was completed. Done. Another order was completed. Another 2 silver coins earned. Mosquito hung the finished wooden bow on a rack nearby, waiting for other players to come and choose. Strictly speaking, to make a real hunting bow, these simple steps were far from enough. Mosquito had heard that even the moisture content of the wood used for the bow's handle was quite important for a good hunting bow. But that said, for players without firearms, these were already quite decent. Within 30 paces, killing a mutated hyena was not an issue. Of course, that was if you hit it. Anyway, he himself couldn't do it. 20 wooden bows able to pierce a mutated hyena's skull within 20 meters. This order might take all the way to the day after tomorrow. Mosquito muttered, glancing at the jars at the corner of the table. Inside those jars was saltpeter he had extracted from nitrate soil next to that, a jar of gypsum powder with sulfuric acid, and under the shelf, a bucket full of black, hard charcoal lumps. He had planned to concoct some black powder today, but the rewards offered for the manager's orders were just too tempting. Earning a guaranteed wage for making 5 wooden bows a day, plus a commission of 2 silver coins per bow. Forget it, making money comes first. It wasn't great to routinely perform chemical experiments in the woodworking cabin anyway. He planned to save up some money to buy a plot of land, get some cement and bricks, build a small house, and sell the weapons he designed. That would be way more interesting than woodworking. Just then the door of the woodworking cabin was pushed open, and Fang Chang, who had bought a bow from him earlier, strode in. I need another 20 arrows. You burned through them that fast. Mosquito, taken aback by the blood-covered Fang Chang, said, You do know those things are reusable, right? I know, but are you sure they can still be used? Fang Chang, looking gloomy, placed the quiver on the table. It was filled with a multitude of broken arrows and detached arrowheads. He sat down with a sigh and continued to air his grievances. These quality issues are truly heartfelt. Mosquito picked up the quiver, examined an arrow, and stroked his chin. Let's think rationally. The fact that the arrowheads remain in the prey's body should be seen as a plus. But just like you said, the loss rate is a bit high for hunting. I'll think of a way to improve them. The arrowheads were made from sharpened metal pieces, fixed to wooden shafts with resin, indeed not top quality. Please, you're welcome. It's my job after all. Mosquito counted out 20 arrows from a shelf and handed them to Fang Chang. One arrow cost 2 copper coins, so 20 arrows cost 4 silver. Fang Chang, without hesitating, pulled 4 silver coins out of his pocket and slapped them on the table with confidence. He had traded for them with his freshly hunted game. No problem, happy hunting, Mosquito grinned, waving goodbye to Fang Chang as he left. Oh, and you might want to try my new weapon. I guarantee it's really useful. Hearing this, Fang Chang nearly tripped over the door frame. Cough, definitely next time. That would be like testing it with his life on the line. Thinking back to Hell's sprinkler that Mosquito had previously designed, Fang Chang, steadying himself on the doorframe without looking back, bolted with his quiver as if fleeing for his life. Mosquito touched his nose, puzzled. Is it really that exaggerated? He had originally planned to outfit his Hellfire 0.1 with a close combat bayonet. The first day after the Alpha 0.3 version went live, the testing results for the new version were quite pleasing. With the players' division of labor and cooperation, the enclosing wall around the outpost was finally completed. The 3-meter-high concrete fortification brought not only a sense of security, but also made nighttime activities in the game possible for the players. Previously, as soon as it approached 6 p.m., Chu Guang would lead the players back to the shelter to prevent them from being carried off by the variants hunting for food. Now, with the protection of the wall, players were willing to stay on the surface until their characters began to feel sleepy fatigue value depleted. Of course, for safety reasons, Chu Guang still prohibited the use of high furnaces and other open fire facilities at night. During the day, processing steel and burning cement was okay since the forest concealed much of the smoke and dust, and the daylight fire was not as noticeable. But at night, it was a different story. The mutant tribe on Street No. 76 was like a thorn stuck in the outpost's throat. Chu Guang couldn't feel at ease until this thorn was pulled out. Besides the wall, the weapon shop and the bathhouse were also completed with the players' efforts. Albeit not luxurious, they were functional. Especially the partitioned bathhouse, which Chu Guang was exceedingly satisfied with. Before, whether it was him or the players, they all had to go to the lake to wash up, but now with the bathhouse, hygiene could be managed directly within the base. Naturally, the wooden water tank on top of the bathhouse could only store 5 cubic meters of water, and it would inevitably run out after prolonged use. At this point, someone would need to manually transport water from the lake to the tank so that those inside could continue bathing, which was indeed a bit troublesome. Therefore, the wise and great manager was considering converting the bathhouse from a public facility to a charged one, charging 5 bronze coins for each cubic meter of water. At the same time, establishing a new role for a water carrier whose job would be to fill the bathhouse tank. This was quite reasonable. On another front, besides construction, the players' performances in production, gathering, hunting, and crafting were also beyond Chu Guang's expectation. The introduction of money greatly spurred the players' productivity game enthusiasm. Just hearing the clinking sound in their money bags could dispel the fatigue and weariness from their limbs, encouraging them to work fervently at their posts. The most outstanding performance still came from the bull and horse small squad. By evening, as they explored south along the elevated path, they had hunted a total of 8 mutated hyenas and 1 mutant reindeer. The proceeds from the sale of the prey were equivalent to 55 silver coins, 43 from the mutated hyenas and 12 from the mutant reindeer. Although the yield of meat from mutated hyenas and mutant reindeer was not high, usually just over 40 and not exceeding 50, Scrambled Egg Brother, who acted as a temporary butcher, still managed to get over 100 kilograms of hyena meat and over 100 kilograms of reindeer meat from these prey. This meat would be processed into smoked meat and stored. Before being turned into smoked meat, players could also spend money to purchase fresh raw meat as their dinner. It's worth mentioning that originally, everyone at the outpost ate communal meals, with Scrambled Egg Brother, who also acted as the chef, arranging 2 meals a day. What the players could eat depended entirely on the chef's mood, and whatever prey the great manager happened to bring back that day. But now, things were completely different. The base's food supply would be open to all players, offering fair prices that did not cheat old or young. With just 1 silver coin, one could exchange for 1 kilogram of green wheat, or 300 g of raw meat, or 200 g of smoked dried meat. What does 1 silver coin represent? According to the rules designed by Chu Guang, 1 silver coin was equivalent to 10 copper coins, roughly the median income of players in an hour. In other words, the majority of players just needed to work diligently for 1 to 2 hours, or complete some tasks patiently, to buy food that would fill their bellies. As for whether the players chose to stuff the food directly into their mouths, or add some seasoning to cook it into green wheat porridge or wheat cakes, or even join others at a table to share a meal or make a tradite was all up to them to decide. When Chu Guang had previously designed this simple economic system, he had done some calculations. a mutated hyena weighing just over 30 kilograms, after discarding the inedible innards and head, would yield roughly 12 kilograms of meat. Purchasing the game from a hunter for a base price of 5 silver coins, and paying an average cost of 2 silver coins to hire a butcher to slaughter and process the meat, skinning and deboning, the total cost would be a mere 7 silver coins of zero cost. Assuming that 12 kilograms of meat had been obtained and calculating with the price of 300 g of raw meat for 1 silver coin, this 12 kilograms would equate to 40 silver coins. With a product value of 40 silver coins and a production cost of 7 silver coins, overlooking the circulation costs, this simple economic chain would hence generate a surplus value of 33 silver coins. This number meant nothing to the players. After all, they were playing a game, but for Chu Guang, who served as the manager, it meant a great deal. As long as this from game to raw meat economic chain could keep running, each cycle would provide the outpost's food supply with 33 silver coins worth of raw meat and an amount of silver coins worth of fur. Of course, players would not be able to consume all the raw meat. Even if they spent all their money, it would be impossible for them to buy up everything they produced. Overeating was not a good idea. Thus, besides a small portion of meat being purchased by the players with the silver coins he distributed, much more of the raw meat would remain, as raw material entering a new economic chain, stored in the form of dried meat in the supply depot as a food reserve for the shelter. Beyond the from-game to dried meat industry, chopping trees, picking up trash, making concrete, bricklaying, gathering, and fishing were basically similar economic models. Through the two levers of pricing and task rewards, it was easy to adjust the stock of various items and the current focus of the player's work. For instance, now that the enclosing wall was built, the base's need for plastering and bricklaying had decreased, whereas there was an increased need for more food and weapons to feed and arm more players. Therefore, Chu Guang would appropriately lower the prices of the weapons at the carpentry shop, stimulating players to order weapons, upgrade their equipment, and at the same time, raise the price of game, urging capable players to hunt with the weapons they bought to enhance their proficiency. As a result, the players had money, equipment, and also accumulated experience in battle. And Chu Guang not only obtained a large food reserve, but also gained a group of warriors with rich military virtues. This was truly a win-win. No, it should be a triple win, because as the manager, Chu Guang could win twice. Those few coins were like a catalyst. Despite not creating any value, they revitalized the entire economy of the outpost. Chu Guang felt he was simply a genius. The only minor issue was that no one had cooked today. The brother who fried eggs had not yet saved enough money, and his restaurant had not opened. And to save money, almost everyone ran to the warehouse for basic subsistence, buying 1 kilogram of goat horn potatoes with 1 silver coin, renting a large pot among several teammates, lighting a fire, and simply cooking enough to eat. After finishing their meal, they would rent the pot to the next person. It actually wouldn't matter if it wasn't cooked properly. The potatoes could be eaten raw. It was just a matter of hygiene and taste. It seemed that in an instant, everyone, having a goal to strive for, suddenly didn't care much about how their food tasted, taking the spirit of hard work to the extreme. Their only requirement was one, to be full. Only Crow was different. While everyone else happily munched on potatoes, she couldn't even afford to buy one. Because the manager had forgot to give her the minimal assistance, compounded by the fact that she had logged on too late to find a teammate, she was now sitting in the corner, sullenly nibbling on sour berries and mushrooms. In the end, it was Tang Tang who couldn't bear to watch this any longer and walked over to share half a bowl of mashed goat horn potatoes with her. Watching Crow devour the food voraciously, Tang Tang couldn't bring herself to ridicule her and sighed instead. Crow hugged Tang Tang with emotion. "Tang Tang, are you an angel?" Looking at Crow with tears shimmering in her eyes, Tang Tang, whose face was being squished, sighed and wriggled out from under her arms, her face flushed. "What nonsense are you talking about?" The sky gradually darkened. Chu Guang, strolling inside the base, was inspecting his territory as well as the situation of the players. Although most players wanted to stay a little longer, in 2 more hours it would be dawn in the real world, so the working folks needed to freshen up and leave for their jobs. Chu Guang, thinking that it was getting late, was about to call them together when a thumping knock suddenly came from the north gate of the base. All the players looked towards the gate, and Chu Guang's right hand subconsciously gripped the pistol in his pocket, but he soon relaxed. Through the player list, he confirmed that the person outside should be Junkie. Looking at the 2 players closest to him, Chu Guang ordered, "Fang Chang, Old White, go open the door." Yes, Fang Chang and Old White jogged forward, lifted the bar blocking the door, and pulled open a crack in the wooden gate. Seeing Junkie squeeze through the gap, Fang Chang and Old White were taken aback. "Fuck, bro, what happened to you?" Blood, he was covered in it. Although some of the wounds had already healed, many more were visibly raw with bite and gunshot wounds. Seeing Junkie in this state, Chu Guang's brows furrowed slightly, could guess what had happened to the poor guy. Fortunately, if the enemy had mistaken him for a variant, and not a particularly tasty one at that, the likelihood of being pursued was not high. Ignoring his own injuries, Junkie hurried to the manager, gasping for air as he said, "The raiders' camp." It's about 2 kilometers north of the abandoned construction site, roughly 3 to 4 kilometers away from here. It's a tire factory. Night 10 couldn't help but ask, "Did you get into a fight with them?" No, I swear I didn't provoke them." Junkie quickly waved his hands to clear things up, stealing a glance at the manager before continuing. "I was planning to retreat, but just then I bumped into their patrol. I saw there were only 3 of them." Night 10 then asked, "And yet you ended up fighting them?" Junkie looked embarrassed and averted his eyes. Got caught, couldn't help it. It seemed he must have lost the fight. But that wasn't surprising. A patrol of 3 people would usually have a dog with them, and the bite wounds on his body were probably from that. Although this guy had a clear advantage in terms of panel data, fighting experienced raider veterans, he wasn't necessarily going to come out on top. It was already lucky that he made it back. The tire factory to the north, I got it. Chu Guang nodded, then said to Junkie, "You should go rest in the cultivation chamber." The cultivation chamber had the function of accelerating tissue and cell repair for clones synthesized by oneself. Coupled with Junkie's own constitution attribute, he should recover before long. Yes, esteemed manager. Having said that, Junkie, with his tail wagging, hobbled towards the direction of the sanatorium. Along the way, many players noticed his state and began whispering to one another. "This guy's injuries are severe. Heard he found the raider camp. The raider camp. Are we getting a new instance? Awesome. Damn, I need to hurry up and save money for a gun. I'm torn. Should I buy land or a gun first? Don't be stupid. Start with bricks first." Clearly, these players didn't realize the gravity of the situation and were eagerly discussing it instead, but that was understandable. After all, for them, this was a game. Only Chu Guang, as the manager, felt a pressing concern. To the north lay the raider camp, to the east the mutant tribe's lair, to the west Rhombus Lake, and to the south the survivors of Bet Street and Brown Farm. The strategic position of the outpost was not great. Its room to expand was tightly constrained. Whether it's the raiders or the mutants, to break the deadlock, we'll have to fight one of them. Chu Guang had already thought through the content of the next expansion pack. 700 p.m. As players gradually logged off, the official game forum started bustling with activity. It had been 12 hours since the Alpha 0.3 version had launched, and everyone, from those who had pre-registered but hadn't received access to those backseat drivers who hadn't bothered to pre-register, was waiting for the first-hand scoop on the new update. After delivering a meal to his little sister Zia Yan, Chu Guang hummed a tune as he returned to his computer, sat down, and opened up the forum to lurk. The first post he saw was from Trash King. Finally confirmed today, the tire factory 3 kilometers north of the abandoned construction site is a raider camp. The numbers are roughly between 50 to 100. I wanted to capture a prisoner, but they turned out to be too many. Fortunately, they were clearly startled by me too. I knocked out a dog that bit my arm with a slap and escaped while they were reloading. Damn, that mud almost bit off my tail. The raiders I encountered this time are way fiercer than the last. Chu Guang. What this post described didn't quite match what he'd heard half an hour ago. Chu Guang remembered this guy saying that he hadn't actively provoked the raiders. The injuries he suffered were because he had run into a raider patrol on his way back. But according to the post, it sounded like he had initiated an attack in an attempt to take a prisoner. This kid wasn't telling the truth. Chu Guang thought it over for a moment and shook his head. Whatever, it's not important. The first posts that come out are usually not very informative. The regulars on the forum had been hearing Trash King blow hot air about that raider camp for almost 3 days, and after 3 days of squatting, he ended up fleeing in a rout. Everyone expressed their inability to accept this in the thread. "Quit smoking. What's with this 50 to 100 range? How many exactly were there? You're even worse than Teletubby as a scout." Alina unzipped my pants but didn't fart. Just messing around. Smug. "Grandpa out Trash, you got scared for nothing if there weren't even 100 of them. Couldn't you have just kited them? Kill one at a time, repeat a few times, and they'd be wiped out, wouldn't they? Pa, what am I even talking about? This damn game doesn't even exist. All the good names were taken by dogs. Move around. Noob, CC, can't even beat the mobs with a special class. That's just embarrassing. Better let me play. Pick up Trash 99 level. Can you show me how to move? Damn it." Even the mobs know tactical flanking, alternating fire, and they even unleash dogs. Can you believe that? "Quit smoking, I would love to. Give me your account, I'll show you how it's done. Pick up Trash 99 level, I'm so green." The thread had completely veered off course, turning into a verbal brawl led by Brother Lizards, reminiscent of the time when Crow gave away his account and clashed with a crowd of players. But no matter how he described the situation, he couldn't change the reality in the backseat drivers' minds that he was labeled as a newbie. Perhaps only after the photo-taking feature was implemented could he prove his innocence. Chu Guang was very aware of the raiders' combat power. These people might not have the best gear or the best physical fitness, and their discipline was as bad as goblins from a fantasy world, but their street fighting talent was nearly maxed out. After all, from the first year of the Wasteland era, these people had never ceased battling, with the gene for pillaging already fused into their blood and marrow, passed down through countless generations. After revisiting the elegant Mandarin in the post by Garbage King, Chu Guang closed the thread and continued browsing the forum. It had been a while since the players had logged off, and a flood of quality content had started to emerge. To Chu Guang's surprise, this quality content featured many new faces he hadn't seen before. For example, an ID called Escaping Mole from the Canyon. Chu Guang checked his profile and found that he was a newcomer who entered the game in the Alpha 02 version. Based on his historical posts, it could be deduced that he found the official Wasteland OL website through a link shared by a friend, after the urban legend that circulated in the single-player game community. In a nutshell, he was also someone who had free time at night. Mole Express, hardcore observations on the new version. Backseat drivers and newbies, please detour. Hello everyone, I'm your big-nosed mole, and today after I logged in, I found that the game had undergone major changes. The production team finally delivered a small piece of their promised big pie, and I absolutely love the new version. Yay, let's start with the conclusion. I'm utterly blown away by the new economic system designed this time. Although currently there are only a few simple supply chains, the details are enough to glimpse the ambition of the production team. They are indeed playing a big game, but I won't blow smoke here, I'll just talk about my findings, which might help you out. Currently there are two recognized low-threshold, high-return ways to make money in the game. One is to burn cement and the other is hunting. The former offers stable income and can be done solo, but requires competition for positions since there aren't many daily openings. The latter provides unstable income, needs equipment, and is nearly impossible to solo, so if you want to take the hunter path, it's best to form a team with players who have perception-based vehicles. Burning cement doesn't require much skill, so let's focus on the hunter gameplay here. A 30-kilogram mutated hyena can be sold directly to the granary for 5 silver coins, and with some time spent on butchering, you can get 12 kilograms of raw meat, which instantly values at 40 silver coins. Isn't that amazing? Of course, I'm talking about value here. Value. Emphasize that point. The granary at the outpost doesn't accept raw meat, they only take unprocessed prey and directly preservable dried meat. And like in other games, NPC shops have sell-by price differentials. For instance, dried meat, buying a kilogram costs you 5 silver coins, but selling it back gets you only 1 silver coin per kilogram, a 5-fold price difference. Talk about reasonable. If you hunt and make dried meat to sell to NPCs, at least you can earn more. But if you buy raw meat from NPC shops to smoke yourself, you could even end up losing money. But actually, it's not so bad. I've seen worse in other games, so this is nothing. Especially in online games, where something that cost you 1,000 game currency can only be sold for 1 game currency. That's basic. The brilliance of the game designer here is that they use the differential between buying and selling commodities at NPC shops to encourage player-to-player trade, rather than purchasing stock from NPCs. Here's a little tip: hunting teams could collaborate with 1 or 2 players to butcher their prey and turn it into dried meat and fur. A portion of the dried meat can be sold to players at prices lower than the granaries. You divide a kilogram into 10 portions and sell them for 19 silver coins, depending on you and the buyer's wallet. Even if it doesn't all sell, you can offload it to the granary before dark and make a profit. After this operation, though it takes a bit more time, the theoretical income from a single mutated hyena can at least double. Isn't that wonderful? Extending this further, based on my research, running a commercial team is also a gameplay method, but it seems too difficult and unprofitable for the time being. An NPC shop charges 5 silver coins per kilogram of smoked meat, which when transported to Brown Farm can be exchanged for 5 kilograms of grain in theory. But that same grain only values at 5 silver coins when transported back to the outpost. And that's just the selling price at the NPC shop. The buying price is even lower. Whether you sell to NPCs or to players, it's a big loss. Considering that the current expansion is named Winter is Coming, it seems the production team isn't testing the focus on the trade system. I'm very much looking forward to the next version, where the production team might develop the trade system as a key feature. An economic system that has only domestic sales and no exports is incomplete. Wouldn't it be more interesting to balance production and import-export relationships through tariffs and price control? Please consider this, production team, if the server CPU can handle it. After reading the post, Chu Guang gave it a like but didn't comment. The idea was good, but it wasn't very meaningful at this stage. Keyboard economists often fall into the idealist's fallacy, and grand narratives do not help solve current problems. From the perspective of planners and players, these suggestions to enhance game playability are indeed nice. But from the perspective of the manager at shelter number 404, it was a different story. To Chu Guang, everything in the shelter, including the players' bodies, belonged to him. So why should he let them use his stuff to trade with his neighbors, unless they could do it better than himself? But that was obviously impossible. Even Chu Guang himself often faced exclusion and suspicion from some of the scavengers on Bet Street because of his accent, and due to his lack of understanding of the market and rules, his previous life sales experience was utterly useless. This is the Wasteland, a dystopian conglomerate composed of human scum and villains. Compared to the rule-abiding bankers or economists, the degenerates who deal in ships and the swindlers peddling bad financial derivatives fare much better. Letting players trade with these local tycoons wouldn't guarantee they could put even one of their eloquence to use, and even if they could, so what? Might as well bring a few more guns along. Chu Guang suddenly understood the old Li No, the old mayor of Bet Street. The guy was indeed no good, his eating manners were atrocious, and his exploitation was solely for pleasure, without any long-term planning for the future of Bet Street. But if you let scavengers trade directly with the merchants, those poor souls would only be squeezed even harder. This isn't just about ignorance. Only the naively optimistic would believe that merchants from Giant Stone City would be any kinder than the rural local tycoons. It's like comparing bats and leeches to see which one is a better sucker. Encouraging players to trade with the indigenous forces is meaningless. Every bulk export trade must be under regulation. For example, establishing a permanent commercial team, planning routes and trade varieties, setting listed commodity prices, players providing armed escorts for the transport, NPCs handling transactions, with a payout of 50-50 or 30-70. This could also cater to the less hardcore players, simplifying trading procedures. However, tariffs are indeed a good idea, that's worth noting. In the future, based on real needs, we may consider allowing external NPCs to directly participate in the players' markets, provided that they barter or use the money of the shelter, and all under supervision. Free trade, hess. When I need you guys to fight, I'll naturally tell you who to trade with freely. Aside from the Canyon Escaping Mole's strategy posts, there were also tutorials on building houses by Earth Dog, and discussions among metallurgy dogs about how to use limited materials to efficiently make steel. Some people chatted until they threw links to Station N, Island A, switched places to continue the discussion, and unexpectedly brought a decent new traffic flow to the website. Regarding the urban legend of complete immersive virtual reality games, there are signs of continual expansion. Although the vast majority took it as a bluff, a small few took it seriously, clicking on the reservation button with a half-joking mindset. The number of reservations was steadily increasing. What surprised Chu Guang was that Long Days Ahead, who usually had the highest popularity and understood him best, hadn't shared any game insights on the forum this time. The sun must have risen from the west today. As Chu Guang was browsing the forum, the Bull and Horse Club group chat was boiling with excitement. Although Brother Guang hadn't shown up these days, the topics in the group were mostly about Wasteland OL. At least they were in the morning. Old White Fang Chang, have you seen that post on the official forum? The one written by the big-nosed mole. Wild Wind, his name is Canyon Escaping Mole. Old White, not important. Fang Chang saw it. The method proposed in that post is interesting, but it's not very meaningful. Old White, I think it's quite good. Selling a hunted animal directly to an NPC earns you 5 silver coins. Find someone to butcher and air dry it all in one go and it's worth at least twice as much. Fang Chang, theory is just theory, but he overlooked the existence of contribution points. Night 10, what do you mean? Fang Chang, you can understand a citizen's identity as having a deep city household registration, and contribution points as residency scores. Wild Wind, awesome, that analogy's pretty snazzy. Fang Chang, same idea. Among all the players right now, aside from a few of us who upgraded to a citizen, only Mosquito, the woodworker, and Tang Tang the tailor might barely scrape together 2,000 points. In other words, besides these 6 people, everyone else needs to grind for contribution points, upgrade to citizen, then think about making money. You can only buy land after becoming a citizen. Even an idiot would realize that the earlier you get in, the better the plots you can buy. Fang Chang, once you've understood this, analyze everything else. Out of these 6 people, who do you think is suitable to be a butcher? Any of you have butchering experience? Old White, that's indeed a problem. Night 10, is butchering that hard? Wild Wind, anyone who has ever bought groceries at the supermarket wouldn't ask such a question. Fang Chang, Night 10 is still in school. It's normal for him to have little life experience. Take the strategy post mentioned, it's not really viable for now. We need to find another vendor, a butcher, split the revenue 6 ways, we might not necessarily earn more. Actually, I crunched the numbers a while ago, just didn't mention it. And Tomato and Egg rises to a citizen. We might try talking to him about cooperation, though I don't hold out much hope. Night 10, why? Fang Chang, are you daft? Why would he cooperate with us? Save up money, buy a piece of land, open a restaurant, and by the way, take on a butchering business docent that sound great. Old white damn. Now that you mention it, if you had butchering and cooking skills, you'd make a killing in this game. Fang Chang, only say that it is so for now. Wait a bit and it might not be. Fang Chang, our top priority is to level up and then improve proficiency. Life skills gameplay in any open-world game is relatively easy to monetize at the start, but in the mid to late game, the first echelon will always be the real power players. Wild Wind, alas, you really got this gaming thing figured out. I can never wrap my head around why you don't become a professional gamer. Fang Chang had no chance before, now I feel the opportunity has come. Pick up trash 99 level boss, take my knees. WC has a real mosquito, take me with you. Fang Chang, sure, haha. We're all in one group, we might as well call our guild Bull and Horse Club. Old White, ahem, maybe we should change the name. Night 10, change it to what? This name sounds great, funny. Fang Chang, whether we change the name or not doesn't matter. But I'm telling you, Mosquito, you're probably close to having enough points, but trash JR. You've been hunting these past few days, so you're probably a bit short. Your first priority now is to upgrade to Citizen, get that done and then save money. Later we pool together and build right in front of the respawn point. The first floor for street-facing shops, second and third floors divided into one large suite per person. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Old White, that's going to be our guild base. Excited. WC has a real mosquito, brothers steady. Pick up trash 99 level, 6666. Quit smoking, damn, I really want to play so badly. TT. Is it already 30 reward points? Recently, players have been quite diligent. Chu Guang, who had just shut down his computer to go to sleep, checked the manager's allowance right before bed and suddenly discovered he had accumulated 30 points. Without a second thought, he allocated 20 points to the intermediate blind box and the remaining 10 to the basic blind box. However, the rewards that came out were not ideal. At least they weren't what he wanted. 1 box of oral antibiotic capsules, about 12 capsules. 1 box of hemostatic bandages containing 2 packs, usable twice. Unfortunately, no muscle strengthening needle. Even a healing needle would have been nice. Picking up the supplies from the conveyor belt, Chu Guang sighed. Not that they were entirely useless, just mediocre. Out of the 10 basic blind boxes, besides a bunch of colorful lollipops, the only useful items were a 500 ml bottle of soy sauce and a 500 g bag of salt. But this bag of salt was somewhat interesting. A single intake of more than 10 g can increase immunity and metabolism by 1/5. Wow, did I just unbox a legend? What would happen if someone consumed the entire bag? Just as the thought of stacking buffs appeared in Chu Guang's mind, he quickly realized how stupid that idea was. Eating an entire bag of salt, that would probably be overly flavored. Anyway, let's wait and put them on the shelf tomorrow. 500 g could be divided into 5 individual packages of 100 g each. Selling each for 3 silver coins isn't too unreasonable, right? Honestly speaking, that's not too greedy. After all, it's pure salt without sulfates or organic impurities, the sparkling kind, and it even comes with buffs. Consider it a benefit for the players. The soy sauce is hard to divide. 100 ml sealed containers are hard to find, so just slap a 20 silver coins price tag on it and put it up on the shelf. Since I'm not planning on opening a restaurant, I doubt any player would buy it. That's it then, let's sleep. Zio Chi, wake me up at 6 in the morning. Zio Chi, who was crouched in the corner acting idle, lit up its signal light. Okay, master. Chu Guang soon fell asleep. However, Zia Yan, crouching in the next room, just couldn't fall asleep. It's not because of someone snoring. This room's soundproofing is quite good. As soon as the door is shut, everything gets quiet. What really kept her tossing and turning was that tomorrow would be her first official day at work. Is this job as the weapon shop owner's wife even proper? Chu Guang had been pampering her with good food these past few days, leaving her feeling uneasy. After all, captives usually get nutrition paste devoid of actual nutrients, or even wood shavings mixed with tree bark, maybe something else entirely. Talking about meat and porridge be out of line, it would already be a blessing to have regular food. Yet over these days she felt like she was actually gaining weight. Dwelling too long on such thoughts can make one sleepy. Clutching her script, Zia Yan eventually dozed off. When she woke up from her drowsy state, it was already 8 in the morning. Get up. Looking at the man standing at the door, Zia Yan rubbed her eyes and started to get up from the floor with the help of the wall, only to find 2 crutches laid out before her. Are these for me? Chu Guang chuckled. Who else needs them here but you? Might consider giving her a bionic prosthesis when there's a chance. Watching her like this is rather pitiful. This guy, why does he have to be so annoying? Zia Yan gritted her teeth, each arm grabbing a crutch, and struggled to stand up. Watching her complete the task by herself, Chu Guang nodded approvingly, quite pleased with her strong demeanor. Not bad, seems quite suitable for you. With a cold expression, Zia Yan stiffly said, say whatever you want. After all, I'm your captive, even if you ask me. All right, stop talking. Not wanting to delve into this person's crazy ideas, Chu Guang swiftly cut her off and continued coughing slightly. I'll assign you some work later. For now, come with me. The last time she breathed fresh air was 3 days ago. Following Chu Guang, she took the elevator straight to the surface. Seeing the sunlight scattered in front of the sanatorium's entrance, Zia Yan subconsciously raised her left arm, the one clenching the crutch, squinting her long lashes as she found the light a bit dazzling. The wall outside, did you all build it? Chu Guang casually said, give it a review. Zia Yan pursed her lips, mediocre I guess enough to fend off a few countryside looters, but if it's mutants, they could probably climb over with just a small boost, not to mention facing a tide. Hearing a term she'd never heard before, Chu Guang took a longer look at her. Tide. With an indifferent tone, Zia Yan explained, it happens often along the third ring line, you probably can't feel it here. Packs of eaters migrate from near the second ring towards the third ring area, mingling with quite a few crawlers and even stronger mutants than crawlers. Even if I tell you this, you probably can't imagine. Since Giant Stone City is enormously vast, if any variants migrate north from within the city, they invariably pass through this survivor's fortress. And naturally, the inevitable war between humans and variants ensues. Although Zia Yan's mercenary squad was just a fringe squad, they had also participated in several missions to handle the tide. Moving with the main force, the danger was relatively lower, and the money from such missions was generally good. In order to restore trade and production ASAP, the bigwigs of the city often spared no expense to hire them, providing plenty of ammunition generously. All they had to do was pull the trigger and brace the gun with their shoulders. Many of the poor living in slums took the irreversible path of becoming mercenaries during the tide. Indeed, Chu Guang nodded, I've only seen the eaters a few times. They seem to dislike light, right? That was back when he first arrived in the Wasteland. He nearly didn't make it. Zia Yan nodded. Yes, not only light, but mutated hyenas, jackals, moles, and other variants like bats and rats don't take kindly to them either. They'd even hunt them down when starving. So these creatures often squeeze into subways or sewers. Generally speaking, if you see one, it means there's a group nearby. Encountering them in narrow places is very dangerous. Silently noting these clues, Chu Guang decided to later update the word tide in the official website's database, but now was not the time for that. From now on, this house will be your workshop. When conditions allow, I'll find someone to build you a new one. For now, just make do with this one. Leading Zia Yan to the door of the weapon shop, Chu Guang hung the sign, which he had placed by the door, on a hook by the doorframe. I've engraved the prices on the sign, and I've taught you the corresponding sales talk. If you have any questions, ask Zio Chi, but it's on the 3rd floor, so it's not easy for you to get up there. My players are very friendly, so if you don't understand what they're saying, just stare at them expressionlessly. For a socially awkward shut-in, staring expressionlessly was already quite impactful. Players. Zia Yan hadn't understood the meaning of the word players as Chu Guang had used it in Chinese. It translates to residents of the refuge. Chu Guang casually explained, you don't need to remember their names or deeply understand the meaning of the word, just use it to address them. It somehow felt impolite to address residents of the refuge as residents of the refuge, but since Chu Guang had said so, Zia Yan had no objections. Being a slave, having a decent job was already the greatest kindness for her. Remember, you need to record every sale, and I will check the ledger and inventory daily. But even the cheapest steel pipe rifle costs hundreds of silver coins, and the players can't afford it yet, so your job shouldn't be too busy. In your free time, help me repair that assault rifle, and within your capabilities, help me make some bullets and weapons. Zia Yan glanced at the sparse room, which, apart from a table and a chair, contained only a wooden board nailed to the wall. Some inferior metal pipe weapons hung from the nails, and it seemed she was worried she might forget the prices, as there were wooden tags with prices hanging below them. With a somewhat dazed gaze, Zia Yan looked at Chu Guang, unable to help but ask, are you planning on having me carve out a gun with my fingernails? Chu Guang, can you manage it? Zia Yan, can I manage a ghost? Even if there isn't an electric lathe, shouldn't there at least be a manually operated worktable? Mercenaries often, due to using DIY weapons, couldn't find the necessary bullets and accessories in store shelves. In such cases, they usually went to small or medium workshops that customized machine parts or precision instruments to rent their workbenches and process what they needed. Because of poverty, Zia Yan did have experience making weapons and bullets, though she couldn't afford the high-end, smart automatic lathes that could input and form. Making these items with some affordable electric lathes wasn't difficult and didn't take much time. But the situation in front of her was beyond her imagination. Don't even mention motorized machine tools. This place has neither electricity nor beds. Not to mention various types of cutters. They don't even have the most basic lathe tools, boring tools, or milling cutters. What kind of weapons can you make with this? Chu Guang didn't care about her complaints and continued indifferently. so if you need something, just say it, don't make me guess. Now I need you to make a list of everything you need, write them down, and it's best to simple sketch what they look like. If they can be found, I'll have the players try to help you look for them. If they really can't be found, I will think of a way to buy them. Oh, remember to write down their prices, I don't want to waste money unnecessarily. Zia Yan, lathe tools, boring tools, milling tools, as well as pliers and hammers, these are the most basic. Besides, I also need a grooved bar with a thread and scale. Forget it, I will just draw it. Having a drawing is best. You can draw as detailed as possible. Maybe my players can make it. Chu Guang took out paper and pen along with a wooden ruler and handed them to Zia Yan. After receiving them, she frowned, relying on her memory, and began to write and draw on the paper. Chu Guang didn't rush her. Drawing these items in a way that makes them understandable to others is not an easy task, especially for a mercenary who is not professional. But isn't everything started from the first time? After Zia Yan finished her drawing, Chu Guang took the blueprint, added 2 lines of text, and then head to the warehouse, finding a player sitting at a wooden table on duty. Handing over the paper, Chu Guang spoke concisely. I need the items on this paper. If anyone comes here selling goods, let them know to keep an eye out for these during their scavenging. When you have free time, trace this blueprint, help me draw a few more copies, post them at our entrance, and also send one to the steelmaking blast furnace area. The warehouse manager's job also included handling the collection and issuance of production tasks. After all, assigning tasks one by one was too bothersome. The player who received the paper was shocked. Task: forge or collect a lathe tool with drawing. Reward 10 silver coins, 100 contribution points, 10 silver coins. Damn, that's equivalent to a day's wage for burning cement. What a fortune if you find one. There are more tasks like this, including other tools like boring tools and milling tools. Regardless of how envious the player sitting at the warehouse manager's position was, after Chu Guang gave his instructions, he turned around and left the place. Although the task includes forging or collecting, to be honest, he didn't have much hope for the players picking up such good items from the Wasteland. Not to mention it was already the year 211 of the Wasteland era. Even the society before the nuclear war might not have used such primitive tools for processing. They probably had already popularized more advanced production methods, like 3D printing, for instance. Although this technology was not mature on Earth in the 21st century, who can say about the future? What Chu Guang truly hoped for was that his lovely players, with their limited tools and materials, could solve this problem. For example, those big guys often discussing metallurgical technology on the forum were on the list of players from the 3rd batch of closed beta, and the 4th batch had even added a few more. Besides the armchair strategists, he believed that among these players, there were surely 1 or 2 who could genuinely solve the issue. Players' performance indeed did not disappoint Chu Guang. The 2 metallurgy majors only took 2 days to manufacture the tools needed by the weapon shop owner's wife. They even ingenierily improved the blast furnace, cleverly solving the issue of bubbles in the castings made by using primitive methods of smelting. The finished castings included a boring cutter, a turning cutter, and a milling cutter. Although all made from castings, their strength was still very reliable. With proper maintenance, they would definitely last a few months. In addition, there was a set of double-rail thread calipers reconstructed with screws, steel bars, and old gears, with one side of the calipers connected to a winch with a drive shaft and handle. This device could convert torque into horizontal thrust through the gears, with each click of the winch precisely advancing the tool holder on the calipers by 1 millimeter. Though this device can't match the efficiency of an electric lathe, it was still somewhat usable for component processing with millimeter-level precision. The only thing that left Chu Guang speechless were the IDs of the 2 brothers who completed these commissions. One was called Wardfoot Oder Hu of Levin, and the other Yar I Want to Go Pee. What sort of underworld names are those? Anyway, according to the order at the warehouse doorway, they made a whopping 80 silver coins in total, splitting it 40 each. According to their plan, they intended to grind contribution for a week, striving to save up 2,000 points as soon as possible to buy a plot of land in front of the sanatorium. The reward for making tools had given them a taste of success. They planned to open a workshop later, specializing in metallurgy and forging. Are these tools enough? At the entrance of the weapon shop, Chu Guang placed the wooden crate containing the metal tools on the table in front of Zia Yan. Zia Yan glanced at the tools in the crate and grudgingly nodded. They'll suffice. With these tools, there's at least no problem making bullets. If you can get seamless steel tubes, I can even make you some simple iron pipe rifles. Did you buy these? Players made them. Made them. Zia Yan looked at Chu Guang in surprise. I didn't expect your people to have such skills. Chu Guang smiled and asked, how does it compare to Giant Stone City? Giant Stone City is quite vast. It depends who you compare it with. As Zia Yan installed the thread caliper onto the wooden table, she continued indifferently. Oh, that's strong, Chu Guang said with a smile. Then why haven't they attacked here? Who knows, maybe they aren't interested. After all, the countryside doesn't have much to offer. Xia Yan answered vaguely. In fact, she didn't tell the whole story. Although the militia group of the giant stone city did have some good gear, clearly not all militia members were armed to the teeth. For example, regarding the power armor, from what she understood, the entire militia group had only a double-digit number, and more than half of those were post-war inferior reproductions, with relatively outdated power sources and weapons. Only a minority of them were pre-war equipment that hadn't failed yet, powered by He-3 cold fusion batteries that became fewer with each use. Especially in close-quarters street combat, cannon fodder was always the most cost-effective option. In the slums of Giant Stone City, turning an infant into a soldier only took 13 years, and the maintenance cost was nothing but nutrition paste that could be made from cockroaches, spiders, and rats. Though Chu Guang always took her words with a grain of salt, the intriguing settings could be added to the official website data archives. Both backseat drivers and players loved this kind of hype. By evening, players started to return to the outpost. Chu Guang noticed that on the open space just inside the northern gate of the outpost, there were already a few players setting up stalls, and the most popular stall was Crow's. Mushrooms for sale, fresh mushrooms. Don't miss out, folks. Worked all day, why not reward yourself with a pot of mushroom soup? It smells delicious. Since Crow could not receive quests from NPCs and did not want to be embarrassed by mooching meals daily, she chose to set up a stall. Aside from the mushrooms taken to complete the punishment quest, she kept about 20 pounds for herself, trying a sale with a sense of trial. Players passing by quickly gathered around. Are these mushrooms edible? Are they fully cooked, male or female? Can someone with sensitive skin use it? Can you see little creatures after eating it? You can eat them, you can see Thema no, you can't see them. Don't believe me. Look, Crow took a mushroom, took a bite, and hopped on the spot to show she was still alive, neither disconnected nor feeling dizzy. Seeing the stall owner eating them herself, the players at the stall no longer hesitated and pulled out their copper coins. As Crow said, a pound of mushrooms was not expensive, costing only 3 copper coins, much cheaper than the food sold by the granary. It had been 2 days since the new version was released, and most players could afford it. I'll take a pound, no meat today, let's try mushroom porridge.